Have you ever fantasized about being a rich second generation? No need to work hard. Enjoy life every day, drive luxury cars, live in luxury houses. Who wouldn't like such a life? My name is Gu Chen. I used to be a rich second generation and a popular school idol in college. But the script of life always catches people off guard. After graduation, the family business went bankrupt and was in debt of tens of millions. The halo of the past was shattered in an instant. Those who once bowed and scraped to me now all avoided me and even mocked me openly. In order to survive, I had to become a food delivery boy. From that day on, I went through wind and rain, and there was no room for respite. Every day, I sleep later than a dog and wake up earlier than a chicken, just to take more orders and earn more money to supplement my family income. On the day I got my salary, I kept 1,000 yuan for myself and gave the rest to my mother. Looking at the transfer page on my phone, I prayed silently. Can life be a little better? Just as the transfer was completed, an advertisement suddenly popped up. Today's special offer: all products are sold for 1 yuan. The products listed on the page almost made me doubt my life. A central luxurious villa in Yulon community. Bandai Plaza has 100% ownership and annual rental income of up to 300 million yuan. Ownership of the entire office building A of Yue Plaza. A Pagani Huayra Global Limited Edition sports car. As a second-generation rich man, I felt mixed emotions when I looked at the picture on my phone. It was an office building that even the Gu family couldn't afford in its heyday. Now, I'm just a poor delivery boy. Facing this pie that fell from the sky, I feel so complicated that I want to curse. 1 yuan flash sale? What a joke. I suspected that my phone was stuck, so I exited the page and restarted it, and there was that weird picture again. Has Taobao changed its business to engage in fraud? While rolling my eyes, a thought popped up in my mind. If this is true, wouldn't my miserable life be turned around in an instant? But reason quickly pulled me back. My university professors had repeatedly told me that clicking on such links was most likely a Trojan trap. I stared at my phone, gritted my teeth, and decided not to click it. After all, the 1,000 yuan on the card was my instant noodles money for this month. But just as I was about to exit, my hand shook. The interface was loading. Oh shit! The golden coin animation on the screen started spinning, as if mocking my clumsy hands. I tried to turn off the phone, but it was useless. It was like it was locked. Looking at this phone that cost more than the balance on my bank card, I almost couldn't help but smash it. After a few seconds, the gold coin animation stopped, and a line of words popped up on the screen. Congratulations to the user for successfully buying an office building in Block A of Yue Plaza. I was stunned, with a lot of questions in my mind. I quickly opened Alipay and found that the balance was only $1 less. Then, another system message popped up. Transaction completed. Today's special offer has been canceled. Please come back tomorrow. Now, I began to doubt my life. Was it a scam? A virus? A system bug? Or a piece of cake? As I was struggling with this, my chest sank. I looked down and found an extra document and a tool bag in my arms. Title deed? My name was printed on the document. I held the document tightly, my head spinning. Is this not a dream? I took a deep breath and calmed down. This sudden good fortune seemed like a plot in a script. Taobao became my golden finger. At the same time, the management office of Yue Plaza was bustling with activity. A sweaty middle-aged man pushed open the door and announced breathlessly, "Office Building A is sold." What? Several employees were immediately shocked. This was a product that the group was not selling. Who bought it? Someone couldn't help but ask. Gu Chen, the middle-aged man, Mr. Ma, said word by word. The higher-ups specifically told us that this boss has a complicated background, so we must do a good job in receiving him. The office fell into a brief silence, and then everyone got busy. Notify the export department and send a text message to Boss Gu. The security department should also be on high alert. At this time, I received a text message on my phone. Dear Mr. Gu, hello. The office building you purchased in Yue Plaza has reached the rent collection time. Please go to the management department tomorrow to connect with the information. I stared at the message for a long time and was stunned. If I didn't have the property certificate in my hand, I would have thought I was cheated. After packing up my tool bag, I continued delivering orders, thinking that I must go and see this miracle in person tomorrow. The time for delivering the takeaway passed by little, and night gradually fell. After a busy day, I asked for leave from my supervisor and planned to solve the mystery tomorrow. At the same time, in a luxurious room on the other side of the city, Lu Yu, the college classmate who hit me with her car, was lying on the bed with her boyfriend Li Kuan. Suddenly, the phone rang. Li Kuan picked up the phone, and his face darkened instantly. What? EUA Plaza Building A was sold? I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Li Kuan's brows were furrowed into the shape of a Chan character. Although he was the owner of a decoration company and worth over 10 million, the news at the moment made him feel unprecedented pressure. What's wrong? Lu Yu, wrapped in silk pajamas, leaned against the head of the bed, looking at him with a slightly frown. The sales manager of EUA Plaza just called and said that the owner of office building A has changed, and he wants us to move out as soon as possible. Li Kuan took a deep breath, his tone filled with anxiety and helplessness. What? Didn't you just pay the rent? Lu Yu was stunned, his tone full of disbelief. How can you change it just like that? Li Kuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Our company couldn't afford to rent this prime location. We had to offer a lot of benefits to the sales team leader to get it. Now that the owner has changed, I'm afraid the connection won't work anymore. After hearing this, Lu Yu's face became serious. Although she was not a veteran in the workplace, she also understood that there might be a big shot involved behind this. What's strange is, hasn't this building always been not for sale? Why is it suddenly sold? Li Kuan rubbed his eyebrows, turned to look at Lu Yu, his tone full of confusion. What should we do now? Lu Yu asked tentatively. What else can I do? Li Kuan sighed. The new owner will be at the square today. I can only go and try to see if I can come to an agreement. After saying that, he stood up, changed his clothes quickly, and hurried out the door. The two quickly left the apartment and drove to EUA Plaza. At the same time, in a simple rental house not far away, I also got up early. I casually put on a washed-out coat, washed up, gritted my teeth, and took a taxi straight to EU Plaza. Normally, I would never spend this money. In the past year, my life has been shrunken. I rely on public transportation to go out and on my own feet to get around. However, when I thought about the property certificate in my hand and everything that happened yesterday, I felt a little more expectant. The taxi stopped steadily at the entrance of EUA Plaza. I looked up at the towering office building A and took a deep breath. From today on, this building is mine. I murmured to myself, and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth involuntarily. Then I walked towards the management department. EU Plaza is so huge that I walked around for several rounds, but couldn't find the specific location of the management department. In desperation, I asked a security guard for help. Hello, how do I get to the management department? I asked politely. The security guard looked up at me with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Excuse me, what do you want to talk to the management about? They notified me yesterday to come today to handle the formalities. I answered truthfully. As soon as the words fell, the security guard's eyes changed instantly, and his expression became complicated. He murmured, "It can't be him?" Then he raised his voice and asked, "Are you Mr. Gu Chen?" I was stunned for a moment, then nodded subconsciously. "Yes. Is there any problem?" After confirming my identity, the security guard's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. He smiled and quickly took out his intercom to report. Headquarters, this is 07. Mr. Gu is here." An urgent voice came from the intercom. "Received. Please wait a moment, Mr. Gu. We will send someone over right away." I stood there full of doubt. This scene was too exaggerated, wasn't it? Before I could think about it, a team of staff in neat suits came quickly towards me. The middle-aged man in the lead had sharp eyes and a professional smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I've long heard of you. Sorry to have kept you waiting." He trotted over, his tone extremely humble. "Yes, it's me. May I ask who you are?" I was still a little confused. "Mr. Gu, I'm the general manager of EUA Plaza. You can just call me Xiao Ma." The other party stretched out his hand, and his attitude was so respectful that I felt a little uncomfortable. "Manager Ma." I nodded, trying to make my expression appear natural. "Mr. Gu, do you have the property certificate with you? We need to verify the information so that we can handle the procedures for you later." Ma Fei asked cautiously. I nodded, took out the title deed from my bag, and handed it over, feeling a little nervous, worried that yesterday's bizarre encounter was just a misunderstanding. Ma Fei carefully checked the document and immediately smiled brightly. "Mr. Gu, yes, it is this document. Please follow me to the management department, and we will handle the formalities for you immediately." I breathed a sigh of relief, and the anxiety in my heart finally dissipated. Just as we were about to leave, a familiar voice came from behind us. "Mr. Ma." The voice was low and urgent. Ma Fei turned around and greeted the person with a smile when he saw him. "Mr. Li, long time no see." "Yes, Mr. Ma." Li Kuan came forward with a big smile on his face. I came here today to pay the rent, and I want to meet the new owner, by the way. As soon as Li Kuan finished speaking, Ma Fei and others looked at me in unison, with a hint of inquiry and temptation in their eyes. The air froze instantly, and it was so weird that it made my scalp tingle. My heart moved, and a familiar voice came to my mind. Li Kuan. The moment my eyes met his, he froze. Gu Chen? It's you. His face turned pale instantly, as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth slightly open, and he stood there in a daze. I smiled faintly and nodded. What a coincidence. Li Kuan stood there as if struck by lightning. Seeing this, Ma Fei looked at him in confusion. Mr. Li, do you know each other? Li Kuan hesitated for a moment, his face complex as if stained with ink. But Lu Yu, who was standing next to him, reacted very quickly and asked calmly, Gu Chen, are you the new owner of the Yue Plaza office building? As soon as the words fell, the surroundings were so quiet that I could hear the sound of breathing. Lu Yu obviously knew that my family background was not ordinary, but he never expected it to be unusual to this extent. I nodded slightly. Yeah, I just signed a contract. This sentence, like a sharp sword, completely pierced through Li Kuan's last sense of superiority. The smugness and pride on his face collapsed completely. His hypocritical demeanor yesterday was now completely trampled under the feet of reality. No wonder I was so calm yesterday and didn't bother to pay any attention to him. I said slowly, You are here to renew your lease, right? There was a casualness in his words, even a hint of favor, but also a bit of face. Ma Fei quickly replied, Yes, Mr. Gu, Mr. Li has always been our old tenant. I nodded. My eyes swept across the stiff-faced Li Kuan and the slightly calm Lu Yu, and suddenly turned to the latter and said with a smile, Since it is the class monitor's face, the renewal price will be 10% lower than the market price. This statement shocked the audience. 10% lower than the market price was a pleasant surprise for an office building. Ma Fei's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect Li Kuan to be so lucky today. But Li Kuan knew very well that this favor was not for him at all, but for Lu Yu. Lu Yu was slightly stunned, then nodded gently. Her expression was calm, but a hint of complexity flashed in her eyes. She knew that this was just my old schoolmate friendship, and her vague feelings for me also disappeared at this moment. Manager Ma, please take care of these matters. I turned to Ma Fei and said, Don't worry, Mr. Gu. We will take care of it. Ma Fei agreed immediately. I nodded to Lu Yu again. Team leader, if you have any renewal details, please talk to Manager Ma directly. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. This time, Li Kuan spoke first. His tone was too attentive. Mr. Gu, thank you for your care. By the way, are you free tonight? You are, and I would like to treat you to dinner to express our gratitude. He smiled in an extremely flattering manner, with a very humble attitude and a thick skin that was amazing. Lu Yu, who was standing aside, did not respond, and his expression was calm. No, I have something to do tonight. I responded indifferently, not giving him a chance to explain further. I understand. Mr. Gu is very busy. How dare we delay him? Li Kuan smiled and seemed relieved. After a few pleasantries, I turned and left, and I could hear their conversation behind me. When I walked away, Li Kuan couldn't hold on to the smile on his face anymore. He lowered his voice and asked Lu Yu, Who is this Mr. Gu? Why didn't you mention him yesterday? I don't know either. Lu Yu said calmly. I just know that his family is very rich. Li Kuan was stunned. His tone was uneasy. Very rich? The kind of rich that can afford an office building. Lu Yu didn't answer, just smiled faintly and walked away. On the other side, I returned to the general manager's office of Yue Plaza Management Department. Congratulations, Mr. Gu. From today on, Building A of Yue Plaza officially belongs to you. Ma Fei was all smiles. I signed the document casually, feeling good, and said with a smile, The management from now on will be left to you. I am only responsible for collecting the money. Don't worry. I guarantee that everything will be arranged clearly, Ma Fei assured, patting his chest. The handover ended in a relaxed atmosphere. I walked out of the management department, opened the bank app, looked at the numbers on the account, and couldn't help but gasp. 580,000. And this is only part of this month's rent. Thinking of the one-year payment model mentioned by Ma Fei, I was slightly excited. This office building is simply a machine that lays golden eggs. The turning point in life is sometimes like a dream. I took out my phone and opened the magical Mutated Taobao. The interface jumps, Yesterday's 1 yuan flash sale has ended, and today it has been changed to 9.9 yuan special group purchase. Today's special offer, 9.9 yuan. The product list is as follows. Thompson One top floor duplex luxury house. A 5 million global shopping cart. A bottle of Han Emperor Matai, worth 30 million. A Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. I glanced at this ridiculous list of products and felt nothing in my heart. I even felt like laughing. This time I didn't hesitate and clicked confirm directly. After a few seconds of freezing, a prompt popped up. Ding. Congratulations on selecting a penthouse duplex in Thompson One. Ding. Congratulations on selecting a 5 million global shopping cart. 2 notification sounds rang out in succession. I stared at the message on the phone screen, and my heart skipped a beat. Possessed by the Emperor of Europe. Am I really the chosen one? I took a deep breath, suppressed the ecstasy in my heart, and couldn't help laughing out loud while standing on the side of the road. Passers-by looked at me sideways as if saying, "Is this guy crazy?" Who would have thought that just a few minutes ago, I was still thinking about how to save money to pay off my debts, and now I have become the owner of a top-floor mansion in Thompson One. Thompson first floor? These 4 words are legendary. As the pinnacle of the rich circle, even the most ordinary floor costs tens of millions. And the top-floor duplex in my hand is known as the king of buildings. Just estimating the price can make people's hearts stop. As for the 5 million shopping carts, compared to the luxury house, it was just a small thing. But no matter how excited I was, what I was most concerned about was the property certificate. Thinking of this, I subconsciously lowered my head and stared at my chest, silently saying in my heart, red book, please show up out of thin air like yesterday." A few minutes passed and my neck was almost sore, but still nothing. Is it shy? I rubbed my stiff neck and couldn't help but call myself stupid. Then I decided not to stare at it anymore and try to divert my gaze, waiting for a miracle to happen. Unfortunately, reality is always honest. My arms are still empty. Just when I was about to go crazy, a message suddenly popped up on my phone. The property certificate and shopping cart have been put into the user's backpack. Please check them. The shopping cart password is the last 6 digits of the card number. It is valid today and will be invalid after expiration. Backpack? I reached behind me in confusion and actually pulled out an old, dusty backpack. After unzipping the bag, a brand new property certificate and a shopping card lay quietly inside. I opened the property certificate and saw the owner, Gu Chen. I stared at my name, feeling mixed emotions. Gently stroking the red book, I couldn't help but smile. Isn't a man's dream a house and a car? Now I have a house, a luxury one. As for the car, isn't that easy to get? But the most important thing right now is to spend all the shopping carts. After all, it is only valid for today. 5 million? I want to see how I can barely spend it all. I waved down a taxi and said to the driver as I got in, "Let's go to Guangyuan Shopping City." As soon as we sat down, the driver smiled and said, "Young man, are you going to buy a gift for your girlfriend?" I was stunned for a moment, then smiled and waved my hand. "I don't have a girlfriend. I'm just strolling around by myself." "Oh, that's strange. How could a young man like you, with such good looks, not have anyone chasing after you?" The driver continued to chatter with a look of disbelief on his face. I responded with a few words, my mind already drifting to how to reasonably squander 5 million. As a former second-generation rich, I have a lot of experience. First of all, clothing, Brioni, Armani, Zegna, and other big brands have to be arranged. Secondly, watches. A man's romance is all on his wrist. Recalling the first Patek Philippe watch my father gave me on my 18th birthday, the slogan is engraved in my DNA. No one can really own it. You are just keeping it for the next generation. This time, I'm going to buy a better one and be a real keeper. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile with a determined look. At this time, the driver glanced at me through the rearview mirror and said with a smile, "Were you still chatting with your girlfriend just now? Don't be embarrassed. It's normal for young people to have a relationship." "Really not," I explained with a smile and tears, and simply took out my mobile phone to transfer 500,000 yuan to my mother. Although the shopping card cannot be cashed directly, it is always better to help pay off some debts at home. In less than 10 seconds, my mother called me. "Gu Chen, where did the 500,000 yuan you just transferred come from?" "Mom, didn't I tell you before? I'm a senior executive in the company, and I often get access to inside information. I usually make some money by speculating in stocks, and now I've opened a company." After saying all the excuses she had prepared in one breath, the mother was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled and said, "I knew my son was the best." After hanging up the phone, I breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thanking the mutated taba in my heart and looking forward to the shopping spree that was about to begin. Arriving at Guanyuan Shopping City, I found that it really lived up to its reputation. Top luxury brands were lined up one after another, luxury cars and internet celebrities were everywhere, and the atmosphere was filled with a decadent and extravagant atmosphere. After eating something to fill my stomach, I headed straight to the clothing area. At the entrance of the luxury store, the shopping guides were standing in groups of 3 or 4 chatting. When they saw me coming in wearing cheap clothes, a hint of helplessness flashed across their eyes. Although they were highly professional and had no contemptuous expression on their faces, they did not come forward to greet me. However, I don't care about these at all. "Xiaoya, where are you going?" "Sister Li, aren't their guests coming?" "I'll go and receive them." Xiaoya's face was full of seriousness, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "Don't be ridiculous. It's just him?" Sister Li raised her eyebrows, her tone full of disdain. "He's wearing cheap clothes, and his shoes are broken. How can someone like him be our customer group?" Xiaoya paused and frowned slightly. "But we were told during the training that we cannot discriminate against any customer." "Discrimination?" Sister Li sneered. "This person is clearly here for free experience. We are the Armani flagship store. Not just anyone can enter our store." Xiaoya bit her lip, feeling a little unconvinced. "But you can't treat others differently, right?" "Okay, Xiaoya, you are too young. Some people are not even customers. Why waste your energy?" Sister Li shook her head helplessly. "You will understand once you suffer a loss." Xiaoya didn't say anything more and strode toward me at the door. Sister Li looked at her from behind and snorted, "She's really stubborn. Just wait for her to hit a wall." I stood at the door of the store, looking aimlessly at the window, when suddenly a clear and gentle voice rang in my ears. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" I turned around and saw a young and beautiful shopping guide standing in front of me. Her smile was as gentle as spring breeze and had a hint of sincerity, which made people feel good about her. "Do you have a men's section here?" I asked casually. "Yes." Xiaoya's eyes lit up, and she was secretly excited. Finally, she had a chance. "We are the Armani flagship store. The men's area is inside the store. Please follow me." "Okay, let's take a look." I nodded and walked in. Sister Li stood at the door, watching me being led into the store by Xiaoya. Her expression froze instantly, and she muttered, "Impossible. Could he have really made a mistake?" But soon she sneered, "He must have come in just for Xiaoya's sake. Let's see how he ends up when we check out later." Inside the store, Xiaoya guided me to the men's section, speaking in a warm and professional tone. "Sir, what type of clothing would you like to see? Bring out the latest models of this year." My tone was calm, but it revealed a hint of unquestionableness. Xiaoya was slightly stunned, but she suppressed her surprise and quickly adjusted her state. "Okay, please wait. I will prepare it for you." A few minutes later, several sets of the latest summer clothes were neatly displayed on the display rack. I tried them on one by one, and each one fit me perfectly, as if it was tailor-made for me. "Pack these up." I walked out of the fitting room, my tone still calm. Xiaoya was overjoyed and quickly responded, "Okay." "Oh, by the way," I added casually, "please help me pick out a few sets of home clothes and a few sets of styles for each season, plus leather shoes, belts, and wallets." Xiaoya was stunned. The list in her hand was getting longer and longer, and the boxes at the front desk were piling up higher and higher. Her excitement was gradually replaced by surprise, and in the end her face was full of disbelief. Was this buying clothes, or was it restocking? "Sir," Xiaoya finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "are you sure you want to buy so much?" I looked up at her and smiled. "Do you think I'm here to cause trouble?" Xiaoya was stunned. A trace of panic flashed across her face. "No, no." "Then go and pay the bill," I said lightly and walked straight to the rest area. At this time, the store manager noticed something was wrong and stepped forward to smooth things over. "Hello, sir. I'm the store manager. The amount of your purchase is quite large. Do you hold a membership card for this store?" "No." "It's okay, but there will be no membership gifts. Would you like to pay by credit card or other methods?" The store manager still had a smile on his face. I handed over the bank card and said, "Swipe it." The cashier was stunned for a moment, then quickly calculated the amount and reported, "Sir, your total consumption is 1,088,500 yuan." The entire store fell into silence in an instant. Okay, go ahead. I looked calm and spoke in a relaxed tone, as if the money was just an ordinary expense. Ding, payment successful. I took the bank card and casually ordered, please send these to Thompson first class. They will be delivered within 2 hours. Tainchini Peen? This sentence was like a blockbuster bomb, instantly detonating the whole audience. Xiaoya stood there in a daze, eyes wide open, feeling excited and relieved. But Sister Lee was completely petrified. The contemptuous words just now were like a loud slap in her face. Leaving Armani, I breathed a sigh of relief, a smile on my face. Next, go check your watch. I looked up and glanced at the sign, then walked straight to the Patek Philippe store on the top floor. As soon as I arrived at the door, a waitress in a professional uniform and with a sweet smile came to greet me. Hello, sir. Welcome to Patek Philippe. How can I help you? Her smile was warm and professional, making me feel like I was in the spring breeze. My fatigue from shopping in the mall for most of the day instantly dissipated, and I couldn't help but smile too. Look at the watch. Okay, this way, please. The smile on her face became even brighter, and her tone was filled with enthusiasm and respect. On the way, she casually asked, Excuse me, sir, do you have any purchase records before? I nodded, saying calmly, yes. Would you mind telling me your name? I can help you look it up. Although her tone was routine, when I casually said Gu Chen, her whole expression brightened up, and her tone was obviously more joyful and eager. Sure enough, the rule of Patek Philippe is limited editions are not based on money, but on membership rights. I know this, and I learned about these high-end tricks when I did my homework before. After verifying the information, she immediately led me to the display area and said respectfully, Mr. Gu, please feel free to choose. Walking to the display cabinet, my eyes swept over the exquisitely designed and dazzling watches, and I felt inexplicably happy. Even though my budget was limited and the balance on my card was only over 3 million, any watch here was enough to make my heart beat faster. After selecting the target, I waved her over and said, help me take this one out and have a look. Okay. She took out the watch with a neat and tidy movement and introduced it carefully. This is a super complex function series watch, model Cal .240 LUCLC, diameter 38 mm. I smiled and waved my hand to interrupt. Okay, let's take this one. Do you have it in stock? She was stunned for a moment, then revealed an expression of surprise that could not be concealed. Yes. Yes. I pointed to another one and said, wrap that one too. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed from surprise to ecstasy, and she could not hide her excitement in her eyes. It was obvious that the commission from this transaction was enough for her to buy the latest brand name bag. When I tried it on, I was impressed by the perfect combination of the delicate mechanical touch and the streamlined appearance. I secretly sighed. You get what you pay for, and the top brand is indeed worthy of its reputation. Swipe the card. I handed the shopping card to the front desk quickly and efficiently. A few seconds later, the card swipe success prompt sounded, and the waitress smiled like a flower, respectfully handing over the bill and the packaged watch. Mr. Gu, your taste is really impeccable. These are 2 watch straps from the same series that we specially prepared for you as a gift. I nodded, took the gift box, and turned to leave. As soon as I walked out of the store, I heard whispers behind me. Oh my God, this Mr. Gu is so handsome, and he's rich. Who can resist him? Don't be crazy about him. He won't even look at us. At the elevator entrance, an anchor holding a selfie stick was broadcasting live, skillfully switching topics. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Luxue. Welcome to Huahai City's top luxury shopping paradise, Guangyuan Mall. Her voice was full of confidence, leading the fans in the live broadcast room to high spirits. The comments scrolled quickly. Sister Chiao is right. Why would a man who is unwilling to spend money come? Wait until my boyfriend comes back and arrange it directly. Xiao Luxue looked at the constantly updated comments in the live broadcast room, feeling very proud. This live broadcast was not only to complete the endorsement task, but also a great opportunity to boost popularity. I was just thinking about finding a suitable passerby to interview and build my feminist persona. At this moment, I walked out of the elevator. I was attracted to her at first sight. Her appearance is comparable to that of a star. If I could get her to be an interview subject, the popularity of the live broadcast room would definitely soar, and the fans would go crazy. In her mind, the perfect script has taken shape. A cool and handsome guy meets a strong anchor. The rhythm is full, and she can also promote the perfume she endorses. The small bridge and flowing water seemed to see the money waving at her. Brothers and sisters, next, we are going to interview today's lucky audience. She worked hard to stir up the atmosphere and immediately came forward with a professional smile on her face. As the camera locked onto my face, the live broadcast room exploded instantly, and the comments soared wildly. Wow, this little brother is so handsome. The anchor finally did something human. Within 3 minutes, I want to know all the information about this little brother, whether he has a girlfriend or not. Rewarding him is not a problem. Seeing the screen was flooded with comments. Xiaoqiao Liushui's face was full of smiles, and her eyes were shining. She walked over holding a selfie stick, looking expectant. Brother, are you free to accept our interview? I am the anchor of the Huyu platform, Xiaoqiao Liushui. I shrugged and said casually, sure. She breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had not expected to meet such an easygoing person. Then, she quickly got into the mood and began her script. Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? No. Did you hear that? Such a handsome guy is actually single. Ladies, go for it. The comments in the live broadcast room were even more explosive. This is unforgivable. No one is chasing after him. I declare that this little brother is mine. Anchor, please give me the location. I'm already in the car. I glanced at the screen and saw the licking the screen barrage flying all over the sky. I wanted to laugh a little, but my face remained calm. I have seen many big scenes, so it's nothing special. Seeing that the momentum was good, Xiaoqiao Lushui continued. If my girlfriend wants a bag, will you give it to her? It depends on the situation. If you're a couple and the price is reasonable, most guys won't refuse. I said calmly. That means you agree. Her eyes lit up, and she added immediately, fearing that I would disrupt the script. Yeah, I nodded simply. Sisters, did you hear that? Such a considerate, handsome guy, good-looking, and with positive values. Let's go. The comments in the live broadcast room exploded again. Quickly locate. Don't stop me. I'll be there soon. Men who buy bags for their girlfriends are the most handsome. I'm definitely a fan. Xiaoqiao Liushui's smile became brighter and brighter, and he continued to ask, Little brother, are you willing to spend a few months' income to buy a luxury bag for your girlfriend? I said calmly, I don't want to. She was stunned for a moment. Little brother, didn't you just say you were willing? When did I say yes? I glanced at her, my tone slightly helpless. Spending several months' income on a bag? Of course I don't want to. The comments in the live broadcast room instantly reversed. Oh, men's mouths are deceitful. He is definitely a scumbag. Support the little brother. These people are really spoiled. Xiaoqiao Lushui tried hard to maintain a smile and tried to restore the rhythm. Why is that? I lowered my head and chuckled, then looked up at her. There is another reason. I want to see what kind of woman is worth me spending tens of millions to buy a bag for. Xiaoqiao Liushui's face froze. He didn't expect the other party to do such a thing. The comments in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Holy crap. Is this a big shot with an annual income of tens of millions? Brother, stop exaggerating. This script is a bit too much. She laughed dryly and asked, Little brother, you make tens of millions a month? About that. I nodded, speaking calmly. The rental income is guaranteed to be several million. She was completely stunned and managed to squeeze out a sentence. What kind of job does the little brother do? Delivering food. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression instantly fell, but the live broadcast room was filled with laughter. The delivery guy earns tens of millions a year? He must be the legendary Matewan shareholder. He talks nonsense in a serious manner. This guy is really good at having fun. The interview was still gaining momentum, but Xiaoqiao Lushui had no idea how to continue. She could only reluctantly end the interview by saying, Thank you for your cooperation, little brother. Just as we were about to finish, she suddenly found a note I had dropped, and her eyes lit up. Brothers and sisters, this note was dropped by my little brother. Do you want to open it and have a look? The comments in the live broadcast room were boiling again. Quickly open it. Take a look at the boss's secret. Maybe it's really some rich man's hidden evidence. The live broadcast room was flooded with comments, all of which were open it and have a look. Xiaoqiao Lushui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not resist the enthusiasm of the audience, and quickly unfolded the note and pointed it at the camera. In the camera, a string of breathtaking numbers came into the audience's eyes. The entire live broadcast room was instantly quiet, as if even the flow of bullet comments was frozen in time. Xiaoqiao Lushui stared at the string of numbers. His pupils contracted violently, and then blurted out, Fuck! This sound seemed to have lit a fuse, and the screen instantly exploded, with the whole screen filled with fuck. She took a deep breath, tremblingly picked up the second note, and showed it to the camera again. This time, the number was even more outrageous. This, more than 5 million? Patek Philippe? How many watches did this guy buy just now? The watch on his hand is indeed real. Xiao Lu Shui murmured to himself, his face full of shock. The comments started to reverse wildly, from the initial ridicule to overwhelming admiration and praise. This is a truly rich man. Go ahead, sisters. He spent 5 million and is so low-key that he looks like an ordinary person. The ceiling of the world. Xiao Liu Shui's face flushed, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he stood there in a daze, feeling very upset. I actually questioned Gu Chen and almost missed the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. How could the comments let her go? Ha! The anchor must be regretting it so much. Hurry up and catch up, or there will be no hope in this life. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Lu Shui stamped her feet suddenly, turned around, and rushed out. The clacking sound of her high heels hitting the ground was like a war drum. The live broadcast room was immediately in an uproar. Look, the anchor is chasing after her. How thick-skinned she is. Ha ha ha. The obsession of marrying into a wealthy family is more important than live broadcasting. At this moment, I was walking towards the exit of the mall. I frowned slightly and found that the receipt was missing, but I was relieved quickly. Forget it, it's not an important thing. I looked up and saw that the balance on my shopping cart was almost gone, so it was time to leave. I walked straight to the door, hailed a taxi, and got in. Just then, Xiao Lu Shui came to the door breathlessly, watched me get into the taxi, and stood there in a daze. She raised her phone and pointed the live camera at the taxi. Oh my God! The super rich man actually took a taxi. The comments exploded again. Low-key. Too low-key. Spending millions, wearing luxury watches, and taking taxis. This is the real boss. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. At the same time, the live broadcast clips were edited and uploaded to major short video platforms, and Millionaire Spender appears in Guangyuan Mall instantly became a hot topic. The comment section exploded with rich people are plain and boring. I returned to my rental house and packed it up. The house I had rented for nearly 2 years was full of memories. But now Thompson One had already been furnished, and I only needed to move in with my luggage. And I no longer needed to work as a delivery man. While thinking, I opened the address book and called the takeaway manager. Hello, Brother Zhang. I want to resign. On the other end of the phone, Manager Zhang was silent for a moment, then laughed boldly. I knew you wouldn't stay long. A dragon stranded on the beach is still a dragon after all, and it will turn into a dragon once it encounters wind and clouds. Let's get together at the old place tonight to see you off. After hanging up the phone, I sent a message to my colleagues. Brothers, I resigned today. Let's get together at the old place tonight. The group instantly went wild with people moved and teasing each other. Fuck. Xiao Chenzi actually quit his job. My dad has become rich, but don't forget your son. Looking at the lively group chat, I replied with a smile. Stop making trouble. See you tonight. Then I packed my suitcase and prepared to move towards a new life. In the taxi, the driver noticed my luggage and asked with interest. Dude, are you moving to a new place? Yes. We moved to Thompson first floor. I replied calmly. The driver was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Dude, your joke is not funny. I shook my head helplessly, too lazy to explain, and let the enthusiastic driver continue to chatter. When we were waiting for the red light, he saw the watch on my wrist, his eyes lit up immediately, and his face showed excitement. Dude, you like watches too? I looked at the watch on my wrist and nodded. Not bad. What a coincidence, I like watches too. But your watch looks very nice. By the way, how much is it? I want to buy one too. The taxi driver continued to nag. The taxi driver's words made me smile. I thought to myself, buddy, I don't look down on you, but you can't guess the price of this watch. Of course, there was no need to point this out, so I joked, it's not expensive, probably just over 2 million. The car suddenly became quiet. The driver glanced at me with suspicion in his eyes. Dude, that's not very authentic. I've seen many watches worth millions, but I've never seen one like yours. I shrugged, smiled, and waved my hands. I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. It's just a high imitation. Upon hearing this, the master immediately showed a smug expression of as expected and laughed. I told you, brother, to be honest, there is really no watch in the world that can hide from me. I couldn't help but laugh, and followed his interest and asked, "Brother, is it really that amazing?" The master looked proud and patted his chest. "Of course. I have three major hobbies in my life: women, watches, and luxury cars. I study them thoroughly. Even though I'm a taxi driver, I can tell the difference between a high-end imitation and an authentic one at a glance." He was bragging enthusiastically, and I was happy to join in, so I pointed at my watch and said, "Brother, can you help me take a look at it? This is a gift from a friend, and I really don't know what brand this high-end imitation is." The master glanced down, frowned, and thought for a moment, then seemed to finally see through everything. "Oh, this must be a replica of Seagull. This kind of watch is cheap for 1 or 2,000, and the expensive ones are only tens of thousands." I nodded seriously and complimented him. "Brother, you are amazing. It really is a Seagull. I really didn't realize it." Hearing what I said, the master was even more proud, as if he had found the highlight of his life. "That's nothing. You should watch more live broadcasts. There is a host who specializes in talking about watches. He said that high-end replica watches are priced at this price, 500 to 600 yuan at most." I suppressed my laughter and thought to myself, it seems that you learned this professional knowledge from live broadcast. Following his thoughts, I nodded in agreement. The master became more and more excited as he talked, and suddenly raised his wrist with a proud look on his face. "Brother, look at my Longines. This is a real watch." I glanced at the watch and said with a smile, "Longines, I heard any model costs tens of thousands, right?" "Of course not." The master straightened his back and said louder, "This watch costs 15,000 yuan. I saved up for 3 years to buy it. Is it worth it?" I nodded and praised. "Brother, you are really determined. I'm really impressed by your persistence." The master was even more ambitious after being praised. "Don't be modest. You will definitely be able to afford it in the future. Just work hard." I smiled and didn't respond, but I secretly complained in my heart, "Brother, I wear a Patek Philippe worth more than 2 million, and I will never change it to Longines no matter how hard I try." However, there is no need to expose his words, so save some face. Along the way, the master was enthusiastic and talked incessantly, and the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Finally, the car arrived at Binjiang Road. He asked me, "Hey, where are we going to stop?" I said calmly, "Let's go to Thompson first class." The driver was stunned for a moment, glanced at me suspiciously, but still did as he was told. He might have been thinking, how could someone who lives in Thompson first floor take my car? Something is wrong. The car stopped at the entrance of Thompson Epine, and the driver really didn't drive forward. "Dude, we're here, but I can't get in." I smiled and said, "It's okay. Let's just do it here." "How much is it?" 30. He quoted the price simply. I was stunned. "So cheap? I remember I spent more than 100 last time I came here." The master smiled proudly and said, "Since you are a friend who knows watches, I will give you a friendly price and only charge you a little for the gas." I almost laughed out loud, but seeing how serious he looked, I couldn't bear to expose him, so I paid some extra money for the fare and gave it to him. After getting off the car, I dragged my suitcase towards the gate of the community, my back confident and calm. The taxi driver watched me leave and stared at the Thompson Epine sign in a daze. He really lives here? After coming to his senses, he quickly took out his phone and found the official website of Patek Philippe. He scanned it and found that the picture of the watch was exactly the same as mine, and the price was more than 2.9 million. His face immediately turned red, and he cursed himself in a low voice. Damn it turns out that he was watching my performance just now. I walked to the security guard, who stopped me politely. "Sir, please show me your ID." I calmly gave my name and ID number. The security guard checked the computer owner's information and was stunned. Chapter 011A, 500 million mansion. Thompson first class. Looking at the owner of the top-floor duplex in Thompson One, it was the young man who got off the taxi in front of him. The security guard's expression changed from surprise to shock, and finally to disbelief. New owner. It turns out that this is the owner who bought the most luxurious home in Thompson One. Although Thompson Epine is very famous, in fact, less than 1/3 of the houses there have been sold. Why? One word: expensive. Another reason is that the rich people who can afford it all buy villas. So who would buy a large apartment? Although the man in front of me looks handsome, his clothes are very ordinary. At first, the security guard thought that Gu Chen only had relatives and friends living here. I didn't expect that the price would be 500 million at once. You can't judge a book by its cover. Hello. I'm so sorry, Mr. Gu. I'll just collect your information and process your pass. The security guard was very respectful at this time. Okay, thanks. The security guard then saved the data for Gu Chen. Gu Chen felt a little bored while waiting, and when he turned around to look outside, he saw that the taxi driver had not left yet. He couldn't help but wonder, doesn't this guy have to go to work? At this moment, the old man was also looking here. He thought he was greeting him, so he smiled at his brother. By this time, the security had just finished. Mr. Gu, sorry for the long wait. It's ready now. You can come and go freely from now on. Okay, thank you. By the way, there will be a delivery truck coming over to give me something. Please let it pass. Gu Chen remembered the clothes he had bought before and said to the security guard, Okay, I will inform Mr. Gu. Then Gu Chen walked directly inside. Looking at Gu Chen's back, the security guard sighed. I wonder which family this young master is from. He is really different. In his heart, he was extremely envious of Gu Chen. Although he worked as a security guard here and could come and go freely every day, nothing inside belonged to him. Entering Thompson One, you will find a pleasing layout and top-notch garden surrounded by mountains and water. Gu Chen was very satisfied. Even the big villa in his hometown could not compare to this place. After walking around for a while, Gu Chen enjoyed himself very much and then went straight into the hall. The magnificent and grand reception center is a must-go place for every owner when they return home. The dome ceiling, which is made of glass without steel, is directly under the blue sky and white clouds. Inside the hall, 2 rows of exquisite women in black business suits stood in line by the door. At the front was Xiao Yuan, the property manager of Thompson One. At this moment, he was waiting here anxiously. He learned from the guard that the mysterious owner, who bought their top-floor duplex mansion in Thompson One, was about to come. They had no information about this mysterious buyer, but that didn't stop them from making a good impression. He looked at the door from time to time and heard the security guard at the gate say that it was a very handsome young man, which made him extremely curious. At this time, Gu Chen walked in directly and was shocked when he saw this scene. Good boy, what's going on? He was obviously unaware of the commotion he had caused. When Xiao Yuan saw a handsome and unfamiliar young man walking in, he was shocked. Here he comes. Then he hurried to meet him. Mr. Gu, welcome to Thompson One. The beautiful receptionist standing in 2 rows shouted in unison, Welcome Mr. Gu to stay at Thompson One. The enthusiastic service made Gu Chen realize instantly that it was to entertain him. It feels pretty good. Gu Chen's face was calm, but he was secretly very happy in his heart. It seems that the mutated Taba has already rationalized everything. Thanks, but he nodded politely. Thompson One has a total of 4 buildings. Building A and Building C are for sale, and Building B and Building D are for rent. Those who can live here must be prominent figures in the outside world. After all, ordinary people can't afford to live here. Big-name celebrities, business tycoons, children of wealthy families, and top wealthy people. It's all about connections. Property manager Xiao Yuan said with an honored expression, It is our honor to serve Mr. Gu. Then he handed over a business card with both hands. Thompson One will provide every owner with private butler service, available on call 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Gu Chen put away the business card and was taken away by the property manager himself. At this moment, the elevator of Building C suddenly opened, and a beautiful woman walked out on the floor. Looking at the scene in the hall, her eyes were filled with surprise and her seductive lips slightly opened. This was the scene she had seen the last time the developer of Thompson One came here. Miss Chu. At this time, a team leader saw the owner Chu Sini coming out and immediately stepped forward to greet her. Sister Rong, what are you doing? Chu Sini was puzzled. The king of our Thompson One building was sold in full today. It's worth 500 million. So manager Xiao took the owner away. Look, he's so handsome and young. I wonder which family he is from. Sister Rong pointed at Gu Chen's leaving back and said enviously, Is it the penthouse duplex? Chu Sini's face was full of surprise. Although her family is wealthy, it is a bit difficult for her to come up with 500 million in cash. You have to know that there are many rich people these days, but it is extremely rare to come up with 500 million at once. What's more, it's buying a house, so it would be fine if it was a villa. But buying a large flat? This shows that they are very powerful. It's like if you ask a millionaire to buy a car worth $800,000. He would definitely be reluctant to do so. Then Chu Sini looked towards Gu Chen's back and just saw Gu Chen turning around to get into the elevator, and her brows immediately frowned. Suddenly, a familiar feeling emerged in her heart. She always felt that this person was very familiar, yet extremely strange. What's strange is that the circle in Huahai City is not that big. She had usually seen young men who could take out so much cash, but not like Gu Chen. What was familiar was that she always felt that she had seen Gu Chen before, but she couldn't remember it for a while. By the way, Sister Rong, do you know this person's name? Then he asked Sister Rong, who was standing beside him. His surname is Gu, and his name is Gu Chen. Sister Rong didn't say much, and this was not a secret. Gu Chen. Chu Sini's eyes lit up, and she finally understood why it looked so familiar. Gu Chen, a student of the Department of Economics and Management at Huahai University, was her alumnus. He entered the finals of a business negotiation event. She showed a talent for business at a young age. During her freshman year, she entered her own company to gain experience. She was known for her decisiveness, unconventionality, and wild imagination, and was invited by the school to be a judge for the event. It's funny to say that she had also heard some things about Gu Chen, a famous figure in the school. When he saw me again, he was shocked by how handsome he was. He was very bold in showing himself and trying to attract my attention. His performance at that time was also refreshing. At that time, I admired him quite a bit, not in the same way as men and women. After all, I have jumped out of the ivory tower of school and entered the society. It's just that I was so busy at that time that I gradually forgot about him. Later, when she thought about wanting to recruit him as her subordinate, he had already graduated and she had lost contact with him, which made her feel regretful. I didn't expect to meet you here. Why? Miss Chu, do you know Mr. Gu? Yeah, Chu Sini not dead. No wonder. Sister Rong showed an expression of understanding. She knew Chu Sini's identity, the eldest daughter of the Chu group. The people she knew must be extraordinary people. No wonder they could afford a mansion worth 500 million. By the way, Miss Chu is going out. There's a dinner party tonight. When Chu Sini said this, a wry smile suddenly appeared on her face, but it was so fleeting that Sister Rong didn't notice it. Is that so? Then we won't disturb Miss Chu, Sister Rong said enviously as she looked at Chu Sini. In her opinion, Chu Sini is simply a template for all women's lives. Chu Sini shook her head without explaining anything and walked outside. Bye. The elevator reaches the top floor. Mr. Gu, we're here, the property manager introduced. Then, under Xiao Yuan's operation, Gu Chen set up 3 palm print mask access control systems, and Gu Chen finally saw his mansion. The bulletproof door is made of precious wood inlaid with intricate and exquisite handmade ornaments, and is decorated with dragon and phoenix patterns carved by masters, which is magnificent and majestic. There are many ways to unlock the gate, so there is no need for the property manager to help here. When Gu Chen owned this luxury house, the automatic artificial intelligence inside recorded Gu Chen's mask and fingerprints. Of course, for the safety of the owner, the key password can be unlocked. Then Gu Chen opened the door. The 20 square meter huge entrance hall is already very enviable. The property manager behind him was also coming in for the first time. He stared at it intently and was full of envy. Okay, Mr. Gu, if you have anything, you can call me. I'll be out first. Although he was extremely envious and wanted to stay a little longer, his reason told him that he had to leave. Yeah, Gu Chen nodded. After watching Xiao Yuan get on the elevator and leave, Gu Chen walked forward again. Entering the suite, an extremely large living room comes into view. The decoration is simple and luxurious, with a strong, new modern style. The classic black and white sofa, matched with a variety of top-level customized home furnishings, is perfectly integrated into the decoration style. How beautiful! Even though Gu Chen had seen the world, he was still slightly surprised at this moment. Then he inspected all the rooms. At this moment, there was only one word left in his mind: big. The top-floor duplex mansion of Thompson One is a large flat, divided into 2 floors. The lower floor is 600 square meters. The upper floor is 400 square meters, with a total area of more than 1,000 square meters. It has everything, including large bedrooms, study, conference room, private swimming pool, private cinema, gym, wine cellar, and guest rooms. The most important thing is its location, the center of Huahai City, and it is the tallest building nearby. Gu Chen can have a 360-degree view of Huahai from here. Admiring all the sights of the bustling metropolis, it is said that the night view is the best place to view it. Then he went to the master bedroom and put the 2 property certificates and another watch in the backpack into the safe. After a short break, he received a call from the Armani delivery man. He then remembered that he had bought a lot of clothes in the morning, So he hurried downstairs and asked them to help him deliver them to his door, otherwise he would have to go back and forth several times. Looking at the deliverman's reserve figure, Gu Chen smiled. "Thank you, brothers. You can look around as much as you want." The two Armani delivery men were stunned when they heard this, and then looked at Gu Chen with great gratitude. It's not that they haven't seen the world, as they have delivered to many wealthy homes in the past. But I have never seen a house decorated so luxuriously. Even the villas cannot compare to it. After getting Gu Chen's permission, the two of them feasted their eyes to their heart's content. Half an hour later, they said goodbye to Gu Chen and left with satisfaction. Now they have a lot of material to brag about when they go back, and they feel even more flattered by the envious eyes of other colleagues. Gu Chen went to the community supermarket and bought some daily necessities. He was busy until the evening, when Gu Chen finally sat on the sofa on the balcony and admired the entire Huahai night view. The lights are bright, and the tall buildings are standing in rows, like a giant steel beast. Looking at the Huangpu River flowing with wealth under his feet, the colorful neon lights flashing, and facing the evening breeze, Gu Chen's mind is completely empty at this moment. All the bitterness of this year disappeared, and was replaced by great enthusiasm. At this moment, the entire Huahai is under my feet. After watching for about 10 minutes, Gu Chen's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 0:12I. Gu Chen, unemployed vagrant. He came to his senses, took out his cell phone, and saw that it was the takeaway manager. Broken. Only then did Gu Chen remember that he had an appointment in the evening. "Hello, Brother Zhang." He picked up the phone immediately. He was too busy this afternoon. "Where are you, kid? You're the only one missing." "I'm so sorry, I just moved and forgot about it." "It's my fault, Brother Zhang. You guys order first. I'll be right there." "Okay then, be careful." "Good." Then Gu Chen hung up the phone. He hurried out of the house, and under the respectful gaze of the security guard, he hailed a taxi and drove away. The two security guards were the same two from noon. Looking at Gu Chen's skillful waving movements, they looked at each other and could see that the other was speechless. "You are a billionaire, but you always take a taxi when you go out. You have a really weird personality, and your habits are really unique." Gu Chen, who was anxious to keep the appointment, didn't know that in the eyes of the security guard, he had become a wealthy man with special hobbies. Fortunately, this place was not far from where he was gathering. Otherwise, by the time he got there, everyone would have probably already eaten their fill. Half an hour later, Gu Chen scanned the code and got off the car. Looking at the very busy street, the fragrance was overwhelming. After being busy for an afternoon, Gu Chen's stomach rumbled. Then he walked skillfully to a dining table, looked at everyone with an apologetic smile, and after he punished himself with 3 cups in a row, everyone let him go. Afterwards, they started drinking and talked about all kinds of topics. Knowing that they and Gu Chen would be from 2 different worlds from now on, everyone was in high spirits. Gu Chen even accepted everyone who came, and the farewell meal made them feel like they were parting forever. But Gu Chen did not forget to pay the bill, and they drank until nearly 10 o'clock before leaving. Only the takeaway manager and Gu Chen were still conscious. They breathed a sigh of relief after carrying several people into the car. "Gu Chen, you can come to us for drinks later." "Yes, Brother Zhang. Thank you for taking care of me this year." "It's no big deal. I'll take them away first." "Good." Gu Chen watched the taxi leave and suddenly sat down on a chair at the bus stop next to him. Although he could drink, he couldn't withstand the attacks of everyone. Although he won the drinking contest, he was also almost drunk. After resting for a while, he stood up unsteadily and walked forward. At this moment, at the door of a high-end private restaurant, a man and a woman were pulling each other, seemingly arguing about something. "Cindy, think carefully. If you leave today, the cooperation between our 2 families will come to an end." One of the men in formal attire spoke in a threatening tone. The other Howard was Chu Cindy before. Her beautiful eyes showed extreme anger. She didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. "Fang Tianqi, don't go too far." Her beautiful face turned pale with anger. "What's wrong with that? I just wanted to invite you to a nightclub for a drink, but I didn't expect you to not give me any face. If that's the case, what's the point of our 2 companies cooperating?" The man in formal attire looked nonchalant. "Humph, don't you know what you were thinking? Let me tell you, if you want to threaten me, Chu Cindy, with this, then you are making a big mistake." Chu Cindy regained her usual composure at this time, then turned and left. The man in formal attire's face darkened at this moment. When he saw Chu Cindy's seductive back, a flash of desire flashed across his eyes. Then followed. Underground parking lot. As soon as Chu Sinny got into the car, the man in formal attire chased after her. Sinny, don't be like this. I was rude just now. I apologize. I just wanted to buy you a drink. I didn't mean anything else. But Chu Sinny didn't give him any chance, and the car drove out without stopping. Sinny, Chu Sinny. He looked at the rear of the car and shouted twice in succession, and the sound echoed in the huge parking lot. Okay, you forced me to do this. Bitch, one day, I will smash your pride to pieces, said the man in formal attire viciously. Of course, Chu Sinny didn't know all this, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. At this moment, she was also feeling annoyed. Although she knew that it was extremely difficult for a woman in the workplace, she did not give up. But she didn't expect that such a disgusting thing would happen. Her company is engaged in product research and development and processing. Some time ago, she worked hard to win a large international order. The other party asked her to complete it within 2 months. She agreed at once. After all, it was no pressure for her. Unexpectedly, when she met with various material suppliers to sign contracts today, the largest raw material supplier of their Chu group actually had a request, which was to have dinner with them in the evening. She thought about it and readily agreed, but she didn't expect it to be Fong Tianchi. She finally figured it out. It turned out that it was the other party who was causing trouble. After being in the business world for so long, she knows exactly what the other person is thinking. How could she accept this? At worst, she could just change her partner. After all, with the reputation of their Chu group, as long as the word got out, there would be plenty of suppliers coming to them. Thinking of this, she breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, when she looked forward, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, which frightened her so much that she slammed the brakes to the bottom. Squeak! The screeching sound of brakes echoed on the road. Finally, the car stopped dozens of meters away from the figure. Huh! She relaxed for a moment, then became angry. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of death? He opened the car door and started cursing at the figure. Gu Chen's eyes were full of stars at this moment. Suddenly, he heard someone talking loudly behind him and turned around. He saw countless shadows flashing before his eyes, and then he fell down. He also faintly heard a pleasant female voice and then lost consciousness. Gu Chen? Hey, are you okay? When Gu Chen turned around, Chu Sinny recognized Gu Chen. Seeing Gu Chen fall down again, she hurried to Gu Chen's side and smelled a pungent smell of alcohol. Seeing that Gu Chen was drunk, he breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you drink so much? He asked subconsciously. Obviously, Gu Chen couldn't answer it. Then she used all her strength to move Gu Chen to the car, intending to take him to the hotel. However, since neither of them brought their ID cards, they gave up. But she couldn't enter Gu Chen's house, so she had no choice but to take Gu Chen back home. The next day, hiss, where am I? Gu Chen rubbed his brows and said dizzily. He remembered that he seemed to be drinking with some former colleagues, but he didn't expect to get drunk in the end. He seemed to have met someone at the end, and then he didn't know what happened next. I looked around, and it was obviously a guest room, but the style here was the same as that of Thompson First Hotel. Did someone send me back yesterday? Then he got up and walked out of the room, and at a glance, everything was unfamiliar. Where is this? He was stunned for a moment. He thought he was in his own home. You're awake. At this moment, a pleasant voice came from his right. He turned his head and was stunned. I saw a woman with a great figure about 1.7 meters tall. The oval face, phoenix eyes, and willow-shaped eyebrows are all gathered together. The whole face is exquisitely carved and perfectly and naturally integrated. She had long black hair that fell to her waist, was wearing home clothes, and was holding 2 bowls of porridge in her hands as she walked slowly towards him. She's like a fairy in a painting. What made him lose his mind was not anything else but the fact that he recognized this face. Chu Sinny. What? Don't you recognize me? Chu Sinny walked straight to the dining table next to her and looked at Gu Chen with a smile. Gu Chen's face turned red. No, why am I here? Chu Sinny smiled and said, You really don't remember? Gu Chen shook his head, looking confused. Okay, let's eat breakfast first. We can talk while eating. Chu Sinny pointed with her slender hand. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Chen sat directly opposite Chu Sinny. Who did you drink with last night? You drank so much, but I didn't care about you. If I hadn't happened to pass by, you might be mining in a mine right now. Chu Sinny rolled her eyes at Gu Chen and joked. Cough, cough. Gu Chen was drinking porridge at this time. He suddenly heard Chu Sinny say this and choked. Giggle. Chu Sinny laughed without any image. Gu Chen did not expect that the legendary Chu Sinny would have such a scene in private. After Gu Chen finished swallowing the porridge in his mouth, he thanked Chu Cini. Thank you for last night. If it weren't for the other party, he would have had to stay outdoors last night. It's okay. By the way, where do you work now? Or, did you start your own company? Chu Cini then remembered something and asked. Chapter 0, 13 buy one, get one free. Unemployed just quit. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen rolled his eyes at Chu Cini and said, You're still running a company. Do you think they're all the same as you? How could he know that he was seen by Chu Cini when he checked in yesterday? Oh. Chu Cini seemed to be thinking about what she heard. Then she lowered her head and drank the porridge in her hand seriously. She thought that Gu Chen was fired yesterday, so he went out to drink so much. Then the two of them fell into silence, with only the sound of drinking porridge being heard. Half an hour later, the two sat on the sofa in the living room. I didn't realize you were so rich, Chu Cini suddenly said. What? Gu Chen was stunned and looked up at Chu Cini with a puzzled look. You're still pretending. Thompson First Floor's King's house was purchased in full by a mysterious young man yesterday, but it caused a huge stir in Huahai City. Many people are very curious about the identity of this mysterious young man. I wonder if you know classmate Gu. Chu Cini stared at Gu Chen with her big phoenix eyes and said with a smile. Hearing this, Gu Chen was shocked. No way. Did she know? Then he met those piercing eyes and knew that the other party must know. Hey, how did you know that? Gu Chen was curious. Logically speaking, he didn't tell anyone about this matter, not to mention that the two of them hadn't been in touch for a long time. Could it be the Thompson Epine Property Management Office? That's not right. The household owner's information is kept strictly confidential. Of course I saw it with my own eyes, Chu Cini said calmly. Then why didn't I see you yesterday? Gu Chen tried hard to recall. He remembered that he had never met her. How could the great young Master Gu pay attention to a little unknown girl like me? Chu Cini pretended to be pitiful. Even she herself didn't realize that she revealed her true self when she saw Gu Chen again. Ahem, Chu classmate Chu is joking. If even the eldest daughter of the Chu group and the IC general manager of Huahai City are unknown, then we are not as good as the ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen burst into laughter. Then the two chatted for a while until Chu Cini's phone rang. Excuse me, I have to take a call. She opened it and said to Gu Chen apologetically, then walked to the balcony in the distance. She can still distinguish between public and private. Gu Chen looked around the room boredly and found that the furniture and decoration everywhere were not as good as his own house. But this place was full of girlish style. The other side. Boss Chu, this is bad. Tina suddenly said that the international situation is grim and raw materials are in short supply. So I'm afraid they can't supply us. Okay, I understand. Find the next one, right away. We must not delay the order with Europe. Chu Cini was not surprised at all when she heard this, as she knew the other person's true face last night. Fang Tianqi, the prince of Tianhe Group, expected the other party to breach the contract. Yes, Mr. Chu, I will find the next one right away, and I promise I won't be late. Okay, that's it. From now on, Tianhe will be put on the group's cooperation blacklist. At the same time, sue them for breach of contract. There was a flash of coldness in Chu Cini's eyes, and she was obviously disgusted by the Tianhe group. Did you finish the fight? Although Gu Chen didn't know what happened, he knew it was not a good thing when he saw that there was no smile on her face. Okay. Thank you very much today. I'll leave first and treat you to dinner in 2 days. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Gu Chen didn't ask, and then said goodbye. Well, that's a deal. Chu Cini smiled when she heard that. After returning home, Gu Chen took a shower immediately. Even he couldn't stand the smell of alcohol. Then I came to the living room, lay on the comfortable sofa, and enjoyed myself. All right, I don't think I've opened Taobao today. I wonder what it's like today. After saying that, he opened Taobao with anticipation. It's still the familiar interface. Today's special. Big sale all over the place. Buy one, get one free. Eminia's luxurious high-end, handmade custom suits. 0.1% off at a bargain price. Patek Philippe 5003P is 10% off and is a loss-making price. Trade in Bugatti Veyron Devo. Looking at the three options above, he felt a toothache. Did I use up all my luck yesterday? Why are all these things happening today? But he also knew that he couldn't change it, so he could only make his choice honestly. Well, the first one is a total bust. I don't even have a job right now. Why would I need a suit? I haven't worn many of the clothes I bought yesterday. The second one, Gu Chen looked at the second option and then at the one on his wrist. He suddenly felt that the one on his wrist was not so good. It was worth more than 20 million. He had only seen this watch on the official website, and even the store yesterday didn't have it. Pity. Looking at the word fold on the back, he knew that he had no chance of getting it. The third one, that's needless to say. How can I have a car? Maybe I once had one, but now, after choosing and choosing, it turns out that I can only choose the first one. The multiple choice question has directly become a single choice question. There's nothing I can do about it. Who told me to be so poor? Then he had no choice but to choose the first one based on the principle of not wasting. Bye. Congratulations to this user for choosing a set of Zegna luxury, high-end handmade custom suits. The original price was 220,000 yuan, and the current price is 2,200 yuan. It has been automatically deducted from the account. Congratulations to this user for acquiring 60% of the shares of Taiyu Group. Two prompt sounds rang out in succession, and Gu Chen was stunned. What is this? The gift is more expensive than the purchase? Then I was ecstatic. It was really a pleasant surprise. After he resigned yesterday, he was still thinking about what to do. He couldn't just find another job, right? That would be too cheap. Unexpectedly, he was offered a job by a company today. But it's still unclear what kind of company this is. Gu Chen muttered. At this moment, he glanced at the coffee table, where a set of unopened packing boxes and a 4A size document suddenly appeared. How come I didn't notice anything? He took paper 4A in his hand and saw that it was indeed a share transfer agreement. Until now, Gu Chen still feels that this mutated taba has great powers, which can make the things he obtains appear in the world reasonably without any flaws. Then he put down the transfer agreement, opened the gift box, picked it up, and opened it. Gu Chen was very satisfied. Founded in 1910, Zegna is famous at home and abroad for producing the best fabrics in the world, especially for its high-end custom suit business. Through continuous innovation by 4 generations of Zegna, from the selection of raw materials to the manufacture of products, they carefully balance the relationship between science and nature, as well as craftsmanship and technology, and have achieved great success in the market. The suit is made of high-quality wool, cashmere, and mohair fabrics, giving it a soft, comfortable, and delicate feel. Yeah, it's worth it. It's better looking and more comfortable than any suit I've seen before. Gu Chen was very satisfied. Maybe I can wear it to the company, but first I need to find out what the Taiyu Group does. Then he opened his phone and started searching for the word Tay. Then a lot of news came out. The group ranked first among the top 10 raw material suppliers in Huahai, Taiyu Group. The raw material harvest was poor this year, and the market value of Taiyu Group has shrunk by 20%. Take you to know the real Taiyu Group. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and clicked on the third link. Taiyu Group is one of the top 10 raw material suppliers in my country. It has been established for nearly 50 years and has a 5% international market share. The most mysterious thing is that no one knows the largest shareholder of the group. It is said that this group has a lot of backing and is controlled by the state, so its development in China is smooth sailing. Its current market value is estimated to be around 30 billion. The current headquarters is in the South District Industrial Park in Huahai City. Seeing this, Gu Chen took a breath. Doesn't that mean I'm already a billionaire now? Gu Chen estimated in his mind that he owned 60% of Taiyu Group's shares, which was equivalent to about 18 billion. Suddenly, he didn't know what to say. While you are at home, wealth will come from heaven. Still extremely rich. Just when he was feeling happy, his cell phone suddenly rang. He opened it and saw an unfamiliar phone call. Could it be related to Taiyu? Thinking of this, he answered the call directly. Hello. Excuse me, are you Mr. Gu Chen? At this time, a middle-aged man's voice came. Yes, I am. You are. Gu Chen had a clue in his mind, but he still expressed doubts. I am one of the directors of Taiyu Group. My name is Jiang Dongqiang. I am currently the general manager. I wonder if Mr. Gu has time. The rest of us shareholders would like to invite you to dinner and report on the group's work. The person on the other side immediately stated his request carefully. He was unsure of Gu Chen's personality and temperament, so he was a little nervous. As for how Gu Chen became the largest shareholder of their group, it was because their original mysterious shareholder suddenly sent them a notice saying that he had transferred his shares to a man named Gu Chen. The news was like a magnitude 9 earthquake to them, and the remaining shareholders held a meeting that night to discuss a solution to the problem. However, no matter how they investigated, they could not find out any identity. Finally, the former chairman suddenly gave them a piece of advice: never offend Gu Chen. So they sent a representative to contact Gu Chen. Of course, all of this was arranged by the mutated Taba, and Gu Chen didn't know it either. Oh, tomorrow, I'll go to the company and take a look. Gu Chen thought about it and agreed. He also happened to go and see the company. Okay, okay. Then tomorrow I and all the shareholders will be waiting for the chairman's arrival. Jiang Dongqiang said respectfully after hearing this. As the group has absolute controlling rights, Gu Chen is naturally the undisputed chairman. Okay, see you tomorrow, President Jiang. See you tomorrow. I won't bother the chairman anymore. Then Gu Chen hung up the phone directly. Chairman? Interesting. He smiled and nodded, then lay at home for the whole day. On the other side, the general manager's office of Chu Group. Chu Sini sat in her own office chair with a very ugly look on her face. Standing in front of her was a woman of similar age and equally beautiful face. Chapter 014, The Crisis of Chu Group. Boss Chu, I just contacted all of Huahai City's top 10 raw material suppliers, but they all rejected us. The reason they gave was that the raw materials had all been bought by Tiana Group, and it would take nearly a month to transport them from the place of origin. After listening to the assistant's report, Chu Sini's face turned very ugly, and he slammed the document in his hand onto the wooden table. How despicable. Boss Chu, what should we do now? With what Tiana has done, the materials we have can only last for 3 days before we have to stop working. The assistant asked worriedly. In the past, she would not have worried at all. At most, she could just wait for other suppliers to deliver the goods. But before that, their group received a large order from abroad, with a profit of 30%. If this order is completed, their Chu group will move to a higher level, and their status and reputation in the country will be greatly improved. Therefore, the Tiana group has taken advantage of the Chu family's weaknesses and is therefore fearless. What about other small suppliers in Huahai City? Chu Sini quickly calmed down and asked the assistant. Boss Chu, I also asked this group of people is simply taking advantage of the situation. The price they offer is far higher than the market price. When the assistant said this, his face looked unhappy and he was very angry. Now the whole Huahai City knows that their Chu group has received a large order, so they all want to fish in troubled waters. Hearing this, Chu Sini's eyes flashed coldly. Promise them that after this, I will settle accounts with them. Yes, but the raw materials for small companies like these are just a drop in the bucket. The assistant nodded in agreement, but was still worried. I'll figure out the rest. I only have one request, and that is that the work cannot be stopped. Chu Sini rubbed her eyebrows at this time. Yes, the assistant couldn't bear to see Chu Sini's haggard face. She knew that Mr. Chu was young, and the pressure he carried was something that even a man could not bear. By the way, Mr. Chu, there is another group that has sufficient raw materials. The assistant suddenly thought of something and immediately said to Chu Sini. Chu Sini opened her eyes instantly, stared at the assistant, and motioned for her to continue. Taiyu Group. Although Tianhe Group used its connections to buy up all of Huahai City's transportation materials, Taiyu Group is not only in Huahai, it is a national supplier. As long as we convince them, our predicament will be solved. It is impossible for Tianhe Group to acquire all of Taiyu Group's raw materials. They don't have that much face, and they don't have that much financial resources, the assistant said excitedly. Yes. Chu Sini's eyes also lit up. She was so anxious before that she didn't think of this. Then she found the phone number of Taiyu Group's customer service department and dialed it. The assistant was also waiting quietly with hope. Hello. This is Taiyu Group's customer service department. How can I help you? The phone beeped for 2 seconds before being connected by Shinran, and a standard your voice came out. Hello. I'm the general manager of Chu Group. I'd like to talk to your general manager, Jiang. Chu Sini said directly, without any nonsense. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? No. After Chu Sini answered, there was an awkward pause of several seconds on the other end of the phone. Then a voice of apology was heard. I'm sorry, Miss Chu. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Then can you help me convey it? Please. Chu Sini became anxious when she heard this. This was her only way to break the impasse. I'm sorry, Miss Chu. I may not be able to help you here. Then there was a busy tone as the phone was hung up. Chu Sini was also embarrassed. She didn't expect the other party to be so disrespectful to her. Mr. Chu, maybe the other party thinks you are a liar. The assistant knew what Chu Sini was thinking when he saw her expression and immediately advised her. Ayufine, even if they know, so what? They're a large national company, but what about our Chu group? I'm afraid they don't take it seriously yet. Chu Sini shook her head and smiled bitterly. She knew that their Chu group was not important enough in other people's eyes. Otherwise, she would have directly called the general manager. No, this is the only solution for our Chu corporation. I will go to their group headquarters to meet with President Jiang tomorrow. Chu Sini's eyes were firm. The next morning, Gu Chen got up early, put on the custom-made suit he was rewarded with yesterday, and came to the mirror. I was very satisfied with the perfect fit. Taba had already arranged everything. Set off. Then Gu Chen walked out the door and hailed a taxi. Watching the scenery outside the window quickly recede. Maybe I should buy a car. Naturally, he also noticed the look of the security guard at the door. It was so embarrassing. Fortunately, his more than a year of delivery experience made him calm. The rewards of these days made him lose himself. First it was an office building, then an apartment in Tangshan, and then he became the chairman of a billion-dollar company, which made him forget the fact that he was a poor man. Although these assets combined can make him a billionaire, assets are assets and cash is cash, and the two are not the same concept. Sometimes he even thought about selling the office building, but as soon as this idea came to his mind, he strangled it to death. Of course, he was not in a hurry. He believed that he would be rich soon. The car had already stopped quietly on the road while his thoughts were flying away. An hour passed, and the car had not traveled 5 kilometers. Master, is there such a traffic jam every day? Gu Chen looked at the speed comparable to that of an ant and asked the taxi driver curiously. Yeah, it's rush hour now. This stretch of road is the most congested. It was even congested for a whole day. I was also carrying a passenger at the time. He didn't have the same mentality as you. He was very anxious and even got off the car and ran away in the end, the driver said with a smile. He even looked at Gu Chen with an expression of approval in his eyes. Don't be sad or anxious. Great things can be expected. All right. Gu Chen didn't think so much about it. After all, he didn't need to rush. Which boss have you ever seen who is not late? Afterwards, the driver was persuaded by Gu Chen to start talking, from the traffic jam to national affairs, which was even more talkative than the news broadcast. Gu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he could only say a few perfunctory words. Gu Chen has been taking Didi for travel these days. He has discovered that all the taxi drivers are talented and speak nicely. Emergency report. A serious rear-end collision has occurred on Binjiang Road. Passengers who need to pass this road, please take a detour. The sound of traffic conditions came from the car radio. Little brother, we can't leave now. It may take at least 4 or 5 hours to deal with this. The driver said to Gu Chen immediately after hearing this. Is that so? Gu Chen also frowned when he heard this. Little brother, if you are in a hurry, you can get off here. There is a subway entrance not far ahead. The driver said kindly to Gu Chen. Although Gu Chen was not in a hurry, he didn't want to waste a few hours here. Okay, thank you, master. I'll get off here. How much is it? Well, let's give the starting price of 15. Then Gu Chen scanned the payment code, transferred it, and walked down. On the way, Gu Chen saw many white-collar workers in suits, who also got off the bus and walked towards the subway entrance not far away. He found it very interesting. At this time, a young man in a suit and tie came down in front of Gu Chen. The man was pulling his tie like a dog on a leash. Puff! Gu Chen laughed immediately. Huh? Buddy, are you going to work too? When this gentleman saw Gu Chen, his eyes lit up and he greeted him in a familiar manner. Well, but what you were doing? Gu Chen nodded and then asked. Hey, I'm going to work. Yesterday, my mother insisted on taking me to buy a suit. It's not much, just about $10,000. I didn't expect that I would still feel so awkward. I said that I don't like wearing suits, but there was nothing I could do since my mother insisted on me wearing it. The man raised his eyebrows when he heard this and said nonchalantly, especially when he mentioned tens of thousands of yuan. He glanced at Gu Chen. Forehead. Gu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Have I encountered Versailles literature? Then he looked at the man in front of him. Dude, your suit looks pretty handsome. It probably cost a few thousand. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't say anything, he looked at Gu Chen's suit a few more times and said with a knowledgeable look. Yeah, almost. Gu Chen responded in agreement. He didn't say much to this guy. After all, people won't believe you if you tell the truth. So it's better not to tell them, lest they think you were just showing off. Hey man, let me tell you, a suit can best reflect a man's charm and status. I'm not exaggerating. Look at me like this. When I get on the subway, the girls who know what's going on will definitely look at me differently. This guy is very smug at this moment. Forehead. Gu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. What did he think he could say from this gentleman's mouth? By the way, buddy, where are you going? Maybe we can go together. I'll let you see the charm of a suit worth tens of thousands of dollars. South District Industrial Park. Gu Chen did not hide it. What a coincidence. Man, we are really destined to meet. I'm going there too. By the way, my name is Hu Kai. What's yours? Gu Chen. Let's go. Brothers, let's go together. Then the two of them walked towards the subway entrance together. Many companies are located in the Huahai City South District Industrial Park, so the municipal government built a subway line for it last year and named it Line 6. At this time, the subway express train heading to the industrial park was packed with white-collar workers in suits. Gu Chen and the new acquaintance Hu Kai finally squeezed in. Brothers, stop pushing. Make room. Move aside. Gu Chen followed Hu Kai and heard Hu Kai's loud voice from time to time. When they reached the middle of the carriage, they breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect there would be so many people on the subway. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the subway, Hu Kai said regretfully. Gu Chen nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, it's too late. At this time, Hu Kai no longer had the idea of showing off his suit. There was no conversation along the way, until the next stop when the carriage became much emptier. At this time, two elderly people came up and instantly attracted the attention of the entire car. The two old men looked to be in their 60s and were actually wearing nice suits. Generally, elderly people of this age spend their remaining years at home enjoying their retirement and playing with their grandchildren. The two people in front of them seemed to be still busy with work, which naturally attracted everyone's attention. However, the two of them didn't care about the eyes of the crowd and lowered their heads to whisper from time to time. Hu Kai was also keeping an eye on the two old men in suits. Suddenly, he noticed that they were looking at him from time to time. His eyes lit up. Could it be that he discovered my suit worth tens of thousands? Thinking of this, he instantly became energetic. Although he stood with Gu Chen, he automatically ignored Gu Chen. Brother, did you notice that those two old men noticed that my suit was extraordinary? Hu Kai came up and whispered to Gu Chen, unable to hide the pride and excitement on his face. Forehead. Gu Chen also glanced over and found that the two old men were also looking at them, and even nodded to Gu Chen. Dude, did you see that? They even said hello to me? Hu Kai was even happier seeing this. What do you think, buddy? I told you a good suit can definitely make you more charming. Even an old man can't resist it. Forehead. Gu Chen was speechless when he heard this, and even wanted to laugh. He could tell from the beginning that the suits those two old men were not cheap and were definitely much more expensive than the one Hu Kai was wearing. So how could anyone like the suit Hu Kai was wearing? But he didn't expose him either. So, you recognize the suit I was wearing? Gu Chen guessed in his heart. Gu Chen, they are coming over. At this time, Gu Chen heard Hu Kai's exclamation, looked up, and sure enough, they were walking towards him. Then he looked at Hu Kai's excited expression, and suddenly a playful idea flashed through his mind. He was very much looking forward to seeing Hu Kai's expression when the other party came over. Hu Kai spoke first. Hello, two old gentlemen. Well, hello, young man. One of the younger older men looked at Hu Kai and responded with a smile. Then he walked past Hu Kai and walked towards Gu Chen. The old man is after the things on my body, Hu Kai said excitedly. However, when he saw the two old gentlemen, they walked directly towards Gu Chen without even looking at him, and stopped talking before they finished speaking. Swish! The three of them looked at Hu Kai instantly. Oh, what did this brother say? The old man who had greeted Hu Kai before asked curiously. Ahem, nothing. Hu Kai was embarrassed. At this moment, he felt embarrassed and wanted to pick his feet. Hey, young man, is the suit you are wearing custom-made by Zegna? The other old man's eyes sparkled, as if he had seen an extremely beautiful woman. Old sir, you have good eyesight, Gu Chen thought to himself, as expected, and then replied with a smile. Hiss, it's true. I ordered a set a long time ago, but it hasn't been completed yet. I didn't expect that this young man is really extraordinary. When the old man heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his cloudy eyes. The old man is in a serious condition. He really didn't know that he had to pre-order this suit. No, young man, you know that a suit like yours is hard to come by in this circle. There are only so many places for the Zegna brand every year, the old man said excitedly. What are you talking about? Hu Kai's mind went blank at this moment. But he still understood that the suit on Gu Chen was very famous and very expensive. Thinking of this, he looked at Gu Chen with an extremely complicated look. I thought it was bronze, but it turned out to be king. He could no longer hear what Gu Chen said about the two old men. At this moment, he felt like a clown. While chatting with the two of them, Gu Chen glanced at Hu Kai and laughed inwardly when he saw his expression. Okay, little brother, we're here. We'll talk later. At this time, they arrived at a station. The two old men chatted happily with Gu Chen and even exchanged contact information with Gu Chen. Okay, Mr. Liang, Mr. Lei, goodbye. Gu Chen said politely. Brother man, how much is this suit of yours? At this time, Hukai saw the two old men leaving, came to Gu Chen, and asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen glanced at Hukai calmly. Not expensive. 2,200 yuan, Hukai said in disbelief. No, buddy. You were so boring now? Just now those two old men were so adoring of your suit. How could it be worth only over 2,000 yuan? Okay, more than 30,000. Gu Chen casually said a number. More than 30,000 is not expensive. Why do those two people respect it so much? Hukai was surprised at first, and then he doubted. Maybe they just like this one of mine, too. Hukai was stunned for a moment, then nodded. It is true that money cannot buy happiness. Afterwards, the two of them lived in peace. But Hukai always felt that something was wrong. It was not until they reached the subway terminal, Industrial Park Station, and heard the English announcement that they reacted. Wait, man. Seeing Gu Chen walking out, he quickly chased after him. Gu Chen looked at him in confusion. Brother, was the price you mentioned before in US dollars? Hukai looked at Gu Chen and asked nervously. Gu Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Isn't it that it's been such a long time since my friend asked you now? But he nodded anyway. Hiss, it's true. Hukai's expression suddenly changed constantly. When Gu Chen said hello and left, Hukai was left alone, disheveled in the wind. Wouldn't more than 30,000 US dollars converted into RMB be 200,000? Hiss, 200,000 for a suit? Oh my God, what kind of family is this? I'm still pretending in front of others? Thinking of this, he felt embarrassed again and stared at Gu Chen's departing back, stunned for a while. I think Gu Chen is really weird. He is so rich, but still works as a taxi driver and even squeezes into the subway with him. It's really strange. Then he walked towards his company. After leaving the platform, Gu Chen followed the navigation on his phone and arrived at the tallest building. Looking at those magnificent large characters, he felt excited. Taiyu Group, this is my company. Then he calmed down and walked towards the hall. Hello, sir. Who are you looking for? The receptionist in the lobby asked politely. Gu Chen did not answer her, but looked around. The clear and reflective marble and the luxurious and gorgeous crystal chandeliers all demonstrate the strength of the group. Sir, who are you looking for? Seeing that Gu Chen did not answer her, but looked around at the surrounding environment with a satisfied nod on his face, she felt extremely strange, but also a little proud and funny. She is proud to be a member of Taiyu Group, and she feels proud when she sees others' satisfaction and envy towards her company. What's funny is that the young man in front of you might have thought you were here to inspect your own company. Excuse me, I'm looking for your Jiangdong Chong Jiangzhou. Gu Chen then reacted, apologized to the front desk, and then told the purpose of his visit. Forehead, the lady at the front desk froze. Does this gentleman have an appointment? Gu Chen nodded. Thinking about the conversation with Jiang Dongxiang last night, he also made an appointment. Then please tell me your name, sir. I can check it out. Then the receptionist smiled even more brightly at Gu Chen. Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded and said his name. Okay, wait a moment. The front desk then checked the visitor record of their company's general manager today on the computer. Then her face turned strange. She glanced at Gu Chen and found that he was still calm and composed. She thought she had missed him, so she checked again. As a result, there was no one named Gu Chen on today's visit list. Mr. Gu, are you mistaken? I don't have any record of your appointment here, the receptionist said with a smile. As a multi-billion-dollar group, Taiyu Group's front desk service quality is first class. Forehead. Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this, and looking at the sincere look of the lady at the front desk, it didn't seem like she was lying to him. Excuse me, let me make a phone call to ask. Gu Chen also felt his face slightly red, and after saying something, he walked aside and made a phone call. The lady at the front desk did not laugh, but in her heart, she had already regarded Gu Chen as a speculator who wanted to trick him into meeting Mr. Jiang. She had been working at the reception desk for so long that she naturally knew that many people wanted to see their general manager. Gu Chen walked to the side, took out his phone, and made the call from yesterday. The call was connected within 2 seconds. Obviously keeping an eye on his phone. Hello? Director Gu? Where are you? The person on the other side was even more anxious than Gu Chen. Before Gu Chen could speak, Jiang Dongxiang's voice came out immediately. Mr. Jiang, I'm at the lobby, but I haven't made an appointment yet, so I can't get in. Gu Chen joked after hearing this. Ah, sorry, Mr. Gu, it's my fault, I forgot. I'm so sorry. I'll call the front desk right away. No, I'll come down in person. The person on the other side was stunned when he heard Gu Chen's words, and then apologized. Phoenix. Then Gu Chen heard the sound of running. He shook his head and hung up the phone. Gu Chen hung up the phone and was about to talk to the receptionist when a middle-aged man walked in. Minister Du, the lady at the front desk quickly called out. Yeah, Xiaoru, you've become beautiful again. The middle-aged man nodded and said something fancy about the receptionist. The receptionist didn't say anything due to his status as a gentleman. Gu Chen on the side frowned. He heard the receptionist call the middle-aged man head, which meant he was also from Taiyu Group. However, when he looked at the time on his wrist, it was obviously past 10 o'clock, which was well past working hours. As a manager, he was the first to be late. He also flirted with employees. Gu Chen's face looked a little ugly. At this time, Minister Du seemed to have seen Gu Chen as well and was stunned. Then I looked at the front desk hoping to give him an explanation. Minister Du, this Mr. Gu is here to see President Jiang. The receptionist looked at Gu Chen and explained. Oh, you're here to see Mr. Jiang. Sure, what did you do? How could you let Mr. Jiang's guest stand here? When Minister Du heard that Gu Chen was here to see President Jiang, his expression immediately changed. The speed is fast enough to match Trump's face changing. Minister Du, I just checked, and there is no appointment record for Mr. Gu with Mr. Jiang. Cheru at the front desk said in a low voice in grievance. What? Minister Du was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned as dark as an African. He immediately understood that in the past many people wanted to see their President Jiang, but they didn't have an appointment, so they came to the group lobby to try their luck. Obviously, he regarded Gu Chen as such a person. Snort. I couldn't help but snort coldly. Then he glared at the receptionist to hide his embarrassment. He ignored Gu Chen and walked inside. He cursed Gu Chen in his heart. At this time, the elevator reached the 15th floor and stopped. When he opened it, he was stunned. I saw a group of people headed by Jiang Dongxiang waiting at the elevator door, and several major directors and supervisors of the group were there. Boss Jiang, Minister Du, it's just right that you're here. Come on, I'll introduce someone to you. Jiang Dongxiang nodded and said, Oh. Although Minister Du didn't know what was going on, he still followed them obediently. Seeing that there was a minister who had a good relationship with him nearby, he immediately asked, Lao Lu, what's going on? I don't know. President Jiang suddenly asked us to come over to greet someone. The man named Lao Lu shook his head. All right, Minister Du noted in disappointment. Bye. The elevator had reached the first floor at this time, and Jiang Dongxiang walked out first. Seeing that there was only the receptionist and a strange, young, handsome man in the hall, I immediately realized that the strange young man was the largest shareholder of the group and the future chairman. Immediately greeted him warmly. Well, hello, Mr. Jiang. Gu Chen also smiled and stretched out his right hand to shake it. It's really better to meet in person than to hear about him. I didn't expect Mr. Gu to be so young and handsome. President Jiang praised him without asking for anything in return. This shocked the senior executives who followed behind. Gu, Director Gu. Everyone looked at each other, as if they had heard an incredible secret. Minister Du in the back turned pale. He didn't expect that the young man actually knew their CEO, Jiang. It seemed that he was thinking of this. His face turned even paler. Director Gu, let me introduce you to the group's management team. Then President Jiang glanced at the people behind him and said to Gu Chen with a smile. Gu Chen nodded. Director Gu, this is the group's financial director, Lu Yu. This is the RD department. President Jiang introduced Minister Du to Gu Chen one by one. When he introduced the last one, Minister Du, he felt curious when he saw his evasive eyes and pale face. Minister Du, what's wrong with you today? Are you feeling unwell? Minister Du looked even more distressed upon hearing this, but he didn't know how to answer. Fine. He saw that Gu Chen didn't say anything and obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, everyone should be curious about the person in front of me. President Jiang then looked at everyone and said with a smile, This is Gu Chen, the largest shareholder of our group and also the chairman of the group. As soon as the words fell, everyone's faces changed drastically. Even though they had guessed it in their minds before, they were still surprised when they heard President Jiang say it with their own ears. You have to know that these senior executives have been in the group for several years or even longer, but have never met the chairman of the group. They even thought that the group has no chairman. Hello, chairman. Then after a few seconds, everyone shouted in unison. After working in the workplace for a long time, everyone has become a shrewd person. They know that this signal may mean that the chairman will personally be in charge of the entire group in the future. If not now, when? Well, hello. Gu Chen smiled and interacted with everyone. Okay, everyone go back to work. From now on, the chairman will personally preside over the work. Jiang Dongxiang saw Gu Chen nodded at this time, so he stood up and spoke to everyone. Okay, everyone understood and left one by one, nodding respectfully to Gu Chen as they left. Mr. Jiang, how many years has Minister Du been working? Looking at Minister Du's back, Gu Chen suddenly asked. Minister Du, he is a veteran of our group. He has been here for nearly 10 years. Although Mr. Jiang didn't know what Gu Chen meant, he still said it honestly. I just saw him openly molesting an employee here, and he was late for work. Gu Chen glanced at Jiang Dongxiang and said calmly, Of course I don't want you to deal with it. I just want to tell you that I don't want the same thing to happen again in the future. Okay, Director Gu, I will take care of this matter. Jiang Dongxiang nodded after hearing this. Let's cancel his year-end bonus for the next 3 years. Gu Chen seemed to have thought of something and added. He knew that no matter how big the group was, there would definitely be many such things happening inside it. But since he had discovered it, he would naturally not allow it. Clear. Jiang Dongxiang naturally had no objection. Then he took Gu Chen to his office, where the other 3 shareholders were waiting. Everything that happened in the hall was seen carefully by the receptionist, and her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. She didn't expect that Gu Chen was actually the chairman of their group, and she just heard with her own ears that Minister Du was going to be punished, which made her even happier. She was afraid that Minister Du would never bother her again in the future. At this time, it was the general manager's office on the 15th floor of Taiyu Group. 5 men sat on the sofa, casually. An older man complimented Gu Chen. Director Gu is really young and promising. Yes. I believe that our Taiyu will be more prosperous in the hands of Director Gu. Several people nearby echoed the sentiment. No, the group still needs you seniors to take the helm. Gu Chen was naturally not a rookie in the workplace. He had seen a lot of these polite words in his father's company since he was a child, so his words were flawless at this moment. Then the few of them introduced themselves to each other. The whole office was filled with laughter. At this time, a red luxury car stopped steadily in front of the Taiyu Group building. When the security guard saw a luxury car coming, he immediately looked over with curiosity. I saw a peerless beauty who looked like a fairy from heaven walking down from the driver's seat. The 1.7-meter-tall figure walked towards the hall in crystal high heels. Hello, what can I do for you? At this time, the receptionist was still thinking about Gu Chen's figure with a crazy look on her face. Suddenly, she heard a crisp sound of footsteps and immediately came back to her senses. She saw a beauty that made her jealous, but she still did not forget her duties. Hello, I want to talk to your CEO, Jiang. A pleasant and soft voice was heard. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked with a professional smile. No. The woman hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. I'm sorry, ma'am. I can't let you in without a reservation. Is that so? Beauty, can you help me? I really need help from your CEO, Jiang. When the woman heard the front desk clerk refuse, she became anxious. Ma'am, I'm really sorry. You don't have a reservation, so I don't have the right to let you in. The receptionist shook her head and refused. My name is Chu Sini, and I'm the general manager of the Chu Group. I want to discuss a cooperation with your CEO, Jiang. It turns out that this woman is Chu Sini, the icy beauty of Huahai City. At this moment, the receptionist was shocked when she heard Chu Sini reveal her name, and then she showed an excited expression. Chu Sini is the idol of many women. As a woman, she is not inferior to any man. The front desk clerk is one of them, but she still remains rational. The group system is the system. I'm really sorry, Miss Chu. If you need to see Mr. Jiang for anything, you can make an appointment with the customer service department. The receptionist looked apologetic. Is that so? Chu Sini looked at the expression on the front desk clerk's face and immediately revealed a look of disappointment. She knew the responsibilities of the front desk clerk, so she didn't blame them. But she was still very disappointed in her heart. If she could have made an appointment with Mr. Jiang, she wouldn't have come to the door of someone else's group to try her luck. Ms. Chu, do you really want to see Mr. Jiang? The receptionist felt a little reluctant when she saw Chu Sini like this. Chu Sini suddenly heard the receptionist say this, and immediately looked at the receptionist with expectant eyes. Miss Chu, I can't help you either. Even if I let you in, you won't be able to see Mr. Jiang, but I can call Mr. Jiang's assistant. As for whether Mr. Jiang is willing to see you, I don't know. Seeing Chu Sinny's expectant eyes, the receptionist suddenly felt embarrassed. It's okay. Thank you. Chu Sinny hurriedly thanked him. She was very grateful to the receptionist. Hello. This is the lobby front desk. The receptionist then picked up the landline and dialed. Speak. A capable voice came from the other side. I have a visitor who wants to see Mr. Jiang. I wonder if Assistant Yin can help convey the message. The receptionist was very nervous, as she knew she was overstepping her authority. However, when she saw the expectant look in her idol Chu Sinny's eyes, she gritted her teeth and told her what happened, then held her breath and listened to the other party's answer. Chapter 017, I have another plan. Would you like to know more? Chu Sinny was also very nervous at this time. She knew this was her last chance. Time passed by minute, and there was silence on the other end of the phone. Chu Sinny gradually fell into despair. Suru, do you know that you are violating the rules? You must know that President Jiang is not seeing guests today, right? A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. The receptionist turned pale with fright. She remembered that the chairman of their group came to inspect today. She had also met the unnaturally young chairman. The front desk didn't know what to say at this point. Chu Sinny looked at the front desk with an apologetic look on her face. She knew that this was because of her family. However, the chairman praised you a lot before. Just when the front desk clerk didn't know what to do, another voice came from the other end of the phone. The receptionist was stunned. What did she hear? Chu Sinny was stunned. She also heard the other party's voice. Before coming, she already knew something about Taiyu Group. The head of Taiyu Group is Mr. Jiang Dongxiang. The mysterious chairman of their group seemed to have never appeared, so much so that the outside world believed that Taiyu Group had no chairman at all. So, I'll help you this time, but whether President Jiang will meet me or not is not something I can predict. The person on the other end of the phone suddenly laughed. Thank you, Assistant Yin. The receptionist was overjoyed and immediately thanked him. Although she didn't know why Gu Chen praised her, she was still very happy to hear that Assistant Yin was willing to help. Then she looked at Chu Sinny with a satisfied expression. Although Chu Sinny was confused, she was still very happy to hear this. After all, she had another chance. Who wants to see Mr. Jiang? Chu Sinny, general manager of Chu Group. It's her. Assistant Yin was stunned when she heard this, and immediately understood the other party's intention, but she didn't think that President Jiang would agree to cooperate with her. As the assistant to the general manager, she naturally knew a lot of inside information. Assistant Yin then hung up the phone and went to the general manager's office. He faintly heard the voices of a pleasant conversation inside. He pursed his lips and knocked on the door. Boom, boom. Hearing the sound inside, everyone turned around to look, and President Jiang frowned at this time. Enter. Chairman, President Jiang, and several directors. I'm sorry to bother you. I just received a call from the front desk downstairs in the hall, saying that someone wants to see President Jiang. Assistant Yin reported truthfully. Didn't I say it? I won't see any guests today. Mr. Jiang was stunned when he heard that, and then said unhappily. He looked at the assistant who had been with him for several years, wanting to hear her explanation. He believed that she would not be such a person who did not know the timing. I told you, but the front desk clerk at the lobby insisted that the guest was here in cooperation with Mr. Jiang. After Assistant Yin finished speaking, he glanced at Gu Chen. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Chen had praised the front desk before, why would she take such a big risk? Now Gu Chen became interested. He had known the front desk before, and her personality was not so tough at all. Why would she be so tough this time? Who wants to see me? Mr. Jiang frowned when he heard this. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Chen praised him the day before yesterday, he would have cursed out loud. It's Chu Sinny, the general manager of the Chu Group. Assistant Yin said the name without hesitation. It's her. The four people in the office were all stunned, but their thoughts were different. Tell her that we at Taiyu can't help her with the crisis of the Chu Group. President Jiang understood instantly after hearing this, shook his head, and said to Assistant Yin, Yes. Assistant Yin already knew this would be the result, and he turned around and walked outside, etc. Suddenly, Gu Chen's voice was heard in the office. He didn't expect to meet Chu Sinny here, and it sounded like she was in trouble. Mr. Gu, what's wrong? Mr. Jiang asked curiously. Assistant Yin also stopped and looked at Gu Chen. Let's meet her. Chu Sinny is my schoolmate. Gu Chen said directly. What? This news surprised everyone else present. Mr. Gu is still a top student even though he didn't arrive first. It was Mr. Jiang who reacted first and flattered him again. Yes, yes, yes. I didn't expect that our director Gu is a student of Huahai University. He is really talented and intelligent. Yes, since he is Mr. Gu's schoolmate, let's meet him. Several other shareholders cooperated. Yes, I'll do it right away. Assistant Yin didn't expect it to be such a coincidence, and then he retreated. Boss Jiang, you just said that even you can't help her. What's the matter? Even our Taiyu can't do anything. Gu Chen was a little curious at this time. Director Gu, this is a long story. It's not that we are powerless. It's like this. This matter has to start with the Chu family. Then President Jiang told Gu Chen the whole story. So that's how it is? Gu Chen suddenly realized, and then he remembered the call Chu Sini received yesterday morning, which was probably related to this. I'm so sorry, Mr. Gu. We didn't know that he was your schoolmate before. At this time, Mr. Jiang apologized. It's okay. The interests of the group are the most important thing. You are doing the right thing. He knows that business is all about profit. However, he also wanted to help Chu Sini. After all, she saved him once last night. But there will be no help without any reward. On the other side, in the lobby, at this moment, Chu Sini watched the time pass by little, and she no longer had any expectations in her heart. In fact, she knew that the chance of the other party helping her was close to zero, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she didn't want to give up. Unless a miracle happens, the Chu family might not be able to survive this time. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel sad. The receptionist next to her didn't know how to comfort Chu Sini. She also didn't expect that her idol was actually under a lot of pressure. At this time, her phone rang. It immediately attracted the attention of both of them. Hello? How's Assistant Yin? The receptionist asked hurriedly. Okay. Ask Miss Chu to come to the 15th floor. I'll be waiting for her at the elevator, Assistant Yin said in a gentle tone. Ah, really? The front desk clerk was very happy to hear this. Chu Sini naturally heard it as well. Although she knew that it was unlikely that Mr. Jiang would agree to help, she still wanted to try it herself. Okay. Thank you, Assistant Yin. The receptionist immediately expressed his gratitude. Then he asked Chu Sini to go to the 15th floor. Miss Chu, it all depends on you from now on. I hope you can get what you want, the receptionist said with blessing. Thank you, Suru. Chu Sini was extremely grateful. If it weren't for the other party, she would definitely not have gotten this opportunity. Then she got on the elevator with a nervous heart, and soon she reached the 15th floor. The elevator door opened, and an exquisite woman in a professional suit appeared in front of Chu Sini. Looking at the ID card on her chest, she knew that she was Assistant Yin who was on the phone. Thank you, Assistant Yin. Chu Sini was the first to express her gratitude. Generally, people of the same sex are not willing to give in to each other. But today, after seeing Chu Sini, Assistant Yin became jealous of her looks and skin. No need to thank me, let's go. The chairman and Mr. Jiang are waiting. Then he turned and walked away. Chu Sini hurried to follow. At the same time, I became more curious about the chairman of their group. Boom, boom. The two stopped outside the general manager's office. Come in. I only heard the sound of someone entering the room. Please come in, Miss Chu, Assistant Yin said. Thanks. Chu Sini thanked him and walked in. The 5 men inside appeared in her eyes. She had seen Jiang Dongqiang before, but she looked at the remaining 4 and didn't recognize them. I know she was shocked when she saw the last figure. Gu Chen, why are you here? He shouted suddenly. What? I can't be here. Gu Chen said with a smile. Ms. Chu, this is the chairman of our group? Where else could he be if not here? At this time, President Jiang glanced at Chu Sini, his eyes still filled with amazement. He would have such thoughts every time he saw Chu Sini. At this time, he somewhat understood Gu Chen's thoughts. Their chairman is also young and handsome. Isn't this a perfect match for Chu Sini? What? You are the chairman of Taiyu? At this moment, Chu Sini's pretty cherry mouth opened wide, her face full of disbelief. That's right. Gu Chen nodded directly. He felt extremely comfortable when he saw Chu Sini's expression. After hearing Gu Chen's personal admission, she still found it a little hard to believe. It's like a friend of yours suddenly tells you that he is actually Jack Ma's son. Then you know how he feels at that moment. By the way, why are you here? Gu Chen asked with a smile. Oh, by the way, Mr. Jiang, the purpose of my opening this time is... After hearing Gu Chen's question, Chu Sini finally put her thoughts aside and spoke to President Jiang. But she was interrupted by President Jiang before she finished. Boss Chu, I know why you're here, but I can't do anything about it. All of our Taiyu raw materials have long been bought by Tianhe, and they were bought at a price 30% higher than the market price. so there's nothing we can do. Once he entered the working state, Mr. Jiang would directly address the other party by their position. I'm really sorry. If President Chu had told me before that he knew our chairman, I would definitely have cooperated with you. President Jiang looked regretful. Chu Xinyi's face darkened when she heard this. Although she knew this would be the result, hearing it with her own ears was another matter. She wanted to look for Gu Chen again, but when the words came to her lips, she stopped. Her pride did not allow her to ask for help from others, and when facing Gu Chen, she always had a special feeling and did not want to be weak in front of him. Student Chu. At this time, Gu Chen suddenly spoke. Although I am the chairman of the group, you also know that I can't harm the interests of the group, so I can't do anything about this matter. Hearing this, Chu Xinyi was stunned, then nodded, but her heart was filled with sadness. Although she expressed her understanding, women have always been emotional animals. However, I have another plan here. Are you interested in learning about it? Chapter 0, 18 High. Really high. Chu Xinyi looked up at Gu Chen after hearing this, with a glimmer of hope in her beautiful eyes. President Jiang and the other 3 directors were also looking at Gu Chen. They had never thought that Gu Chen had another plan before. What do you think of our Taewoo? Gu Chen did not tell his plan, but asked this question. Although Chu Xinyi didn't know what Gu Chen meant, she thought about it and replied seriously. As one of the top 10 raw material suppliers in my country, Taiyu Group also has a certain position in the international market. It is a group with very good development prospects. That's right. But this is both its advantage and disadvantage. Gu Chen looked at everyone's puzzled eyes. Only Chu Xinyi seemed to be thinking about something. Gu Chen continued. Since we Taiyu occupy such a large market share, why can't we use this advantage ourselves? For example, we have our own processing plants and our own products. Following Gu Chen's voice, the eyes of several people in the office suddenly lit up, but President Jiang and others dimmed again. Mr. Gu, we actually thought about it before but failed, said Mr. Jiang. Gu Chen smiled. I know. It's just that our group doesn't have mature technology and a complete processing industry. Is that right? Before coming, he had already grasped a lot of information about Taiyu Group. Mr. Jiang was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that Gu Chen actually knew the reason. Although the other 3 shareholders did not participate in management, they also had very sharp eyes. They did not expect that Gu Chen knew it on the first day he arrived. Suddenly, I became more confident in Gu Chen Management Group. Yes, Director Gu, since you know this, do you have a solution? You know, once their group solves this difficulty, it will develop rapidly, and the group's assets will double. As a shareholder, his net worth will also increase. Nature. At this time, Gu Chen was looking at Chu Xinyi. He believed that Chu Xinyi had guessed his plan. Chu Xinyi's inner thoughts were extremely confused at this moment. As smart as she was, she naturally saw that Gu Chen's purpose was to acquire her Chu group. She naturally agreed with this idea. After all, their Chu family was still too small. Although we have the technology, we don't have the foundation. This incident is an example of this. Without the raw materials, it was instantly reduced to its prototype. But she still felt a little reluctant because her father and she owned all the shares of the company, which meant that the entire company belonged to their Chu family. So, she didn't want their Chu group to disappear just like that. And she didn't know what her father, the current head of the Chu group, thought. How is classmate Chu? Gu Chen looked at Chu Xinyi's constantly changing expression and knew that she was also moved. After all, her business acumen was very strong. I need to think about it. Chu Xinyi was at a loss at this time. Boss Gu, what are you talking about? At this time, Jiang was always confused. He didn't know the riddle the 2 were solving. The other 3 shareholders don't know either. Mr. Jiang, our group lacks technology, products, industrial chain, and rich experience. Mr. Chu has them all, right? Gu Chen said with a smile. Boom! Gu Chen's words immediately enlightened Mr. Jiang. Yes, we in Taiyu don't have it, but Chu's does. And Chu's is in trouble right now. This is the best time for us to acquire them. When Mr. Jiang thought of this, he became very excited. I didn't expect their Director Gu to be so powerful. Before, he thought that Director Gu was unable to resist the temptation of beauty, but he didn't expect that Director Gu wanted to acquire the family and take advantage of the situation. High, really high. At this moment, President Jiang's admiration for Gu Chen was like a surging river. For the benefit of the group, he even gave up beauty. He could never reach this level. Boss Chu, how is it? You know, our Taiyu can just fill in the gaps of your Chu corporation. President Jiang looked at Chu Xinyi's hesitation and immediately tried to persuade her. At this time, the general manager's office was quiet. Gu Chen sat there quietly, sitting on the fishing platform, while Mr. Jiang and the other four shareholders were hesitant to speak to Chu Sini. Mr. Gu, Mr. Jiang, I wonder what your conditions are? Chu Sini suddenly asked. Everyone was delighted to hear this, which showed that her heart was beginning to loosen. Mr. Chu, please tell me your request first. At this time, Mr. Jiang saw that Gu Chen did not speak, so he spoke. I want to buy a share. Chu Sini looked at Gu Chen, then looked at President Jiang and said firmly. After these words were spoken, President Jiang and the others fell silent. It was obvious that this request was beyond their expectations. Mr. Chu, you should know that our Taiyu has a market value of 10 billion, while your Chu group has a market value of at most 1 billion. I'm afraid. Mr. Jiang frowned slightly. I know, but our Chu's technology is very mature. You should know the value of our Chu's. It is definitely what you Taiyu needs. Chu Sini responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. After all, it was a conflict of interests at this time. Mr. Jiang certainly knows what is most important now. Of course, it is technology. If the Chu family had not faced this dilemma, they might not have been able to take over Taiyu. But they didn't want to give up their shares, so they could only look to Gu Chen for help. Gu Chen saw everyone looking at him and said, I wonder how many shares Mr. Chu wants? 15%. Impossible. Gu Chen refused calmly. Mr. Chu, although what you said makes sense, you should know that we at Taiyu don't necessarily want your Chu family. Gu Chen refused directly. What a joke. 15% of the shares. That's a lot of money, worth 2 or 3 Chu groups. Yes, Mr. Chu, you are not kidding, right? President Jiang also seconded the suggestion at this time. Then how much did you say? Chu Sini was not angry when she heard this. 5%. Director Gu, you should be aware of the technology in our Chu family's hands. When Chu Sini heard Gu Chen's words, her face changed. She stared at Gu Chen for 4 or 5 seconds before speaking. She didn't expect Gu Chen to chop so hard. Finally, after some negotiations, the two reached an agreement. Chu Group was fully merged into Taiyu Group, accounting for 10%, and Gu Chen and other 4 shareholders gave 2% to Chu Group. However, Chu's will give 250 million to Gu Chen's 5 shareholders. Of course, it is only a verbal agreement, and the specific details need to wait for each party's lawyer to print out the contract. Okay, even if Mr. Chu joins our Taiyu family today, how about we get together in the evening? Mr. Jiang suggested with a smile. Can. I agree. Gu Chen and Chu Sini looked at each other and then smiled. I think we should wait until tomorrow to officially sign the contract before making another appointment. How about that? Gu Chen suggested. That's fine. Then they unified. Chu Sini didn't expect that. She originally came here to seek cooperation, but she didn't expect that things are unpredictable, and she ended up joining Taiyu. She knew that all this was because of Gu Chen. If it weren't for Gu Chen, he probably wouldn't have been able to meet President Jiang today. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel grateful to Gu Chen. Gu Chen naturally noticed her gaze and nodded with a smile, causing her face to blush. After that, they chatted for a long time before leaving. The next day, in a luxury box at the Sheraton Hotel, the two groups were clearly divided during the Wei and Jin dynasties. One side was led by Gu Chen, while the other side was a middle-aged man over 50 years old, with a stunning beauty sitting next to him, who was Chu Sini. I didn't expect that the extremely mysterious chairman of Taiyu Group is so young. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. At this time, the middle-aged man looked at Gu Chen with surprise. No, Mr. Chu is the one I admire. Gu Chen was being polite. After both parties introduced themselves, they took out the contract and signed it after it was verified by a lawyer. At this point, the Chu family became the second largest shareholder of Taiyu Group, holding 10% of the shares. The largest shareholder was naturally Gu Chen, holding 58% of the shares, and Mr. Jiang and the other 4 each held 8% of the shares. And Gu Chen and others also had an additional 50 million in their accounts. Gu Chen took the time to take a look and was immediately overjoyed, causing Chu Sini next to him to look at him sideways. This position was naturally arranged by President Jiang. This is the first gathering of all shareholders of Taiyu Group. I suggest you drink a toast. President Jiang saw that the contract had been signed and said with a smile, Good. Gu Chen and others stood up, picked up the wine glasses on the table, touched them lightly, and drank them all. Everyone, I have already retired, so the group's affairs will rely on you. After some toasts, Chu Tiancheng, former chairman of the Chu Group and current director of the Taiyu Group, suddenly stood up and said, Gu Chen and others had known about this situation for a long time and were no exception. After that, they all left, each with their own seat. Except for Gu Chen, they did not expect that the chairman of a 10 billion yuan group could be so poor that he could not even afford a car. What is this? There was a large group of people before, but now only Gu Chen was left standing at the door in a messy manner. Just as I was about to take a taxi, a voice suddenly rang out. Gu Chen. Chapter 019 Master. Do you believe in love? Suddenly he heard someone calling his name, turned around, and felt a familiar feeling. A young man in a suit just walked out of the door and happened to see Gu Chen's back, which looked a little familiar. When he was trying to remember who it was, he saw Gu Chen's profile when he turned around and blurted out the answer. I didn't expect that person to actually turn around. It's really you? Gu Chen. Seeing that the appearance matched the one in his memory, he was delighted and hurried to Gu Chen's side. Ding Rui? Gu Chen also recognized the other party at this time. Why are you here? Ding Rui took 2 steps forward. It was obvious that the other party was not happy to meet Gu Chen here. Just finished dinner? You. It's hard to put it into words. By the way, are you free? Let's have a couple of drinks. Ding Rui smiled bitterly when he heard that. Then Gu Chen followed Ding Rui to a barbecue stall. You didn't even come to the graduation photo shoot, and you also left the class group. Everyone was wondering if something had happened to you. Ding Rui nagging. The two chatted while the food was being served. Something happened at that time, but fortunately, it has been resolved, Gu Chen said with a smile. The person in front of him was his college classmate, with whom he had a good relationship. After not seeing each other for a year, he found that the classmate who was full of vigor and vitality back then had long since lost his edge. He understood very well. Something had happened in his family this year, and he had seen the ups and downs of life in society while delivering food. By the way, I just heard you say that something seemed to have happened? Gu Chen asked curiously. Ding Rui drank a glass of beer and said slowly, Xie still remembers it. Gu Chen nodded. Xie is also their classmate and the monitor of their class. The natives of Huahai have always looked down on outsiders. I heard that your family runs a company. I just invited him here for dinner today. He's a piece of shit, Ding Rui said angrily. Then Gu Chen heard what happened. It turns out that Ding Rui also works in a certain company, doing product processing. But it's not as good as the Chu family, because Tina Group had previously acquired most of the raw materials in Huahai City. The impact of this is not limited to the Chu Group, but all companies related to processing are in a difficult situation. So their company sent Ding Rui to contact various raw material suppliers. But Ding Rui has only been out for a short time, so how could he have so many connections? Later, after some inquiries, he found out that their squad leader Xie family had some connection with Tina Group, so he invited Xie here to dinner and wanted him to help. After all, we had a good relationship in school before. He didn't say it in the end, but Gu Chen guessed it. It must be Xie who didn't help. I just realized after I got out that society is much more complicated than school. Ding Rui drank a few glasses of wine and sighed. Gu Chen nodded. He had a deep understanding of this. If Taba had not changed a few days ago, he would probably be worse off than Ding Rui. After all, he was still in huge debt. No more talking. I haven't seen you for a long time. Let's have a drink together today. Ding Rui waved his hand and picked up the beer. Good. Then the two talked about many interesting things that happened in college. Then Ding Rui seemed to remember something and said to Gu Chen, By the way, Chinzi, there will be a class reunion in the class group in the next 2 days. It was initiated by Xie grandson. Do you want to go? A class reunion? Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this and recalled the scenes in college. He was still a celebrity in the school and had a good relationship with other students in the class. After something happened at home, he left directly without even attending the graduation photos. His diploma was sent to him by express delivery. Let's go. It's been a year since we last met. Yes. Although it was initiated by Xie, everyone is very interested and wants to participate. If everyone knew you were coming, they would definitely go crazy. Ding Rui was in a much better mood at this time. This is true. Gu Chen was the school hunk in their school. He was very generous and would often treat the whole class to milk tea and other things. All the girls in the class had a good impression of Gu Chen. As for the boys, Gu Chen is good at playing basketball, so naturally they have a very good relationship. Call me when the time comes. Gu Chen agreed. Okay, I'll give them a surprise. By the way, what are you going to do with your job? I don't know. Let's go to a few more stores tomorrow. I don't believe that all the raw materials in Huahai City have been acquired by Tina Group, Ding Rue said after thinking about it. By the way, you can try going to Taiyu. There must be raw materials there. Gu Chen knew the situation. The raw materials in Huahai City were indeed acquired by Tina Group. Chinzi, you are kidding. Taiyu Group is a national giant. How could they look down upon a small company like us? Gu Chen smiled and said, I know a manager of Taiyu Group. You can contact him when the time comes. Huh? Didn't Chinzi see that? You actually know the head of a big group? Ding Rue was stunned when he heard Gu Chen's words. Then he opened his eyes wide and looked at Gu Chen for a few times. We met by chance, Gu Chen said lightly. He did not say that he was the chairman of Taiyu Group. After all, this would be suspected of being pretentious. Ding Rue said happily. You are amazing, Chinzi. If I had met you earlier, I wouldn't have needed to ask Xie Kai's grandson for help. After all, Gu Chen's words really put his mind at ease. You still have to thank them. Otherwise, you would have met me. That's right. Huh. After that, the two of them drank a lot more, and Gu Chen stopped drinking. He didn't forget the previous lesson. Okay, drink later. Don't you have to work tomorrow? Yeah, that's it. If I complete my mission, I will definitely buy you a drink. Ding Rue stood up and wanted to pay the bill. I've been married. Then the two parted at the intersection. Chinzi, thank you, Ding Rue said sincerely while sitting in the taxi. It's nothing. I'll report home safe and sound. After all, it was just a matter of a phone call for him. Watching the car go away, a breeze blew, making Gu Chen a little more sober. Thinking back to Ding Rue, he couldn't help but shake his head. He looked at the time on his wrist. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, so he planned to leave. So he stood at the intersection and waited, but there was no taxi. It turns out that it was a great luck to meet a taxi before. Gu Chen smiled bitterly. It seems like I really need to buy a vehicle. It's really inconvenient. Now he is rich, with the 50 million transferred from the Chu Group. Thinking of this, he quickly transferred 10 million yuan to his family. It would be a huge joke if others knew that the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar group actually owed money and didn't pay it back. It will probably become a trending topic. The chairman of a certain group is worth tens of billions, but he owes millions of dollars and refuses to pay it back, becoming a debtor. He will probably become famous instantly then, and send a text message to my mother to reassure her. After waiting for a long time without any news, he knew that his family must have gone to bed by now. Just as he was about to put away his phone, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have not yet claimed today's special offers. He was very disappointed that he only received a bottle of red wine last night. Ding! Congratulations to this user for buying an Aston Martin 1-77 supercar in 1 second. Suddenly, a piece of news came, instantly blinding his eyes. Oh my God! Is this true? Gu Chen couldn't help but swear. He really got a car in seconds. No matter how much he expected before, he couldn't choose it. Unexpectedly, he really got it in seconds today. But he seemed unable to drive, which made him very depressed because he had been drinking. At this moment, he suddenly felt something extra in his pocket, and he knew it must be the key. When I took it out and looked at it, it was so cool, like a scaled-down version of a supercar with smooth lines. It was the perfect embodiment of technology. Couldn't you have shown up earlier? At this moment, his cell phone vibrated. He opened it and saw that it was a message. Dear Mr. Gu, your supercar is parked in the underground parking lot of the Sheraton Hotel. Seeing this, Gu Chen resisted the urge to go over and take a look. After all, it would be even more depressing if he could see it but not be able to drive. Of course, he could also hire a designated driver, but he didn't want to be the first person to break into his supercar. So I still have to take a taxi back and wait until tomorrow to pick up the car. At this time, a taxi happened to come, and Gu Chen quickly stopped it. However, there seemed to be a passenger in the car. Gu Chen was very disappointed. He thought he had to continue waiting, but the car stopped in front of him. Handsome guy, where are you going? Over there on Bingjiang Road. It's just right. I happened to pass by there. Shall we go? Handsome guy. The taxi driver smiled when he heard this. Gu Chen hesitated for a second, and then opened the passenger door. It's very difficult to get a taxi in this damn place. As soon as he entered, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol. Looking back, I saw a drunk girl sitting in the back seat leaning against the window. Hey, I don't know what happened. I ended up drinking so much. Seeing Gu Chen's gaze, the taxi driver explained with a smile. Gu Chen said nothing, and the taxi driver also stopped talking because he also smelled the alcohol on Gu Chen, but it was very little. The car drove in silence as they looked at the colorful neon lights outside the window, shining in the pitch-black night. Looks exceptionally beautiful. At this time, a voice sounded. Master, do you believe in love? Suddenly, a sound like a kingfisher flying into the mountains came from the back seat of the car. Gu Chen didn't expect that the girl behind him had such a pleasant voice. Chapter 020. Brother, are you going to see the sports car too? Gu Chen looked through the rearview mirror inside the car. Although she couldn't see clearly, she vaguely felt that this fellow rider she met by chance was very good looking. I don't know whether it's love or not. I just know that I vomited 300 yuan on the car. The taxi driver's words instantly made the solemn atmosphere at the scene disappear without a trace. Gu Chen couldn't help laughing after hearing this. He thought that this driver was quite fashionable and actually knew internet jokes. After a few seconds, the young lady in the back seat probably didn't expect the taxi driver to answer like this. She paused in sadness, then continued, Isn't it 200? Now that love has gone up in price, won't my price go up as well? The taxi driver's humorous voice immediately made Gu Chen burst into laughter. Puff! Ha! Gu Chen didn't expect the two of them to be so funny. Moreover, Gu Chen saw through the rearview mirror that the young lady in the back seat was also smiling. Excuse me, Gu Chen then quickly apologized. After all, laughing in front of someone was already very bad, not to mention that the other person was heartbroken. Hey little girl, I see you are not that old, and your life has just begun. It's not worth it to fight for these things. Then the taxi driver started to act like an emotional master, and Gu Chen nodded repeatedly. It seems that this taxi driver also has a story. Time passed by like this, and Gu Chen looked back from time to time and found that the young lady in the back seat was in a much better mood at this time. He had to admire this big brother. In the end, he didn't even realize he had arrived home. If the taxi driver hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have known. Here we are, handsome, the taxi driver reminded. How much? 30. It's on our way, so I'll charge you less. Good. Then Gu Chen scanned the code and got off the car. He nodded to the girl in the back seat and got out of the car and walked away. The young lady in the back seat only saw Gu Chen's appearance at this time and was stunned. She didn't expect this boy to be so handsome, and her pretty face turned red, because she thought about what happened to her in the car before, which was seen by this handsome young man. It's really social death. Girl, let me tell you, you will always meet someone better in this world. Just like this handsome guy, you should have just asked for his WeChat. The taxi driver continued. Gu Chen didn't know all this. He went home, took a shower, and went straight to bed. The next morning, in a large bedroom, Gu Chen was having a sweet dream. At this moment, the mobile phone on the bedside table rang with a pleasant ringtone. Hello. Hey, Xiao Chen, are you still sleeping? Are you going to rest today? The voice from the other end of the phone immediately woke Gu Chen up. Ahem, Mom, is that you? Yes. I'm taking a day off today. That's good. I thought you were not feeling well. No, Mom. You know I'm in good health. That's good. But you also transferred the money from last night? Where did you get so much money? Don't tell me it was a bonus from your company. Before Gu Chen could breathe a sigh of relief, an urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Forehead. Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this, and he knew that it might not be easy to fool him this time. Actually, I opened a company. Since my company has great market potential, many people wanted to invest in it, so I sold some shares yesterday. Then Gu Chen rubbed his eyes. Obviously, the person on the other end of the phone didn't believe it. It's not like Mrs. Gu is completely clueless. What kind of shares can be sold for 10 million? Really, Mom? I can show you the company contract. Knowing that Gu Ma didn't believe it, Gu Chen quickly found the pictures he had taken yesterday and sent them to Gu Ma. After that, Gu Chen heard two gasps coming from the other end of the phone. Obviously, he was shocked. How is it? Mom, I didn't lie to you. Not bad. My Xiao Chen is really amazing. Mother Gu believed it immediately. That's it. Gu Chen got up at this time, washed up, made a phone call, and chatted with his family. However, Gu Chen was pouring water at that time and did not hear the quiet voice coming from the phone. Since your company has gone bankrupt, don't think about anything else and just enjoy your life. But what? Do you still want to take your son off the water? All right, it's decided. Gu Chen did not hear the conversation between Gu's father and Gu's mother at this time. After chatting for a few more words, he hung up the phone. After breakfast, I was going out to drive the car back from yesterday. The other side, in a small rental house, a woman with a delicate face was lying on the bed, talking on the phone. Xiaoyan, is it a big deal? Isn't it just a breakup? With your looks, are you afraid you won't be able to find someone else? Don't think too much. I just got some news. There's a limited edition sports car parked in the underground parking lot of the Sheraton Hotel. It just so happens that not many people in Juyongwen know about this news yet. You can just go and do a live broadcast to attract some popularity. I heard an anxious voice coming from the other end of the phone. Real? The woman named Xiaoyan showed a hint of curiosity on her pale face. If Gu Chen was here, he would definitely recognize her. She was the woman who shared a car with her last night. The woman's name was Yin Qing, and she was an outdoor anchor on the Huyu platform. The person on the other end of the phone was from the same union as her and had a very good relationship with her. Of course, this was told to me by a fan in person. If it weren't for your low popularity this month, I would have wanted to go myself. Yin, you're so nice. I won't be polite this time. I'll treat you to a meal after I get your salary at the end of the month. Yin Qing said immediately. That's good. Let's do this for now. Yes. Thank you, Yin. Who asked me to have a sister like you? Then the two chatted for a few words and hung up. The smile on Yin Qing's face disappeared, but he quickly recovered. There was nothing he could do. He had to eat. She quickly dressed up and headed towards the location of the sports car. While riding in the car, she turned on the live broadcast directly. Welcome everyone to my live broadcast room. Today I will show you a benefit. Yin Qing spoke sweetly to the live camera as usual. Today's anchor is so special and so good-looking. Wow, why is the live broadcast so early today? What benefits? Could it be JPG smirk? After so many days, the anchor finally figured it out. JPG looking forward to it. The upstairs isn't normal, but I like it. For a while, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased rapidly, and various barges appeared one after another. Seeing this, Yin Qing pretended to be angry. What are you all thinking? Am I, Yin Qing, such a person? She knows that people come to her live broadcast room to see her face. In the past, several wealthy people had spent a lot of money to treat her to a meal. But everyone knows what this means these days, so Yin Qing refused without even thinking. In the end, all the big brothers in the live broadcast room knew that Yin Qing was not that kind of person, so they all left. However, this made netizens feel that the host was even more special, and he gained many loyal fans. This time I got the news that there is a limited edition supercar parked in the underground parking lot of the Sheraton Hotel. Then he told the truth. No way. Is this true? Go. Let us have a closer look. Why is the anchor so well-informed today? A barrage of comments flashed across the live broadcast room, instantly attracting everyone's interest. After that, Yin Qing kept chatting with his fans while heading towards his destination. An hour later, we arrived at the Sheraton Hotel. As she was about to go to the parking lot, a very handsome young man suddenly came up to her. But why does she feel so familiar? The person who came was Gu Chen. He naturally noticed Yin Qing, but he did not recognize her. After all, the light was very dim last night. Gu Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances. Her beauty was eye-catching wherever she went, especially the beautiful lady holding a selfie stick in her hand. She was obviously the anchor. Gu Chen, who had met the anchor before, naturally kept his distance from him, so I planned to stay away. Yin Qing naturally didn't know what Gu Chen was thinking. At this moment, she saw Gu Chen's back, and a thunderbolt flashed through her mind, and she remembered it instantly. It's him, the handsome guy she carpooled with last night. Since her camera was facing outward, she naturally captured Gu Chen's back. So her live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Wow, I caught a wild little brother. He looks very handsome from behind. Sister Qing, I strongly recommend you to go and flirt with that little brother. 10,000 people signed a petition in blood. Please ask the anchor to chat at the guy in front. Suddenly, the lecherous girls, fujoshis, and otaku girls who had been lurking in the anchor room came out to speak. There were even several rockets and various gifts appearing in the live broadcast room. Yin Qing looked at it and had no choice but to comply with the fans' request. She did outdoor live broadcasts, and for the sake of live broadcast effect, she naturally chatted up many passersby and was already familiar with the routine. It was just that Gu Chen seemed to know about her embarrassment yesterday, which made her face slightly red. Hello, little brother. I'm a broadcaster. Can I interview you? He trotted over to catch up with Gu Chen and asked generously. He looked a little nervous. Gu Chen looked over and saw a blush on that innocent face, probably from running just now. But he didn't want to be interviewed, and he frowned. When he was about to refuse, he saw the other party's pleading eyes, and his heart softened immediately. Can. After all, it's just a piece of cake for me. Thanks. Basic courtesy is essential. My name is Yin Qing, and I'm a small anchor on the Huyu platform. Yin Qing's breath suddenly smelled like orchid, and the fragrance gradually penetrated Gu Chen's nose. Then he turned the live camera towards Gu Chen. In an instant, a handsome young face appeared in front of everyone. So handsome. Wow. It turns out that people with good-looking backs are also good-looking. This can't be a script. Any guy I meet randomly would be like this. Blind guess the host is already drooling. The truth is revealed upstairs. Could it be that the little brother is also going to drive a sports car? Sure enough, good-looking boys like sports cars. Little brother, are you here to see the sports car too? Seeing that Gu Chen did not recognize him, Yanqing felt relieved, but an inexplicable emotion emerged again. Chapter 021, The Magical Car, Wuling Hongguang. What car? Gu Chen was stunned. At this moment, he had no idea about the commotion his car had caused. You do not know? This time, it was Yanqing's turn to be stunned. What should I know? There is a limited edition supercar Aston Martin 1-77 parked in the parking lot of the Himalaya Hotel. Yanqing reacted and explained with a smile. Hearing the host's words, a strange color flashed across Gu Chen's eyes. It turns out he came to see my car. After a long while, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Little brother, what are you doing in the parking lot? Yanqing asked curiously. To pick up the car? Otherwise, why would I go to the parking lot? Gu Chen glanced at him and replied indifferently. Gu Chen's words immediately made Yanqing feel a little embarrassed. After all, this question was indeed a bit stupid. Are you going to the parking lot to pick up your car, or for something else? In order to hide her embarrassment, Yanqing turned her bright eyes and changed the subject. Little brother, you have a car at such a young age? Then she realized that she remembered that Gu Chen took a taxi from here last night. Since you have a car, why bother taking a taxi? Didn't you take a taxi last night? Why didn't you drive? Yanqing was impulsive and asked directly the doubts in his heart. How did you know? This time, Gu Chen stopped and asked Yanqing curiously. Upon hearing this, Yanqing's face turned red and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. After all, my performance last night was really too embarrassing. What's going on? Looking at the little brother's expression, it seems to be real. Could it be? Could it be possible that the anchor had been following him? What a big melon. I have already anticipated tomorrow's hot search. A certain anchor is so greedy for beauty that he stalked her. Suddenly, the netizens in the live broadcast room were excited, and countless lurkers started to speak enthusiastically. For a time, her live broadcast room was extremely popular. You're not the one who got drunk last night. Gu Chen reacted at this time. No wonder he felt a little familiar. However, he was interrupted by Yanqing before he could finish. It's me. Yanqing's face suddenly turned red, and she interrupted Gu Chen's words. All right. Gu Chen couldn't help but look at it a few more times, and connected it to the lovelorn girl who asked the taxi driver drunkenly last night. Just laugh out loud. Last night? Drunk? Forgive my wrong idea. You are not alone. It's over. I didn't expect even the anchor would. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was like a swarm of locusts, so dense and swarming that everyone was frightened. Oh, what are you thinking? I was drunk last night and happened to meet this guy and share a car with him, so we just happened to get to know each other. Yanqing also realized at this time that he was still live streaming and immediately reacted and explained. If she were to let her fans continue talking, she would really be at a loss for words. At this time, the barrage of comments decreased a little, which made her feel relieved, and she quickly changed the subject. Little brother, you haven't answered yet? But she still felt embarrassed when she looked at Gu Chen. I drank last night too, so that's how it is? I didn't expect that this little brother is not only handsome, but also has positive values. Love you. Sisters, draw your swords. Come on, let's start the guessing game. Guess what car the little brother is driving. Gu Chen's words immediately won him countless fans. Buick? Chevrolet? Touareg? Wuling Hongguang? Hyundai? Volkswagen? BMW? Mercedes-Benz? Audi? Puff. Yanqing saw the comments on the barrage and successfully made her laugh. Wuling Hongguang? Are you here to make fun of me? And most of the cars listed in the live broadcast room are Wuling Hongguang. The entire live broadcast room went awry in an instant. It is indeed a famous car. Touareg, I guess? Yanqing himself also joined the guessing game with great interest. She doesn't think the young man in front will drive a Wuling Hongguang. Currently, the cars with the largest ownership are Buick and Volkswagen. Tuareg is a newly emerging brand that focuses on affordable prices and has very reliable safety performance. Then the two of them walked into the parking lot one after the other. "We're here. We'll take you to watch this visual feast up close," Yen Qing said excitedly. At this time, the popularity of her live broadcast room reached hundreds of thousands, and they were naturally attracted by her title. Nowadays, even good wine needs to be hidden in a remote alley. How can you attract audiences without a good gimmick? The title of her live broadcast is called Coordinates of Huahai. Take you to see the limited edition luxury sports car. Let you experience a visual feast. This is indeed Huahai's famous five-star hotel, and there is no shortage of luxury cars in the parking lot. Suddenly, the corner ahead was surrounded by a crowd, and there were 4 security guards inside maintaining order. They were all specially transferred here by the lobby manager. After all, tens of millions of top-of-the-line sports cars suddenly appeared in their hotel. If something unexpected happened, they would be in big trouble. "Everyone, please don't crowd. Only take pictures. No touching." For security guards were maintaining order, but they didn't expect that the car owner was so willful and parked his sports car here. This is not a private parking lot. What if it gets scratched? However, they were also very surprised and envious. They never expected that one day they would be able to see this luxury car up close. At this time, a group of people gathered together, taking photos and checking in. It would be nice to post them on WeChat Moments to show off, right? The two of them walked through the crowd excitedly. What catches your eye is a sports car full of technology. Silver paint and streamlined body. Jet-style tail wing, 4 center-mounted exhaust pipes made of titanium alloy. The bright lights from the parking lot overhead fell on it, giving it a faint halo. It was so beautiful that the live broadcast room was instantly boiling. 666. The host is not lying to me. It's really a limited edition sports car? So cool. This is what being a man should be like. Aston Martin 1-77. Limited to 9 units worldwide. Original price, over 40 million. Sold in China for a whopping 50 million. And there is no demand for it. I never thought that one day I would be lucky enough to see it with my own eyes. No more words. Here comes a rocket. Conscientious anchor, shoot a rocket. Go up and touch it. And tell me how it feels? The popularity of Yen Qing's live broadcast room immediately soared and soon reached 400,000 or 500,000. And it was still rising. Various gifts are flying all over the screen, and a few rockets that were rarely seen in the past have also appeared. Wow, this is the first time I've received so many gifts. Yen Qing was stunned. She didn't expect it to cause such a stir. You can imagine the excitement inside. Gu Chen on the side just smiled and said nothing. Yen Qing also reacted quickly, and her pretty face turned red. Then, for the live broadcast effect, she continued to talk to Gu Chen. "Brother, how is it? This car is the dream of you boys, right? It's okay. It's easier to drive than ordinary cars." Gu Chen responded calmly without changing his expression. "Ah." Yen Qing didn't know what to say, so he rolled his eyes and continued. "You make it sound like you've driven it before." The two talked for several minutes, all the while circling the sports car. Ling Yanqing is very satisfied. Looking at the luxury car in front of him, Yanqing wanted to touch it, but he didn't dare to, for fear that he would accidentally damage it and not be able to pay for it. He looked hesitant, and Gu Chen next to him shook his head and smiled. Just as he was about to step forward, someone called him back. Hey, didn't I tell you? You can only look but not touch. This is a luxury car worth tens of millions. Don't damage it." One of the security guards reminded Gu Chen. Hearing the security guard's words, the people around subconsciously took a few steps back, looking at the sports car from afar, and were shocked. They thought the car would cost millions at most. They didn't expect it would cost tens of millions. If it was damaged a little, they would be bankrupt and couldn't afford to pay for it. But I'm also very curious about which rich man can afford this car. Even in Huahai, this sports car is top-notch. Yes. Bro, don't damage it. At this time, Yen Qing also hurried over and pulled Gu Chen. In her opinion, it was normal for Gu Chen to be excited when he saw the sports car. Which boy would not be moved when he saw it? By the way, little brother, where is your car parked? Aren't you here to pick up the car? Come on, let's go and see your car. Then, in order to persuade Gu Chen, Yen Qing quickly changed the subject. Gu Chen originally didn't want to pretend, but seeing this, he had no choice but to do so. Weren't you watching? Gu Chen smiled, then took out the key and pressed it lightly. Ding ding. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a car engine was heard, and the headlights suddenly lit up, emitting an eerie light. All the people present were frightened, and they all stepped back. The car door is open? Could it be that the owner of the car has arrived? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the doors on both sides of the car slowly rose up like butterfly wings, revealing the luxurious interior decoration. Countless people stared with wide eyes. I. Yenqing was stunned for a moment, pointed at the sports car, looked at Gu Chen in disbelief, and became incoherent for a moment. The same thing happened in the live broadcast room, just like a violent stone falling into the water. First, the screen was full of question marks. It turns out that the rich man has always been with us. This little brother is too low-key. What the hell? I seriously doubt this is a script. No wonder the young man was so calm and indifferent the whole time. It turned out to be his car. I thought I was the only one who noticed. Are the current super rich so good at playing? Then countless barrages of comments appeared one after another. Yenqing didn't come back to his senses for a long time. For an ordinary person like her, this car would be a lifetime luxury for her. If she could become famous and a pillar of the platform in the future, that would be another matter. Do you want to come up and touch it? At this time, Gu Chen asked Yenqing, who was stunned beside him. Can I? Yenqing bit her plump lower lip lightly, not yet recovering from the shock. Chapter 022. Why did he close the car door? Certainly. Gu Chen nodded and walked straight forward. This time the security guard did not stop him, but looked at Gu Chen carefully. It's over. The anchor has fallen and is about to become the plaything of the super rich. The experienced netizens in the live broadcast room can guess what will happen next. Get in the car, race, eat, go to the hotel, check in all in one go. This is the simple and unpretentious way rich people pick up girls. Yenqing walked up to the silver supercar and touched it amid everyone's envious gazes. It feels cool, smooth, and silky to the touch, an emotionless gold-eating beast. After seeing Yenqing finish touching, Gu Chen also walked into the car. The extremely comfortable leather seats perfectly fit the back curve of the owner, allowing the owner to blend into the car body. The luxurious central control design uses cutting-edge technology. TSK. So comfortable. If watches and wallets are men's romance, then supercars are men's dreams. On the passenger seat, there was a document bag containing all the documentation for the car. Ignoring cause and effect, the mutated Taba can rationalize all the irrationalities. As for driving skills, as a former rich second generation, the biggest joke is that he can't drive a sports car. At this time, Yenqing, who was touching the watch, was still immersed in the feeling of every second. I thought to myself, what if the little brother asked me to get in the car? Should I get in or not? It was extremely confusing. Even though nothing would happen if she went up there, she was on a live broadcast. But she was a little unwilling to give up, as this might be the closest chance for her to ride in a supercar in her life. Her pretty, blushing face was full of confusion. But Gu Chen had already made the decision for her. Just close the car door. Bah! Yenqing came back to his senses instantly. What's going on? Looking at the closed car door, he was stunned. He closed the door? The script is wrong. Could it be that this wealthy man doesn't like our anchor? Could it be that this rich man is a straight man? 666. The super rich only care about the car, and women will affect the speed of the sports car. Whether in the live broadcast room or on the scene, everyone was confused by Gu Chen's operation. No one expected that he would just leave the host who came with him aside. He even scolded Gu Chen for wasting such an expensive sports car and such a beautiful young lady, but he didn't cherish them at all. Just touch it, really just touch it. Is this the legendary Xiao? Yenqing was also confused at this time. Who I am? Where am I? What should I do? He even seriously doubted his appearance. You have to know that there are many people chasing after her out there. And there are even some big guys who spend a lot of money to treat her to dinner and offer to support her at a high price. For a moment, she was doubting herself, wondering if there was something wrong with her charm. All of this has nothing to do with Gu Chen in the car. After he adjusted to the environment, he rolled down the window and nodded to Yenqing, who was standing coldly beside him. He stepped on the accelerator. Boom, boom, boom. The unique roar of a supercar's engine caused the people around to consciously make way for it. They don't even dare to commit fraud. After all, they are afraid that the car will be scratched and the medical expenses paid by others will not be enough to cover the cost of repairs. The airflow rushed from the rear of the car, and the friction between the wheels and the ground raised clouds of dust. In an instant, it was like a running cheetah running wildly on the road. After a few seconds, it disappeared from everyone's sight. After paying the parking fee, I walked away under the envious and respectful gaze of the toll collector. The unique sound of the sports car attracted the attention of pedestrians on both sides of the road. There was a vacuum of dozens of meters in front and behind Gu Chen, and other cars stayed far away. There were even some female drivers who made the men next to them so terrified that they simply asked them to pull over. Gu Chen in the car recalled the expression of the beautiful anchor and suddenly laughed. "I'm so sorry. I have something else to do. It's not that I don't understand romance. I'll treat you to a meal next time we meet." Gu Chen thought to himself. Today he also has to go to the company to deal with the merger and matters regarding Chu Sini's position. Plus, he had an inexplicable affection for Chu Sini and really didn't want to get involved. He stepped on the accelerator, and the sports car flew towards Taiyu Group like a sword out of its sheath. The people in the parking lot saw that the sports car had left, and there was no more excitement to watch, so they quickly dispersed. But before leaving, everyone looked at Yanqing with a pitiful expression. Ling Yanqing's face turned red, and under the teasing of the viewers in the live broadcast room, he left this sad place. But she didn't blame Gu Chen. After all, he had just met her and was not that familiar with her. No one would invite her to do it. She even wanted to thank him. This live broadcast was an unprecedented success, with the highest popularity reaching more than 3 million. Even when Gu Chen revealed his identity, the gifts kept coming. Her popularity skyrocketed dozens of times, and she now has more than 500,000 fans. The only thing that made her regretful was that she didn't even ask for the contact information of such a handsome and rich boy. Next to the Taiyu Group building. At this time, two men were looking at the building and talking. The older man looked at the younger man and said anxiously, "Xiao Ding, is your classmate reliable? Don't let him make a fool of himself." "Manager, don't worry. My classmate is my best friend, and his family is very rich. It's not that difficult for him to get to know a supervisor." The young man patted his chest and said, "It was Ding Rui who had been drinking with Gu Chen last night, and the other person was the manager of their company's purchasing department." "Then I haven't heard you say that before?" The manager was still a little unconvinced. After all, Taiyu is a large group, far beyond the reach of their company. "I just met him yesterday, and I just heard what he said yesterday." "Okay, I hope your classmate didn't lie to you. The company didn't have enough raw materials. If this works, you'll have done a great job. Don't worry, manager." Then the two of them walked towards Taiyu building. "Excuse me, gentlemen. Who are you looking for?" In the lobby, the receptionist looked at Ding Rui and his friend with a smile. "Hello. Are we looking for Manager Qin Wei from the materials department?" Ding Rui said with a smile. He was also a little nervous inside. As a small company, he felt a little guilty when facing the big group. "Manager Qin?" The lady at the front desk nodded and dialed the group's internal number. The phone beeped twice and then was connected. "Hello, this is the group front desk. I have two guests here to see Manager Qin." After a few seconds, she smiled and hung up the phone. "Hello, Manager Qin will send someone over right away. Please wait in the waiting area over there." The lady at the front desk looked at the two nervous people, smiled professionally, and then pointed at them. "Oh, okay. Thank you. When Ding Rui heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile. The manager and the other person were sitting on the sofa in the reception area opposite. "It seems that your classmate didn't lie to you. You didn't even tell them your name, but they came to see you." The manager was relieved at this time. "Of course." Ding Rui was also a little surprised but very happy. Not long after, a young man in work clothes came over and said to Ding Rui and the others, "You were the ones who called just now, right?" Ding Rui quickly stood up and nodded. "Which of you two is Mr. Ding Rui?" "Me." Ding Rui was slightly stunned. "Hello, Mr. Ding. I was sent by our supervisor, Qin Wei. Our supervisor couldn't spare time, so he asked me to apologize to you and arrange for me to receive you too." The young man smiled slightly. As soon as these words were spoken, Ding Rui and the manager were stunned. Neither of them expected this outcome. It's okay. We are sorry for disturbing you." Then the manager reacted and waved his hands hurriedly. "Are you kidding? What kind of status does that person have?" Although they didn't know why he was so polite, the two of them didn't dare to be rude. Yes. The same is true for Ding Rui. He couldn't understand all this and could only attribute it to Gu Chen. It seems that Gu Chen is more powerful than he thought. "You two don't have to do this. The supervisor has instructed that if you two gentlemen need any help, You can just ask directly, as long as it does not violate the interests of the group, said the young man with a smile. He learned from Manager Qin that this was an order from the newly appointed chairman of their group. Then Ding Rue and the other man told them their request. After saying this, he looked at the young man anxiously. Don't worry. How much do you two need? As long as you sign the contract, we can arrange the delivery immediately. The young man had an expression that was not worth mentioning. This was no problem at all for him. Not to mention that it was the chairman's order. Then the manager still couldn't believe it. Was it solved so easily? Then he shook his head, thinking that if the problem had been solved earlier, he wouldn't have to run around. After he consulted the company's boss, he was told that he had full authority to handle the matter. So he followed the young man around and spent more than half an hour to finish the contract. As long as the manager takes it back and stamps it with their company's official seal, it will become effective. Walk out of the hall. Manager Lu, Mr. Ding, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. The young man also seemed very happy. He was not happy because he promoted the completion of the order, but because as long as he did the job well, he would leave a good impression in the eyes of the chairman. Team Leader Lee, it's a pleasure to work with you. Thank you very much this time. The manager was also in a good mood. He knew that all this was because of the classmate Ding Rue mentioned. Then the young man sent the two to the intersection and was about to say goodbye. A loud roar of a car was heard. It instantly attracted everyone's attention, and everyone looked from afar. A handsome sports car slowly drove over. Chapter 023, Wanna lose? Impossible. A sports car drove past in front of Ding Rue and the other two people with envy and amazement. As a man, how can you not envy sports cars? Suddenly, they found a sports car driving directly into the underground parking lot of Taiyu Group. Team Leader Lee, this person seems to be from your group? He actually drives a sports car to work. At this time, Ding Rue asked the young man with a hint of envy. But the young man himself was also very confused. It seems like no one in their group has ever driven a sports car to work. He was quite sure. After all, if someone knew about such a famous thing, it would have spread widely a long time ago. Huh? Isn't this from your group? Seeing the young man's expression, it was obvious that he knew nothing about this sports car. Ding Rue couldn't help but ask curiously. The young man shook his head, then reacted and a name appeared in his mind. I know. It should be our chairman. The young man guessed after looking at Ding Rue. Chairman of your group? Hearing the young man's words, Ding Rue and the manager spoke in unison. Obviously, they also knew that the chairman of Taiyu Group had never shown up, and it was the general manager, Jiang Dongxiang, who managed the group's affairs. Yes, it's the chairman. The young man was a little surprised to see that Ding Rue knew nothing about this, because this was the order of their chairman. But he didn't say anything more. After all, the chairman had told him to keep it confidential. Then they chatted for a few minutes, and then separated. Looking at the young man's back, Ding Rue and the other man remained silent for a while. Ding Rue, it seems that the identity of your classmate is far from as simple as you said. Manager Lu sighed. Ding Rue also nodded. He was not stupid. Looking at the young man's attitude towards him, he knew that what Gu Chen said was definitely not as simple as just knowing a supervisor. At this time, Gu Chen looked at the sports car parked in the underground parking lot, and he didn't notice Ding Rue on the side of the road at all. Now everyone in the Taiyu Group knows that they have a chairman in office. Gu Chen arrived at his office without any obstruction along the way. The spacious office looks luxurious. The Chinese and Western-style decoration is pleasing to the eye at first glance, and it is obvious that it was designed by a famous artist. Meeting room, reception room, office. The lounge was divided into single rooms, and what surprised him even more was that there was an open-air balcony outside. The entire office was spotless. It was obvious that even without the chairman, the place would be kept clean. After looking around, he sat directly on his own office chair, which made Gu Chen very satisfied. Mr. Jiang and Chu Sini, who received the news later, came here. Chairman, everyone shouted in unison. Yeah, sit down. Gu Chen nodded. Chairman, I think Miss Chu is more suitable for the position of general manager than me, so I want to give my position to her. President Jiang said impatiently as soon as he sat down. When these words came out, not only Gu Chen was surprised, but even Chu Sini next to him couldn't believe it. This? Chairman, no, I just came to the group, and I'm not familiar with anything. I'm far from qualified for this position, and the employees below will definitely not accept it. Don't worry, Miss Chu. I will always cooperate with you to complete the handover. Your talents are known to everyone in Huahai, so don't be so modest. President Jiang looked serious. He knew that there would definitely be job changes after Chu Sini came, so it would be better for him to quit. After all, he knew that he was really not suitable to be the general manager. Otherwise, the strength of the group would have increased several times. Okay, I've already made plans for this matter. You don't have to argue anymore. Gu Chen directly interrupted their conversation. I'm planning to arrange a new position. The CEO will be in charge of all matters of the group. Except for the strategic group's general direction that needs to be reported to me, everything else will be managed by the CEO. Seeing the two people looking at him, Gu Chen said lightly. Then Chairman Yu, President Jiang was puzzled when he heard this. Of course I won't stay in the group forever. And you, as the general manager, don't need to give up your position. But your authority is definitely not as good as that of the executive president, and the general manager's main tasks are still internal affairs and assisting the president with external affairs. Gu Chen arranged it directly. Upon hearing this, President Jiang nodded to show his understanding. I now appoint Chu Sini as the executive president, in charge of all matters of the group. President Jiang, your position remains unchanged. I will notify everyone soon. Yes. After hearing what Gu Chen said, Jiang Dongxiang and Chu Sini looked at each other, and then they went downstairs to arrange things. Gu Chen himself was also free of worries and was looking at the beautiful scenery outside the window very comfortably. Ding ding! At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. He opened it and saw that it was a text message from Ding Rue. Thank you, Chinzi. I'll treat you to a drink in the next 2 days. By the way, tomorrow's party will be at Huatian Hotel at 6 p.m. Don't be late. Also, I've told the classmates that you're going, and everyone is very happy. After reading it, Gu Chen smiled and nodded. Got it. I'll be there on time. After that, he opened Taobao directly, but had not yet claimed today's event. After a few seconds, congratulations to this user for winning the cashback event. As long as the user spends money on the Tigerfish platform today, he will receive a 100-fold rebate. The maximum amount is 1 million. Looking at the message above, Gu Chen was stunned. What the hell? Cashback? 100 times? So good. Gu Chen became more energetic. Although he now has several properties, his cash is very scarce, only more than 40 million. So I am very interested in this. But the maximum amount is only 1 million? That's a pity. Seeing this, Gu Chen felt a little regretful. After all, such opportunities are rare. Then I started watching tiger fish videos. Watching the videos of sexy dances, Gu Chen was immediately immersed in them, watching them for more than an hour. It made him completely forget his original intention. Suddenly, he saw someone from the same city. I clicked on it and was stunned. The protagonist is actually myself? It turned out to be the video of Gu Chen picking up the car before. Then I became interested and opened the comments. Is this little brother a devil? It was so funny to see the host's confused expression at the end. All I can say is, well done. Someone bring me the high-voltage wire so I can play the Dong Feng Pa for him. Seeing this, Gu Chen smiled immediately. These days, the comments are still funny. He also saw the host's final expression, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Suddenly, I saw her profile picture and clicked on it and saw that she was broadcasting. This made Gu Chen remember what his purpose was. Then he directly transferred 1 million yuan from the card into it. It turns out that spending money is so fun. Then I opened the live broadcast of the previous anchor. It's all about making money anyway. So where is not making money? After all, I felt a little embarrassed towards her in the morning. When I went in, I saw it was the same anchor Yanqing, who looked even more charming and beautiful under the camera. But it looks like a PK. The other party is a host of a dance channel named Xiao Mame, who looks extremely sexy. Especially when she danced, her slender waist twisted. Even Gu Chen's blood boiled. Isn't this what those who watch the live broadcast like? At this time, Yanqing saw that the opponent's health bar directly submerged his own health bar. No more! Yanqing smiled bitterly. Although she is 100 times prettier than the other person, she can't dance such a revealing dance. There was no doubt that she was doomed to lose this battle, and as for the Union, she had no expectations at all. Earlier, when she came out of the parking lot, her popularity was so high that it shocked the Union, so they asked her to PK. After all, this was a matter of money, so she had no choice but to obey, and so she had to PK via the microphone. For a while, all kinds of small gifts came in continuously, and she won several games in a row. Now she has been matched with an anchor who is similar to her fans, but the other person is in the dance zone, and she wins more than she loses in PK. Thank you, Brother Wong, for the rocket. Thanks to Xiao Wu's patron saint for the 3 super hot gifts. Thanks to Big Brother Bang for the plane. As soon as the dance ended, various gift effects appeared in the other party's live broadcast room, and the host's voice of thanks rang out one after another. On the other hand, Yanqing's side was in a very miserable situation. Although the number of people was no less than that of the other side, the gifts were a bit terrible. There are quite a lot of free gifts, and the tips are all just a few dollars. Occasionally, there would be a few airplanes and sports cars, which were completely on a different level compared to the other side. Ling Yanqing was very embarrassed. PK enters countdown of 30 seconds. Hey guys, do you have any gifts to give? This anchor is so pathetic. Yanqing complained to the live broadcast room. Ha, host, just accept your fate. Right. Unless you learn from the host on the other side, I promise. You will be no worse than her. Ha, they're all freeloaders. It's a pity that the anchor didn't keep that rich guy. Otherwise, this PK wouldn't be worth mentioning. Ha, right? It's a pity that the anchor doesn't even have her WeChat. Yanqing looked at the comments and his face turned pale with anger. She was about to lose, but her fans were rubbing salt into her wounds. However, there are naturally rich people among so many people. Although they said that, they still started giving out gifts. Several rocket special effects appeared in the live broadcast room, occasionally mixed with airplanes and sports cars. However, it is still far behind the other side. Yanqing also gave up directly. Gu Chen also found it very interesting. He didn't expect that the live broadcast could be so interesting. Looking at Yanqing's disappointed expression, I couldn't help but smile. Want to lose? Impossible? Chapter 0, 24 Charity Reward. Dare tu come? The gift list opens. The most expensive one is Super Hot, which costs 3,000 yuan each. Then there are the rockets, 2,000 yuan each. 1,000 for the plane. Sports car, 500. Immediately, Gu Chen directly clicked on Xiaohua. Directly send 10. Suddenly, a super hot special effect appeared in Yanqing's live broadcast room, instantly overtaking the opponent. Fuck, which rich guy made the move? 10 super fire rounds right at the start. Anchor, you've made it. A super rich man has descended on your live studio. Suddenly, the comments rained down, and everyone was shocked by Gu Chen's actions. Thanks for Chen Tufiang's 10 super fire shots. Yanqing was also surprised, and then he was very happy. Suddenly, things started to brighten up. I thought I was going to lose this live broadcast, but unexpectedly, a big shot showed up. Ha! Overtaka. It turns out that there has always been a wealthy person in Qingqing's live broadcast room. He was just lurking. Now Yanqing has changed the live broadcast room back to her own name. Qingqing Live Broadcast Room. When the opponent saw that he was overtaken, he suddenly panicked. He thought he had won the game, but suddenly a rich man appeared. My fellow brothers, let's cheer together. Xiao Wu doesn't want to lose. He immediately started to act pitiful in front of the live broadcast room. As a result, the men in Xiao Wu's live broadcast room were like chicken blood, and all kinds of gifts were flooding the screen again. There are many wealthy people who even spend a huge amount of money just to save face. Directly surpassed Yanqing's live broadcast room. With just 10 seconds left, the gap widened again. It's over. The other party is exerting force. Is the Dusty Boss still here? Boss, hurry up. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room scrolled rapidly, and then a series of prompt sounds sounded in the room. Dust is flying. I gave 20 rewards to anchor Qingqing's live broadcast room. It's super hot. Suddenly, this prompt sound rang throughout the platform. It has attracted countless newcomers and fans. What? 20 rounds of super fire? 60,000 yuan. Is this true? Which rich guy is this? Is this the super popular free series? Isn't this a shill? Or is the union trying to make money? For a time, the popularity skyrocketed, and Yanqing's live broadcast room attracted countless popularity. Soon, 10 seconds were up, the opponent's health bar was gone, and Yanqing won. The host Xiao Wu on the other side was stunned. She thought she had won, but she didn't expect the opponent to steal the tower, which made her extremely upset. If it comes down to her strength, she is confident that she can win. Not only the anchor himself, but also the big brothers on the list in the live broadcast room think so. One more! It was you who stole the tower, just now. It doesn't count. Let's fight with real weapons if you dare. Rubbish anchor. Not only does he have no talent, but he also does things so dirty. Immediately, everyone ran to Yanqing's live broadcast room and began to make sarcastic remarks. Before Yanqing could react, he saw a lot of abusive comments on the barrage. TSK. Can't you just accept defeat? If you lose, you lose. What do you mean by stealing the tower? If you have the ability, you should have done more. Stealing the tower? All your health bars are gone. That is, before Yin Qing could say anything, fans in the live broadcast room started to defend him. The argument became heated for a while. Since this was Yin Qing's home court, he naturally had no pressure in scolding the other side. Gu Chen did not say anything, but smiled disdainfully. That guy who posted super hot videos, I know you're still in the live broadcast room. Do you have the guts to play another round? Let's have a real fight? Whoever loses has to apologize? Yes. Do you have the guts to play another round? What's the point of relying on stealing the tower at the end? The big brother on the opposite side of the list saw that he couldn't win the fans' criticism, so he directly issued a challenge to Gu Chen. How ridiculous. You asked me to play again? Gu Chen didn't waste any words and just sprayed. Humph. If you're scared, just say so. Why pretend to be rich if you don't have money? That's right. If you don't dare to fight, then you don't dare to fight? What excuses are you making? After seeing what Gu Chen said, the person on the other side got angry. Want to play? Sure. Shall we go to the charity live broadcast room and play there? Dare you? Gu Chen replied. Beat. Walk. Who's afraid of whom? For a while, Yin Qing's live broadcast room was full of gunpowder, attracting too many spectators. Dust is flying and mighty. That's it. Go to the charity if you have the guts. Wow. Is this the boss? He has really positive values. Love it. No wonder the boss is so rich. Just look at your attitude. I can only say that you deserve to be so rich. That's right. If you have money, do more charity. Why are you showing off here and making a presence? The live broadcast room was full of praise for Gu Chen's words, and they all supported Gu Chen. On the other side, there was a live broadcast room with very few people. It's called the Charity Live Broadcast Room for poverty alleviation donations in mountainous areas. The host of the broadcast is a volunteer teacher who is teaching in the deep mountains of central China. He saw the poverty here, and even the place where the children study is extremely dilapidated. The local government can't afford to allocate funds because there are so many places like this here. So he had to find a way out on his own, and by chance he came across live streaming. So he started live streaming. He thought that as long as he started the live broadcast, people from all walks of life would actively donate after knowing the situation here. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. As a result, no one was interested, which made him very disappointed. Look, there are only a few people in the live broadcast room. After Gu Chen said this in Yin Qing's live broadcast room, he searched for the charity live broadcast room in the search bar. Many live broadcasts popped up directly. After searching for a while, he saw a live broadcast room called Charity Donations for Poverty Alleviation in Mountainous Areas. This is the one that caught my eye. Aren't you dissatisfied? If you have the guts, come here and fight for real money. Gu Chen directly sent the link to Yin Qing's live broadcast room and then typed a line of words. The boss is actually serious. Let's go and take a look. Does the other side dare? For a time, Yin Qing's live broadcast room was very popular. The big brothers on the opposite side are now in a dilemma. They thought it was just an excuse from Gu Chen, but they actually took it seriously. However, after seeing so many comments, they gritted their teeth and went straight there. They had looked at Gu Chen's account level before, and it was just the most basic level. It was obvious that he was a novice who had just started playing. How much money could he have? So they were relieved. Live broadcast room on poverty in the mountains. At this time, the popularity skyrocketed. The person doing the live broadcast was a young man, and no one knew what happened. It was not until she saw many comments that she understood the whole story. Thank you all for coming to the live broadcast room, the host said quickly. Dust is flying. I gave 10 rewards to the Anchor Dash and Pinion's live broadcast room. It's so popular. Go and watch. Gu Chen didn't waste any words and fired 10 super hot shots directly, which instantly resounded throughout the platform. Hello, host. Thank you, Brother Chen Tu Fei Yang, for your help. On behalf of the students here, I would like to thank you very much for your help. Don't worry, I will use all the tips for poverty alleviation. Everyone is welcome to supervise. The anchor immediately looked grateful. This is the biggest, most numerous, and most expensive gift he has received since he started live streaming. Are there still such poor places now? When you grow up, sand tends to get into your eyes easily. I'm not as rich as the big boss, so I can only do my best. Here's the sports car. All the viewers who were attracted to the show were moved by the host, and all kinds of gifts filled the screen. Such a big commotion at this time naturally attracted the attention of the platform. The staff didn't dare to make a decision and could only report it. After attracting the attention of a powerful supervisor, he made the final decision. This is a good opportunity to promote the positive energy of our platform. We will do our best to lift the traffic restrictions on this live broadcast room. In addition, we will not take a cent from all the gifts and rewards for this live broadcast room. All of them will be used for charity activities. After the order was given from above, the staff below immediately started to act. The live broadcast link of the Dash and Poverty live broadcast room suddenly appeared on the platform's homepage. The staff even delivered a gift directly inside. The staff of Tigerfish gave a super hot reward to the Anchor Dash and Pinions live broadcast room. Come and watch. Suddenly, the platform prompt sounded, instantly attracting the attention of many netizens. Hello, Anchor. I am a staff member of the official platform. According to the decision from above, the platform will not charge any commission for all the gifts given to this live broadcast room in the future. All of them will be used for charity. At the same time, we will assign someone to check the whereabouts of all financial resources. It immediately caused a huge uproar, and no one expected that it would attract the attention of the platform. Thank you for the support of the official platform. On behalf of all the students here, I would like to express my sincere gratitude. The host was also stunned and then ecstatic. He didn't expect that he would attract the attention of the authorities. Wow, I didn't expect the platform to be so warm-hearted. You are worthy of being the boss of the platform. Great. I've decided to only watch Tigerfish live from now on. Boss Chen Feiyang is really amazing. His one move attracted the attention of the platform. That's right. Your boss is still your boss. For a moment, all the comments were positive, and the supervisor who was observing secretly was very satisfied. Opposite side. Where are your people? Did they run away? At this time, Gu Chen did not forget those people before. Brother Wang, I gave 10 rewards to the Anchor Dash and Pinions live broadcast room, which was super popular. Xiao Wu's patron saint gave 10 super hot tips to the Anchor Dash and Pinions live broadcast room. Xiao Wu's number one brother gave 10 rewards to the Anchor Dash and Pinions live broadcast room, which was super popular. As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, several voices rang out in succession. The live broadcast room was extremely exciting. The showdown between the local tyrants has begun. Gu Chen smiled when he saw this scene. Very good. Dust is flying. I gave 50 tips to the Anchor Dash and Pinions live broadcast room. It's so popular. Dust is flying. I gave 50 tips to the Anchor Dash and Pinions live broadcast room. It's so popular. Without saying much, he took action directly, shocking everyone instantly. Fuck. This is super rich. At this moment, my dog eyes are blinded. 100 rounds of super fire. 300,000? Just gone like that? I can't understand how rich people think. Not only could the viewers in the live broadcast room be frightened, but even the few people and the rich people before were also frightened. They didn't expect that Gu Chen was so rich. It had only been a short time, but he had already spent 300,000? Although they claim to be rich, they still feel very painful to spend so much at once. Where are the people? At this time, Gu Chen saw that they were not moving and immediately taunted. You won't run away, will you? Chapter 025 complete, a small goal in 1 hour. As soon as these words came out, the faces of those who had been against Gu Chen before turned red, and after a discussion, they immediately started fighting. So each of the three of them fired 30 super fire rounds. It directly increased the popularity of the live broadcast. That's it. Gu Chen glanced at it, then sent out 2 words with disdain, and directly rewarded 4 50-shot super hots in one breath. Another 600,000. Several people shut up instantly. They knew they had hit a wall. The strength of the person was many times stronger than theirs. So they didn't dare to show up again and left in shame. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned instantly. They didn't expect Gu Chen to be so domineering and directly spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. So everyone waited for a while, and when they saw that the people from before had not appeared, they knew that they would not dare to come again. But there was no ridicule. After all, they knew that Gu Chen must be extremely powerful, and they didn't even blink when they saw him. Boss is mighty. Boss is so domineering. Big Boss is awesome. Suddenly, all the same words appeared in the live broadcast room. Thank you, Brother Dust Flying, for sending so many super fires. I thank you on behalf of the children. The host also reacted at this time and thanked Gu Chen sincerely. It's okay. I hope you can do what you say, Gu Chen said generously. Anyway, he has a credit limit of 1 million, so it doesn't matter where he spends it. He might as well donate it to charity, which can do good deeds and avoid waste. Please rest assured, Big Brother, I will broadcast the financial usage live throughout the process. Big Brother is welcome to investigate. The host was very humble and very grateful to Gu Chen. He knew that if it weren't for Gu Chen, he probably wouldn't be able to continue. Afterwards, Gu Chen chatted for a few words and then left. Although Gu Chen left, the popularity of this live broadcast room was very high. The previous super hot attraction attracted too much popularity. Wow, I didn't expect the boss's thought level is so high. How can you be so rich if you are not tall? I may not be as rich as Dust Flying Boss, but I still have a rocket. Great. I didn't expect there is such a place. I'll do my best to help. When netizens in the live broadcast room saw Gu Chen's previous lavish spending, they were immediately thrilled and gave him rewards, hoping that it would be of some help to the children in the poor mountainous areas. Gu Chen's story has attracted widespread attention. He is rich and kind-hearted and has become an idol for many people. There were also many anchors who, after learning that Gu Chen had given more than 1 million in tips within just 1 hour, suddenly had red eyes and found Gu Chen's account to send private messages, wanting to cling to the thighs of the rich man. All this has nothing to do with Gu Chen. At this time, a message came on his mobile phone. Congratulations to this user for completing the activity. The total consumption is 1.03 million. The cashback of 100 million has been transferred to the user's bank card. Please check it. Seeing this, Gu Chen was excited. He got 100 million. Dear Mr. Gu, your account received a transfer today. The current balance is 138,974,300 yuan and 6 cents. Then there was news about his bank card account. Ha! I completed a small goal in just 1 hour. Gu Chen's mouth suddenly cracked with laughter. Boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on his office door. Come in. The person who came was Chu Sinny. Why are you here? Gu Chen was slightly stunned. This should be Chu Sinny's busiest time. I'm here to report to the director. Chu Sinny gave Gu Chen a complicated look. Looking at all this, she felt like it was a dream. Her old classmates suddenly became her boss. Can't you just make the decision on anything? Gu Chen said indifferently. It's about Tina Group. Chu Sinny gritted her teeth. Obviously, he is still very angry about what Tina Group had done before. Forehead. Gu Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, if it weren't for that person, he wouldn't have been able to acquire the Chu Group. I just talked to General Manager Jiang about the situation. Our Taiyu is many times more famous than Tina Group internationally, so I want to target Tina Group in terms of raw materials. Without waiting for Gu Chen to say anything, she continued. After my investigation, those international raw material producing areas obviously trust us, Taiyu more. In addition, our Taiyu is currently undergoing transformation and needs a large amount of raw materials. We can also seize market share and expand our influence. Then he looked at Gu Chen expectantly. Forehead. Gu Chen smiled bitterly, then thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. Before, their group didn't need many raw materials, so they didn't care. But now, since we need to transform, we naturally need a lot of raw materials. However, he believed that squeezing out Tina Group was definitely part of the reason. Okay, you take full responsibility for this matter. Gu Chen simply delegated his authority and let her handle the matter. Yes, thank you, Chairman. Chu Sinny was very happy to hear that, and then she walked out in her high heels. Things get done naturally, without any delay. This girl. Gu Chen shook his head and then went about his business. Many documents require his personal signature to be valid. Time passed slowly, and it was soon time to get off work. As the boss of the group, how can I take the lead in working overtime? So Gu Chen left the group very punctually. Others also left the office. It must be said that the working environment of large groups is quite humane. As long as you finish your work, you can leave work on time, and you will also receive overtime pay for overtime work. Gu Chen drove his supercar directly out of the parking lot. Wow, a supercar. Whose car is this? It's so cool. I've never heard of anyone driving a sports car to work. Not even Mr. Jiang. Could it be? Chairman. The staff who had just walked out of the building suddenly saw a sports car coming out of the underground parking lot and started talking about it. She was immediately filled with envy, and the female employee looked moved. Chairman Gu Chen is young, handsome, and worth billions. He is truly the male god in their hearts. After returning home, Gu Chen felt very bored, So he started his journey to conquer the canyon. Open pesticide and enter the game interface. Looking at the long-lost scene, Gu Chen felt nostalgic. He hadn't played for a year, and he dropped directly from the king rank to platinum. Without thinking twice, I opened a ranking directly. So he started a winning streak and won the MVP every time. With the strength of a king, can't he kill people at will in a platinum game? At this time, he looked at the time on his wrist, and it was already past midnight. I didn't expect to play for so long. He rubbed his neck and exited the game. Just have fun. There's no need to play all the time. After thinking about it, I realized that today's activities had been refreshed, so I opened Toba. After all, he has been in great form tonight, so maybe he will have some luck and win a better product. Congratulations to this user for winning the 1 yuan exchange for a Huatian hotel. Looking at the news above, Gu Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. I think I discovered a secret. Do I have to play a few games before the lottery? Huatian Hotel, a famous 5-star hotel in Huahai City, is several levels higher than Sheraton. The guests we receive are all business tycoons or international bigwigs. These are invisible resources. Tomorrow happens to be a class reunion, just in time. Gu Chen then thought, isn't the class reunion held at the Huatian Hotel? Thinking of this, he smiled knowingly. He obviously didn't like to show off, but this mutated Taba always wanted him to do so. Life is so helpless. There was no conversation that night, and Gu Chen woke up early. After taking care of his personal hygiene, he drove directly to the Huatian Hotel. According to the navigation, an hour later, the sports car stopped safely in front of the hotel. Looking at the luxurious and grand hotel, Gu Chen was very satisfied. It was indeed a top 5-star hotel. Just walk down and into the lobby. The magnificent lobby with golden walls greets you. The decoration inside is unique, and the rows of bookshelves are filled with many works of art and classical books. The modern and luxurious lobby reveals a touch of elegance and grace, giving people a sense of noble quality. Gu Chen couldn't help but nodded. The hardware facilities were impeccable. Hello, sir. Are you booking a room, or? The sweet voice of the front desk customer service came over. Hello, I'm waiting for someone. Gu Chen nodded, thinking that the service was indeed good. Okay, sir. You can go to the special leisure area over there to wait for someone. The receptionist did not show any dissatisfaction, but instead gave considerate suggestions. Okay, thanks. Gu Chen then walked to the comfortable sofa opposite, took out his cell phone, and made a call. This phone number was sent to him by Taobao last night. This should be the phone number of the person in charge of the hotel. The phone rang a few times and then was connected. Then a deep male voice came through. Hello? How are you? May I ask who is? Gu Chen. As soon as these words came out, Gu Chen clearly heard the pause on the other side. My name is Gan Yuan. I'm so sorry. Mr. Gu, I didn't expect you to come so early. Please wait a moment. I'm still in Ning City. I'll be there soon. The person on the other side was slightly stunned, then quickly spoke. Gun? This last name is quite interesting. But what are you doing in Ning City? Shouldn't you be working? Thinking of this, Gu Chen frowned slightly. Mr. Gu, give me 30 minutes. I'll be there right away. I'm so sorry. Hearing that Gu Chen didn't say anything, he thought he was dissatisfied and suddenly became anxious, and he quickly apologized. Not only did he have no complaints about Gu Chen's acquisition of his hotel, he was also full of gratitude. A person who can afford to open a hotel naturally has more than just this ability. He also opened another company. However, his company's capital chain has been tight recently, causing it to file for bankruptcy. It can be said that within a month, he will face bankruptcy or imprisonment. Selling a 5-star hotel is not an easy matter. It requires a large amount of cash, which is not something that ordinary people can come up with. Chapter 026 Acquisition of a 5-star Hotel. In addition, someone made a noise and no one dared to take over his hotel, or the price is pushed down extremely low. Just when he was in despair, the person who called himself Gu Chen suddenly appeared on the other end of the phone. They wanted to buy his hotel at an overpriced price so that he could directly fill the gap in his capital chain and revive his company. This move was like timely help to him and indirectly saved his life. How could he not be grateful in this situation? Yeah, it's okay. Just take your time. No need to rush. Gu Chen naturally didn't know the other person's identity and thought he was just the manager of the hotel. He wanted to see what this person would say next. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chen sat in the lobby and waited, mainly looking at the environment and facilities. I have to say, it is really good. Both the software and hardware facilities are first class. Suddenly, he saw a woman in uniform walking towards him and was stunned when he heard the receptionist call her manager Lu. She is the manager? Then what is Gan Yuan? Gu Chen was confused. Seeing the other party leaving in the elevator, Gu Chen hurried to the front desk. Was that person just now your manager? Gu Chen couldn't help but speak. Yes, that was the general manager of our hotel. Why, sir, do you also think our manager is pretty? Hearing this, the receptionist raised her head and looked at Gu Chen with a smile and said, she simply misunderstood and thought that Gu Chen was someone who had a crush on their manager. Forehead. Gu Chen was stunned. Beautiful? He really didn't notice it. I have a piece of advice for you, sir. Just give up. Our manager has never treated any member of the opposite sex any differently. Seeing Gu Chen's expression, she thought he was embarrassed because she had exposed him, so she immediately advised. She said so much to Gu Chen because she saw how handsome he was. By the way, has the person you were waiting for arrived, sir? No. He said it would take another half an hour. Gu Chen shook his head and then sat back on the sofa. Less than 30 minutes had passed, just 25 minutes. Gan Yuan ran in, sweating profusely. Although Gu Chen told him not to be anxious, he was not anxious. So he rushed to the hotel in a hurry. Ning City is a city not far from Huahai City, and it usually only takes half an hour to get there. Boss gone? At this moment, the front desk clerk suddenly tensed up and shouted nervously. Hearing the voice, Gu Chen turned around and saw a well-maintained, middle-aged man walked in. Are you Mr. Gu Chen? After looking around, Gan Yuan saw that only Gu Chen was sitting in the rest area, so he hurried over and asked tentatively. Although Gu Chen looks very young, capable people never care about age. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen looked at the dusty Gan Yuan and said with a smile, Boss Gan? Seeing the other person nod, Gu Chen realized that the other person was the owner of the hotel. I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, Mr. Gu. Gan Yuan apologized. The posture is very low. This made Gu Chen feel a little strange, as he didn't know about these things. I just bought his hotel. Why is he so nice to me? Could it be that he is attracted by my beauty? Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't help but shudder and felt a chill. Boss Gu, go check out our hotel now. If there were no problems with my company, I really wouldn't sell it. Then Gan Yuan began to introduce the hotel to Gu Chen. Good. Gu Chen nodded. Come to the front desk. Xiao Qian, let me introduce you to this person who will be your boss from now on, Mr. Gu Chen. Gan Yuan pointed at Gu Chen and said, Hello, Mr. Gu. The receptionist was stunned for a moment. It turned out that the good-looking young man was her boss. She started to stutter. Yeah, hello. Gu Chen greeted with a smile. He still has a good impression of this front desk. Of course, it's not the kind between men and women, but the kind that is appreciated in the workplace. By the way, where is Manager Lu? Then Gan Yuan asked the front desk. Manager Lu just went upstairs. The front desk clerk answered truthfully. Although Gan Yuan will no longer be their boss, he is still very nice to them. Notify CEO Lu. Everyone should hold a meeting in the conference room. After saying something to the front desk, he looked at Gu Chen and said, Mr. Gu, please. Good. Gu Chen took the lead without hesitation. 10 minutes later, in the conference room of Huatian Hotel, more than 100 people filled the entire conference room. The seats in the front row were gradually occupied by management. The leader was Manager Lu Ying, who had met Gu Chen once. Everyone who came in cast their eyes towards the top of the conference room. Suddenly, the main door opened, and two figures walked in. The first person to come in was not Gan Yuan, whom they were familiar with, but a young man. They were collectively confused. Who is this young man? Why is he walking ahead of the boss? What right does he have to be in the boss's position? Only Lu Ying knew the truth, and she looked at her new boss with a little curiosity. Although they were all very curious, no one asked, and the entire conference room fell into silence. After a while, Gan Yuan felt a little sad when looking at the familiar faces. After all, they were all old people who had followed him for many years. Ahem! He drew everyone's attention and continued. Everyone, the purpose of today's meeting is to inform everyone of one thing. I have sold the Huatian Hotel to Mr. Gu Chen next to me. In other words, from today on, Mr. Gu is your new boss. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes widened. They had no news at all before. It happened so suddenly. I have no idea why Gan Yuan wants to sell his booming hotel. You've all met the new boss. Seeing everyone's reactions, Gan Yuan was also sighing. Hello, Mr. Gu. But they reacted quickly. Gu Chen nodded and motioned for everyone to sit down. Then they looked at Gu Chen curiously and found that the new boss was not only young, but also extremely handsome. To be able to buy such a big hotel, one must be very rich. This is simply the template for the male protagonist in urban romance novels. Compared to the previous Gan Yuan and Mr. Gan, Gu Chen is simply perfect. Except for a few people, most of them have no feelings for Gan Yuan. This isn't heartless, it's just the most basic idea. After all, for them, it's just a job, just a change of boss. The impact is not significant. Therefore, Gu Chen's appearance added a lot of points to his impression. Then Gan Yuan left the stage to Gu Chen. He has said everything he needed to say. Next, Huatian Hotel will belong to Gu Chen. Everyone, I won't beat around the bush. Everything will remain the same as before. The reward system will not be affected in any way. After all, I've just taken over this hotel, and I don't know you all that well. So in the next period of time, I will pay close attention to your work attitude. For those with a good work attitude, not only will your salary not be affected, but it will actually increase. Gu Chen looked around and said slowly. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the salary and reward system remains unchanged, even if the sky falls, it will have nothing to do with him. All right, that's all I have to say for now. Let's adjourn the meeting. The management will stay and introduce the hotel to me. Afterwards, more than 100 people dispersed, leaving only about 10 people to continue the meeting. The huge conference room seemed a little empty at this moment. At this time, a woman in her 30s who was sitting closest to Gu Chen stood up. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Lu Ying, the general manager of the hotel. I will introduce everything about the hotel to you in detail. Lu Ying didn't know that Gu Chen had seen him before and said respectfully with a professional smile. Gu Chen nodded after hearing this. After all, he had just taken over and had only a vague idea about the place, so he needed to understand the situation in detail. As the general manager of the hotel, it would be great for me to introduce it to him. Then Lu Ying began to speak. From the hotel's operating model to various tasks, every detail was explained in great detail. Gu Chen was extremely surprised when he heard this. He did not expect that Lu Ying's ability was so good that she could remember everything in the hotel, big and small, very clearly. Lu Ying always has her own opinions on the hotel's future development direction, the problems it faces, and the solutions it will provide. Even Gu Chen was secretly surprised. After all, he couldn't think of a better way than hers. You have to know that Gu Chen is not ignorant. How can a graduate from a prestigious university get his reputation in vain? Seeing that Gu Chen's eyes stayed on Lu Ying's face, Gan Yuan came up and whispered in Gu Chen's ear. Lu Ying, 31 years old, is a top student who graduated from the business school of Stan University. She is very capable and usually manages this hotel. What's going on? Mr. Gu has an idea? The corner of Gu Chen's mouth twitched. He looked at Gan Yuan speechlessly and shook his head. This old man is so frivolous. No wonder he was like this at the front desk of the hotel lobby before. It turns out that this is where the problem lies. Boss Gu, if you have any ideas about her, it might be a little difficult. It's impossible to use your status to suppress her. After all, she's very capable. She'll be wanted wherever she wants to go. She's also usually very modest. Anyway, I can't do anything about it. It all depends on your methods. Gan Yuan thought that Gu Chen was embarrassed. Gu Chen simply didn't bother to look at Gan Yuan. At first, he thought that people who could afford to open a big hotel must be very serious, but he didn't expect. He suppressed his inner thoughts and listened carefully to Lu Ying's introduction. It then became a normal meeting with everyone expressing their opinions. No matter who raises questions and plans about the hotel, Lu Ying can always come up with a good idea. After listening to this, Gu Chen nodded repeatedly. He couldn't think of a better way than this. He couldn't help but feel very happy, because he knew that Lu Ying's abilities far exceeded hotel management. Let him get a bargain. Time passes by little. Various problems are also being solved. The sky outside was gradually getting darker. Chapter 027. The classmates speak so nicely. Because of the meeting, Gu Chen's phone was turned to silent mode. So he didn't notice that his phone was receiving messages one after another. Ding Rue. Gu Chen, the time is almost up. When will you come over? Ding Rue. Gu Chen, I'm here. Where are you? Ding Rue. Gu Chen, where are you? Is everyone here and waiting for you? Of course, the news did not come entirely from Ding Rue. Ocean University Management Class Gathering Group. Class Secretary Siekai. At Gu Chen, you are the only one missing. Are you missing again? Wang Feng. Gu Chen, I haven't heard from you for a long time. I heard Ding Rue say that you would come, and everyone was very happy. You won't come again, right? Tang Lin. We are classmates. You are not going to stand us up, are you? Ding Rue had pulled Gu Chen into this group before. So for a while, all the comments were about Gu Chen. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone had arrived at the entrance of Huatian Hotel. Looking at the familiar faces, the students enthusiastically reminisced about the past, as if they were back on campus again. A total of nearly 20 students came, and the others were not in Huahai and could not come. Ding Rue looked at his phone from time to time and found that Gu Chen still hadn't replied to the message. At this time, the organizer of the party, class secretary Xie Kai, walked over slowly. When one of them saw Xie Kai, he quickly waved. Brother Kai here. So everyone greeted him enthusiastically. They're no longer the ignorant people they were in school. I know that Xie Kai's family runs a company, and he might need help someday. Only Ding Rue snorted coldly when he saw him. Xie Kai said nothing about everyone trying to curry favor with him. Haha, it's been a long time since we last met. Xie Kai was very happy. After looking around, he didn't find Gu Chen and frowned. Where is Brother Gu? Didn't he say he would come today? He asked Ding Rue, who was standing aside. Yeah, I just happened to see Gu Chen a few days ago, and he said he would come over too. Ding Rue looked at the other students who were also looking at him and explained. Then let's wait. I haven't seen Gu Chen for a long time. This time is just right. He also has a good relationship with Gu Chen. But Gu Chen is much more popular than him in school. Now looking at his classmates' attitude towards him, he couldn't help feeling comfortable. Everyone heard this and said nothing. Then 2 more figures walked over. Squad leader, you're finally here. I don't know who was quick-eyed and shouted immediately. When everyone heard this, they looked and saw a pair of figures walking out from the underground parking lot. It was their class monitor Lu Yu and a middle-aged man. Hello, everyone. Lu Yu greeted happily. Hello, squad leader. Then they noticed the middle-aged man next to Lu Yu and couldn't help but feel curious. If Gu Chen was here, he would definitely recognize him. It was Li Kuan from before. Ahem. Hello, classmates. I'm Lu Yu's boyfriend, Li Kuan. Li Kuan spoke enthusiastically to everyone at this time. He originally didn't plan to come, but when he heard that Gu Chen would come, he immediately changed his mind. After all, this was an opportunity to get to know Gu Chen up close. Finally, after knowing the location of the party, I became even more enthusiastic. I didn't expect that the classmates in Lu Yu's class were not simple people. Huatian Hotel can't be booked just by having money. Just like him, although he is worth tens of millions, he is still not qualified in front of Huatian. Everyone's faces changed slightly for a moment. They didn't expect that their former squad leader would find a boyfriend who was old enough to be their father. This must be Xie Kai. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Li Kuan naturally noticed everyone's gaze, but he didn't care. He recognized the center of the crowd at a glance, Xie Kai. He knew that this person had booked a private room at Huatian Hotel, so his identity must be extraordinary. Well, congratulations to the squad leader for finding a caring uncle. Xie Kai noticed that the atmosphere was a little off and immediately congratulated him. I wonder what Mr. Li does for a living. Seeing that no one spoke, Xie Kai continued to ask. I can't compare with my classmates. I run a small business and barely make ends meet. Likun Smilit. Everyone's eyes stayed on Lu Yu, wondering why he was looking for such an old man. Lu Yu pursed her lips and said nothing. At the end of the year, I can make 1 or 2 million. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed, and they finally understood that the monitor wanted to find someone twice her age. There is contempt, disgust, confusion, disappointment, envy, etc. Haha, if Mr. Li is just trying to make a living, then we are just begging. Xie Kai made a joke. Then everyone became active again. Okay, since Gu Chen hasn't come yet, let's go in and wait. It's not good to stand at the door. Xie Kai suggested. The other students echoed. Yes, maybe Gu Chen will be here soon. Seeing this, Ding Rue didn't say anything. After all, it is impossible for everyone to wait here, foolishly, just for Gu Chen. Who knows what he is doing? He doesn't even answer messages or phone calls. But Xie Kai, you are really amazing. You actually managed to book a private room. That's right. I heard that it's very difficult to book a private room here. I never thought that I would be able to eat here one day. You are worthy of being my brother Kai. In one word, I surrender. Everyone praised Xie Kai as they walked. It's nothing. Uncle Gan gave me face because of my dad's relationship. Xie Kai pretended to be low-key. He thought that his words could save his face, but he didn't expect that no one knew the owner of Huatian Hotel, which made him very depressed. If I'm not mistaken, the owner of Huatian Hotel seems to be surnamed Gon. I didn't expect that classmate Xie's family has such extensive connections. Li Kuan, who was following behind, was delighted when he heard this. He didn't expect that Xie Kai actually knew Gan Yuan. Others may not know Gan Yuan, but he knows him very well that he is a famous entrepreneur in Huahai City. Does Mr. Li know him too? Xie Kai's eyes lit up when he heard that. Of course you need someone to praise you if you want to show off. Otherwise it would be meaningless. Student Xie, you're joking. He's a big boss, and only people like us can get to know him. Li Kuan said self-deprecatingly. Wow, I didn't expect our class secretary to be so prestigious that he even knows the five-star boss. Brother Kai is worthy of being Brother Kai. Hearing the praises from his classmates, Xie Kai felt elated. What the classmates said was so nice. However, he still pretended to be low-key and said, No, it's just my father's connections. How could I have such ability? In fact, all of this is just exaggeration by Xie Kai. His father knew Gan Yuan, but he had only met him a few times at some events and meetings, and it was just his father's wishful thinking to get to know him. This time he just found a hotel manager to book a room. Just this point, he certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to say it out loud. Walking into the lobby, everyone was instantly surprised by the luxurious decoration of the hotel. Xie Kai was no exception. Although he had been here many times, he was still extremely surprised. Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment? At this time, a good-looking waiter came over with a smile and asked. Yes. Thank you, Kai. Xie Kai nodded and gave his name. After checking the computer in the lobby, the waiter smiled and led the way. Okay, Mr. Xie, please follow me. Then everyone followed and looked around. This decoration? It's really too pretty. It's worthy of being a five-star hotel. After tonight, I'll have more material to post on WeChat moments. Are we like Granny Lu entering a garden, looking like we have never seen the world? I don't know if we look alike, but you definitely look alike. Puff! Everyone was talking and laughing, and the same was true for Lu Yu and Ding Rue, who were at the back. Although he did not participate in the topic, there was still an expression of surprise on his face. However, Ding Rue was also cursing in his heart at this time. Damn, this place is so luxurious. The consumption must be very expensive. Even if the rich dog owner pays half, there will still be a lot left. I don't know if this little money is enough. Ding Rue didn't pay attention to the front and suddenly bumped into someone. Hey, who is it? Why don't you leave? He couldn't help but touch his nose painfully and said. Looking around, it was Lu Yu's boyfriend Li Kuan. But the other person didn't reply to him, but looked straight to the right. He followed his gaze and was immediately stunned. Gu Chen, why didn't you inform me when he came? You made me worry for nothing. He complained that he didn't know the person next to Gu Chen. But Li Kuan was different. He was extremely shocked, but felt it was natural. Gan Yuan, the owner of Huatian Hotel, was right next to Gu Chen, talking and laughing. It was incredible no matter how you looked at it. However, it seemed very normal when I thought about the fact that Gu Chen owned an office building in Eua Plaza which was not for sale. The other side. After the meeting in the conference room, Gan Yuan also said goodbye, so Gu Chen saw him off. Boss Gu, I feel relieved to leave the hotel to you. Gan Yuan was being polite, saying that this young man was not only very rich, but also very capable. No. Thank you for all the trouble, Mr. Gan. You are welcome to stay here in the future. Gu Chen smiled slightly and said modestly. Lu Ying, who was following behind them, lowered her head and said nothing. Although she is extremely talented and has a cold personality, it doesn't mean that she has no emotional intelligence. In this situation, he just needs to be a transparent person in the conversation between the bosses. Okay. I will definitely come back in the future. If you need any help, please just ask. I will do my best and will never refuse. Then Gan Yuan said seriously. Gu Chen could tell that these were Gan Yuan's true words, not just some polite remark. Although he didn't know why Gan Yuan said that, he still said with a smile. Okay, then I'll definitely have to trouble Mr. Gan. You're welcome. If you need anything, call Mr. Gu. The three of them walked all the way to the hall. Okay, Mr. Gu, that's it. I'm leaving first. Gan Yuan stopped and said to Gu Chen. Chapter 0, 28 Shock Classmates. Gu Chen nodded and said, Well, Mr. Gan, take care. Lu Ying, who had been silent for a long time, also opened her red lips and said, Boss Gan, take care. The current owner of this hotel is Mr. Gu. I'm no longer your Mr. Gan. Gan Yuan said with a smile. Lu Ying was stunned for a moment, then smiled sadly and said, "Take care, Mr. Gan." After all, she felt very comfortable working under Gan Yuan. She was talented, but she also needed a stage to display her talents. After Mr. Gan handed the hotel over to her, he gave her great authority, so she respected Gan Yuan from the bottom of her heart. Gan Yuan nodded with emotion, then looked around with a complicated look and left without looking back. Then Gu Chen took a glance and suddenly found Li Kuan. "Why is he here?" I was slightly surprised, and then I saw Ding Rue and Lu Yu and many familiar faces in front of me, and I suddenly remembered them. It seems like today is their class reunion. He said a few words under Lu Ying's curious gaze and then walked away. Looking at Ding Rue's gaze, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and took out his cell phone to check. Sure enough, there were many missed calls and unread plus 99 messages. "Gu Chen, when did you come?" At this time, Ding Rue's loud voice instantly resounded throughout the hall, causing the students in the front to turn around and see Gu Chen, who had an extraordinary temperament, and they were suddenly excited. "Gu Chen, when did you arrive? It's really not easy to see you. It's been a long time since we last met. Our school hunk is still as stunning as ever. Where have you been this year, Gu Chen? Why didn't you come when we took graduation photos?" All of a sudden, all the students asked 100,000 questions and surrounded Gu Chen to ask. It's so much more sincere and lively than when Siekai did it before. "Long time no see." Gu Chen responded with a smile. Siekai, who was at the front, saw that Gu Chen was so popular, and his eyes suddenly changed. He didn't expect that Gu Chen would steal his limelight as soon as he appeared on the stage, and he was very jealous. But he soon smiled again. "Brother Gu, you were so mean. You disappeared for a whole year. If Ding Rue hadn't said so, we probably wouldn't have seen you again." He immediately pretended to be very familiar with the subject. "Long time no see, Siekai." Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him, Siekai said, "Okay, let's go to the box first. Talk about it, right? Let's go eat first. Talk about it." At this time, a classmate next to Siekai echoed, "Gu Chen, do you know? Siekai helped us a lot. If it weren't for him, how could we have the opportunity to come here for dinner?" Another classmate also praised Siekai Dao. Siekai looked at the two of them with great satisfaction and approval. Although he is not as famous as Gu Chen, he has brought benefits to his classmates now, which is something Gu Chen cannot compare to. Besides, now we are in society, not in school. The way he behaved in school was not suitable for society, so he was confident tonight that he could divert everyone's enthusiasm to himself. Isn't the purpose of a class reunion to enjoy being admired by classmates? As for Gu Chen, although he knew that Gu Chen's family was quite rich, in his opinion, it was not important at all at this moment. As a native of Huahai, he always looked down on any outsider, even if he was not as rich as the other party. "Oh, well, I really have to thank Kai a lot." Gu Chen was well aware of the little thoughts of several people, but he didn't care. Only Li Kuan shook his head in disdain, the scene just now still playing in his mind. "Hello, classmate Gu." At this time, he hurried to Gu Chen to show his presence. "Yeah, hello." Gu Chen nodded, and then nodded to Lu Yu. At this time, everyone had reached the second floor. The waiter leading the way in front became nervous after seeing Gu Chen, and was stopped by Gu Chen's eyes when he was about to say hello. So he treated everyone more enthusiastically. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the intercom on her chest. After taking it, he listened to a few words and then returned to normal. So she turned around and went to a more luxurious box at the end of the second floor, just as she was about to enter the box. The classmates thought it was arranged by Siekai and followed him without any surprise. Only Siekai's face changed. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew that this was not what he had arranged. Are you kidding? Even his father couldn't book this room just like that, let alone him. But when he saw the expressions of his classmates, he remained silent. After all, who else would know about this besides him? So I enjoyed the flattery from my classmates. Only Li Kuan seemed to be thinking about something. He glanced at Gu Chen, who had no expression on his face, and instantly understood. All of this was arranged by Gu Chen. The decoration in the room is more luxurious and extravagant than the lobby. The extremely dazzling chandelier decorations and the literati ink paintings on the walls instantly create a sense of layering. The luxurious solid rosewood table is matched with the rockery and flowing water on the table. The light shining in from the window forms a pleasing pattern through special principles. Combined with other decorations in the room, the whole house feels like traveling back to a restaurant thousands of years ago. Everyone was stunned. Everyone, please sit wherever you want. Don't be polite. At this time, Siekai reacted and acted like the host. Everyone was still a little reserved. Gu Chen looked around, pulled a chair, and sat down, and Ding Rue followed closely behind him. Li Kuan pulled Liu Yu to sit on the other side of Gu Chen. Seeing this, everyone sat down. I didn't expect that you, Siekai, are so influential that you could actually book a room here. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Kai is still Brother Kai. Awesome. As soon as they sat down, the students became excited and praised Siekai one after another. Siekai's mouth corners were stretched to the back of his head due to his smile. Keep a low profile. Siekai waved his hands, looking nonchalant. Gu Chen on the opposite side was stunned when he saw this, and then he thought of nothing to say. Since Siekai likes to show off, let him do it. By the way, Gu Chen, we haven't seen you for a long time. Why do you seem to have disappeared in this year? Siekai looked up and saw Gu Chen's expression. He couldn't help feeling unhappy and asked with a turn of his eyes. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the students looked at Gu Chen. Yeah, Brother Chen, what happened to you? You even quit the class group? Tell it out, maybe everyone can help you. Everyone started talking at once. Gu Chen was slightly moved by the words, but with so many questions, he didn't know which one to answer. Okay, everyone, let's eat first. I think you must be hungry at this time, right? Let's eat and chat at the same time. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and had no objection. After all, by now, they were almost all hungry. Some of them, in particular, knew they would have a big dinner in the evening and have not eaten anything since noon. Then Gu Chen pressed the service bell, very familiar with the process. Seeing his classmates chatting happily with Gu Chen, Siekai couldn't help feeling depressed. Who organized the party? Who arranged the box? After about a few minutes, the door of the room suddenly opened. I saw an exquisite woman in formal clothes coming over first, holding an exquisite menu in her hand. For a moment, all the boys in the room stared in amazement. Even Siekai was stunned. Are the waiters here so pretty? The girls were jealous of the woman's appearance. Welcome to Huatian Hotel. I hope everyone will feel at home. The woman spoke happily, her voice as sweet as the song of a yellow oriole. At the same time, he handed over the menu in his hand. It was General Manager Lu Ying, who had recently separated from Gu Chen. If everyone knew that the person serving them was the general manager of a five-star hotel, they would be very surprised. It would never be her turn to do this kind of work. But today was the first meal her boss came over for, so she did it herself. Siekai seemed to have found an opportunity and directly picked up the menu to order. After all, this is where he was able to surpass Gu Chen in popularity. But as soon as he glanced at the menu, he was stunned. I almost couldn't hold the menu in my hand. Siekai, what's wrong with you? His strange behavior naturally attracted the attention of people around him. It's okay, it's okay. Siekai reacted quickly, his face expressionless, but his heart was bleeding. Why? Because when he organized the event, he said that he would pay half of the expenses. He originally thought this was a good opportunity to turn the cup. Even if he tried hard to eat, how much could he eat? But unexpectedly, for some reason he got the wrong room in the box. He didn't think about it before, but now he regrets it very much. He knew that the prices of dishes in different private rooms were different, but now he could only grit his teeth and click on it. Looking at Siekai's expression, Gu Chen laughed. This is the result of pretending to be a big shot. Then Siekai ordered a few dishes and handed the menu to the classmate next to him. Fuck, so expensive. The students who saw the price couldn't help but exclaim. Several students nearby also hurried over to take a look. They all uttered exclamations one after another. After all, most of them come from ordinary families and are young people who have just graduated. How much of the world can they have seen? If Siekai hadn't said before that he would pay half of the expenses, they would not have been willing to gather here. I thought it wouldn't be much if so many people shared the cost in half. But now it seems that this is not enough. Lu Ying, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch her lips when she heard this. Is this expensive? You should know that the price of this private room is not even included. Even if you order all the menu items, it is not half as expensive as the private room. But he was a young man after all, so he gritted his teeth and started ordering food. At worst, I'll just eat instant noodles for the next month. When he gave the menu to Gu Chen, he saw that everyone had only ordered a lot of low-priced dishes, so he shook his head and smiled. He just waved his hand and ordered several dishes without even looking at the prices. Ding Rue, who was watching from the side, had his eyelids twitching wildly. All right, that's all. If it's not enough, order more. He closed the menu and handed it to Lu Ying, who smiled and left the room. After a while, the door of the room was opened again, and the person who came in was not Lu Ying, but a young man. When Xie saw it, he was immediately delighted. Brother Zhang, it's you. Chapter 029. Boss, are you still missing any accessories? The young man was slightly stunned with a respectful look on his face, and then he exclaimed. His name is Zhang Yuan. He is a lobby manager of Huatian Hotel and usually serves the VIP boxes. He received a notice that there were guests dining in the landscape inkstone box, so he came over to serve, but he unexpectedly met someone he knew. Xie, why are you here? He immediately reacted and asked in disbelief. Before, Xie just asked him to help book an ordinary box, but now he is in the VIP room. It's unbelievable. Didn't Brother Zhang arrange this for me? Xie was stunned and asked with a smile. Me? When Zhang Yuan heard this, he looked at her as if to say, Are you kidding me? No, this is not something I can arrange. Then he reacted and shook his head. What? Not you. When Xie saw Zhang Yuan deny it, he was stunned. Who is that? The other students also realized that it was not Xie who arranged for them to have dinner here, and they didn't know what to say for a moment. Li Kuan showed an expression of as expected and said, Everyone should thank Gu Chen more. Everyone was stunned for a moment and looked at Gu Chen. Seeing that Gu Chen did not object and looked calm and composed was unbelievable. Gu Chen is really you? Brother Chen, you're hiding it too well. That's right. If you hadn't told us, we would have almost thought it was arranged by Xie. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen smiled bitterly. I was about to say something. Mr. Gu. Zhang Yuan also recognized Gu Chen and immediately called out respectfully. At the same time, he knew why they were in the VIP room. It's nothing else, it's just the boss. After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, everyone became even more confused and didn't understand what he meant. Brother Zhang, what's going on? Xie asked at this time. I felt vaguely uneasy. Mr. Gu is the new boss of our hotel. Zhang Yuan glanced at Gu Chen when he heard this, and found that Gu Chen did not react at all. Then he smiled and said. Upon hearing this, Xie was stunned on the spot, with an expression that was very interesting. The other students were the same, their mouths opened wide, looking incredulous. What did they hear? Gu Chen is his boss? Huatian Hotel belongs to Gu Chen? Thinking of this, I took a breath. This is outrageous. Especially Xie. His face was flushed red and hot like a monkey's butt. He believed in Zhang Yuan's words without a doubt. Thinking of his previous actions, I suddenly wanted to find a place to hide. Want to know where Huatian Hotel is? This is a famous 5-star hotel in Huahai City. How much is it worth? It's simply unimaginable. The most important thing is, anyone who can afford to open a 5-star hotel must have great power. You can't afford it just because you have money. Is Gu Chen so powerful? He had been classmates for so long, but he never noticed it. Otherwise, how could he be so proud? Even want to show off in front of others. Fuck. Gu Chen, you're not honest. I didn't expect you to be so rich. It's so hard for us to hide it. After a long time, Ding Rue was the first to react and patted Gu Chen on the shoulder. At the same time, I also figured out what happened when he went to Taiyu Group before. Since they could afford to open a big hotel, it wouldn't be difficult for me to help him solve the problem. That's awesome. I always thought the richest person in our class was Xie, but I didn't expect it was you, Brother Chen. That's right. This is a 5-star hotel. I really didn't realize it. So, we are having dinner at your house now? Gu Chen, what does your family do? At school, we thought you were rich enough, but we didn't expect you to be so small and yet so rich. Boss, that's awesome. The students also came to their senses. Only Xie looked pale and had a complicated expression. Now he was inferior to Gu Chen in every way. Fortunately, he did not offend Gu Chen. Otherwise, his father would probably break his legs. Okay, no matter how rich I am still your classmate. Gu Chen looked at the expressions of his classmates. Although he was envious and shocked, there was nothing else, which made him feel a little relieved. By the way, does everyone need a drink? Hey, I'm gonna beat you down today, Ding Rue said loudly. At once, many people echoed this. Manager Zhang, go and arrange it. Just put it on my account. Gu Chen secretly cursed himself for being too talkative. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, he knew that he probably wouldn't be able to escape tonight. Okay, Mr. Gu, I'll arrange it right away. Zhang Yuan was delighted when he heard this. He was very happy that Gu Chen remembered him, so he retreated respectfully. Mr. Gu is so generous. Brother Chun is awesome. Boss, are you still missing any accessories? Yes, we are professionals in pendants. Hearing that Gu Chen was treating everyone, many students started to show off. Hearing this, Gu Chen laughed and scolded angrily. Go away. Even if you are not disgusting, I still find it disgusting. For a while, the room was filled with laughter and everyone was reminiscing about their past school days. After a while, various dishes were slowly served, and various aromas filled the air, instantly tempting everyone's taste buds. Generally speaking, the serving time of food in five-star hotels is not fast. After all, many things are prepared on site, so reservations have always been made in advance. But the boss is here, so how dare they slack off? Later, Zhang Yuan walked in again, holding 2 bottles of foreign liquor in his hands. Please enjoy your meal. After professionally opening the bottle, he placed it on the table and left the room. Everyone, you're welcome. Let's get started. Gu Chen was also a little hungry at this time and said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he started picking up the food. Afterwards, everyone started to eat with relish. Praise while eating. It is worthy of being a 5-star hotel. The taste is really amazing. Gu Chen also nodded secretly. Not bad. He is worthy of being the chef of his own hotel. Looking at the wine in front of him, he didn't recognize it. So he picked up a bottle at random and started pouring it into the glass. Ouch! How can I let Mr. Gu pour the wine himself? I'm so sorry. Ding Rue on the side pretended to be shocked. Although he said sorry, he felt very embarrassed in his actions. Gu Chen rolled his eyes at this, but he was also very happy because it showed that everyone was not alienated because of his identity. Smelling the strong aroma of wine wafting from the cup, even girls want to drink some. After all, it doesn't look cheap at first glance. Li Kuan next to him picked up the wine glass, shook it gently a few times, put it to his nose, and took a deep sniff, revealing an intoxicated expression. Mr. Li, you look so professional. Do you know this wine? The classmates started to make a fuss when they saw it. What a coincidence. I just happened to know this wine. I was lucky enough to drink it once. Li Kuan was not nervous after hearing this. He finally understood that this Gu Chen was really powerful. As long as he left a good impression in his eyes, he could make a fortune by just saying a few words. The glass in my hand is Romani Connie, and the bottle on the table is Macallan M. Lalique Crystal. Li Kuan said calmly. After these words were spoken, even Gu Chen was a little curious. He didn't expect that the other person actually knew the names of these 2 bottles. Hiss, this price. A curious classmate happened to check it on his mobile phone and was immediately shocked by the price. Ding Rue was also very curious. He took a look at the price and immediately gasped. Are all the evil capitalists so rich? They are so corrupt. The classmates were also a little embarrassed at this time. After all, although Gu Chen didn't care about so much money, they couldn't help but care. It's okay. It's just 2 bottles of wine. Everyone help yourself. Gu Chen didn't care at all. He had more expensive wines at home, let alone this one. Everyone felt relieved after hearing what Gu Chen said, and they all started looking for Gu Chen to drink. No one will be able to beat Gu Chen financially in this lifetime. They can only beat him at the drinking table. The excuse is to thank Gu Chen for his warm hospitality. So Gu Chen was in trouble. He used various excuses one after another and drank until he was dizzy. In the end, even Xie Kai came over to have a drink with him. Gu Chen didn't say anything, just clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. After some drinking, everyone was a little tipsy. Most of the girls were fine. At most, they just blushed a little. After all, they just took a sip and didn't drink anymore, so they could take a taxi and leave by themselves. As for the boys who drank too much, they were allowed to rest directly in the hotel. The hotel didn't have much else but rooms. As for the others, they all took a taxi back. Only 5 people were left. Gu Chen, Ding Rue, Xie Kai, Lu Yu, and Li Kuan. Student Gu, Lu Yu, and I will leave first. At this time, Li Kuan spoke first. Okay, goodbye, squad leader. Gu Chen nodded when he heard this and said to Lu Yu with a smile. Goodbye. Lu Yu nodded and then walked towards the underground parking lot. Looking at the backs of the 2 people, the 3 of them were silent for a while. All right, let's leave first. We'll get together again later. Gu Chen stood at the door and felt the cold wind, feeling a little headache. Yeah, bye. Goodbye. Gu Chen didn't care about the 2 of them. He just called a designated driver and drove away. Did you finish the last thing? Xie Kai hesitated for a while and said, I can help you. No need. It's already been done. Ding Rui left the hotel without looking back. The few of them had a good relationship during college, but they didn't expect that the relationship would disappear as soon as they entered society. The red wine tasted okay at first, but as time went on, it became stronger. Half an hour later, the car successfully entered Thompson One. After the designated driver left, Gu Chen lay in the car for a while before slowly coming out. Mr. Gu? At this moment, a voice came from behind him, and he turned around to look. Boss Chu, why did you drink so much again? Chu Sini had just returned from working overtime at the company and happened to run into Gu Chen, who had just returned. Class reunion. Gu Chen held his forehead and replied uncomfortably. Why did you come back at this time? Chu Sini quickly took 2 steps forward to support Gu Chen, who asked comfortably. You also said if you, the chairman, hadn't intervened, would I have come back now? Chu Sini rolled her eyes at Gu Chen. But I was in a very happy mood, because she finally finished collecting information on Tiana Group today and was just waiting to deliver a fatal blow tomorrow. However, such an important matter still needs to be reported to Gu Chen. Chapter 030. Lust is a knife that scrapes bones. Forehead. Gu Chen was stunned. It's so late, Mr. Chu should go to bed early. After saying that, he broke free from the support and got directly into the elevator of Building A. Without even looking back, Chu Sini was left disheveled in the wind. It was not until the elevator door closed that Chu Sini stomped her feet and turned to leave. After returning home, Gu Chen took a quick shower with all his strength, then fell asleep on the bed. The real magic of sleeping is to fall asleep in 3 seconds. The next day, the bright and quiet morning was broken by the ringing of the phone. However, the first ring did not wake up Gu Chen, who was sleeping. It was not until the 3rd time that Gu Chen's eyelids twitched and slowly opened. Hiss! Suddenly, a dizzy feeling came from deep in my head. The after-effects of drunkenness broke out. Gu Chen leaned directly against the back of the bed, rubbed his temple, and then took the phone. Hello? Who is this? Mr. Gu is still sleeping so late? Gu Chen heard the voice and glanced at the note. Chu Sini. Is there anything Mr. Chu needs? Open the door. Gu Chen was stunned, not knowing what it meant. I'm outside your house, Chu Sini explained. Gu Chen finally understood and quickly got up, put on his clothes, and went to the gate. It's really not easy to come here. I saw a beautiful lady, saying with a smile on her face. Why are you here? Hey, I made you some hangover porridge. Chu Sini picked up the packing box in her hand. How do you know I've been drinking? Gu Chen was puzzled. You don't remember last night? Chu Sini blinked her beautiful contact lenses. Last night, Gu Chen recalled that after the group disbanded last night, he remembered that he met someone last night, and then they chatted for a few words, and then left. Come in and sit down. Gu Chen then went to wash up. By the way, is there anything you want to ask? Sitting at the luxurious dining table, Gu Chen drank the delicious porridge and said with enjoyment, What? Can't you bring breakfast to my boss if nothing happens? Chu Sini rolled her eyes. Okay, of course, but now that the delivery has been made, you should go to work. Be careful, or your salary will be deducted for being late. Gu Chen shrugged. Okay. Actually, I'm here to report my work to Mr. Gu. Chu Sini's tone paused, and then she stared at Gu Chen for a few seconds before looking away. I have already completed all negotiations with the raw material suppliers for the international market. We can start the process as soon as the official documents are issued. You are solely responsible for this matter, Gu Chen said directly. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Gu. Chu Sini was delighted when she heard that, and immediately stood up and left without any hesitation. Gu Chen was stunned. Oh, woman, fickle creatures, etc. Chu Sini stopped walking upon hearing this and looked back in confusion. From now on, all activities of the group will be held in Huatian Hotel. Are you kidding? How could Gu Chen let go of such an opportunity to make money? In just 2 days, a welcome ceremony will be held within their Thai group to improve the employee relations and cooperation between Chu and Taiyu. Chu Sini didn't understand what Gu Chen meant. After all, their Thai group had always cooperated with other big hotels. Why did they suddenly change a hotel? Then he started drinking slowly. He ignored Chu Sini's curious look. He took out his cell phone and started looking at it. This watching lasted for more than half an hour. Lust is a knife that scrapes your bones. This saying is absolutely true. Gu Chen quickly retreated. It turned out that he had just opened his phone to watch videos. He was watching the host dancing and posing in the video. Unexpectedly, he was addicted to it and watched it for half an hour. Washed the dishes quickly. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. When I opened it, it turned out to be the hotel's general manager, Luing. Hello? Manager Lu, is there anything I could do for you? Boss Gu, I'm sorry to bother you so early. I have something to report to you. It's like this, the general manager of Tianqing Entertainment just called me and said that he wants to book our hotel for a day on September 30th. Lu Ying reported. Is that so? Manager Lu, it's up to you to decide. Gu Chen thought about it and let Lu Ying decide for herself. Mr. Gu said this. They said they were only willing to book our Chinese restaurant, but our hotel's Chinese restaurant has already been booked. Lu Ying continued. Since it's already been booked, ask them to change it. I said, but they offered double the price just to book a Chinese restaurant. Oh, is there anything different about Chinese restaurants? Gu Chen became interested. The Chinese restaurant in our hotel is built according to the style of an ancient imperial palace. It is not only magnificent, but also represents nobility. At the same time, the chefs in the Chinese restaurant are all born as imperial chefs, which truly restores the life in the ancient imperial palace. Our Huatian is also famous throughout the country because of the Chinese restaurant. I heard from Mr. Gan that he had received that person before. Lu Ying explained. So that's how it is? Gu Chen nodded, not expecting that he had gotten such a great bargain. Since others have already made the reservation, we can't break the appointment. Gu Chen thought about it and said with heartache, this is all money. He felt a large sum of money slipping away from his hands. Okay, I'll reply right away. Lu Ying understood what Gu Chen meant as soon as she heard it. By the way, who made the reservation at the Chinese restaurant? Gu Chen asked more out of curiosity. It was booked by the general manager of the Huahai branch of EUA Group. The other party paused for a few seconds, probably looking for information. Is it them? Gu Chen was stunned. He was somewhat familiar with EU Group. After all, he also had one of their office buildings. But that was all for him, and he didn't pay too much attention to it. After that, Gu Chen stayed at home for 2 days, during which time he selected some daily necessities. In the blink of an eye, it is September 30th. Tomorrow is the long National Day holiday that everyone is eagerly waiting for. Gu Chen also decided to hold an internal group gathering on this day, and then take a day off. It is worth mentioning that Tianqing Entertainment expressed understanding after realizing that it could not acquire the Chinese restaurant even if it paid double the price. As for revenge? Are you kidding me? Do you have the courage? They ended up booking another hall. Although not as famous as Chinese restaurants, the decoration inside is also extremely gorgeous. Huatian Hotel has a total of 5 halls, all of which are booked, which shows how booming its business is. As the chairman of the board, Gu Chen naturally changed in a formal attire. After all, he still had to give a speech. After dressing up, she walked out of the room, took the elevator directly to the lobby, walked through the garden, and headed to the underground parking lot. She heard a loud noise ahead. I couldn't help but feel curious. You know, the people who live here are either rich or noble, so why would they lower their status like a noisy vegetable market? What's going on? Then Gu Chen waved his hand and asked a property staff member. It's Mr. Gu. The property management apologized when they saw it was Gu Chen. I'm so sorry. We will definitely evacuate the crowd as soon as possible. Why are there so many people there? Alas, I heard that Lu Bin, the popular star who rents in Building D, is going out to attend a conference. The property staff snorted coldly, without any respect for the owner. I don't know who spread the news, but his crazy fans came over to block the door after they found out. The popular young actor Lu Bin also lives in Thompson Hotel. However, he couldn't afford to buy a house, so he could only rent one. He couldn't even afford to rent in Building B, so he could only rent in Building D. Is there anything else? Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this. Isn't this harming his idol? These idiots really don't have any brains. This is a place where many big guys gather, not a place for young, handsome guys to run wild. Sure enough, I heard from the property staff that he had received many letters of complaint today. I guess this young hunk will be blacklisted here from now on. All right, I want to see how stupid these brainless fans are. He then said goodbye to the property management, walked to the underground parking lot, and drove out his supercar. Before I was ready to start the car, there were several knocks on the car window. Boss Chu, you haven't left yet. I rolled down the window and saw it was Chu Sinny. Yeah, do you want to give me a ride? Don't you have a car? The car broke down. Gu Chen looked at the car keys in Chu Sinny's hand and wanted to say something. But when he saw Chu Sinny's murderous eyes, he shut his mouth tactfully and opened the car door. Chu Sinny came up happily. Then the car started and the sports car drove out of the parking lot with a roar. When we arrived at the gate, we were really blocked. What happened? Chu Cini, who was sitting in the passenger seat, obviously had no idea what was going on. Some crazy fans of a young idol came to see their idol and blocked the door. Gu Chen asked calmly, "What?" At this time, several security guards and a property manager were communicating with the fans, but it seemed to have little effect. "Go away, you damned gatekeeper. We want to see our idol. Binbin loves you. We will always support you. Looking forward to your new work. I love you." There were probably dozens of these crazy fans holding cheering signs and cheering sticks, and they surrounded the door tightly. At this time, the property manager Xiao Yuan ran over angrily with an ugly look on his face. He had just been scolded by the board of directors, who asked him to resolve the matter quickly and restore traffic. "Manager, how about notifying Mr. Liu to come over?" The property manager, who had been on duty and trying to persuade them, quickly ran over and said to Xiao Yuan, he didn't dare to drive these people away. After all, if one of them fell to the ground, he would be in trouble. This has happened before. In the end, the other idol stepped in to build up his own persona as a fan protector and scolded the security guard. And the property management there had no choice but to fire the security guard. Chapter 030, 1. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards. I've already informed them, but they ignored me. Xiao Yuan had called before the incident happened, but the other party ignored him and there was nothing he could do. You can't just break in. The impact that would be caused would be something he would never be able to bear, not to mention that he is a public figure. At this moment, just when they had no idea where to start, a loud roar was heard. Attracted everyone's attention. What kind of car is that? So loud. It's a supercar. Only a supercar can make such a special sound. Could it be that Binbin is here? Ah, yes, it's Binbin coming in a sports car. So excited. After a few seconds, the crazy fans standing outside the door suddenly became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were beating on the door, wanting to welcome their idol. And in their sight, a silver luxury supercar was driving towards them. Whose car is this? A property manager next to Xiao Yuan asked in confusion. It's Mr. Gu's. Xiao Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted. He had a very deep impression of Gu Chen. Then he quickly trotted to the front of the sports car. Mr. Gu, hasn't it been resolved yet? Sorry, Mr. Gu, for taking up your time. It's our fault. Xiao Yuan immediately apologized. No, it has nothing to do with you. Gu Chen listened to the abuse in front of him. His face turned pale. Are all fans nowadays so uneducated? When he opens his mouth, he's a security guard. When he closes his mouth, he's a gatekeeper. To have fans like this star's upbringing can't be much better. It is also a crime for idols to indulge their fans. As a member of the public, he has the obligation to properly guide his words, actions, and behavior. At this time, the fans outside the door took a closer look at Gu Chen in the car and found that he was not the idol they were familiar with, and immediately started shouting again. No, Binbin, you made me so excited for nothing. What the hell? Yes, what's going on with the property management here? Where's Binbin? This little brother is so handsome. Is he Binbin's friend? I don't know any Binbin. I'm not his friend. I'm going out now. Please get out of the way. Gu Chen shouted twice and honked the horn at the same time. How do you talk like that? You don't even recognize our Binbin. Several hot-tempered fans pointed at Gu Chen and cursed. Huh, is your Binbin famous? Why should I know him? Is he worthy? Gu Chen did not expect that this group of brainless fans could actually ask such stupid questions, which made him speechless. Don't talk to idiots, it will lower your IQ. Then Gu Chen started the engine directly. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the supercar sounded instantly, suppressing the opponent's momentum. As the supercar started up, the door of Thompson One slowly opened, but these crazy fans did not dare to act rashly. You dare to hit someone? Hey, the owner of your Thompson One is about to hit someone, and you guys are not going to do anything about it. For a moment, they didn't dare to do anything and could only shout. Humph, why don't you get out of the way? Can you afford to pay for scratching Mr. Gu's car? The property manager felt relieved when he saw this scene. One scratch can bankrupt you. Hurry up and leave. You have seriously disturbed the order. If you don't leave, we will call the police. He's had enough of these irrational fans. The same thing happened to the security guards present at the time. Humph, just look at your service attitude. We Binbin don't feel safe living here. Yes, our Binbin will complain about you. Just you wait. Even though this group of fans are irrational, they still have brains. They know that the price of this car is extraordinary at first glance, and maybe it's really that expensive. So they moved to both sides and made way for the passage. Afterwards, Gu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to them. He stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Mr. Gu still has a solution. Xiao Yuan looked at the rear of the car and sighed. Not long after, another sound of a sports car was heard. Xiao Yuan looked and saw that it was the culprit Lu Bin. Suddenly, his expression turned unhappy. Mr. Liu, please persuade your fans to stop disrupting the order. Lu Bin did not answer Xiao Yuan, but glanced at the direction where Gu Chen left with a gloomy face, secretly cursing the other party for ruining his good deeds. On the way, how come there are still fans like this now? I always thought those rumors on the internet were all fake, but I didn't expect that reality is even worse than what is on the internet. Chu Sini on the side at this time. That Lu Bin is not a good person either. It's obvious that he did it on purpose. He is trying to create a topic, but he is also stupid. He actually dared to cause trouble here. He will regret it. At this time, notices were posted at several gates of Huatian Hotel announcing the suspension of business for the day. Gu Chen soon arrived at one of the gates. The security guard at the door had already memorized their boss's license plate number. Chu Sini was very puzzled by the fact that he was released directly with a respectful expression. This security guard seems to know you? Chu Sini asked puzzledly. Have you ever seen a company where employees don't know their boss? Gu Chen didn't want to hide it and replied calmly. What? Chu Sini immediately turned her head to look at Gu Chen's knife-like profile. His rosy and plump lips opened wide with a surprised expression. Gu Chen rolled his eyes, then handsomely reversed the car into the underground parking lot. Huatian is yours? Only then did Chu Sini come back to her senses, and quickly grabbed Gu Chen, who was about to get off the car, and asked, Don't you already know everything? Why are you still asking? Gu Chen looked at the pretty face in front of him and laughed, and at the same time he enjoyed it very much in his heart. I remember the previous boss's surname was Gan, wasn't it? Is your father's surname Gan? Do you take your mother's surname? Chu Sini was stunned and asked what was in her mind. What are you thinking about? Gu Chen rubbed her hair unhappily. My father's last name is Gu. I took my father's last name. As for Mr. Gan you mentioned, he was indeed the boss of Huatian before, but he sold it to me. Gu Chen explained. Otherwise, who knows what this girl might be thinking? You. Who are you? How can you be so rich? Chu Sini slapped Gu Chen's hand away and asked curiously. Okay, since you asked this, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards. I'm a rich second generation. I'm the only heir to a hidden family. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen was silent for a while, pretending to be solemn, and then he talked nonsense seriously. Chu Sini, who was expecting something, was confused. Black lines floated over her head, and she couldn't help but raise her pink fist to hit Gu Chen. Asshole, why don't you say that you are the reincarnated immortal emperor? Gu Chen laughed loudly and got out of the car directly, dodging the fist. After arguing for a while, the two men resumed their status. Following the signs, I walked into the lobby, where the scene had already been set up by the hotel staff. A festive and grand feeling comes over you. Along the way, the staff respectfully called out Mr. Gu. Chu Sini's eyes were filled with tears after hearing this. Only then did I believe that Gu Chen was really the owner of Huatian Hotel. No wonder she was asked to choose Huatian in the future. There is still half an hour before the party, but the place is already bustling with people. Director Gu, President Chu. Inside the hall, everyone quickly made way for a passage and shouted in unison. Looking at the two of them walking together, everyone was thoughtful. It seems that they can't offend Chu Sini anymore. After all, she will be the chairman's wife in the future. Although Chu Sini is now the president of the group, many old people are not afraid of her because of their status, but now they have to consider it. Hello everyone. Today's theme is eating, drinking, and having fun. There is no such thing as Director Gu or President Chu. Walking to the podium, Gu Chen picked up the microphone on the stage and said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of loud shouts from below. Then Gu Chen handed the stage over to others. Some people went up to sing, some showed their talents, and all kinds of hobbies directly pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Gu Chen, who was sitting in the front row, was very happy to see this. He didn't expect that there were so many talented people in the group. At this moment, he saw the host's malicious eyes and was suddenly startled. In a flash, he figured out the meaning. He immediately left his seat to pee. It's certainly comfortable to watch a show from the audience, but if you want to perform on stage, forget it. I went to the bathroom and washed my face. Thinking to myself that it was a close call, I almost made a fool of myself. but I won't go back now. Who knows if he will be called on stage again? So he started to tour the hotel. After all, he had never had a proper tour of it. Mr. Gu. Just then, when he was about to leave after walking around 2 halls, a voice called him. Gu Chen turned around and found that it was someone he was familiar with. Manager Ma? Gu Chen tried to call out. It's really Mr. Gu. A middle-aged man hurried over, looking delighted. Gu Chen looked and saw that it was Manager Ma, whom he had dealt with before. At that time, he had helped him a lot in Iua Plaza. Hello. Well, Mr. Gu is also here for the company party? Yeah. Gu Chen nodded. Then the two of them started chatting with each other. Gu Chen was bored, while Manager Ma took the initiative to show his goodwill. The two of them started chatting, each with their own thoughts. Is Mr. Gu free? Our general manager Lu is very curious about Mr. Gu. Then Manager Ma suddenly asked, Mr. Lu? Mr. Lu is the general manager of our Huahai city. He is very interested in Mr. Gu buying our Iua Plaza office building. Manager Ma explained. When Gu Chen heard this, he knew what the other party meant. When he was about to speak, his cell phone rang. Chapter 032, It's useless no matter who comes. Gu Chen took it out and saw that it was Lu Ying, the general manager of the hotel. He then looked apologetic and walked aside to answer the phone. Hello. Boss Gu, something bad has happened. There was an anxious voice on the other end of the line. What's wrong with Manager Lu? What happened? Gu Chen frowned. There were many fans outside the hotel, claiming to be fans of Lu Bin and wanting to see their idol, which seriously disrupted the order. After hearing Lu Ying's words, Gu Chen's face changed. It's Lu Bin again. Why is Lu Bin in our hotel? Gu Chen puzzled. It seems to be an artist under Tianxing Entertainment. Didn't they book our entire hall today? I don't know where these fans got the news from, and they all came over to see their idols. Lu Ying continued to explain, then asked Tianxing to send someone to solve the problem. We sent someone, but the situation has become even more troublesome. I called the general manager of Tianxing Entertainment before, and they sent Lu Bin to solve the problem. Unexpectedly, after Lu Bin left, he suddenly said that the security guards of our hotel actually beat up his fans and kept clamoring for an explanation from our hotel. Lu Ying also had a bad tone at this time. Did the security guard take action? Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect things to develop like this. No. I asked the security guard, and others can also testify for him that the security guard only used his hands to stop the fans from attacking him. He definitely did not use any physical force. Lu Ying knew what Gu Chen meant and promised directly. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen naturally believed what his security guard said, not to mention that he didn't believe what Lu Bin said at all. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this matter was a plot by Lu Bin. After thinking for a moment, he asked, What did Tianxing say? They said they would persuade Lu Bin about this matter. At the same time, they also hoped that we could speak out with them, that it is a misunderstanding. Lu Ying also said with a bad look on her face at this time. What a misunderstanding. Gu Chen was furious when he heard this. I'll be there right away. Then Gu Chen hung up the phone and couldn't help laughing in anger. Did something happen to Mr. Gu? Seeing that Gu Chen hung up the phone with a bad look on his face, Manager Ma couldn't help but ask. If you need any help, Mr. Gu, please feel free to tell us. Our EU still has a say here. Manager Ma patted his chest when he heard this. Thank you, Manager Ma. Gu Chen thanked him after hearing this. I wonder if Manager Ma has heard of Tianxing Entertainment? Tianxing Entertainment? Manager Ma was stunned when he heard this, then nodded and said, Tianxing Entertainment is an entertainment company in Huahai City that creates idols. What? Did they offend Mr. Gu? No, it's just that one of their artists asked me to give him an explanation. Gu Chen had a gloomy face at this time. He then briefly told Manager Ma what had happened. Manager Ma was stunned after hearing this. At this moment, there was only one sentence in his mind. That is, Huatian Hotel actually belongs to Gu Chen. Then, without caring about Manager Ma's reaction, he walked straight towards the door. Manager Ma reacted quickly, and looking at Gu Chen's back, he was more certain that Gu Chen was not simple. There are even 5-star hotels, so how strong is the power behind Gu Chen? Thinking of this, Manager Ma was full of respect. Suddenly I thought, isn't this a good opportunity? So he took out his cell phone and called his boss, General Manager Lu. Mr. Lu, it's me. I just met Mr. Gu Chen. Yes. He is also in Huatian, and Huatian is also his. Really? Manager Ma quickly reported. He told the other party what Gu Chen had told him before. He knew that their general manager Lu had a very good relationship with the CEO of Tianxing. Is that so? Where are you? come with me to meet Mr. Gu. Okay, Mr. Liu, I'll be right there. Manager Ma was delighted. Gu Chen naturally didn't know all this. By this time, he had already rushed outside and spotted it at a glance because many people had gathered there. Boss Gu. Seeing Gu Chen coming over, the surrounding security guards shouted respectfully. Boss Gu. At this time, Lu Ying also discovered Gu Chen and came to Gu Chen. Well, how is the situation now? The other party has been asking us to fire the security guard. Lu Ying's face turned unhappy when she heard that. If the security guard was fired, wouldn't that mean that their hotel couldn't even keep an eye on the security? When Gu Chen heard this, he looked over and saw a man with outstanding appearance who was blaming the security guard while comforting the fans. Didn't Tianxing Entertainment send anyone over? They just sent an agent over, but it didn't seem to be any use. It seems like they're planning to just let it go, Gu Chen said coldly. I have even less favorable impression of Tianxing Entertainment. Manager Lu, how long do you want to wait? At this time, Lu Bin glanced at Lu Ying and began to force her. He was delighted as he watched more and more people begin to gather and several reporters start to show up to take pictures. After all, the longer the time, the higher his traffic exposure will be, and the better it will be for him. You are Lu Bin, right? Gu Chen stood up at this time and said lightly. Who are you? Upon hearing this, Lu Bin took a closer look at Gu Chen and found that Gu Chen was more handsome than him, and a flash of surprise flashed across his face. I'm the owner of this hotel. Oh, you are the owner of the hotel. A flash of jealousy flashed across Lu Bin's eyes. Why did the other person own a 5-star hotel at such a young age? At the same time, a trace of fear flashed through my heart. After all, he also knew that anyone who could afford to open a 5-star hotel could not be a simple person. He thought the matter was easy to resolve. After all, it was just a matter of firing a security guard, something he had done before. Those hotels wanted to keep the peace, so they fired the security guard, causing his reputation to soar. So he tasted the sweetness and wanted to do it again to create topics and keep the heat going. But unexpectedly, he miscalculated this time. Not only did they not fire the security guard, but even the boss came out in person. But now, he is in a difficult situation and has no choice but to persevere. After all, he still has the aura of a star. Gu Chen stepped forward. Yes, I heard that our security guard beat someone up. That's right. I hope your hotel won't protect the perpetrators. Oh, is that so? Did you call the police? Our hotel has always been law-abiding. Beating someone is against the law. How can our hotel cover up for him? Gu Chen said directly. Mr. Gu hasn't yet. Lu Ying cooperated at this time. Then why are you still standing there? It's been so long. Why don't you call the police? The truth will come out once the police arrive. Gu Chen scolded. Lu Bin on the opposite side was dumbfounded. How so? Why not play by the rules? He thought the other party would choose to fire the security guard to preserve the hotel's reputation. After all, the most important thing about running a hotel is its reputation. But he didn't know that at the level of a 5-star hotel, reputation alone could not shake the hotel at all. So he panicked. And when he saw that Gu Chen didn't seem to be joking, his face suddenly turned pale as if he had put on foundation. He wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he couldn't. So he could only look at his agent beside him for help. Manager Lu, there's no need to bother the police with this matter. We can just solve it privately. The agent was in a dilemma when he saw this. He had originally disagreed with Lu Bin's behavior, but other people didn't listen to him. Now that something happened, they remembered him, but he couldn't just ignore it. Humph, what were you doing earlier? Let's wait until the police arrive before we discuss this matter. Gu Chen was too lazy to pay attention. He'll be in big trouble just for disturbing public order. The agent had no choice but to call the general manager to report. Something happened to the general manager. The other party's boss came over and said he wanted to call the police. What? I'm almost there. Please hold on. Then he hung up the phone. The agent laughed bitterly and asked, how can I keep calm? Manager Lu, please wait a moment. Our general manager is on the way. There was no other way. He could only explain. He didn't know Gu Chen, so he could only think of Lu Ying. Lu Ying looked at Gu Chen. I'll take care of anything that happens. Gu Chen glanced at the bewildered Lu Bin and said lightly. He had felt that Lu Bin was disgusting since his time at Thompson One, and that he would do anything to gain popularity. Now it has rubbed against his head, which is embarrassing. Lu Ying understood what was said and knew that her boss was angry. She must handle the matter according to the law and hold him accountable. Lu Bin also understood, and his face suddenly became long. At this time, The scene had fallen into a quiet atmosphere, and the group of fans also shut up under Gu Chen's toughness. At this time, several people came running from a distance. Gu Chen looked around and only recognized Manager Ma. General Manager. The agent quickly came to a middle-aged man with a big belly, whispered something, and then explained the matter in detail, glancing at Gu Chen from time to time. Mr. Gu, this is the general manager of our Huahai EUE group branch. Lu Xianglong. Manager Ma quickly introduced. Hello, Mr. Gu. You are really a young and promising person. I have heard of Mr. Gu for a long time, but I finally met him in person today. A man in his 30s next to Manager Ma said with a smile on his face. Hello. Gu Chen replied with a smile. This must be Mr. Gu. I am the general manager of Tiansheng Entertainment. I am so sorry. I have caused Mr. Gu a lot of trouble. We will definitely give him an explanation for this matter. At this time, the general manager of Tiansheng came to Gu Chen and quickly apologized. No need. I believe the police will give me an explanation. Gu Chen put away his smile and said lightly. The other party's breath stagnated when he heard the words, and looking at Gu Chen's expression, he couldn't help but look at Lu Xianglong. Chapter 033 The Outcome of the Matter. Ahem. Mr. Gu, I wonder if you could give me a favor and let us settle this privately. Don't worry. I will make sure they give Mr. Gu a hard time. Lu Xianglong coughed awkwardly. There was no way. He originally came here to help Gu Chen, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't need it at all. As a result, he wanted to help the other party to plead for mercy. After all, he and the boss of Tiansheng Entertainment were good friends. If Gu Chen really gets serious, his buddy will probably be in trouble. Even the leader, how many people in the entertainment industry have clean bottoms? Of course we have to give Mr. Lu face. But they have seriously damaged the reputation of our hotel. They have caused immeasurable losses to our hotel. It is difficult for me to handle this matter. Gu Chen looked embarrassed. Tiansheng's general manager's mouth twitched immediately. What loss do you have? You really just open your mouth and say it. But this time they were indeed at fault. Yes. It's all our fault. Don't worry. We will definitely compensate your hotel for the losses caused. General Manager Tiansheng said quickly. Now his main hope is that Gu Chen will let Lu Bin go. Once the police take Lu Bin away, Lu Bin will be ruined. All the effort the company put into Lu Bin was in vain. Humph, we asked you to come here to handle it before, and what happened? You even wanted to take advantage of our hotel's reputation. Gu Chen had no intention of paying attention to this extremely stupid general manager. The latter was stunned for a moment. He never expected that Gu Chen would react so strongly and not care about the hotel's reputation at all. He directly chose to call the police. How could he play this game? Boss Lu, it's not that I don't give you face. They've gone too far this time. Then Gu Chen said something to Lu Xianglong. When Lu Xianglong was about to say something, an alarm sounded. Lu Bin's face changed instantly, and Lu Xianglong also shut his mouth. He didn't dare to offend Gu Chen. Who called the police? Several police officers got out of the police car. It's me. Lu Ying quickly stood up and told the story again. Come with us, please. The police officer frowned when he heard this, and it was obvious that this case was very difficult for him. On one side, he is a major taxpayer, and on the other side, he is a public figure. If one of them fails to handle the situation properly, he will be the one to take the blame. So the police cars came quickly and left quickly. Several people involved were taken away. Only Gu Chen, Lu Xianglong of EU, and the general manager of Tiansheng were left. At this time, General Manager Tiansheng had an ugly expression on his face. When he was about to say something, his cell phone rang. He opened it and his face suddenly changed. Then he picked up the phone. Hey, boss. What? Okay, I get it. Then he just kept nodding, his expression changing constantly, and finally hung up the phone. Mr. Gu, this was Tiansheng's fault. We will definitely compensate you for the loss. At the same time, our boss also apologized to you on my behalf. Regarding the Lu Bin incident, we will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. The general manager took a deep breath, came to Gu Chen, and said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen and Lu Xianglong were stunned. I hope so. Gu Chen then nodded. Although he didn't know why the other party's attitude softened suddenly, he was not afraid at all. After that, he said something to Lu Xianglong and left. What did your boss say? Lu Xianglong asked curiously. At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief, because he was afraid that his good friend would be tough. Boss Lu, The boss said that many people have called to put pressure on him to resolve this matter quickly. The general manager smiled bitterly upon hearing this. What? Lu Xianglong was stunned when he heard this and glanced at Gu Chen, who had disappeared, and remained silent for a long time. He didn't expect Gu Chen to act so quickly. He had told his good friend before that Gu Chen had a strong background, but he didn't expect that he was more powerful than he imagined. How could they know that Gu Chen did nothing? All of these are the hidden connections of five-star hotels. In addition, many important figures living in Thompson One also began to call because they had not concealed the previous door-blocking incident from Lu Bin. All this is due to coincidences caused by many accidents, and were misunderstood by them. I thought it was Gu Chen who took action. Gu Chen didn't know this. He had already returned to the party hall. As soon as she sat down, Chu Sini looked over curiously. Where have you been? It took you so long to come back. Something happened in the hotel. Let's go and deal with it. Gu Chen did not hide it. After all, such a big thing could not be concealed. What is it? Chu Sini became interested. That's the celebrity who blocked the door at Thompson First Class before. Remember him? Chu Sini nodded when she heard that. This incident left a deep impression on her. It was him who said at the hotel entrance that my hotel security guard beat someone up and asked me to give him an explanation. Ah, Chu Sini was surprised. They tried to take advantage of me, so I called the police and came back later. Gu Chen said lightly. Chu Sini was stunned when she heard this. She looked at Gu Chen's eyes and burst out laughing. How did she think Gu Chen would handle it? She didn't expect it to be handled like this. Then Gu Chen started watching the show seriously, and his displeasure was immediately diluted by the laughter. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening, and the party was over, and it was time for everyone to go home. At this time, only Gu Chen and Chu Sini were left. Boss Gu. The hotel assistant hurried to Gu Chen's side. Is Manager Lu back? Not yet. Hearing this, Gu Chen was stunned. It's so late, and it hasn't been dealt with yet? So he called directly. After a few seconds, the call was connected. Hey, aren't you done yet? No, Lu Bin has been insisting that our security guards beat people. But the camera didn't capture it clearly because there were so many people. So the situation has been deadlocked here. Lu Ying explained. She was also a little tired at this time. Is that so? No medical examination? Gu Chen didn't expect this result, and his face darkened. After checking, the fan did have injuries on his body. But we are not sure whether he hit himself or our security guards did it. All right, you should go back early too. Leave this matter to the lawyer. Gu Chen shook his head and remembered Tian Sheng's words before. Is this the explanation for me? Okay, Lu Ying agreed. After all, she has no effect here. It seems that things are not over yet, Chu Sini said on the side. Well, no more talking. Let me send you back. Gu Chen didn't want to say anything more. Good. So the two of them went back together. Originally, he was thinking about going somewhere to have fun during the National Day holiday, but now he is not in the mood to do so. In the golden month of October, with the autumn wind blowing, workers are welcoming the day they are most looking forward to. Gu Chen also got up early, and when he was about to go to the hotel, his phone rang. Hello? Manager Lu. Mr. Gu. Happy National Day. Happy National Day. Gu Chen replied with a smile. The National Day is a busy period for the catering and hotel industries. So how could there be a holiday? Gu Chen used to hate those companies that didn't take holidays, but he never expected that one day he would become one of them. Finally, I became the person I hate the most. What's the matter with you calling so early? Yes, Mr. Gu, there has been new progress in the Lu Bin incident. Lu Ying said happily. Just now the police sent a message saying that Lu Bin's fans suddenly admitted that he had received money from Lu Bin to slander our hotel, and he also provided evidence. What? Gu Chen was stunned and even stopped what he was doing. I also found it unbelievable when I first heard it, but there's something even more shocking. Someone secretly reported Lu Bin's previous crimes and provided a lot of evidence. So Lu Bin is done for now, and he can't escape jail time. Lu Ying told everything she knew in one breath. Is someone trying to trick him? Gu Chen noticed something was wrong at the first moment. Yes. Didn't you, Mr. Gu, ask someone to do it? Lu Ying asked. Gu Chen. He quickly guessed someone in his heart. After that, Gu Chen chatted for a few words and hung up the phone, preparing to go out. Then the phone rang again. When I took it out, I saw it was a phone number from an unfamiliar number. He thought about it and answered the call. Mr. Gu, who are you? Gu Chen narrowed his eyes. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Zhou Hao, the boss of Tianxing Entertainment. I wonder what Mr. Zhou wants to talk to me about. Gu Chen's eyebrows twitched, and he asked with a smile. I'm here to apologize. I'm very sorry for what happened yesterday. I'm sorry for causing trouble for Mr. Gu. In the other office, a handsome man spoke on the phone. He didn't expect that Mr. Gu, whom he had never met, could speak so precisely. So, you were also responsible for Liu Bin's incident? Although Gu Chen's tone was doubtful, he was very sure. Not bad. I wonder if Mr. Gu is satisfied with this result? Zhou Hao was surprised. He didn't expect that Gu Chen could have guessed it. Sure enough, after hearing this, Gu Chen also understood what the transaction mentioned last night meant. Not bad. Gu Chen had nothing to be happy about. After all, Liu Bin was nothing in his eyes. You can't possibly care about the life or death of an ant. As for everything that happened to Liu Bin, he can only say that it was all his own fault and he deserved it. I wonder when Mr. Gu will have time. I want to apologize to Mr. Gu in person. Zhou Hao was stunned when he heard this. He thought Gu Chen would be very happy. No need to apologize. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Gu Chen refused directly. Are you kidding? I don't even know you. You just want to have dinner with me? It's okay. Zhou Hao's face froze. He didn't expect Gu Chen to refuse so straightforwardly. Chapter 034, do you still remember that you have a brother like me? Okay then, Mr. Zhou will contact me when he has time. After saying that, Gu Chen hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound from the phone, Zhou Hao shook his head. He didn't dare to get angry. At this time, Gu Chen had no interest in going out, so he turned around and lay down on the comfortable sofa, thinking about where to go during the National Day holiday. After all, he hasn't relaxed for a long time. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Gu Chen, who didn't know what he was doing, picked it up and saw that it was a message from the class group. Where are you going to go for National Day? Big boss at Gu Chen. Gu Chen thought about it, and then replied, lie dead at home. Then he saw a row of words praising himself, shook his head immediately, exited the chat interface, and opened Taobao. These days, all he selected were daily necessities. Things like clothes, fine wine, and the latest electronic products are of no importance to him given his current net worth. Do I really have to play games before to win good stuff? It's no wonder that Gu Chen thought so. After all, when he drew the Zhonghua Tianda Hotel before, he played games for a while first. Congratulations to this user for winning a law firm. Suddenly, a text message came. Law firm. Gu Chen was stunned. Can this be smoked? But why do I need this thing? Go to court? Then he shook his head, quite disappointed. Looks like he really needs to play a couple of games next time he draws a prize. Take out the share certificate and look at the name of the law firm. Sanhai Law Firm. Legal representative. Gu Chen, 100% shareholding. Address. Number 217, Furong Road, South District, Huahai City. Seeing this, Gu Chen nodded. Go take a look when you have time. Then he put the share certificates in the safe in his bedroom. Looking at the share certificates inside, he felt satisfied. I wonder when I'll be able to fill my safe. Then he closed the safety door, checked it, and thought about it expectantly. Gu Chen, who was immersed in beautiful fantasies, was pulled back by the ringing of his cell phone. What's going on today? Aren't you supposed to be on vacation? Why do I have more calls than usual? After muttering something, Gu Chen still opened his phone, and his expression changed instantly. Wow, even Chuanpu is not as fast as him. Hello, Mom. Is Xiaochen having a holiday on National Day? Mother Gu's kind voice came through the phone. Mom, didn't I tell you? I own my own company now, so it's up to me whether I go to work or not. That's right. Mother Gu thought it made sense. Then the two of them started chatting about the topic of their family's long vacation. At the last moment, Mother Gu suddenly remembered her purpose. Look at me, I have a bad memory when I get old. I almost forgot the purpose of calling. Mother Gu slapped her forehead. Mom, is there anything wrong with you? Gu Chen asked. Yes. Your Aunt Sure, your cousin is also in Huahai, but she encountered some problems. I was thinking, don't you have a company in Huahai? Maybe you can help? So I called you. Hearing this, Gu Chen recalled how his aunt was very kind to him when he was a child. When something happened at home, his aunt lent him her savings without saying a word. Suddenly, a warm feeling passed through his heart. Huh? What happened to Sure? Why didn't Annie tell me? Gu Chen asked. Oh, how could your aunt bother you if she knew the situation at home? If I hadn't heard about it from others, I wouldn't have known about it. Mother Gu was nagging. Okay, I'll call Sure later and ask her what's wrong. Okay, I won't bother you anymore, Xiaochen. You must do your best. Don't worry, Mom. I know. Then he hung up the phone. This little girl. She knew I was in Huahai, but she didn't even call me. I flipped to the address book and called my cousin directly. The call was connected after more than 10 seconds. Hello, cousin? A soft and sticky voice of Jiangnan whisper came over. You still remember that you have a cousin like me? Gu Chen was immediately dissatisfied, and his voice was high-pitched. Why didn't you call me when something happened? I. The other party was silent for a while and couldn't explain it clearly. Forget it. I'll come find you. Tell you in person. Where are you? After listening for a while, Gu Chen said directly, I am here. Wait, I'll be right there. Gu Chen replied and hung up the phone, grabbed the car keys on the table, and hurried over. The classes in any city are contradictory, where there are rich and poor. The international metropolis of Huahai is no exception. An old city area full of illegal buildings. It looks messy. Gu Chen, who came here, frowned. Although the place he lived before was not much better than here, he was a boy, so it was no big deal. But his cousin lives here, which makes him a little worried. Hey, I'm here. Gu Chen took out his cell phone and said, I'll be right down. Then Gu Chen heard hurried footsteps and shook his head. Gu Chen, who was waiting for his cousin, began to look around. As it is the National Day, there is still quite a lot of people living here, coming and going, making it very lively. Elder brother? At this moment, he heard a familiar voice behind him and turned around. A woman in ordinary home clothes, without any decoration, looks pure and lovely. It was Gu Chen's cousin Su Shishir. When did you come to Huahai? Why didn't you call me? Gu Chen also laughed for the first time in a long time, then frowned and asked angrily. It came early this year. Su Shishir was also very happy and hugged Gu Chen like a child. Okay, let's go check out where you live first. Gu Chen rubbed the cousin in front of him lovingly. Good. The worry in Su Shishir's eyes also faded a little. Then he took Gu Chen to a staircase. Since it was an old house, there was naturally no elevator. The two siblings talked to each other along the way. Gu Chen also understood the basic situation of his cousin. Su Shishir, a graduate from a first-tier university, majored in accounting. She is currently doing an internship at a company recommended by her school. However, due to her lack of experience, she was tricked by the company into signing an employment contract. Since it was arranged by the school, she didn't pay much attention to it and signed for 10 years as an intern. This means that she will have to work in that company for the next 10 years, and she is not even a formal employee. Are you a pig? What's wrong with the school? Even if I give you a contract, you have to read it carefully. After hearing the whole story, Gu Chen cursed. Su Shishir felt aggrieved and didn't say anything. How could she know that the outside world was so complicated? By the way, when the school was looking for jobs for you, was there anything? Gu Chen thought about it and continued to ask. The teacher didn't mention signing a contract. He just told me to do an internship for 1 semester and then come back. Su Shishir thought for a moment and explained. So, your teacher doesn't know about the contract? Gu Chen asked. I have no idea. Then how did you find out? I felt that the atmosphere of that company was not good, so I wanted to resign. Unexpectedly, the other party told me that I could leave, but I had to pay a penalty. Su Shishir answered honestly. Now Gu Chen didn't know what to say. Have you told your school teacher? The teacher said it was none of his business. It was my own fault for not having a brain and not even reading the contract before signing it. The teacher in your school should also bear a great responsibility for this matter. Gu Chen analyzed with a frown. Su Shishir didn't say anything. She did say it, but no one paid attention to her. After all, her words were not taken seriously. Maybe she won't even be given a diploma, so she'll have to figure out a way out on her own. So the two of them fell silent, with only the sound of footsteps. We're here. At this time, Su Shishir stopped, took out the key, and opened a security door. Gu Chen walked in directly, only to find that there was another world inside. Although the room is old-fashioned, it is kept clean and decorated very warmly. The house is not big, but it has 3 bedrooms and a living room. From previous conversations, I learned that my cousin shared a house with 2 roommates who were also her best friends at school. But they don't have the same troubles as their cousin. Gu Chen sat directly on the sofa and nodded as he looked at the tidy table. Girls do tend to be more clean. How about living here? Gu Chen looked at Su Shishir on the side and asked. Fine. Su Shishir nodded and said with a smile. At this time, the door of a room opposite opened. Shishir, where have you been? The two looked over and saw a woman in pajamas with hazy eyes, who looked like she hadn't woken up yet, standing at the door and asking. Ah! Suddenly, I heard her scream, and the door closed instantly. Su Shishir seemed a little embarrassed. She didn't expect her best friend to come out at this time. Brother, Xiaoyu doesn't know you will come. he explained to Gu Chen. Yeah, Gu Chen smiled and nodded. What's wrong? What happened to Xiaoyu? Ah, I saw the door of another room also opened, and a woman in pajamas walked out. She must have heard the previous shouting, but after a few seconds she also shouted and closed the door instantly. Gu Chen touched his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 035, Is This Really My Car? After about a few minutes, the doors of the two rooms opened one after another. But at this time, the two of them were dressed neatly and walked out with an embarrassed look on their faces. At the same time, looking at Gu Chen's handsome face, she couldn't help but look between Su Shishir and Gu Chen. As far as they can remember, their best friend Su Shishir had never brought friends of the opposite sex in front of them. At the same time, they all signaled to Su Shishir with their eyes. But I was very crazy inside. Aw, why does Shishir find such a handsome boyfriend? Don't think too much. Let me introduce you. This is my brother Gu Chen. They had lived together for 3 or 4 years, so they knew what their two best friends were thinking. They glared at them and explained. Brother, these are my roommates Zhang Xiaoyu and Wu Si. Hello. Gu Chen nodded and greeted with a smile. Hello, brother. The two men's eyes lit up and they shouted in unison. Afterwards, they talked for a while and talked about Su Shishir. They were both filled with righteous indignation and stood up for their best friend. But they were from ordinary families and had no help. Brother, don't worry. We have found a lawyer for Shishir. Yes, that's right, brother. We must cancel that contract. The two of them called each other brother, as if they were very familiar with the process. When a woman gets angry, there is no place for a man to go. Are you kidding? If you meet a handsome brother and don't seize the opportunity, won't you be struck by lightning? Su Shishir knew exactly what the two were up to. She was clearly mesmerized by her brother's looks. Bah, shame on you. I treat you as my best friends, but you want to be my sister-in-law. Hearing this, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Lawyer? Isn't this a coincidence? Isn't this just right? Which lawyer did you find? Gu Chen asked directly. Ahem. We are looking for a trainee lawyer. After hearing what Gu Chen said, the three of them looked at each other, all feeling embarrassed. In the end, they asked Xiaoyu to speak it out. Gu Chen frowned repeatedly after hearing this. Even without knowing much about the industry, he knew the importance of a lawyer. Then he indicated what Su Shishir meant. Brother, we have looked for other lawyers before, but either the legal fees were too high or they refused to accept our lawsuit. Su Shishir explained that she was almost worried to death during this period. Afterwards, Gu Chen learned the details. It turned out that the lawyers refused after learning about Su Shishir's situation. After all, the other party is a listed company and a first-class university. It is not worth offending them for a small case. In addition, some lawyers are very careful about their reputation and will not take any cases that they are not sure of. What about famous lawyers? Their fees are too high and they won't take on small cases. They had no connections, so they could only hire a trainee lawyer. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Gu Chen's frown finally relaxed. All right, I'll take care of the lawyer's matter. Just come with me later with the documents. Su Shishir was stunned. She didn't expect Gu Chen to be able to help him solve the problem. If it were in the past, there shouldn't be a problem. After all, his family runs a company. Now it's good enough that people can take care of themselves. That's why she didn't bother Gu Chen. Go pack up the documents. I'll make a call first. Gu Chen didn't care about Su Shishir's expression and walked to the balcony outside. As soon as Gu Chen left, Xiaoyu and Xiaoyi, two of her best friends, came to Su Shishir in an instant. Shishir, why haven't I heard that you have a brother before? Yes, tell the truth. Does your brother have a girlfriend? I wonder what kind of girls your brother likes. Sure. You don't mind if we get closer, right? The two of them were chattering. Don't even think about it. There's no chance. Su Shishir rolled her eyes, then got up and went back to her room to prepare some information. Gu Chen looked down at the earth, listening to the hustle and bustle outside, paused, and took out his cell phone from his pocket. I dialed the phone number Taba gave me last night. After a few seconds, the call was connected. Hello? I am Gu Chen. Hearing the standard and formal opening from the other side, Gu Chen directly introduced himself. Hello, boss. My name is Bai Yin Song, and I am currently the director of the Shanghai office. After hearing Gu Chen's words, the other side paused for a few seconds, and then said respectfully. Before that, he received a call from his previous boss, saying that a big shot had bought the firm and asked him to work hard and seize the opportunity. He was a little surprised at first. After all, the previous boss was also very powerful. Even he said that he was a big shot, so it must be correct. But in the end, he became a little nervous. After all, he didn't know what kind of person the new boss was. Logically speaking, as a well-known lawyer in China and also well-known internationally, he should not have anything to worry about. However, he has been working in Shanghai law firm since his debut. Decades have passed, and he is reluctant to leave here. In addition, Shanghai firm is at the top level in the country. For him, who regards his career as his life and also wants to become famous internationally, only such a large firm can satisfy his needs. That's why he cares about Gu Chen's thoughts. Hello, Director Bai. Is the office closed for the holiday? Gu Chen also seemed very polite. Most of the lawyers are on vacation, but there are still lawyers on duty in the firm. Although he didn't know what Gu Chen meant, Bai Yin Song still said it honestly. Is that so? I will go to the law firm later and would like you to help me find a lawyer. I have a lawsuit, and I want to find a lawyer to fight it. Gu Chen spoke directly. Professional things should be done by professionals. I'm at the office right now. My boss will call me when he arrives. Bai Yin Song became interested when he heard Gu Chen's words and spoke quickly. For him, the only way to become an internationally renowned lawyer is to continue winning cases and increasing his influence. But are those cases with huge impact not found everywhere? Even if there is, they have a fixed team of lawyers, and no matter how capable he is, it will never be his turn. That's why he was so excited when he heard Gu Chen's words. In his impression, a lawsuit for someone like Gu Chen must be a big deal, which made him fall into a misconception. Okay, see you later. Gu Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the director was still in the office, even during the holidays. He was really dedicated. Good. Then Gu Chen hung up the phone. When she returned to the living room, Su Shishir had already prepared all the relevant information. Looking at the looks the three people gave him, let's go. Gu Chen was smiling. As for his cousin's two best friends, based on his many years of experience in the love field, he knew that they had a good relationship with his cousin, and they cared about her sincerely. It made him feel very relieved. Brother, can you take us with you? Yeah, we want to go see it too. Can we? Seeing that Gu Chen had no intention of asking them to go together, the two girlfriends immediately acted coquettishly. Maybe next time. My car can't accommodate everyone. I'll treat you to a meal after Shirshir's work is done, okay? Hearing this, Gu Chen thought about it and explained. All right. Upon hearing this, the two could only nod in agreement. Then he left home. This place is quite far from where you work. Yeah, the three of us have to take the bus for nearly an hour to get to the company. Hearing Gu Chen's question, Su Shishir nodded and said, I don't think it's safe here at night. Wait a few days and move in with me. Where do you live, bro? Hearing this, Su Shishir glanced at Gu Chen, who was walking in front of her. She could only see his handsome back, but not his face. Binjiang Road is more convenient, safer, and closer than where you are. Forget it, I won't bother you anymore. I'll just live with them both. Su Shishir felt warm inside and was a little moved, but she finally refused. Do you have money to pay the rent now? Hearing the rejection, Gu Chen turned around and asked. No. Su Shishir blushed and replied embarrassedly. Now she is still involved in lawsuits. How can she pay the rent? This month, her two sisters helped her pay for it. That's it, what? You still want others to pay for you all the time? Su Shishir shook her head when she heard that. Of course, she didn't want to. Although her two best friends wouldn't say anything, she herself didn't want to do that. That's it. Once you've dealt with this matter and found a new job, you can move out, and I won't object. This? Su Shishir was still a little hesitant. Okay, it's settled. If you say anything else, I'll call your mom. Gu Chen made a decision directly. All right. Upon hearing this, Su Shishir could only agree. Then the two of them talked about some of their past experiences. Brother, are you saying that you have already started a company? Su Shishir was shocked to hear that Gu Chen's current job was actually the boss of a company. Good. Gu Chen nodded. Su Shishir knew that her brother had never lied since he was a child, so she naturally believed what he said. But she was still very surprised and looked at this different brother from time to time. Gu Chen didn't stop until he reached the roadside. Brother, where's your car? Seeing that there was only a handsome sports car next to it, even if she didn't recognize the car logo, she knew that the car was very expensive. Isn't this it? Gu Chen said with a smile. Then, under Su Shishir's incredulous gaze, he took out the key, and immediately the sports car next to him honked twice. This you! Su Shishir could never have imagined that this was really Gu Chen's car, and she stood there in a daze for a moment. Then the door of the sports car slowly rose. Get in the car! Gu Chen smiled and patted Su Shishir on the shoulder. Oh! Su Shirsher didn't react until she got in the car, and the car drove for some distance. Chapter 036, Shanghai Law Firm, by Yin Song. Brother, what kind of company do you run? It's a comprehensive company that processes raw materials. Gu Chen responded, and then he stepped on the accelerator directly. A strong push came from the seat, which scared Su Shirsher. Although she didn't know the size of the company, it must be quite big if it could afford a sports car. At the same time, she was full of confidence about her breach of contract case. An hour later, Gu Chen arrived at the destination directly according to the navigation. Looking at the solemn and majestic gate, Gu Chen nodded secretly. Ah, is this Shanghai law firm? Su Shirsher exclaimed. Ah, have you been here? Gu Chen glanced sideways. No, but haven't we been looking for a lawyer these days? So we know this company well. It's one of the top 5 law firms in the country. I heard that the lawyers who can get in are the best of the best and rarely lose a case. There's also a very famous lawyer by Yin Song who is in charge. It's really amazing. Su Shirsher became excited. It's not that she didn't think about asking this lawyer for help, but the lawyer simply didn't take her case seriously. Oh, that's great. You were sure to win the lawsuit this time, Gu Chen said with a smile. He was very interested in by Yin Song. He didn't expect that the person who had called him before was so famous. Yes, but they won't take such a small case like mine. Su Shirsher nodded, then became deflated again. Don't worry, I'm here. Then the two of them walked straight in. Which lawyer are you looking for? As you walk into the lobby, you're greeted by a solemn, sacred, and serious atmosphere. And there's also a customer service receptionist. Hello, I'm looking for attorney by Yin Song. This time he learned his lesson and called people before coming. Forehead. Upon hearing this, not only the customer service but also Su Shirsher next to them was stunned. I'm sorry, sir. Director Bai has stopped accepting orders a long time ago. However, we still have many other lawyers in our firm who are also very capable. The customer service quickly apologized and explained. I know, I've already called him. I see. After hearing what Gu Chen said, the customer service didn't quite believe it, but didn't say anything. Excuse me, how do I get a lawyer Bai's office? Gu Chen then continued to ask. The one on the far right on the 3rd floor is Director Bai's office. The customer service still showed Gu Chen the way. Okay, thanks. After Gu Chen thanked him, he took Su Shirsher to the elevator. Brother, you don't really know Lawyer Bai. In the elevator, Su Shirsher asked quickly. I don't know her. He really didn't know her. After all, he had never even met her. Ah! Hearing Gu Chen's words, Su Shirsher was stunned. She had seen Gu Chen's confident look before and thought he really knew her, but she didn't expect. What's wrong with not knowing him? Don't worry, he will definitely help you. Gu Chen knew what he was thinking. He smiled and was very confident. Forehead. At this point, she had no choice but to believe what Gu Chen said. The elevator arrived with a ding. Looking at the 3 words by Yin Song written on the sign outside, Gu Chen knocked on the door directly. Come in. All I heard was standard Mandarin. Gu Chen motioned Su Shirsher to follow him and walked in. The interior was decorated very simply, yet grandly. Who are you? Bai Yin Song was looking at some documents at his desk. He came to his senses when he heard a knock on the door. He looked over and saw a man and a woman walking in. He adjusted his glasses and asked, Hello, Director Bai, I'm Gu Chen. Gu Chen took a look and found that the other party was full of temperament. Upon hearing this, Bai Yin Song stood up immediately. Sorry, boss. I didn't expect you to be here so soon. Fine. Gu Chen waved his hand. Bai Yin Song then took the 2 of them to the reception area and made 2 cups of tea. He also thought that Gu Chen was so young. As for Su Shirsher, who was following, she was dumbfounded. She never dreamed that the famous lawyer would call her brother boss. I wonder what case the boss is talking about? After telling Gu Chen the general situation of the firm, he couldn't wait to ask Gu Chen about the case. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen patted Su Shirsher, who was still in a daze. Sorry. Su Shirsher reacted quickly, and then at Gu Chen's signal, she handed the information to Bai Yin Song. Bai Yin Song was stunned for a moment, then took it and started watching. But as he looked on, his expression became very strange, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Gu Chen and Su Shirsher were very nervous. Time passed by minute, and the sound in the entire office could be heard. There was only the rustling of pages turning. Finally, Bai Yin Song read the entire case roughly before slowly raising his head and looking at Gu Chen and the others with a complicated expression. Gu Chen and Su Shirsher were a little nervous. Director Bai, how is it? Are you sure? Gu Chen asked. Su Shishir also looked at Bai Yin Song with anticipation and nervousness. Bai Yin Song was silent for a moment before organizing his words and saying, Boss, this case. Bai Yin Song really didn't know what to say. He had always thought that Gu Chen had brought a big case for him to show his skills, but he was unexpectedly dumbfounded. Such a simple case requires the intervention of a top domestic lawyer like him? Is this a joke? How would he save face if this got out? But refuse it? This is the first case that the boss has given him. Director Bai, is this case very troublesome? Seeing that the other party had not spoken, Gu Chen frowned and asked, No, boss, let me put it this way. Any lawyer in our firm can win this case. Bai Yin Song was startled and then told the whole story. Gu Chen and the other person were both stunned. That's right, boss, this case is actually not complicated. The only problem is that the other party is a listed company and the pressure brought by a first-class university is huge. But in our office, none of these are problems, so Gu Chen took over and confirmed. So the possibility of us winning this case is very high. Yes, Bai Yin Song nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Su Shishir was very happy. The problem that had troubled her for a long time finally showed a flaw. Well, then please ask Director Bai to help introduce a lawyer. Gu Chen's brows relaxed at this time and said to Bai Yin Song, Don't worry, boss. Bai Yin Song agreed immediately. Then he made a phone call. Come to my office. Then he hung up the phone. This is my apprentice. Although he has only been out for a short time, he is well known in the legal community. Please rest assured, boss. There will be no problem handing this case over to him. Hearing Bai Yin Song's assurance, Gu Chen was also very relieved. He naturally had no problem with Bai Yin Song not taking action. After all, he was a famous lawyer. It would be a bit of a waste of talent to use it to handle this lawsuit. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Suddenly, a man in his 30s, dressed in formal clothes and with a serious look, walked in. Master, you're looking for me? He was slightly surprised to see there were two other guests inside, but then he reacted. Yeah, Xiao Mo is here, sit down. Bai Yin Song looked at his beloved disciple coming over, and suddenly a smile came from the bottom of his heart. Let me introduce you to our firm's new boss. Seeing the other party sitting down, Bai Yin Song began to introduce. This Mr. Gu Chen will be our boss. The young man was slightly shocked, but his strong psychological strength helped him to recover quickly. He quickly stood up and said, Hello, boss. I'm Lin Mo. Hello, Lawyer Lin. Gu Chen replied with a smile. Why are you called here this time? There is a lawsuit that requires your help. Bai Yin Song then handed the documents on the table directly to Lin Mo. The latter nodded slightly, took the document, and looked at it carefully. So the three of them drank tea and waited for each other's reaction. Lin Mo's expression was exactly the same as Bai Yin Song's before, but Gu Chen finally understood that this expression was not because the case was difficult, but because he felt it was too simple. Sure enough, Lin Mo's words verified his guess. Boss Master, we have a very good chance of winning this case. The school is primarily responsible. Lin Mo directly expressed his decision. That's right. So you will be the one handling this case. Bai Yin Song agreed with a smile, and then gave the order directly. This. Lin Mo looked a little incredulous when he heard this. You want me to handle such a simple case? All right. This is the first case that the boss has assigned to our firm. We must do our best. Bai Yin Song knew what his disciple was thinking, so he made the decision directly. After all, if this matter is done well, it will directly catch the boss's eye, so he will naturally leave such a good thing to his apprentice. Yes, please rest assured, boss. Lin Mo was filled with thoughts and instantly understood what his master meant and agreed directly. Okay, thank you, Lawyer Lin. Gu Chen was also very happy, and then Lin Mo took Su Shishir to the side and asked for detailed information. Although the possibility of winning this case is as high as 90%, his cautious character and responsible attitude make him give his all to every case. This is why he has become a little famous in the legal profession at the age of 30. Chapter 037, It turns out that the clown is me. More than 2 hours passed. Okay, now you can rest assured. After walking to the door and saying goodbye to Bai Yin Song with a smile, Gu Chen asked Su Shishir, who looked relaxed. Yeah, thank you very much, brother. Lawyer Lin said that we will wait until the court session. Su Shishir blinked her big eyes, and her little mouth smiled like a crescent moon. That's good. Let's go eat now. You must be hungry after being busy for so long. Gu Chen nodded and suggested. Then the two of them got into the car, and Gu Chen took his cousin to have a good meal. He then made an appointment with a moving company. After all, his sports car couldn't accommodate so many things. This gave Gu Chen the idea of buying another car, as he was not short of money now. Gu Chen couldn't understand why a girl had so many things. Looking at the packed carriage, I couldn't help but shake my head. Watching Su Shishir and her two best friends bid farewell, reluctantly, Gu Chen stood together with the movers. "Dude, your girlfriend is pretty, isn't she?" A young man said to Gu Chen with a smile. "I'm her brother." Gu Chen glanced. I understand. Unexpectedly, the young man tried hard to wink and smile at Gu Chen when he heard it. Gu Chen was too lazy to explain. After seeing Su Shishir coming, the young man also shut his mouth. "Just follow my car." Gu Chen said something to the movers and walked outside. Because the road here is quite narrow, Gu Chen did not drive the car in. "Okay." The young man looked around and saw that there were no cars, only many electric cars. He thought that Gu Chen was driving an electric car and couldn't help but feel envious and jealous of Gu Chen. A loser who doesn't even have a car actually has such a beautiful girlfriend. Afterwards, Gu Chen and Su Shishir walked in front, and a small truck followed slowly from behind. After a few minutes, they had already left the crowded intersection of the residential area. The young man behind was stunned when he saw Gu Chen get into the sports car on the side of the road. Before they entered, they had already discovered this valuable and domineering supercar. But I didn't expect it to be Gu Chen's. I understood it instantly. He was obviously a rich second generation and came here to pick up girls. Gu Chen was completely unaware of the young man's psychological changes. After driving directly into Thompson One, Su Shishir became even more curious about what her cousin did to be able to buy a house here. As for the young man behind, he was deeply shocked and felt a little regretful. If his words had offended Gu Chen before, he could have been doomed to eternal damnation with just a few words from him. It was just that he overestimated himself. Gu Chen didn't say a word to him until they had loaded all their things into the elevator. He was both happy and disappointed. It turns out that the clown is actually me. "Brother, you live here." Walking into the room, Su Shishir was deeply fascinated by the luxurious and comfortable environment inside. "Nonsense. How else could you have walked here?" Gu Chen smiled and sat directly on the fluffy sofa. "Just find a room for yourself. I'm the only one living here." Then he looked at the dazed Su Shishir and said lazily. So Su Shishir excitedly visited all the rooms and finally chose the bedroom on the second floor opposite Gu Chen. After that, in the next 2 days, Gu Chen took Su Shishir to relax, and of course he did not forget to treat her two best friends to dinner. Then I found out that Gu Chen was not only handsome, but also very rich. After taking them to visit the legendary Thompson One, the two girls instantly extinguished their desire to have Gu Chen be their boyfriends. This was something Gu Chen had not expected, and he also looked up to the two of them. October 5th. The National Day holiday is over. People go to work and go to school. Everything is back to normal. Today is also the day when Su Shishir's contract case goes to court. Originally, Gu Chen was planning to go with her. However, today's group meeting is also very important. With Su Shishir's understanding, Gu Chen left the company. Fortunately, Su Shishir had two close friends with her. Inside the high-level meeting room of Taiyu Group. At this moment, the place is already filled with various high-level positions, and the lowest-ranking position is at the subjective level. But there was a chorus of boos inside. It's because the top position is empty and their group's boss hasn't arrived yet. The door to the conference room slammed open. "Excuse me, everyone. There's a traffic jam." Gu Chen explained casually and sat in the front row. Seeing Gu Chen coming over, Chu Sini next to him stood up, opened PTT, and began to introduce the future direction and specific matters of the group to General Manager Jiang. The meeting lasted for nearly an hour in total, and Gu Chen was extremely satisfied. After all, the group could develop steadily without taking up his time, which was the life that every boss wanted. At present, our group has completed the running in, and all kinds of processing machines are in place. However, Tina Group is unwilling to let us take over all the market share, so they filed a lawsuit against our group for market monopoly in the Huahai City High People's Court. Finally, Chu Sini asked the last question with a gloomy face. This was something Gu Chen had not expected. Not only Gu Chen, but other senior leaders were also talking in low voices. For a moment, the entire conference room looked like a noisy vegetable market. Silence. Gu Chen frowned and said in a deep voice. Sure enough, everyone in the meeting room shut up instantly. Please tell me more details, Mr. Chu. Gu Chen motioned Chu Sini to continue. Our domestic laws are different from international laws, so Tiana Group took advantage of this to sue us. If we don't solve this problem, we won't be able to sell any of our raw materials. Chu Sini said lightly. I just want the final result, Gu Chen said directly. As long as we hold on to our principles and refuse to admit it, that's all that's needed. But we can't drag it out any longer, otherwise international suppliers will think that our group is not sincere and will terminate cooperation with us, or even completely lose trust in us. Gu Chen revealed the truth in one sentence. Yes, Chu Sini not dead. So, we need to get out of this quagmire as soon as possible. Mr. Chu, do you have a solution? Gu Chen continued to ask. Yes, as long as we win the next lawsuit, Tiana Group will end up losing more than it gains. When Chu Sini heard Gu Chen ask this, she immediately became excited and said affirmatively. Okay, then get ready for a lawsuit. However, after this, I will attack Tianhe with all my strength. I will bankrupt them. Yes. All of a sudden, the other executives responded in unison, and their eyes looking at Gu Chen changed. I didn't expect that the boss looked very kind at ordinary times, but he would be decisive and murderous if he was provoked. Okay, dismiss. President Chu and President Jiang, please stay. Suddenly, there were only 3 people left in the huge conference room. By the way, is there any problem with our group's legal team? Gu Chen thought about it and decided to ask. Our group's legal team is from a medium-sized law firm, but this time I heard that Tiana Group spent a huge amount of money to invite the ace lawyer from Manga law firm, one of the top 5 law firms. President Jiang replied with a heavy face. Does that mean our chances of winning may be greatly reduced? Gu Chen didn't expect it to be like this. That's right, but please rest assured, Chairman, we are also looking for other lawyers. President Jiang thought Gu Chen was dissatisfied and hurried to explain. When does the court session begin? The day after tomorrow. Hearing this, Gu Chen looked at Mr. Jiang without saying anything. Chairman, we have also found many lawyers from the big 5 law firms during this period, but most of them are not as well known as the other party. Chu Sini said something. Isn't Shanghai law firm in Huahai? Why didn't you go to look for it? Gu Chen asked. We looked for them, but their top lawyers all have other cases on hand and are too busy to work, Mr. Jiang explained. What about attorney Bai Yinsong? I heard that he is fine. Ah, Chairman, don't you know? Attorney Bai Yinsong no longer accepts domestic cases, and we have no way to contact him. President Jiang was surprised that Gu Chen actually knew all this. Okay, leave a lawyer to me. Gu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Bai Yinsong to have such a high status. Then he turned on his cell phone in front of the 2 of them and called Bai Yinsong. Hello? Boss. Well, Director Bai, do you have time? Gu Chen didn't waste any words and asked directly. When Chu Sini and Jiang Dongxiang heard Director Bai's words, they looked at each other and had a vague guess in their hearts. The boss asked me if I have time, then I definitely have time. Even if I don't, I have to have time. Bai Yinsong also made a joke when he heard this. That's great. My company has a lawsuit that needs your personal attention. I wonder if Director Bai is interested? The other party is an ace lawyer. The boss still has a company? Since the boss has spoken, it is of course my duty. Bai Yinsong didn't expect that Gu Chen had a company, but when he thought that Lien Songhai was his, he no longer had any doubts. Okay, I'll ask someone from my company to come and meet you later. Good. Then he hung up the phone. Chairman, that was just Bai. Seeing Gu Chen hanging up the phone with a smile, Mr. Jiang asked curiously. Yes, that was the lawyer Bai Yinsong. Hiss. Although the 2 had some guesses in their hearts, they couldn't help but be shocked when they heard Gu Chen's words in person. I didn't expect that Gu Chen had such great power that he could even speak to the famous and renowned lawyers. All right, you guys go there with the information later. Good. Then the 2 of them retreated. Chapter 038. Your brother can't possibly only have one car. Looking at their backs. I wonder how surprised you would be if you knew that the entire Shanghai law firm belongs to me? Gu Chen thought in his heart. Then he returned to his office, where there were many documents waiting for his signature to take effect. I worked hard until noon. After signing the last document, Gu Chen stretched out lazily in relaxation. At this time, when he was about to call his cousin to ask how things were going, the other party called him first. How is it? Gu Chen asked directly. Brother, the lawsuit failed. Woo-woo. Then he heard a soft voice coming over, and Gu Chen knew the other person's name as soon as he heard it. It was Xiaoyi, one of his cousin's 2 best friends. That's enough. You still want to lie to me? Gu Chen rolled his eyes. I knew I couldn't hide it from my brother. We won. The court ruled that the contract was invalid and also compensated Shershur financially for the time she spent. Suddenly, someone over there started laughing and making a noise, and Xiaoyi spoke out directly. Normal. Gu Chen was thinking of the same ending. Thank you, brother. In the end, the phone was given to Su Shershur, and she thanked him happily. Before, this contract was like a mountain pressing down on her, but now, this mountain has disappeared. I'm your brother. Why thank you? Where are you? I'm coming to find you. No, brother, work is important. Su Shershur was naturally very happy to hear that Gu Chen was coming to see them, but she knew that Gu Chen should be working at this time, so she didn't want to disturb him. I've already finished my work. You know I'm the boss. You can leave whenever you want. Gu Chen laughed. Upon hearing this, Su Shershur told them their location. Gu Chen went directly down to the underground parking lot. He drove his latest car, the Koenigsegg Gemera. Gu Chen instantly fell in love with it. I didn't expect that the evolving Taba is becoming more and more humane. It knows what a person needs and gives him what he needs. This sports car has always been the king of the top sports car world. It was configured by the company's CEO Christian Vaughn with 4 seats, 2 scissor doors, and an incredibly powerful hybrid powertrain. It is considered to be the wildest 4-seater sports car in the world. The luxurious style of decoration dominates the interior of the car. The seats are made from a hollow carbon fiber monocoque. The side view mirrors are replaced by cameras, and both the front and rear seats have digital touchscreens to control the air conditioning and entertainment system. This supercar can not only carry 4 people, but also has enough space for luggage, which is simply perfect. As the car started, the distinctive sound of a sports car instantly rang out in the empty parking lot. As a globally limited edition sports car, it has always been super cool. He attracted many people's attention along the way. On the other side, Su Shershur and others who had just left the court were saying goodbye to Lawyer Lin. Okay, Miss Su. Since I've won the case, I'll go back first. If you have anything, you can call me, Lawyer Lin said to Su Shershur and others. Yes, thank you, Lawyer Lin. Su Shershur thanked him gratefully. Phoenix. Lawyer Lin waved his hand and left. He knew that his boss would come over soon, so there was no need for him to send anyone back. If it weren't for Gu Chen, how could he take on such a simple case? Shershur, congratulations on settling the contract issue. Yes, I wonder what your plans are next. The 2 best friends also spoke to Su Shershur very happily. I don't know. Anyway, I want to thank you. Su Shershur shook her head. Isn't your brother starting a company? You can go to your brother's company. So you thought about it and suggested. Forget it. I don't want to trouble my brother anymore. Also, I don't want him to abuse his power for personal gain. I'd better find it myself. Su Shershur refused directly. 2. The 2 nodded upon hearing this. At this time, the person from the company where Su Shershur had worked before came out. Looking at the happy Su Shershur, he suddenly became gloomy. But he didn't say anything here. He just snorted coldly and left. A few people ignored him and continued chatting. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the distance. Everyone looked and found it was a cool supercar. Shershur, could it be that your brother is here? Xiaoyu suddenly thought of something and asked directly. No, it's not like you haven't seen my brother's car before. Su Shershur took one look and shook her head. Your brother can't have only one car, right? The few of them stopped talking and just watched the sports car approach from afar and slowly stop by the roadside. Slowly rolled down the window. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Gu Chen looked at the envious eyes of the crowd, as if nothing had happened, and smiled at the stunned Su Shershur and the other 2. Ah, it's really my brother. Xiaoyi was the first to react and quickly pulled the 2 over. Gu Chen opened the car door directly and found that there were 3 seats inside, so he quickly got in the car. Walk away, leaving behind the envious crowd. Especially the company that had previously cheated Su Shershur. They all understood what was going on after seeing her get into a sports car. It seems that he is one of the rich 2nd generation on the list. No wonder he is so confident. Others were also very envious and jealous of Gu Chen. Just pick up girls if you want. Why did you pick up 3 of them? How can we live? These days, it's really a drought that kills people and a flood that kills people. On the other side inside the car, Su Shershur and the other 2 were so excited that they couldn't calm down. They looked here and touched there. Brother, when did you buy this car? It's so comfortable, Xiaoyi said with stars in her eyes. Hearing this, Su Shershur also looked over. He had always thought that Gu Chen only had the sports car he had before. Of course it was yesterday. Gu Chen replied with a smile. Well, I won it in yesterday's lottery, so it can be considered as something I bought yesterday. Wow, so rich, the three of them exclaimed in unison. Gu Chen really enjoyed the flattery from the people around him. This is what is meant by beautiful women and luxury cars. By the way, I'll take you guys out for a big dinner today. Then Gu Chen drove the sports car around the outer ring for a few laps. Ah, thank you, brother. I can save money on another meal. Hearing this, the three of them were naturally very happy. In their eyes, Gu Chen had become synonymous with the super rich. It's okay. You guys helped Shir a lot before, so as her brother, I naturally have to help her back. Su Shir felt very warm inside, and the two of them were very envious of Su Shir for having such a brother. By the way, are the three of you studying the same major? Gu Chen then changed the subject. No, the three of us have different majors. Shir is studying accounting, Xiaoyu is studying marketing, and I am studying economic management. Xiaoyu explained with a smile. Great, you can come work for me when you quit your job. Gu Chen gave them a promise. After all, after spending the past few days together, he found that these two people were rare talents. Moreover, they graduated from first-class universities, so their abilities were beyond doubt. What's more, I know everything about him. Really? Brother is so nice. The two were very happy to hear what Gu Chen said, although they have no intention of leaving their jobs at the moment. However, I will only give you one chance. Whether you can get in depends on your ability. Gu Chen continued. Don't worry, brother. We are sure we can pass the test, the two said confidently. Ah, that's good. Sure. Have you found a job? Then Gu Chen asked Shir, who was sitting in the passenger seat. No. Su Shir shook her head, just as Gu Chen expected. Okay, go to my company and give it a try tomorrow. Don't refuse yet. I'm just giving you a chance. If you're not qualified, I won't force you. Su Shir hesitated for a moment and then agreed. She was also very curious about what kind of company her brother ran. He was so rich, could it be? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Gu Chen worriedly. If that was really the case, what should she do? For a moment, she was lost in tangled thoughts. If Gu Chen knew that his sister imagined herself to be a criminal boss, he would probably vomit blood. Afterwards, Gu Chen took a few people to Huatian Hotel to let them taste the flavor of a five-star hotel. It doesn't cost money anyway. Brother, why don't we go to another place? Yeah. The food here is too expensive and not tasty. I saw the sports car parked steadily beside the flower bed in front of Huatian's main gate. Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu advised. They thought Gu Chen was going to take them to a small restaurant, so they agreed so readily, but when they saw this place, they were filled with panic. After all, they never thought of taking advantage of Gu Chen. Yes, brother, let's go to another store. This place is too expensive. Su Shir also advised. It's okay. It's free to eat here, Gu Chen said with a smile. Let's go. Are you afraid that I will sell you out? Seeing that several people were still hesitating, Gu Chen made a little joke. At this time, the three people slowly got out of the car. He changed from his usual bold and enthusiastic self to become coy and shy, which made Gu Chen laugh secretly. Gu Chen had his own ideas for bringing them here. He wanted to take this opportunity to slowly reveal his wealth in Huahai City to Su Shir, and through her to his parents. Then, after I explain it to myself, I believe my parents will be much more receptive. Hello, Mr. Gu. The door was opened by the receptionist, and Gu Chen walked straight in. The three people behind were like Granny Lu strolling around the garden, looking around, and were all shocked by the magnificent hall. Good afternoon, Mr. Gu. At this time, the lobby manager rushed over after hearing the news and said eagerly, Well, are there any boxes? Gu Chen looked at the people coming in and out and found that it was lunchtime, so he asked. The lobby manager quickly replied, Of course there must be one. Of course there must be one. You have to have it even if you don't have it. This way, please. Afterwards, the lobby manager also took on the role of guide waiter. Chapter 0, 39 News from the Future. How's business lately? Walking on the road, Gu Chen asked. Boss Gu, during this National Day holiday, the hotel is fully booked every day, and business is surprisingly good. When the lobby manager heard this, his eyes almost popped out of his mouth with laughter, and he quickly said, Gu Chen nodded. It seemed that the hotel's business was not destroyed by that traffic star. In fact, he didn't know that the popular star not only did not damage the reputation of the hotel, but instead brought a lot of popularity. Otherwise, how could the hotel be so popular? At this moment, Su Shirshir and the other two were like three docile kittens, as well-behaved as they could be. He followed Gu Chen obediently and listened to their conversation. They were shocked when they heard this and felt that the hotel manager was very respectful to Gu Chen. Even if Gu Chen was the boss of a company, you're also the manager of a five-star hotel. Why are you so unambitious? If the hotel manager knew what they were thinking, he would definitely laugh. Ambition? Can that thing be eaten? By the way, where is Manager Liu? After going up to the second floor, Gu Chen seemed to remember something and asked, Manager Liu is in the office. Is President Gu looking for her? When the lobby manager heard Gu Chen's words, his admiration for him was like a torrent of water. He saw Gu Chen bringing 3 girls to eat and wanted Manager Liu to come over, and he didn't know what to say. It's like bringing the mistress home for dinner and asking the original wife to come and drink with him. It's really audacious. He is the manager of the hotel, so naturally he is on the side of Manager Liu. No, just asking. Gu Chen shook his head. He just asked casually, We're here, Mr. Gu. At this time, the lobby manager opened the door of the box and invited him in respectfully. Gu Chen didn't say anything polite and walked in first. With the manager's smile, Su Shirshir and the other two nodded and walked in. Okay, I'll call you if anything happens. Gu Chen looked at the reserved expressions of the 3 people and spoke directly to the manager. Okay, if you have anything to say, please tell me directly. The manager then politely retreated and closed the door of the box. Brother, why is he so polite to you? As soon as the door was closed, Xiaoyi asked directly. Elder brother? Hearing the faint sound from inside, the lobby manager's mouth twitched. The boss is quite playful. Then he retreated. Of course, because this is also my property. If he doesn't show respect to me, who else should he show respect to? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. What? The 3 of them suddenly stared at each other, staring at Gu Chen. Brother, how rich are you? Even this place belongs to you. Now Su Shirshir couldn't sit still anymore and asked immediately. I'm not very rich. A friend sold it to me at a low price. Gu Chen waved his hand, as if it was just a trivial matter. Okay, let's order. Just order whatever you want, it's free anyway. Seeing that the 3 people wanted to ask more questions, Gu Chen interrupted them directly. Only then did the 3 of them divert their attention. Scan the QR code on your mobile phone to order food, simple and convenient. Looking at the names of dishes they had never heard of before, they all started arguing and discussing them. Looking at this scene, Gu Chen shook his head speechlessly. Fortunately, the 3 of them quickly ordered their dishes. When they took the order and looked at it, they were immediately surprised because the dishes they ordered were all very cheap. He was smart and quickly understood what was going on, and then he added 2 more dishes. Several people ate with relish. The meal took nearly 3 hours. Then Gu Chen sent them back home. Then I returned to Thompson One. There were only Gu Chen and Su Shirshir along the way. Gu Chen saw Su Shirshir hesitated from the corner of his eye and asked with a smile, What's wrong? Brother, how come you are so rich now? What are you doing? Su Shirshir asked. Didn't I tell you? The company's business is mainly the supply of raw materials. Now, it is transforming into processing and direct production of products. Gu Chen explained. What about that hotel? Why? Your brother, can't invest in other businesses even though I've made money. Only then did Gu Chen come to his senses. It turned out that this girl was worried that I would do something bad. Looking at Gu Chen's sunny face, Su Shirshir really believed what Gu Chen said. After returning home, Gu Chen went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. Only Su Shirshir was left sitting on the sofa in the living room, staring blankly, until she heard a knock at the door. After coming to his senses, he quickly walked to the entrance and opened the door. Gu Chen, you had well. Chu Sini and Jiang Dongqiang, who had just returned from Shanghai office, were as expected shocked by Gu Chen. I didn't expect that the famous firm actually belonged to Gu Chen. No wonder he was very familiar with it. So after finishing discussing the day after tomorrow, the 2 of them rushed to the company without stopping. As a result, Gu Chen had already left the company, leaving the 2 of them with nothing more than their shock to themselves. But Chu Sini went home as soon as she got off work and came directly to the door of Gu Chen's house. Unexpectedly, the person who opened the door was a sweet-looking woman, and the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. Chu Sini's mind went blank in an instant. Why is there a woman in his family? His face suddenly turned extremely pale, which scared Su Shirshir, who opened the door. Sister, are you okay? Elder sister? Chu Sini felt even more hurt when she heard Su Shirshir's words. Am I that old? And sister? It's okay. May I ask who you are? Chu Sini quickly realized that she was too emotional for a moment and didn't think much about it. Now she came to her senses and asked with a scrutinizing look. My name is Su Shirshir. I'm Gu Chen's cousin. Sister, are you here to look for my brother? Women's minds are always very sensitive. She immediately noticed Chu Sini's gaze. Combined with her previous performance, she guessed the other person's identity at once. Cousin. Chu Sini instantly rose from Silicon Valley to the clouds, and her highly alert heart instantly turned into a smile, as if spring had come. Afterwards, the two of them sat on the sofa in the living room and instantly became friends, starting with talking about Gu Chen, then moving on to various clothes, cosmetics, and so on. It was really a pity that they had met each other too late. It was not until Gu Chen came out of the shower that he heard laughter coming from the living room. He couldn't help but be curious and went downstairs to take a look. Why are you here? Gu Chen was very surprised. What? You don't welcome me? Upon hearing this, Chu Sini replied with resentment. Ahem. No way. I'm just curious. Is this the first time you two have met? When did you become so close? Gu Chen laughed dryly twice, and then he couldn't help but feel curious when he saw the intimacy between the two. We hit it off right away. Brother, Sister Chu, and I get along very well. The two smiled at each other and said in unison. Gu Chen shook his head speechlessly. He really couldn't understand what they were thinking. He took a can of Coke from the refrigerator, drank it directly, and asked, Do you want any? The two of them shook their heads, and Gu Chen sat down on another sofa. By the way, Shirshir will go to the company to apply for a job tomorrow. Since you two know each other, you will be in charge of the arrangements. However, no steps that should be omitted. Yes, it's okay. Shirshir just told me everything. Chu Sini nodded. Afterwards, they said a few words and Gu Chen went upstairs. Closing the door of the room and looking at the lights of thousands of homes outside the window, Gu Chen seemed very peaceful at the moment. Then he lay on the bed and opened Taba. He was dazed when looking at the familiar interface. This was the thing that changed his life. It made him very curious about what kind of existence this was. After thinking for a long time, I still couldn't understand it, so I gave up. Then draw today's special items. Bye. Congratulations to this user for obtaining a piece of news information from the future. 2 notifications popped up on the phone instantly. Future news? Wow, so awesome. Even Gu Chen, who had a strong endurance, exclaimed. Then I clicked on it and saw that it was a demolition plan for the suburban areas south of Huahai City. The official plan is to build a new Grade 3 hospital there, and the district government will also be relocated there. Educational resources will also be moved there, and it will become the new district center of Huahai City. House prices will surely skyrocket by then, and whoever knows the news first will have a dominant position in this game. The notification will be issued, and the bidding will be carried out in the next week. Seeing this, Gu Chen was excited, and then felt regretful. Because he didn't have any real estate company, even if he bought a lot of land, he could only sell it. Although that would allow him to make a lot of money, the real big money would still go to the real estate companies. It's a pity that Dad's company went bankrupt. Otherwise, I could have helped Dad's career soar to the top. Gu Chen felt quite regretful when he thought of this. Before his family went bankrupt, they owned a real estate company. It is also one of the best in the local area. But he didn't expect that he would end up bankrupt. He had thought that someone wanted to punish his father. At that time, he didn't know much about his company, and his father didn't say much. So he thought his father took too big a step, which led to a shortage of capital chain. The project was left unfinished, and the company was directly ruled by the court to be insolvent and filed for bankruptcy. Shake your head and stop thinking about it. Let's buy the land first. Don't be too greedy. Just go to sleep. Then he put down his phone and closed his eyes. Only the lights outside reflected into the room, creating a peaceful atmosphere. The next day, after breakfast, when Gu Chen wanted to send Su Shirshir to the company first, Chu Sini came over and said that they should go together. Gu Chen shrugged, wishing it were so. After all, he still had important things to do today. But before leaving, he asked how much cash the group had now, and he wanted all of it, except for those from other shareholders. After all, he didn't want to drag the group into this matter, as it would be difficult to explain when the time came to settle the accounts. Although Chu Sini was curious about why Gu Chen needed so much money, she still told him. Currently, the group still has about 1.8 billion in liquid funds. Based on a 58% stake, he has almost 1.04 billion. Chapter 040 bank loan, so he called the finance department directly and got his share. There was no hesitation on the other side, and a few minutes later, he received a notification of the arrival of the money. For the convenience of the plot, don't take it seriously. Adding what he should have had before, the total was almost 1.2 billion. It sounds like a lot, but in the real estate industry, it is just a small ripple. Gu Chen is still self-aware of this. So there is a next plan. Gu Chen's mind was very clear. That is to use the equity in your hands to go to the bank to apply for a loan. If you want to play big. He believed that the mutated Taba would not deceive him. However, he had no idea how to do it. So he took out his cell phone and called lawyer Lin Molan, who had helped his cousin with the lawsuit yesterday. Gu Chen was very satisfied with his performance. Hello, lawyer Lin, it's me. Boss, what can I do for you? Yes, I have something to ask you. Where are you now? Gu Chen said with a smile. I'm in the office. Although he didn't know why Gu Chen asked him to do so, he still told it honestly. Okay, see you later. Gu Chen hung up the phone after he finished speaking. After thinking about it, I decided to drive the newly purchased Koenigsegg. It's more exciting. Under the respectful gaze of the security guard, Gu Chen left with a smile. Another new security guard nearby had a puzzled look on his face. Fifth brother, who was that owner just now? Why are you so respectful to him? That person is Mr. Gu Chen, the first owner of our Tangshan Ipin. The best building in the community was bought by Mr. Gu. And Mr. Gu is also a very noble person. He spoke for our security guards before. In short, just be respectful to him when you see him in the future, said the fifth brother with a respectful and envious look. Understood. The newcomers are also very envious. Gu Chen had something on his mind, so he drove straight to the door of the office without any distractions. Which lawyer are you looking for, sir? As soon as I entered the hall, I heard a familiar voice. Except for the two lawyers by Yin Song and Lin Mo, no one else knows Gu Chen's identity. I'm looking for lawyer Lin Molan. Lawyer Lin is on the second floor. The customer service replied with a smile. His job here is to give directions and ask questions. Okay, thanks. Gu Chen thanked him and walked straight up. Boom, boom. Gu Chen quickly found Lin Mo's office. As one of the top 5 law firms in the country, isn't it standard for each lawyer to have a separate office? Come in. Lin Mo's voice rang out. Gu Chen pushed the door open and went in. Boss. Lin Mo took a look and immediately stood up, a little nervous. Well, the reason I came here today is to hire lawyer Lin as my exclusive lawyer for a few days. Gu Chen said straight to the point. No problem. Please tell me what's the matter, boss. Lin Mo agreed without thinking. Lawyers are supposed to make money, so if someone wants to hire him as their exclusive lawyer, he would be more than happy to do so. After all, the fees for an exclusive lawyer are very high. What's more, the person involved is his own boss. Good. Gu Chen was very satisfied with Lin Mo, so he told them what he was going to do. After hearing this, Lin Mo was stunned. He didn't expect that this man, who was younger than him, actually owned a multi-billion-dollar group, a 5-star hotel, and an office building. What shocked him even more was that he wanted to mortgage all these shares to the bank for a loan. This was really crazy. Boss, I want to ask, are you short of money recently? Lin Mo tried hard to suppress his shock, swallowed, and said. Gu Chen nodded first, then shook his head. Lin Mo didn't understand what he meant. I want to buy a piece of land next. Gu Chen said directly. Anyway, he will be the one to handle the land purchase procedures when the time comes. Forehead. Lin Mo was stunned again. What kind of land would cost billions to buy? With his professional knowledge, he could quickly figure out that based on the shares in Gu Chen's hands, they would be very popular in any bank, and there would be no problem in borrowing billions. I plan to let you handle this matter for me. Lawyer Lin, do you have any questions now? Gu Chen nodded. After all, anyone would think he was crazy if he did this. There is none left. Lin Mo shook his head, but then his heart was filled with curiosity. Can I ask why the boss is so? I couldn't help but ask. To make money, of course. Gu Chen had already thought of a reason. Lin Mo paused, then said that there was no problem. Now I have to report to the teacher. Director Bai. Lin Mo was silent for a while and said. Then the two of them walked towards Bai Yinsong's office. Boss, I never thought that you were actually the mysterious chairman of the famous Taiyu Group. As soon as he entered, Bai Yinsong was filled with emotion. After Taiyu Group announced its acquisition of Chu Group, it caused a huge stir in the raw materials sector. A series of actions that followed showed that Taiyu was currently undergoing transformation, and with the help of the Chu family, its future looked bright, and its market value was rising in an unstoppable manner. It soared directly to nearly 50 billion. The result was that Gu Chen's shares almost doubled. If Tiana hadn't sued him later, its growth would have continued. You're welcome, Gu Chen replied with a smile. Gu Chen naturally didn't know all this. By the way, Xiaomo, are you here? Afterwards, the two exchanged a few polite words and then asked Lin Mo, who was standing beside them. I want to invest in some property recently, so I hired lawyer Lin to be my exclusive lawyer for a few days. Is that so? Since the boss thinks highly of you, Xiaomo, you can just stay with the boss during this period of time. Bai Yinsong instantly understood what he meant and said with relief, yes. Then the two of them walked out. Back to the car. Just go to the bank. I've already made an appointment. You can take a look at my property ownership certificate and stuff like that first. Gu Chen said to lawyer Lin, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat. Then he started the car. Lawyer Lin naturally never thought that one day he would be able to ride in a supercar, and that his boss would be his personal driver. Even though he did not like to show off his looks, his face was filled with excitement. But he soon calmed down, blushed, and cursed himself for being useless. And then he carefully read the information given to him by his boss. The two of them said nothing along the way and went straight to a certain line. As soon as you enter, you will be greeted by the bank president himself. He made the reservation directly through Taiyu Group, otherwise no one would care about him, a little-known young man. Because Gu Chen rose to prominence so quickly, the upper-class circles had already mentioned the name Gu Chen, but they just didn't recognize him. Hello. I didn't expect that Mr. Gu is the chairman of the mysterious Taiyu Group. Mr. Gu is really young and promising. The president thought that lawyer Lin was the chairman of Taiyu Group, and as soon as he came in, he greeted Lin Mo warmly. Although Lin Mo was only in his 30s, his formal suit and indescribable temperament made him look extraordinary. Gu Chen was wearing casual clothes. Although his temperament is also very outstanding, he looks like just a second-generation rich boy. Ahem. Sorry, you got the wrong person. This is my boss. Lin Mo was silent for a second in embarrassment. Forehead. The president's smiling face froze instantly, and he was even more embarrassed than Lin Mo. But he was such a man that his face could be eaten as a meal. I'm so sorry. Look at me. I was so happy that I even mistook him for someone else. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect Director Gu to be so famous at such a young age. He's so much better than us old guys. His expression suddenly became brighter, and he looked like he could bring the dead back to life, which made Gu Chen and the other man twitch their lips. Yes. Following behind was a group of lackeys who agreed with him. These days, having money is really the boss. It really allowed Gu Chen to enjoy the privilege of being a wealthy class. Looking at the long line, Gu Chen went upstairs directly amid the envious expressions of the people in the group. I wonder what Director Gu meant by asking for cooperation on the phone. The president served a cup of tea that he had treasured for a long time and asked directly, I want to ask your bank for a loan. How much can you lend me? Gu Chen raised the water glass, smelled it, and then took a sip before asking calmly, I wonder how much Mr. Gu wants to borrow. Hearing this, the president was immediately delighted. Is it the main profit purpose of their banks to lend money? So they just want to lend out all the money they have. The more the better. However much you lend, I'll borrow. Gu Chen's tone was very light, but he suppressed the president's momentum in an instant. Ahem. As far as I know, Thai Group doesn't seem to be short of money right now. Although it's involved in a lawsuit now, smart people know that this is just an ant on an elephant. The president was no longer in a hurry and just said with a smile, It has to be said that to become the president of a branch, one must have top-notch intelligence and information. Old fox. Gu Chen cursed in his heart. Of course I borrowed the money personally. It has nothing to do with Taiyu. Oh. Now it was the president's turn to be surprised. This is the title to my shares. You can take a look at it. How much can I borrow? Gu Chen didn't bother talking nonsense and said directly. Then he signaled Lin Mo to hand the document to the president. The latter took it and took a look at it and immediately became excited. Good job. Chapter 041, 20 billion in hand. The president thought that even as the chairman of Taiyu Group, his shares would be at most 20%. After all, the chairman of a group worth over 10 billion yuan does not own many shares. This Director Gu actually has absolute control? The president could understand some documents and said in surprise. Good. Gu Chen nodded. I really didn't expect this. Director Gu is such a pleasant surprise. The president immediately flattered him and continued. How much does Director Gu want to borrow? This time he was much more excited than before. He was not worried that Gu Chen would not be able to repay the money. He even hoped that Gu Chen would not repay the money, so that the things Gu Chen mortgaged would belong to their bank. Although I don't know what this young director Gu is doing. After all, given the current situation, the rise of Taiyu Group is certain, and the current Taiyu Group shares are of course very valuable, not to mention the absolute control of the group. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to say that. 20 billion. As soon as the words fell, the whole room fell silent. The bank president almost choked to death. Lawyer Lin did the same, and his mouth twitched. Boss Gu, you're joking. I can't decide on such a large number. How about this? I could provide 5 billion yuan to Boss Gu. What do you think? The president then stated his bottom line, which was the maximum amount within his authority. Make a deal. Gu Chen thought about it and agreed. Then it was time for Lawyer Lin to play a big role. He read the contract carefully several times, pointed out several hidden clauses that were unfavorable to Gu Chen, and in the end, there was no problem at all. Gu Chen slowly signed his name. The contract then becomes effective and has legal effect. It's a pleasure to work with you, Director Gu. It's a pleasure to work with you, President. The two reached out and shook hands. Gu Chen then said goodbye. Today he had made appointments with not just one bank, but all 4 major banks. In principle, mortgage loans can only be made at one bank, but for the sake of the plot, please forgive the author. So the next whole day was a repetition of the above things. At night, Gu Chen came out of the last bank, and the fatigue on his face still couldn't resist his excitement. The 20 billion yuan of funds will all be received within the next 2 days. Okay, thank you for your hard work today, Lawyer Lin. Gu Chen looked at Lin Mo, who was also tired, and said apologetically, Fine. Lin Mo shook his head. He had done things that were more tiring than this when he was helping his client win the lawsuit. Let's send Lawyer Lin home today, and have a good rest tomorrow. I'll see you the day after tomorrow. Good. So Gu Chen dragged his tired body and forced himself to send Lawyer Lin home first, and then returned to his own home. I couldn't even eat dinner and fell asleep. I don't have time to take care of my cousin Su Shirshi's affairs. The next day, he slept until he woke up naturally, and then went to the field investigation without stopping. He spent the whole day observing the site. After comparing it with the map, he already had a general idea in his mind. So I dragged my tired body back home. Alas, it seems that my physical fitness still needs to be improved. Looking at his numb feet, Gu Chen had always thought that his body was still fine, but he didn't expect that he would become like this after just 2 days of running. I came back earlier today than yesterday, but my cousin Su Shirshir hasn't come back yet. As I thought of this, there was a sudden noise at the gate. Brother, what have you been doing these past 2 days? I haven't seen you all day. It was indeed Su Shirshir. She was so happy that she was suddenly startled by Gu Chen lying on the sofa, and then she asked curiously, Of course there is something wrong. By the way, how are you? Not bad. I passed the interview unanimously yesterday. But brother, your company is too big. Speaking of this, Su Shirshir still had a hint of excitement on her face. Of course. But brother, you have only graduated for a year. How come you have become the chairman of such a large group? Hearing this, Gu Chen was not panicked at all. I was already the chairman of the group when I was in college, but I never showed up. He spoke out the speech he had prepared long ago. No wonder. I heard that the chairman of Taiyu Group is very mysterious. Su Shirshir suddenly realized what was going on after hearing this. By the way, brother, my mother now knows that I work in your company, but I didn't dare tell her how big your company is. Then Su Shirshir thought of something, stuck out her tongue, and said embarrassedly, It's okay. You can tell your aunt, and the others slowly. Gu Chen was shocked, and his plan slowly began to work. Su Shirshir nodded upon hearing this. After that, the two chatted for a while, and then went back to their rooms. Gu Chen opened Taba skillfully. The items he won in the last 2 days were either custom-made clothes or high-end liquor. To his great disappointment, Gu Chen was actually hoping to win a real estate company so that he could maximize his profits, but that was not something he could decide. Congratulations to this user for winning a bottle of Future Potion, a body enhancer. The phone notification sounded instantly. Gu Chen opened his eyes wide. What? Future Potion? Body strengthener? Black technology? Suddenly many questions occupied Gu Chen's mind. Why are these days all about the future? Is this software so powerful? But no one was destined to answer him. With a glance, he saw a test tube suddenly appear on his bedside table. The potion inside was blue-green and emitted fluorescent light. Can this thing strengthen the body? Looking at the test tube, Gu Chen was a little unconvinced. I always feel that this potion is a deadly poison. So he hesitated for a moment. Looking at the glowing potion, his heart was filled with fear. If he died, wouldn't he be at a great loss? However, thinking that this was a product of the system, and the waves of soreness in his body came over him. Gu Chen gritted his teeth, opened the cork directly, closed his eyes, and drank it all in one gulp. He firmly believed that Taba would not harm him. Sure enough, as the potion went down my throat, it was not as unpalatable as I had imagined. Instead, it had a light, fruity flavor. Then Gu Chen couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. However, the potion flowed into Gu Chen's heart and then was transported to other limbs, bones, and various blood vessels and organs, changing his body, strengthening his various tissues and cells. Early the next morning, Gu Chen suddenly woke up. His first feeling was comfort, indescribable comfort, and warmth all over his body. The aches and pains from yesterday have long since disappeared, and my eyes, which were slightly nearsighted before, have now become unusually clear. Is that potion real? The effect was so powerful when Messi got it. Gu Chen was delighted, but then felt a little regretful. There is only one. If he can produce it, then I can't imagine it. The richest man in the world? Haha, he was probably locked up in some research institute and being tortured and studied. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. He still understands this principle. Then he washed up and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. As soon as it was done, Su Shirsher came out. Brother? Why do I feel like you're different today? Looking at Gu Chen's figure, Su Shirsher was stunned, and then said uncertainly, "What's different?" Unable to put it into words, Su Shirsher shook her head. "All right, I'm getting more handsome every day. I was just too tired yesterday. Have breakfast. Will I take you to the company later?" "No, I'm with Sister Cindy." After Su Shirsher sat down, she took a sip of porridge and spoke unclearly. "All right, I didn't realize you guys have only known each other for a few days, but you act like you've been friends for a long time." After hearing this, Gu Chen no longer insisted. After breakfast, Gu Chen called Lawyer Lin. Then Gu Chen set off for the Land and Resources Bureau. After detailed consideration, he planned to demolish the urban-rural fringe areas in the southern part of the city based on future information. Most of the land there was wasteland with some residential buildings. He was just an individual, so he naturally didn't consider house demolition, so what was left was the wasteland. There just happened to be a large piece of wasteland that met his requirements perfectly, so his target this time was that piece of land. After meeting Lawyer Lin, Gu Chen told Lawyer Lin his request. Boss? I remember that place is very remote. Why did you go there to buy such a large piece of land?" After hearing what Gu Chen said, he had only one thought in his mind, that is, the boss was crazy. He suppressed his shock and asked, "Of course I want to invest in a piece of land. Isn't the real estate industry very profitable now?" Gu Chen said with a smile, "But the conditions for investment are not met there. It's so far from the city. No matter how much we develop it, we can't get anywhere." Lawyer Lin still couldn't understand. Not only him, but also Gu Chen. If he had no news about the future, he would not understand why the authorities would choose to build a new district there. Why not? Gu Chen smiled and asked back. Huahai City has limited resources now. In order to achieve sustainable development and expand the regional economic influence, outward expansion is inevitable. The place where I bought is sparsely populated, although it is very remote. Once it is noticed by the authorities, it will be like a phoenix flying up the tree. After hearing Gu Chen's eloquent talk, Lawyer Lin once again looked at Gu Chen. He had previously thought that Gu Chen must have had so many assets because of his father's influence, but now it seems that he himself is also very capable. "What are you looking at?" Gu Chen saw that Lawyer Lin was suddenly looking at him straight, and he got goosebumps all of a sudden. "Why do people always like to look at me?" "I'm sorry. I just feel that the boss is different today than before," Lin Mo said embarrassedly. "Of course," Gu Chen affirmed. "I admired the bottle of potion last night even more." Afterwards, Lawyer Lin prepared the contract according to Gu Chen's requirements. Chapter 042, The Land is in Hand. There was no conversation along the way, and we soon arrived at the Bureau of Land and Resources. Afterwards, Lawyer Lin took Gu Chen to a section chief's office with ease. As a lawyer who deals with the government all year round, how could he not have acquaintances? "Hey, Lawyer Lin, what a rare visitor. What brings you here today?" In a small office, a middle-aged man was sitting leisurely on a chair. Suddenly, he saw a figure at the door and immediately greeted him with a smile. "Ha! Of course it was a gust of wealth that brought me to you." Lawyer Lin also greeted with a smile at this time. "Oh, then I have to thank you very much." The section chief shook hands with Lawyer Lin. Seeing Gu Chen behind him, he asked, "Who is this?" This is the fortune wind I told you about, Lawyer Lin said. My boss, the chairman of Taiyu Group, Gu Chen. Hello, Chief Xiang. Gu Chen took the lead and stretched out his hand and said with a smile. He immediately noticed the small tag on the other person's chest, which he definitely wouldn't have seen before. Hello, Mr. Gu. You are really young and promising. People who are in the officialdom naturally speak to people in a human way and shook hands with Gu Chen with a smile. Sit. Then he asked the two to sit down, poured them a cup of tea, and started talking. I wonder which piece of land Mr. Gu wants to buy? He asked the section chief with a smile. There is nothing else to do here except buying land. That's right, Chief Xiang. I brought the boss directly to you. Please give me a better deal, Lawyer Lin said with a smile. Nature. He agreed to the section chief's request immediately, appearing very happy. Our boss wants to buy the land south of the city, which is located in the suburbs. Lawyer Lin began to talk after getting Gu Chen's authorization. Oh, there? Lawyer Lin, that place is very remote. Section Chief Xiang had naturally heard about it as well, so upon hearing it, he gave some advice. I know. Lawyer Lin smiled bitterly. He knew it, of course. The key point was that he was the boss. This time our boss is probably buying several hundred acres. Lawyer Lin then said directly. How many? Section Chief Xiang almost slipped to the ground, wondering if he had heard it wrong. At least several hundred acres. How many acres exactly depends on how much discount Section Chief Xiang can give us. Looking at the other party's shocked expression, Lawyer Lin felt very comfortable for some reason. Lawyer Lin, this joke is not funny at all. Although it is very remote, the price is also very high. Section Chief Xiang said calmly. At the same time, I was a little angry inside. Of course, if Chief Xiang doesn't believe me, you can check the strength of Taiyu Group, Lawyer Lin said. Then Section Chief Xiang quickly checked on the internet and found that Taiyu Group currently has a market value of more than 50 billion yuan and its chairman is Gu Chen. Seeing this, he was already half convinced. I'm so sorry. I'll have to inform our director about this. I can't handle such a big deal. Section Chief Xiang then dialed an internal number. A few minutes later, an old man with a bit of official authority hurried over. Hello, I'm the director of the Land and Resources Bureau. I wonder which one of you is Mr. Gu Chen. I am. Gu Chen smiled and stood up. Hello. Is what you said before true? Nature. Gu Chen confirmed. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the director immediately smiled like a flower. After chatting for a long time and confirming that Gu Chen really wanted to buy a large amount of land, everyone prepared to go on a field trip. Looking at Gu Chen's sports car, the people from the Resources Bureau felt a little relieved. Although they didn't know why Gu Chen bought so much land, it had nothing to do with them. They were already excited about such a large sum of money, especially the director who was about to retire. This was a political achievement. Maybe your level can be raised when you retire. The same goes for Section Chief Xiang, who is in his 40s, still considered young in the system. With such great political achievements, it can be said that the position of director has already been reserved for him. Of course, this has to be based on a premise. That is, Gu Chen really bought so much land. After field investigation, it was found that the piece of abandoned land selected by Gu Chen was exactly more than 900 acres. Gu Chen was very satisfied, and the people from the Resources Bureau were even more satisfied. Director Du, can we talk about the price now? Gu Chen came to the director and asked. Of course. According to the quotation here, the price per square meter is 32,000. Director Du, this is boring. I bought more than 900 square meters here, and you are still giving me the market price? How about this? How about I give you a discount of 500 per square meter? 3,000. For a moment, several people started a verbal battle. You come and go, and all kinds of reasons come up with at random. It's really like one person finishes his song, and then another takes the stage. Okay, then let's go with the price of 31,000 yuan per square meter. I didn't expect that Mr. Gu is so young, but he lives up to his reputation. In the end, the two of them set the price here. No, I have to thank Director Du for his care. For a moment, the two of them talked happily, as if the previous quarrel had never happened. Finally, under the witness of lawyers from both sides, Gu Chen slowly signed his name. Instantly, both parties felt relieved. More than 900 acres, 30,000 yuan per square meter. Gu Chen paid a total of more than 19 billion. Congratulations, Mr. Gu. Congratulations. At this time, Gu Chen's phone suddenly rang. At first glance, it was Chu Sini calling. Gu Chen was in a very good mood and answered the call quickly. Hello. Gu Chen, did you use the group shares to borrow 20 billion in cash? An anxious voice came from inside. Hearing the other party's anxious voice, Gu Chen was stunned, thinking that something had gone wrong. Yes. Then he nodded and admitted it. After all, he didn't need to hide it. After hearing Gu Chen's admission, the other side fell silent. Did something happen to you? Do you need money? Chu Sini asked again with concern. It's okay. I'll tell you when I get back. Gu Chen was a little moved when he heard this, and then he explained and hung up the phone. Excuse me, everyone. Since the matter has been completed, I will not stay any longer. Gu Chen returned to the office and said to everyone, Oh, you're too polite, Mr. Gu. I'll treat you tonight. I'll treat you to a drink. After all, today is a day worth celebrating. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the director tried to persuade him to stay. I'm so sorry, there are still some things in the group that I need to deal with. I can only apologize. Next time I will personally ask you to apologize. Gu Chen said apologetically. That's fine. Since Director Gu is busy with his work, we won't bother you. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the director also expressed his understanding. Then Gu Chen left amid the enthusiasm of everyone. On the way. Thank you, Lawyer Lin, for these days. Boss, you're joking. I'm just doing my job. Lin Mo quickly replied. I really learned a lot today. Over 10 billion was spent just like that. Moreover, the person involved was extremely calm. He looked at Gu Chen, the professional driver, with a complicated expression. It was really frustrating to compare oneself with others. Gu Chen didn't know about Lin Mo's psychological changes. After sending him home, he also returned to his own home. Although it was a busy day today, he didn't feel any soreness in his hands and feet at all. At most, he was a little tired. I couldn't help but sigh at the power of that bottle of body enhancer I took yesterday. Just before he sat down and but was warm, Gu Chen heard the sound of the door opening. As Gu Chen expected, two figures appeared in front of him. It was Su Shirshir and Chu Sini. You came back so early today, Gu Chen greeted with a smile. Brother, I heard from Sister Sini that you borrowed 20 billion from the bank. Su Shirshir saw Gu Chen was stunned. Then her expression became complicated and she spoke tremblingly. 20 billion. It was a number that made her breathless. Yes. Gu Chen smiled and nodded. You're still laughing, Gu Chen. What do you want so much money for? Chu Sini also asked worriedly. Of course it's for investment. After hearing what Gu Chen said, the two of them showed inexplicable expressions. What did you invest in? Finally, Chu Sini spoke first. Afterwards, Gu Chen gave a brief account of what happened today. The two women opened their mouths wide, their faces filled with shock. You. Su Shirshir had never seen such a grand scene before and was speechless for a moment. Chu Sini was not much better. Even though she was well informed, she was still shocked by Gu Chen's handwriting. The living room was quiet for a while. Gu Chen knew that the two of them needed time to digest what was going on, so he didn't make any noise to disturb them. Have you really spent all your money? Finally, Chu Sini came back to her senses and said with a complicated expression. Of course. Well, the contract is in the briefcase. Gu Chen nodded and pointed to the black briefcase on the coffee table. Hearing this, Chu Sini naturally opened the bag, picked up the document inside, and sure enough, she saw Gu Chen's signature below. The suburbs? Seeing the land purchased by Gu Chen, Chu Sini read it out subconsciously. Gu Chen, why did you buy the land there? You know, it's very remote. Then he asked directly. Maybe it's developed there? Gu Chen said with a smile. How is that possible? Chu Sini retorted directly. Then there was a deep worry. No sane person would buy land there. Why are you so impulsive? How are you going to pay such a large sum of money? Won't your shares then be? Chu Sini's anxious expression was as if she herself owed 20 billion. Rest assured, Gu Chen remained calm and confident throughout the whole process. By the way, how was the lawsuit yesterday? Seeing that the two of them still looked worried, Gu Chen changed the subject. These days, all his thoughts were focused on that piece of land, and naturally he didn't know anything else. Lawyer Bai Yinsong is indeed one of the top lawyers in China. He is so amazing. Hearing what Gu Chen said, Chu Sini knew that Gu Chen didn't want to say more, so she just followed suit, but her tone was full of admiration. Oh! Gu Chen became interested after hearing this. Yesterday in court, Lawyer Bai explained everything from domestic law to international law from beginning to end, leaving the other lawyers speechless. You didn't go. Everyone was stunned at the time, Chu Sini said with a smile. She was naturally in a very happy mood if she hadn't known about Gu Chen's affairs. After all, Tina Group can no longer make big waves now. She also avenged the ambush. Okay, then starting from tomorrow, we will do our best to suppress Tina Group. Don't they rely on imported raw materials? Let's start from there. As long as there are suppliers cooperating with them, we will do our best to win them over. Gu Chen nodded when he heard this. He was originally in the right in this matter, so it would be strange if he didn't win. It just made him feel a little disgusted. Chapter 043 official website announced. Major banks were shocked. Chu Sini nodded in agreement when she heard this. Su Sure watched her brother and Chu Sini deal with issues regarding Tina Group. Looking at the serious Gu Chen, she felt that this might be the truest appearance of her brother Gu Chen. For a moment, I let go of the uneasiness and worry in my heart. After that, Gu Chen chatted with them for a few words and went upstairs to sleep. On the other hand, the offices of the four major banks all received accurate information almost at the same time. After obtaining a total loan of 20 billion yuan from major banks, Gu Chen, chairman of Taiyu Group, immediately invested in purchasing a piece of land, spending a total of more than 19 billion yuan. When the news came out, they were almost stunned. If they hadn't seen the actual transfer records, they wouldn't have believed that Gu Chen, who looked smart and capable, was so stupid. What does he want to do by spending a lot of money in such a remote place? Spendthrift? Is he showing off his wealth? Or does he simply not care? They simply couldn't believe that the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar group would do such a losing business. You know, he doubled the group's assets after taking office. But no matter how they investigated, they couldn't see any difference there, and most the area was a little larger. So they had to admit that the young chairman seemed to have made a mistake, and they were all very excited for a moment. If this continued, Gu Chen would not be able to repay the loan, and then the shares in his hands would be used to pay off the debt. According to the current trend of Taiyu Group, it is reaching new heights every day, and the value of its shares will increase greatly. Just a few days after they were happy, a bulletin board on the city government completely stunned them. Because the municipal government wants the healthy development of the economy, and Huahai City has already reached saturation. If it wants to continue to develop, it has to expand the area. As a result, the southern part of the city, which no one cared about, immediately came into the attention of the authorities. South of the city, located at the border between Huahai Special Economic Zone and the outside world, it is very remote, but the area is flat and vast, making it the only choice for the officials. So today, the authorities announced on their official website that they will build a new economic development zone, which will be located in the urban-rural fringe in the southern part of the city, which is where Gu Chen spent more than 19 billion to buy. When this news came out, it was said that the presidents of the four major banks had gloomy faces that day. They were extremely shocked. You know, this news was only announced today. It means that Gu Chen had already purchased such a large piece of land before. He was really foresight. Of course, there is another piece of news, that is Gu Chen, who is well-informed, had known the news a long time ago, so he started to make plans before the official took action. Thinking of this, Gu Chen had become extremely mysterious in their eyes, and at the same time, he also gave the signal that he should not be provoked. Of course, Gu Chen didn't know all this. He has been exercising at home these days. With the help of the potion, he is now a real athlete. On this day, he did not exercise as usual, but sat on the sofa holding his mobile phone. His face was calm, but his slightly twitching muscles exposed his forced calmness. Suddenly, a message popped up on the phone interface. When Gu Chen opened it, a relieved expression finally appeared on his face. It's worthy of being called a treasure. I made the right bet this time. At this time, his cell phone rang, and Gu Chen saw that it was the cell phone number he had exchanged at a bank before. Hello? Mr. Gu, I'm here to congratulate you. As soon as the call was connected, the voice from the other end came over. President Gu is joking. Why should I be happy about this? Gu Chen couldn't help but secretly sigh at the other party's well-informed information. The price of the land that Mr. Gu bought a few days ago has skyrocketed. Could it be that Mr. Gu doesn't know about this? The person on the other side laughed when he heard this. Really? That's great. I was just wondering how I was going to pay back President Gu. Gu Chen pretended to be surprised. Mr. Gu, don't worry. We're not in a hurry. If you are still short of money, I can give you some. The other party was stunned for a moment, then said generously, Thank you, President Gu. Then the two chatted for a few more sentences and hung up. Gu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Even the banks have become so mercenary. He now has a lot of money in his hands, and the banks are not worried at all about whether he can pay it back. The other three banks also called one after another, all of them congratulating Gu Chen and asking whether he needed to continue the loan. Gu Chen smiled and refused one by one. Now that their status has changed, Gu Chen is the boss, so they naturally have to be careful in serving him. As soon as the news was announced, many real estate companies were like sharks smelling blood, rubbing their hands in anticipation. I want to show my talents in this project. The official bidding will also be launched, and all major real estate companies in Huahai City are looking forward to it. Even 3 of the top 10 real estate groups in the country have come, so the competition is really fierce. After all, this represents interests. Whoever wins the bid will be the biggest beneficiary of this project. However, there are only 3 companies that have the most hope, namely the top 10 real estate groups in the country, which are very powerful. They are EU Group, Bandai Group, and Evergrande Group. Just when they were full of confidence in themselves, the sudden news from the official made them stunned. That means there is no winning bidder in this bidding. When they heard the news, their first reaction was, "Are you kidding me?" After that, they all knew that a buyer had purchased the land in that development zone a few days ago, and he bought more than 900 acres at one time. It was located in the center and was commonly known as the winner of the bid. They were all stunned. What a coincidence. So everyone thought there was an inside story, and even the officials thought someone had leaked the news. This is a serious matter. The top leader has given the order to conduct a thorough investigation. I thought that a corrupt official would be caught, but unexpectedly, the truth was revealed after a few hours. The content of their meeting was only confirmed yesterday, but the buyers started buying 4 or 5 days later, so there was no inside information. We can only say that the person was very lucky. After understanding the situation, the 3 major real estate groups could only secretly curse that guy for being so lucky. There is no way. The top bidder is no longer there, but there are still others. As a result, all major real estate companies rushed to try to get a piece of the pie. After a fierce battle, naturally some were happy while others were sad. Official bidding entrance. The representatives of Bandai and EU happened to meet each other. It is true that competitors are enemies. Zheshan and the others had been at odds with each other before, so it was natural that they were full of sarcasm when they met. "Hey, why is Mr. Liu not in good shape today? How come he didn't get any good land?" The manager of Bandai's Huahai branch immediately spoke in a sarcastic tone. Snort! Upon hearing this, the happy Huahai branch manager could not help but snort coldly and turn away. "There's nothing I can do. I was telling the truth, and I miscalculated this time." If Gu Chen could be here, he would definitely know someone. That person is Liu Xianglong, whom he had met once before. "Go check who bought the land before?" Liu Xianglong instructed the secretary beside him. Then he got into the car with a gloomy face. If he fails to win over the mysterious buyer this time, the punishment from headquarters will come. Gu Chen was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, he was talking on the phone with Chu Sini. Such a big thing was naturally reported in various news reports in Huahai City. Even Annies in their 70s and 80s knew about it, and Chu Sini naturally knew about it as well. "Gu Chen, did you know this a long time ago?" At this time, Chu Sini was sitting in the chair in the office and asked with a look of surprise. At the same time, she felt a little angry inside. Thinking back to before, she felt like a fool for worrying about others. But what was the result? "Ahem, Mr. Chu, please address me by my position." Gu Chen looked helpless, and he didn't know since when the other party started calling him by his name directly. "Gu Chen, my name is Gu Chen. Don't try to change the subject. You haven't said anything yet." Chu Sini felt shy when she heard that, but unfortunately no one saw it, so she pretended to be angry. After that misunderstanding, she realized that if she didn't take the initiative, she would regret it. "Do you believe me if I tell you it was an accident?" Gu Chen was helpless. He had known that this trouble would come, but he had no good solution. "What do you think?" "All right." Gu Chen had no choice but to not be able to deceive the shrewd female CEO. If it was his sister, she would probably believe whatever he said. "Oh, my sister is still the best. Actually, I think Huahai City's economy." So Gu Chen repeated the same trick he used to fool Lawyer Lin. After listening to Gu Chen's words, Chu Sini remained silent for a long time. She was thinking about Gu Chen's words, and at the same time, she saw the news on the official website on the computer, and then she suddenly realized it. "Gu Chen, you are making faster and faster progress." Then he said something inexplicable and quickly hung up. Gu Chen was confused by what he heard, but he managed to trick the girl. In fact, the news Chu Sini saw just now was similar to that of Gu Chen, but it was more detailed and specific than that of Gu Chen. This was also something he didn't expect. Then I started thinking about my next move, whether to sell the land directly or start a real estate company. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. The former is not that troublesome. He can just cash out directly, and Gu Chen instantly became the youngest billionaire in the country. The latter continued to develop and maximize profits, but it was very troublesome and took up his time to think about it. For a moment, Gu Chen was unable to make a decision. At this moment, his cell phone rang. Gu Chen thought it was another real estate company calling, but when he looked, it was his dad. Gu Chen picked up the phone directly. After the accident at home, his father never called him again. Hello. Chapter 044, Buy a Car. Hello, Dad. Yeah. How are you doing lately? Dad Gu hummed. I'm fine. How about you? Fine. So there was no follow-up. So the father and son remained silent on the phone for several minutes. It is said that fatherly love is like a mountain and is always silent. This is absolutely true. There are always thousands of words in his heart, but when it comes to his lips, there is only one sentence. How are you recently? You called. Is there something? In the end, Gu Chen finally couldn't bear the heaviness anymore and asked. Yeah, I heard from your aunt that you were the one who solved Sher's problem, and you still let her work in your company? Upon hearing this, Mr. Gu paused. Yeah, Sher is quite good. Gu Chen didn't know what his father meant, but he still replied honestly. At the same time, I was quite satisfied with my move. That's good. Your aunt was very kind to you when you were a child. I know. Okay, I called this time just to ask how you were doing. You seem to be doing well. If you're fine, I'll hang up now. When Gu Chen heard his father say this, he felt very strange. Based on his understanding of his father, he knew that there must be something he didn't tell him, but he didn't dare to ask. After all, father's love is not only like a mountain, but also like the stick he gave us when we were little. Wait, Dad! Then Gu Chen thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he spoke. Anything else? After hearing what Gu Chen said, Dad Gu asked in confusion. All right, Dad, where are those workers in our family? Although his company went bankrupt, the workers who used to work with his father are still there. He wanted to start a real estate company, but the biggest problem was that he had no one to work for him. Why do you ask that? Dad Gu didn't answer, but asked curiously. Ahem. Dad, I got the hang of it quickly, but I don't want to sell it anymore. I want to start my own real estate company. Gu Chen coughed embarrassedly, then spoke. Don't you have a company? Now you want to start another one? Father Gu frowned upon hearing this and said in a deep voice, I know you have your own ideas, but you have to take it step by step and don't be too ambitious. He didn't want to say anything at first, but seeing his son going back to his old ways, as an old father, he naturally had to remind him. At the beginning, he was too ambitious and took on several projects at once without much financial resources, which eventually led to his bankruptcy. I know, Dad. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen nodded repeatedly. He remembered that this was how his father went bankrupt. Well, if you want to do it, just do it. The old people in the company are now trying to make a living in the city. I'll go talk to them. Father Gu naturally knew Gu Chen's character, so he just let him be. That was all he could say. Well, I'll come back once in the next 2 days and tell them in person. Gu Chen nodded and said happily. Then on your side. Father Gu was a little hesitant. His son hasn't been home for a year, so of course he misses him a lot, but as a man, he is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. It's okay. The company is operating normally now, so it's okay if I don't go for a few days. Great. Your mother would be very happy if she knew. Dad Gu was very happy. So the father and son chatted for a while, and then hung up the phone. Gu Chen listened to his father's last voice, as if he had made a decision. Lying on the sofa, thinking about a few questions. This time when I go back, my assets might be exposed. I don't care, but I'm afraid my mother won't be able to bear it. My dad has been in the business world for decades, so he has some ability to withstand pressure. Never mind, we'll talk about it later. Thinking of this, Gu Chen rubbed his temples. On the other hand, many real estate companies have already obtained Gu Chen's information. Wow, people in this line of work are really well informed. Inside the general manager's office of the EUA Group branch, 2 figures sat facing each other. Mr. Liu, we have obtained the information of the person who purchased the highest bid, but you will never guess it, said one of the older men. Oh, who is it? Hearing this, Mr. Liu asked curiously. You know him? I know him. Yes, I know him too. The older man sighed. Mr. Liu thought about it for a long time, but still had no idea, so he signaled the other party to speak quickly. Mr. Gu Chen Gu. It's him, Mr. Liu exclaimed. That's right. He was manager Ma from EUA Plaza, who had handled the formalities for Gu Chen before. This Mr. Gu always gives us surprises every time we meet. After hearing that it was Gu Chen, Mr. Lu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he knew Gu Chen, which gave him a slight advantage over others. Yeah, it seems fortunate that I didn't offend him in the first place. Manager Ma is the latest to know Gu Chen. I wonder if Mr. Gu will sell it to us? With such a large piece of land, even if Mr. Gu had his own real estate company, he couldn't develop it. So he definitely needs help. Manager Ma analyzed. That's right. I'll call Mr. Gu right now to find out what he has to say. So Mr. Lu carefully dialed Gu Chen's number. Seeing that no one answered after a few seconds, Mr. Lu's heart sank. Fortunately, the call was connected after a few seconds. Hello. Gu Chen frowned slightly. He was thinking about a problem when he suddenly received a phone call. Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm Lu Xianglong from EUA. Mr. Lu? Hello. I wonder what Mr. Lu wants to talk to me about. I never come to see you for no reason. I heard that Mr. Gu bought a piece of land not long ago. I wonder if Mr. Gu plans to sell it or keep it. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Lu held his breath and his heartbeat slowed down, for fear that he had not heard clearly. Boss Lu is well informed and even knows this. I do have a piece of land, so naturally I plan to keep a part of it. Gu Chen thought about it for a long time. Even if he gathered his father's team together, he could not develop all the land, so he planned to sell part of it to ease the financial pressure. Then I wonder if Mr. Gu can sell it to us? Hearing that Gu Chen was going to contribute part of it, Mr. Lu said happily. Why not? I just don't know what price Mr. Lu will offer. Gu Chen laughed. At the current market price? Mr. Lu asked gently. Mr. Lu is not sincere. If I spread the word directly, there will be many people who want it. Gu Chen said lightly. After the official news came out, the housing prices there have been getting higher and higher, and now have reached nearly 60,000. Remember, this is only the first day. According to economic experts, the highest housing price there can be as high as 150,000 yuan per square meter. This is equivalent to Gu Chen earning nearly 100 billion in less than a week. What is the concept? 150,000 per square meter. Gu Chen directly stated his bottom line. Forehead. Mr. Lu was stunned when he heard this, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that he could accept it. Can't this Mr. Gu be cheaper? Although Lu Zong could accept the price, it did not mean that he agreed directly. If Mr. Lu thinks it's too expensive, that's okay. Even if the deal doesn't go through, we still have a friendship, Gu Chen said with a smile. Please be patient, Mr. Gu. I have to report to the headquarters. Hearing this, he knew that this was Gu Chen's bottom line. Okay, but I can't wait for Mr. Lu forever. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen naturally agreed. After all, he was familiar with the other party and was willing to give him face. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for your understanding. Then the two hung up the phone. After that, he went straight to the group company. I want to get things done and then go home. So he spent the whole day dealing with things, either at Taiyu Group or at Huatian Hotel. As for the office building, Gu Chen almost forgot about it. Although their rent could reach tens of millions a year, this money was no longer taken seriously by Gu Chen. In the evening, at Gu Chen's house, on the dining table, Chu Sini followed Su Shishir in again. Now she almost regards this place as her own home. By the way, I might go home for a few days after tomorrow. Let me tell you, go ahead, Chu Sini said in a familiar manner. I didn't tell you. Gu Chen rolled his eyes, then looked at Shishir and said, Shishir, do you want me to bring you anything? No need. Su Shishir thought about it, and then shook her head. Okay. Gu Chen nodded and continued eating. After everyone had finished their meal, Chu Sini washed the dishes on her own initiative and then sat in the living room. By the way, aren't you from Huahai? Is there anyone who can pick up the car quickly? Gu Chen looked at Chu Sini, who had just sat down, and said, You want to buy a car? Well, you can't drive a sports car back home, right? That's true, but I don't know if it will catch the eye of the billionaire boss, Chu Sini said sourly. With her knowledge, she definitely knows how much the land is worth. Overthinking it. By the way, the company also happens to be picking up a car, and I wanted to report to you, but you were away these few days. Pick up the car? Yes. Didn't you say you wanted to target Tiana Group? Well, those international suppliers want to see the strength of our group before making a decision. So they plan to come and inspect the group in 2 days. In order to let others feel the strength of our group, we naturally need some cars to serve as a facade. I looked and found that the last car the group bought was 6 years ago, and they are all antiques. Chu Sini reported. Well, that's fine. Then bring it up, and everyone above the level of group director can get a car. Gu Chen agreed directly, thought about it, and waved his hand. Since they want to test my strength, let them see it. Then I would like to thank the chairman for his kindness on their behalf. Chu Sini said with a smile after hearing this. After chatting for a few more words, Gu Chen went upstairs. Chapter 045 Gu Family Turmoil. The night was as black as ink, like a giant beast that devoured everything, stretching across the boundless sky. As the golden rooster crows at dawn, the first ray of light between heaven and earth gradually dispels the black fog. Dawn was approaching, and the sky was beginning to turn pale. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning shone through the French window onto Gu Chen's face. Gu Chen rolled over and stood up quickly, started morning fitness exercises. This is an interest he has developed in the past few days. Half an hour later, I returned home, washed up, and started preparing breakfast. As a single man, isn't it inevitable for me to learn how to cook? After eating, he planned to find Chu Sini to pick up the car at the 4S store. Since they were going to buy a car, the two did not drive. I hailed a taxi at random on the road. Chu Sini reported a location and kept silent. This place is opened by a friend of my dad. Chu Sini introduced it when they were almost there. So you are using your power for personal gain? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen said seriously, yes, if I bring a customer to buy a car, he will give me a red envelope. Chu Sini blinked and said cutely, ahem. Gu Chen immediately glared at Chu Sini. She walked into the store first, and Chu Sini, who was left behind, looked around. She seemed to have discovered a weakness of Gu Chen. Then he followed in. Hello, sir. Are you here to look at the car? At this time, a salesperson saw that Gu Chen was very elegant and looked like a rich man. So he ran up to Gu Chen and said enthusiastically. The other salespeople could only sigh in despair when they saw this. We are here to see your manager Wang. When Gu Chen was about to speak, Chu Sini came in and took over the conversation. Manager Wang? Yes, I have already called him. I see. The salesperson looked depressed when he heard this, and then left the place. What car do you want to see? Any car. Chu Sini looked at Gu Chen and said proudly. When the people who didn't know the situation heard it, they all looked at Gu Chen and were stunned. He was so handsome. Then I realized that he was a pretty boy. I suddenly felt disgusted, but in my heart, I was extremely envious. It's hard to find such a beautiful girl who is also rich. Are you paying? Gu Chen naturally noticed the gazes of others, glared at them, and said in a low voice. Chu Sini found all this very interesting, but suddenly her face froze when she heard Gu Chen's words. How could she have the money? All her money was used up during the last merger. So I could only lower my temper and shut up. Gu Chen ignored her and slowly walked around the 4S store. It must be said that Chu Sini's father's friend was quite capable. There are Audi A8, BMW X7, and other mid-range sedans, as well as high-end cars like Bentley and Ferrari. Sini? Sorry for the long wait. At this time, a middle-aged man with a kind face came over. Uncle Wang, it looks like business is good. Chu Sini greeted him with a smile, then looked around and congratulated him. Hey, most of them are just here to look, not to buy. Manager Wang shook his head. If he really came to buy a car, he would probably sleep with a grin on his face. Who is this? Then he saw Gu Chen standing aside and felt that this man had an extraordinary temperament, so he couldn't help but ask. Hello, Gu Chen. Gu Chen took the lead in extending his hand to introduce. Hello, I'm the manager and owner of this restaurant. My last name is Wang. You could just call me Uncle Wang. Manager Wang took one look at Chu Sini and felt that the two were a perfect match, so he spoke very casually. Chu Sini blushed when she heard this. Uncle Wang. Gu Chen was stunned, thinking that someone had misunderstood him, but he did not explain anything. After all, the more you explain this thing, the harder it becomes to explain. Well, I wonder what kind of car you want to buy. Manager Wang said with a smile. It must be one of those fancy cars. Chu Sini spoke first. Oh. Manager Wang looked at it in confusion. Uncle Wang, is there anything more comfortable? Gu Chen had already ignored Chu Sini. He felt that the aloof and cold Chu Sini he had seen before was gone. I wonder what Mr. Gu's budget is? Price is not a problem, as long as I like it, Gu Chen said lightly. His tone was very low-key, but Manager Wang felt that he was pretending to be impressive. Uncle Wang, you've made a fortune this time. Hurry up and take out your treasure. Give the landlord a good beating. However, Chu Sini knew that what Gu Chen said was the truth, and she couldn't help but say to Uncle Wang with a smile, In that case, let's go to the back. When manager Wang saw Chu Sini doing the same, he knew that Gu Chen was not pretending, but was really financially capable, and he was very happy for a moment. So the two of them were taken to the back by manager Wang. If you want to talk about the most comfortable car, it must be Maybach. Manager Wang talked as he walked along the way until they came to a relatively large room where a gray sedan was parked quietly. Gu Chen saw it at a glance. It was like a sleeping extraordinary king. The overall body of the car was long, with elegant and majestic lines. This one is the latest model. Although it looks no different from a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan, it's a whole different world inside. The spacious space is very satisfying to the senses. I spent a lot of effort to get this one. Seeing Gu Chen's undeniable expression, manager Wang said without saying much, "Mr. Gu can go in and feel it, and then you will know." Okay. Gu Chen opened the car door directly and looked at the exquisite decorations, revealing a hint of interest. The scientifically designed seats made Gu Chen feel comfortable. Looking at the high-end electronic products and pleasing design in the car, Gu Chen nodded repeatedly. It's undeniable that sedans are more comfortable than sports cars. How is it, Mr. Gu? Looking at Gu Chen's expression, manager Wang looked proud. It's okay. Upon hearing this, manager Wang's smile froze. Is this okay? Uncle Wang, Gu Chen's garages all start at tens of millions. Chu Sini also followed suit to finish off the enemy. Manager Wang felt like 1,000 horses were galloping in his heart. It turns out that people are really just telling the truth. My car worth several million is really nothing. Let's take this one. Uncle Wang, is it okay for me to pick up the car today? Gu Chen walked down and said to manager Wang with a smile. Hearing Gu Chen's words, manager Wang didn't know what to say at this time. Generally, when buying a car, don't you look at several cars and then decide after a long discussion? But he reacted quickly and said, "No problem. We can get the formalities done in an hour." After all, Gu Chen is not an ordinary person, so this car can help him recover some of his funds. Afterwards, Chu Sini generously selected several cars, which made manager Wang smile so much that his smile reached the back of his head, and he said that the effort was not in vain. Then Gu Chen swiped the card and left. This Maybach is a top-of-the-line sedan, and it is sold in limited quantities, so the interior decoration is all top-notch, and it cost Gu Chen nearly 5 million yuan in total. It's quite comfortable to drive on the road. Then he used his mobile phone to navigate the route to his hometown. Gu Chen's hometown is in the province, not far from Huahai City. It only takes 4 hours to drive home, so Gu Chen chose to drive back by himself. map continues to guide you. The destination of this trip is Yong City, a total of 430 kilometers and a total of 3 hours and 46 minutes. Listening to the voice from the phone, Gu Chen stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the highway. Driving for a long time will make your body uncomfortable. Fortunately, Gu Chen had anticipated this problem and bought a very comfortable car. The high-tech seats will automatically adjust according to the actual situation. Gu Chen said that it was not unfair for the flowers. For hours passed in a flash. As soon as he got off the highway, Gu Chen felt a sense of emotion when he saw the familiar environment. A sense of security arises from the bottom of my heart. Gu Chen turned off the navigation and returned to his home street with ease. Suddenly, I saw that there seemed to be a lot of people gathered in front of my house. I was stunned for a moment and quickly found a place to stop and trotted over. After pushing through the crowd, I saw a dozen men who looked like workers in the courtyard. Gu Chen's family has always lived in an ancestral house with a courtyard in the old city. Even after Gu's father became famous, they remained like this and did not move. Brother Gu, I know you are unwilling to accept this. Now that your son has made a good career, you want to make a comeback. But face the reality. Yong City is no longer your world. Gu Jiangyan, and we are already working for the Bandai Group, so don't look for us again in the future. One of them, who was about the same age as Gu's father, spoke loudly. That's right, Mr. Gu, we also have families and we need to eat. We know you were very nice to us in the past, and we are very grateful to you. But let's forget about it now. The others echoed. Father Gu did not expect this result and stood there in a daze for a moment. He just saw that the old people who had followed him before were all doing odd jobs, so he wanted to help. I really didn't expect that they have all joined Bandai Group. The man in the lead was once his best confidant, but he didn't expect him to say that. Okay. It was me, Gu Jiangyan, who overestimated my own abilities. Father Gu looked depressed and seemed to have aged several years in an instant. Brother Gu, we won't eat anymore. We're leaving first. So a group of people said something and turned to leave. The neighbors who were watching the show made way for them, and only Gu Chen stood straight in the middle. You're Gu Chen? At this time, someone had already recognized Gu Chen. Really? She's really the old Gu family's kid. I didn't expect it to change so much. I almost didn't recognize it. Isn't it? There was a lot of discussion for a while. A dozen workers also stopped. Uncle Gong, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a year, you become even tougher. Gu Chen looked at the person in front of him calmly. Xiao Chen, when did you come back? The middle-aged man in the lead looked very embarrassed. Chapter 046, find out the reason why the Gu family went bankrupt. Just got back, Gu Chen said lightly. That's good. We still have things to do, so let's not talk about it for now. After saying that, he walked past Gu Chen and walked out. Gu Chen looked at their backs with flickering eyes. Then he quickly entered the yard and saw his father still standing there in a daze. So he went forward and supported him. Dad! Father Gu finally reacted and trembled as he looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. Xiao Chun. Yes, I'm back, Gu Chen said with a smile. Good. I'm glad you're back. It seems like you're doing pretty well in Huahai. Then Father Gu pushed Gu Chen away, took a look at him, and patted Gu Chen on the shoulder. Good. By the way, Dad, where's my mom? Gu Chen looked around and finally asked that classic quote. She's cooking in the house. Lao Gu, who is that? As soon as Gu Chen entered, he heard a familiar voice. Mom, it's me. Gu Chen's eyes were slightly red, and he said softly, Box. I saw something fell in the kitchen. Then a figure hurried out, looking excited. Xiao Chun, when did you come back? You didn't even call me in advance. Mother Gu hugged Gu Chen directly and said happily, I just came back. I wanted to give you a surprise. Gu Chen also patted his mother on the back. Okay. You haven't eaten yet. I'm making it right now. Then Mother Gu took a good look at Gu Chen and went back to the kitchen to cook. After Gu Chen went outside to bring back the things in the car, he sat in the living room with his father. Dad, Uncle Gong, just... After thinking for a while, he asked, You saw it too. I thought Lao Gong was still doing odd jobs outside. I wanted to ask him about his work, but I didn't expect him to join Bandai. Upon hearing this, Father Gu said with a gloomy look. He couldn't figure out why he joined Bandai. Gu Chen felt awkward after hearing this. Old Gong? Husband? In fact, there is another reason for the company's bankruptcy, and that is Bandai's doing something behind the scenes. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't say anything, Father Gu hesitated for a moment and then told the truth. Huh, Dad, why didn't you tell me before? Gu Chen was stunned. Before, I didn't want you to know because I was afraid you would act impulsively. Also, there was no evidence. Father Gu shook his head. Does Uncle Gong know about this? Gu Chen asked with a change of expression. No. Hearing this, Gu Chen gradually had an idea in his mind. Okay, since it has already happened, let it go. You don't need my company now anyway. Father Gu looked at Gu Chen thoughtfully and interrupted him immediately. Looking at his father's expression, Gu Chen knew that he also had some guesses in his heart, but he just didn't want to think about it that way. However, Gu Chen did not have these concerns. No matter who it is, he will make him pay the price. It's time to eat. What are you two talking about? At this moment, a voice pulled Gu Chen back into reality, and then Gu Chen smiled again. Smelling the familiar fragrance and tasting the familiar taste, Gu Chen felt a sense of peace in his heart. Eat more. The food outside is not as delicious as the food at home. Mother Gu looked at Gu Chen with a doting face. For Gu Chen, this meal was so good that even the chef of Huatian Hotel could not compare to it. By the way, Mom, I'm going out for a walk this afternoon. After Gu Chen finished his meal, he chatted with his parents for a long time and then said, Yeah, go ahead. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen walked out of the room. Looking at the flowers and trees, Gu Chen's memories also appeared. The small city cannot compare to the big cities outside, but Gu Chen feels extremely familiar with it. The pedestrians on the street are always in a leisurely manner, and there is not much pressure on their faces, appearing to be very calm. Gu Chen, who is used to the fast pace, couldn't help but calm down. But this is only one part of the city, and it can only be seen in the old city. Walking out of the old city, the new city area of Yongshi has also become modernized, with rows of high-rise buildings standing in the distance. It seems that the economy of my hometown has been booming in recent years. No wonder the Bandai Group has come here. Gu Chen murmured as he looked at the vehicles coming and going. But this is no reason for you to take over my house. Then Gu Chen's phone suddenly rang. Gu Chen took it out and saw that it was President Gon, so he took it Hello. Although he didn't know why the other party suddenly called him. Mr. Gu, long time no see. I wonder if you have forgotten me. There was a burst of laughter from the other end of the phone. Boss Gon, you must be joking. How could I forget you? Gu Chen also replied with a smile. I would like to congratulate Mr. Gu for his insight and promotion to the boss of hundreds of billions of assets. It was just good luck. I didn't expect that even Mr. Gon knew about it. Mr. Gu, don't be modest. This matter has spread all over our Jiang province. Someone named Gu Chen made hundreds of billions in 1 week. He became famous overnight. Boss Gon, please stop harassing me. Is there something wrong? Gu Chen didn't expect this incident to have such a big impact, so he could only change the subject. Maybe he still doesn't know what it means to make 100 billion in a week. This is not about market value assets, stocks, and shares, but it is real money and bills. He got a return on his investment in just 1 week, and it was a 500% profit, which was really scary. Therefore, Gu Chen became a little cautious in his heart, fearing that some people would take risks. I almost forgot, Mr. Gu, where are you now? I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude for your help last time. I also have something good to tell you. Gan Yuan was in a tall building, looking into the distance, and said to Gu Chen with a smile. He was grateful to Gu Chen from the bottom of his heart. If he hadn't helped, he would probably be spending his days in jail now. I'm so sorry. I'm not in Huahai right now. I've returned to my hometown. Gu Chen said regretfully after hearing this. After all, Gu Chen is still happy to make friends with people who can afford a 5-star hotel. That's such a pity, but we'll treat you next time when Mr. Gu comes back. Gan Yuan also felt regretful when he heard this. By the way, Mr. Gan, is there anything good you want to tell me? That's really good news. You should have heard of the Huahai Chamber of Commerce, right? Mr. Gu, they want to invite you to join. Gan Yuan's voice became even more excited when he heard this. You know, not everyone can enter this place. Huahai Chamber of Commerce? Right. Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this. Who hasn't heard of the famous Huahai Chamber of Commerce? I heard that everyone who went in was a big shot in the industry, and only people from Jiang province were qualified to enter. This is the legendary ticket to the top floor. Boss Gon, why did you invite me? I don't think I meet the requirements to enter. Gu Chen was naturally very happy. He also wanted to see the real upper class, but he quickly reacted. Forehead. Gan Yuan was stunned when he heard Gu Chen's question. He did not expect that Gu Chen was not as excited as he imagined. Instead, he was extremely calm and saw the problem directly. Suddenly, my opinion of Gu Chen rose sharply. Compared with him, when I looked at myself, I was so excited for a week when I received this invitation letter. Although Mr. Gu has not met the requirements, he has achieved this at the age of 20-something, which is already remarkable. Gan Yuan said with admiration. Okay. After hearing this, Gu Chen felt that he was really amazing, and then he agreed. Okay, I'll tell them later. By the way, when will Mr. Gu be back? Gan Yuan said happily. I don't know either. Gu Chen shook his head. I have a friend in Yong City. If Mr. Gu has any questions, he can ask him for help. Hearing this, Gan Yuan immediately understood that he must have encountered some problem. Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the other party even had friends here, so he was slightly moved in his heart. Thank you, President Gan. It's just a piece of cake. Mr. Gu, please give me a call when you return to Huahai. Of course. Then Gu Chen politely hung up the phone. Not long after, the other party sent a text message. At first glance, it was a name and number, but Gu Chen was a little surprised, because that name is exactly Yu Xiangui, the richest man in their city. This is a person he couldn't see before his father went bankrupt. He is also a well-known figure in Yong City, and it is said that he is even involved in the underworld. But in his eyes, that's it. So he called directly, and the other party answered the phone immediately. It must be Gan Yuan's instruction. Hello? Hello? Is this Mr. Gu Chen? A respectful voice came from the other end. Yes, it's Mr. Yu. Yes. Mr. Gan has already told me just now. If you have anything to say, Mr. Gu, just tell me directly. Hearing this, Gu Chen knew that Gan Yuan's identity must be extraordinary. At least the status of the two of them was definitely not just friends. Mr. Yu, do you remember the Gu family's bankruptcy that happened a year ago? You mean the Gu family in the real estate industry? Right, I've heard a little bit about it. Hearing this, the other party immediately associated the identities of both parties. Well, since Mr. Yu knows about this, I'll tell you straight away. Someone used illegal means here, and I need Mr. Yu to find the evidence for me. Gu Chen got straight to the point. He believed that with the other party's status in Yong City, he would be able to find it as long as it happened. This, Mr. Gu, a year has passed. Even if there is evidence, it has almost disappeared. The other party showed an embarrassed expression when he heard this. I could provide you with a mastermind. He was the supervisor of the Gu family at that time, and now works for the Bandai Group. Gu Chen said lightly. Don't worry. You don't have to bear any consequences. Gu Chen knew that the other party was an old fox, so he made a direct promise. Chapter 047 of The Girl Next Door. Okay, in that case, Mr. Gu, just wait for the news. There will definitely be news within 3 days. After listening to Gu Chen's words, the other party readily agreed after considering it for a moment. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yu. After some polite words, Gu Chen hung up the phone. So Gu Chen's mood became smoother afterwards. He didn't expect that a boss he met at the beginning would have such power. So he continued walking around for a few more rounds and then went home. At night, lying on the bed he had slept in since he was a child, Gu Chen did not expect things to turn out like this. At this time, his friend sent him a message. Gu Xiao, I heard you came back today? Gu Chen, yes. Gu Xiao, then you are really not nice. You didn't even say hello when you came back. If my mom hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. Gu Chen, there's a lot going on today. Let's get together tomorrow. Gu Xiao, okay, but you have to wait until I get off work. I heard that you have opened a company now. Gu Chen, small company, let's talk about it tomorrow. Gu Xiao, okay. So Gu Chen ended the conversation. Thinking of his childhood friend's job, he burst into laughter. How could a naughty kid become a teacher in the blink of an eye? Life is unpredictable. The next day, Gu Chen woke up early in the morning and changed into sportswear, ready to go out for morning exercise. Xiao Chen, why are you up so early? Mother Gu also got up early and was surprised when she saw Gu Chen. Mom, I'm going for a morning run, Gu Chen said with a smile. Morning jogging is good. It's a good way to exercise your body. Go ahead. I'll make breakfast later, said Mother Gu with a smile. Good. So Gu Chen left the house and jogged along the community road. Although this is an old town, the environment has always been very good. However, it was not only Gu Chen who got up for a morning run. Along the way, Gu Chen saw many people who got up earlier than him. Gu Chen didn't care about others and continued at his own pace. It has to be said that Gu Chen's current physical fitness has definitely reached the level of a soldier king. Not long after, Gu Chen saw a graceful figure appear in front of him, and it seemed that she was out for a morning jog. However, Gu Chen only admired it for a while before surpassing the other party. However, the other party was a little surprised to see Gu Chen surpass her. She jogs here every morning and knows almost everyone here, except Gu Chen. I thought it was another attempt to pursue myself and attract attention. Suddenly, I lost my good impression of Gu Chen. After all, she had often encountered this before, which made her very disgusted. However, the men who pursued her were generally hollowed-out men. After a while, they couldn't stand it and would leave on their own. Unexpectedly, another one appeared. She wanted to see how long Gu Chen could hold on. She soon discovered that the person in front of her was not a human being. His speed had not changed at all after running for such a long time, and he had left her far behind. It disappeared after turning a corner, causing her to stop and stare blankly. It turned out that she was just being too sentimental. The guy was not pursuing her at all, but was just going for a morning jog. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel shy. Gu Chen in front did not notice the other party's thoughts and continued his morning run. Gu Chen ran a whole circle around the community, at least more than 10 kilometers. His breathing was just a little disordered and his face was slightly pale. Comfortable. The air in my hometown is still better. Gu Chen then walked down slowly. When passing by a nearby house, I suddenly saw the woman I met on the road before and was slightly surprised. The other party also noticed him, and the two looked at each other, but there was no love at first sight, as the legend said. Gu Chen quickly retracted his gaze and nodded. He felt a little strange inside. There had never been a girl of his age in this family before. How come I don't know there's a little sister next door? Then he walked forward, and the house in front was his. The woman looked in the direction of Gu Chen and found that he lived next to her. She opened her mouth slightly. What a coincidence. Why didn't I know there was a little brother next door? Then, without caring about anything else, they all went back home and looked for their own mothers. I'm back. Gu's mother was watering the flowers in the courtyard. When she saw the sweaty sportswear, she smiled and said, Then Gu Chen went straight back to the bedroom and took a shower. By the way, how long do you plan to stay this time? While eating breakfast, Gu's father finally got up, looked at his son who was eating, and asked. Look, Gu Chen said, then finished the rice in the bowl and said, by the way, Dad, do you want to continue working? Didn't I say before that I plan to open another real estate company? Seeing Father Gu nod, Gu Chen continued, but I haven't found a suitable manager. Look, I see you are bored at home. Why not give it a try? This is the purpose of his return this time. Ahem, you kid, you're exploiting your father. After hearing what Gu Chen said, Father Gu coughed for a while and then said unhappily. But he was moved by Gu Chen's words. He is not even 50 yet and is now retired at home. He is almost dying of comfort during this period. Xiao Chen, don't you have a company? Why are you starting another one? At this time, Gu's mother asked curiously. I bought a piece of land some time ago and was planning to invest in it. I didn't expect that the day before yesterday, the Huahai city government suddenly announced that it wanted to develop the land. Dad, you should know why I want to start a company, right? Gu Chen perked up after hearing this and spoke out the speech he had prepared long ago. It's just making a fortune. After hearing what Gu Chen said, Father Gu instantly said in a bad mood. At the same time, he was happy about Gu Chen's vision. He was in this industry and the land was in Huahai City, so he felt excited just thinking about it. Tell me, how much did you buy? Then he asked Gu Chen. Gu Chen directly stretched out his palm. He didn't say it explicitly because he was afraid that his father would get too excited. 500 square meters? Wrong. 5 acres? When he said this, Father Gu's breathing became rapid. You'll know when you go there. Gu Chen quickly laughed. You're still keeping me in suspense. Not bad, not bad. You have some of the style I had back then. Then he looked proud. You haven't said whether you're going or not? Gu Chen continued to ask. This? Father Gu was naturally very excited, but he turned his gaze to Mother Gu. That's enough. Go if you wanna. Working for your son? It won't embarrass me if you tell others about it. Mother Gu rolled her eyes. During this year, she discovered that her husband was not happy at all. Father Gu was very embarrassed when he heard this, but he was also very happy. What shame. I'm working for my son, and those old guys can't go even if they want. What about you, Mom? Then Gu Chen asked his mother. Both you and your son have left, and you want to keep me? Mother Gu asked directly. Gu Chen and Gu's father were very happy to hear this. Finally, Father Gu went to contact the old man. And Gu Chen also went out. Today is Friday and the school is closed. So Gu Chen went to school early. Yongsher number 1 People's Middle School, Gu Chen's high school alma mater. Looking at the tall school gate, what comes into view are the memories of youth. It was just after school, and looking at the young man's smiling face, Gu Chen was filled with memories. Suddenly, he found that many female students were secretly looking at him. He felt very satisfied, but he quickly disappeared at the door. Walk inside. After walking around, he returned to the playground and saw someone playing ball, so Gu Chen walked over. He hasn't played basketball for a long time. Looking at them sweating on the court, Gu Chen seemed to see his former self. Brother, do you want to play ball? At this time, a junior student suddenly said to him. Sure. Didn't he expect that children nowadays are so mature? So they chatted while playing. At the beginning, Gu Chen was still a little unfamiliar, but after one game, he regained his sense of the ball and immediately became invincible. They looked so admiring of themselves. Senior, you are so awesome. Are you a professional player? They had introduced themselves to each other before, but they didn't expect that this handsome brother was actually their senior. No, I fought a lot in college. College is great. Hearing Gu Chen's words, several people instantly showed longing. Yes, university is great, but you still have to study hard and try to get into a good university next year, Gu Chen said recallingly. Then they started chatting, mostly with Gu Chen talking and them listening. At this moment, a voice broke this beautiful scene. Xiang Yang, Zhu Hong, Liu Zitao. What are you doing? Go and review. I heard a beautiful voice coming from behind. Hearing this voice, several senior high school students next to Gu Chen trembled instantly. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen looked back and was stunned. What a coincidence. It was the girl next door whom he met while jogging in the morning. So several of the younger students left in a flash, and the woman also came over. Is it you? The woman exclaimed when she saw Gu Chen's appearance clearly. Yes. Are you a teacher here? Gu Chen frowned. Yes. The woman smiled slightly. Why are you here? Meet a friend and visit my alma mater, Gu Chen said. Is your friend also a teacher here? Gu Xiao. Do you know him? Gu Chen said with a smile. Him. My English teacher. The woman's eyes lit up, and she felt that the two of them were destined to be together. At this moment, Gu Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. "Excuse me, I have to take a call." Then Gu Chen walked aside and answered the phone. It was his childhood friend, Gu Xiao. "Hey, where are you, kid?" A young voice came from the other end of the phone. "On the playground." "Hurry up, kid. I've been waiting for you for a long time," Gu Chen complained. "Okay, I'll be there soon." Then the call was hung up. "Then I'll be leaving first. Bye." At this time, Gu Chen had just returned and heard the woman say goodbye. "Okay, bye." Gu Chen would not be unable to walk when seeing a beautiful woman. Chapter 048. Using my things to help the enemy? The sunshine in October is just right, and the breeze is not dry. Gu Chen leaned against the basketball hoop and looked at the receding figure. At this time, an uninvited guest came in front of him and blocked his view. "You're really good, kid. You've only been here for a short time, but you've already hooked up with a beautiful teacher in our school." A mean voice came out. "That's right. Don't you see who I am?" After Gu Chen said this, he stood up and punched each other. "Not bad, not bad. It's different being a teacher." Then Gu Chen looked around and said with a smile, "Nonsense. Is there anything that brought you back this time?" Gu Xiao asked. "Yeah, I want to ask my parents to go to Hawaii." "That's fine. It's time for uncle and aunt to enjoy their life." Hearing this, Gu Xiao was very happy for his childhood friend. "Well, are you going to be a teacher in the future?" Gu Chen asked. "Let's wait and see. My grandfather is very happy to see me become a teacher, so I can only be one for now." Gu Xiao shrugged. "Okay, come to me if you don't want to be one anymore." Gu Chen waved his hand. "Ha, good." So the two of them walked around the school together again, and the marks they left were still there. I also tried lunch. It tasted the same as it did back then. After that, I was about to leave, and when I reached the door, I was suddenly surrounded by many students and parents. The two looked at each other and hurried over. "Xian, be my girlfriend?" Only one voice was heard. Gu Chen and the other person saw a formally dressed man holding a bouquet of bright roses, leaning against a white BMW, looking affectionately at a woman in front of him. Those who were watching the fun did not mind the trouble and shouted to agree with him. The scene was extremely lively for a while. Since this is outside the school, the security guard at the gate will not chase you away. "Is it her?" Gu Chen and the other man immediately recognized the heroine. She was the woman who had met Gu Chen twice before and was also Gu Zhao's colleague, Qin Xianxian. "Zhang Heng, how long have I told you that I don't like you? Can you please stop being so annoying?" The woman looked unhappy and refused directly. At this time, Gu Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. He thought that his good brother Gu Chen also had a crush on him. So he stood up and yelled at the students next to him. "What are you doing? What are you doing here? Are you free all the time if you don't go home during the holidays? If you don't want to have a holiday, I will report it to the school and cancel the holiday." The students around were watching with great interest, but suddenly a teacher came and they immediately scattered like birds and ran away. Qin Xianxian immediately showed a look of gratitude. The BMW man opposite had an unhappy expression on his face. He had chosen this moment specifically to force the other party to agree. "Who are you, kid? How dare you meddle in other people's business?" Ing stared at Gu Xiao fiercely and said with gritted teeth, "I'm a teacher at this school. What's wrong?" Gu Xiao is not afraid of the other party. "Okay, very good. Just wait for me, kid." He glanced at Gu Chen, felt that he had no chance of winning against two people at once, and said something harsh and got into the car and left. "Teacher Gu, thank you so much for what happened just now." Qin Xianxian immediately thanked the BMW man when she saw him leaving. "It's okay, he's causing traffic congestion here." Gu Xiao waved his hand. "But did I cause you trouble? His family is very powerful. You better be careful." Qin Xianxian immediately apologized. "It's okay. My brother is here." But Gu Xiao didn't care at all and said casually. This caused Gu Chen to vomit blood. "You are a hero who saves the damsel in distress. But now you ask me to clean up your mess." Only then did Qin Xianxian look at Gu Chen, feeling a little embarrassed. "Where does that kid come from?" But Gu Chen didn't care at all and asked. "That man is called Zhang Heng. His family runs a materials company that is well known locally. Backed by the Taiyu Group, they supply goods to the local Bandai Group. His father is a retired head of the education department, and the principal of our school is his student." Qin Xianxian then told everyone the news she knew. Taiyu Group is not well known in Yong City, but Bandai Group is very famous. However, it has no control over the school. Gu Xiao is not worried. The only thing he is worried about is that the principal of the school is someone else's student. As soon as these words came out, Gu Chen's eyes flashed. So you are using my things to help the enemy. Don't worry. Leave it to me, Gu Chen said directly. Chen Ziyu. Gu Xiao was a little bit unconvinced when he heard that, as he was just joking before. Don't worry. Let's go. Does Miss Qin need us to come together? Gu Chen gave a reassuring look and said, Are you going home? Right. Qin Xianxian hesitated for a moment and then agreed. So a few people came to Gu Chen's car. Huh? Chenzi, don't tell me this is your car? Looking at the handsome car body in front of him, Gu Xiao was suddenly excited. Gu Chen smiled slightly, took out the key, and pressed it lightly, and the car emitted a beautiful double flash. TSK, TSK, it seems like you're doing pretty well in Huahai. Let me give you a try. Then he didn't care about Gu Chen and sat directly in the driver's seat. Miss Qin, let's go. Then he opened the car door. Thanks. Qin Xianxian also looked at Gu Chen with curiosity. She didn't expect that Gu Chen could drive such a good car at such a young age. Her family is also extraordinary, so her vision is certainly not bad. She knows that this car is many times more expensive than the BMW that the man had before. Gu Xiao excitedly turned around for a few times before returning to the old city. It is worth mentioning that the three of them all lived in the old city. Gu Chen went directly to Gu Xiao's house. The two families had been friends for generations, so he had dinner at his house before returning. When I got home, Father Gu had already returned and was sitting in the living room watching TV. I went to visit specifically today. Only a few people have joined Bandai, and most of them are doing odd jobs in the surrounding areas. As soon as I mentioned it, many people expressed interest. They are just waiting for me to open the company, Father Gu said excitedly. Okay, I'll go register tomorrow. Dad, you can set up the framework first. Once we get to Huahai, we can start working right away. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen said with a smile. Good. So after chatting with his parents for a while, Gu Chen returned to his room. He first called Chu Sini and asked her to rent a store in the south of the city and help him prepare the materials so that he could set up the company directly after returning. Then he asked her to thoroughly check the suppliers of each branch of the group and make sure to find out where the raw materials went. He also asked his branch to go back and choose new partners. After talking for about an hour, he hung up. During this period, a total of 3 calls came in. Gu Chen took a look and found that it was Mr. Liu from EUA Group. Gu Chen thought about it, and when he was about to hit him, the other party slapped him in the face. Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm so sorry for calling you so late. The other party came up and apologized directly, being extremely humble. Mr. Liu is serious. As soon as Gu Chen heard it, he knew that the other party agreed to the previous conditions. Sure enough, what Mr. Liu said next was confirmed. It's like this. I just received an order from the headquarters. I have agreed to Mr. Gu's conditions. I wonder when Mr. Gu will have time so that we can finalize the cooperation. Mr. Liu was afraid of accidents and his tone was very anxious. No problem, but I'm not in Huahai right now. When I get back, we can sign the contract right away. How about that? Gu Chen said with a smile. Okay, then I'll wait for Mr. Gu's news. Mr. Liu was silent for a while after hearing this, as if he was trying to confirm whether Gu Chen was refusing, but after thinking for a while, he found that he could not change anything and could only choose to believe Gu Chen. Good. So Gu Chen hung up the phone. After thinking about it, I opened Taobao, but today's event hasn't started yet. No matter how busy he is, he will take time to open Taobao every day, but he didn't find anything good in the past few days. Bye. Congratulations to the host for winning the high-quality industry, remote group, a transportation company facing bankruptcy, but it has great potential. Suddenly, 2 prompt sounds rang out in succession. When Gu Chen saw that there was actually an introduction, he felt that Taobao was becoming more and more user-friendly. But what? Why do you give me a company that is about to go bankrupt and call it a high-quality industry? I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about the word high-quality. After muttering a few words, he saw the share certificate on the bedside table. 100% holding? That's not bad. Seeing this, Gu Chen was still a little satisfied. Then I started to check the company's news. Yuanqing Group, the earliest transportation company in China, once controlled the development of the transportation industry. Unfortunately, the later leaders lacked vision. It issued wrong orders several times, which led to it losing its leading position and being overtaken by 3 other companies. Finally, he failed to adapt to the development of the times and was complacent, which led to his further decline. Finally, they couldn't even afford the group's transportation costs and had to sell all of their large trucks. Therefore, the once glorious Yuanqing group has come to an end and can only survive in this province. It is now facing a credibility crisis. When transporting goods for a company, a traffic accident occurred on the way, causing all the transported goods to be damaged. This has put the company at risk of huge compensation and lawsuits, and it won't be long before it files for bankruptcy. After reading this, Gu Chen didn't expect that this company would go from being a leader to facing bankruptcy. Such good cards can be played like this. Gu Chen wants to see which talent is leading this. However, seeing this, Gu Chen was stunned. Isn't this just right for you? Yuanqing Group just made up for the last shortcoming of Taiyu Group. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how declining Remote Group is, at least the foundation is there. As long as there is an opportunity, it will shine brightly. Moreover, the headquarters is in Huahai, so I will be busy when I return. Chapter 049, a very embarrassing scene. The next morning, Gu Chen saw Qin Xianxian again while jogging. After the two greeted each other, Gu Chen continued to run forward. When I returned home, Mother Gu was still taking care of the flowers and plants. Mom, I remember that the family in front of us didn't seem to have children of my age, right? Gu Chen asked after taking a shower. You also saw that girl. Isn't she pretty? After hearing this, Mother Gu glanced at Gu Chen and joked. That girl is someone's relative and is staying here temporarily. By the way, are you interested in her? Mom will go and talk to you. I heard that her family is from Huahai. That's perfect. It's time for you to find a girlfriend. Mother Gu continued. Ahem, I'm just curious. I'm not in a hurry. Then Gu Chen went straight into the house. A phone call came in. When Gu Chen saw that it was a local number, he knew who it was. Hello? Mr. Yu. Good morning, Mr. Gu. Fortunately, I have completed my mission and obtained the evidence. Do you want me to give it to you or send it directly to the authorities? The voice from the other end of the phone came over. This made Gu Chen satisfied. Leave it to the police. Gu Chen thought about it and said, Okay, Mr. Gu, don't worry. This is a commercial crime, and Bandai Group cannot be separated from it. Yu Xiangui said generously. Well, thank you, Mr. Yu. I wonder if Mr. Yu wants to be a supplier of raw materials in Yong City. Gu Chen thanked him. Oh, Mr. Gu is talking about the Yu Taiyu Group. That's right. Good. Then there will be more Mr. Gu. Yu Xiangui was also very happy when he heard this. This was an opportunity to make money, so he agreed without thinking. Then Mr. Yu, just wait. Gu Chen then mentioned an incident in which a friend of his had offended a retired leader. The other party directly assured him that there was no problem, and only then did Gu Chen hang up the phone in satisfaction. Phew, everything is done. I can go back tomorrow. Gu Chen felt free and at ease. So he told the two elders the news that he would leave tomorrow. The two had no objections. After the three of them packed up their things, they invited a few neighbors with whom they had a good relationship to have dinner. Gu Zhao's family was among them. Several people congratulated Gu Chen on his promising future and then left. Gu Chen simply suggested that they leave now, so he drove away from his hometown in the memory of his parents. Mr. and Mrs. Gu are still in good health, so the 4-hour journey is not a problem at all. It was already dark when we arrived at Huahai. Since Gu Chen only had one house, he went back to Thompson first floor directly. Under the respectful gaze of the security guard and the surprised parents, the car was parked directly in the underground parking lot. Xiaoqin, you live here now? Mother Gu said in surprise as she looked at the beautifully green garden outside. She liked these flowers and plants and thought she would not be able to see them after coming here. Yes, Gu Chen replied with a smile. It's too late now. You can look around freely tomorrow. Sure lives here too. Then several people entered the hall under the leadership of Gu Chen. Good evening, Mr. Gu. Do you need any help? Looking at Gu Chen's large and small bags, the staff in the hall said respectfully, Hello. You can help my parents get a free pass. No problem. I'll handle it for Mr. and Mrs. Gu later. After hearing what Gu Chen said, the staff immediately agreed. He looked at Gu's father and mother with an expression of respect. Thanks. So Gu Chen got on the elevator directly. It seems like they respect you. Father Gu has seen countless people and can tell at a glance whether someone is sincere or not. That's right. I'm the first owner here, Gu Chen said with a smile. Then they arrived at the door of their house, and Gu Chen unlocked the door directly with his face. The three of them walked straight into the hall. Brother, you're finally back, Uncle Aunt? Sure was surprised and went straight forward to hug Gu's mother. When Sure was in high school, she lived in Gu Chen's house, so she has a very good relationship with Gu's mother. Sure, it's been such a long time. Mother Gu was also very happy. Is Gu Chen back? At this moment, a pleasant voice came from the bathroom, and Gu Chen was instantly petrified. Gu's father and mother directly signaled to Gu Chen with their eyes, and Shir also forgot about this matter. Gu Chen, how are you? Chu Sini had just finished taking a shower and walked out in her pajamas. She was still talking, but before she finished speaking, she was stunned. The situation seemed to be stuck, and the five people just remained silent. Ahem, well, Dad, Mom, let me introduce you to this. This is my college classmate, Chu Sini. Gu Chen was the first to react. He didn't know why Chu Sini appeared here in pajamas, but he could only bite the bullet and introduce her. Ah, hello, Uncle. Hello, Annie. I didn't know you two would come. Chu Sini also reacted. Her face turned red instantly. Her legs went weak, and her speech became intermittent. Hello. I'll call you Sini. Mother Gu hurried forward and looked at Chu Sini, becoming more and more satisfied. It was true that the mother-in-law was getting more and more happy when she saw her daughter-in-law. Sure. Annie, you can call me anything you want. Chu Sini didn't look like a strong businesswoman at all at this moment. Living room. Several people were sitting on the sofa. Uncle, Aunt, I was a little scared to see someone living here alone, so I asked Sister Sini to come and keep me company. I didn't know you would be back so soon. Sure explained at this time. Chu Sini instantly revealed an expression of gratitude. She didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of Gu Chen's parents. It's okay. Sini can come often in the future. Mother Gu knew very well that this was the shy look of the little girl, and she understood immediately. She saw that the girl was obviously interested in her son, and since no one knows a son better than his mother, she would not have let him in if he had no interest in her. Really? Thank you, Annie. Chu Sini was very happy to hear that. Of course. I want you to come and talk more often. Don't worry, Annie. I live next door. You can come to me if you get bored in the future. Chu Sini smiled brightly. What could make her happier than having her mother-in-law's approval? So they chatted for a long time, and finally Chu Sini went back at the strong invitation of Gu's mother. Although she really wanted to sleep here, she didn't want her mother to look down on her. Xiao Chun, why haven't I heard you say this before? If we hadn't happened to come here today, you would have kept it a secret. So the meeting to criticize Gu Chen began. Only after Gu Chen repeatedly assured him did he let him go, so he glared at the culprit Shir before returning to his room. The next day, Gu Chen went directly to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register a real estate company with an initial capital of 1 billion. It was completed quickly, and the name was Tianjin Real Estate Company. Afterwards, he and Gu's father went directly to the new district in the south of the city that was about to be developed. The relocation work here has just begun, but many materials and machines have already been transported here in full swing. It's worthy of being Huahai City. Father Gu was deeply impressed by what he saw. Both the mechanical equipment and the manpower were many times stronger than those of his company. Of course, don't worry, Dad. As long as you have no problem, it's only a matter of time before you surpass them, Gu Chen said with a smile. Sure, as long as you have enough funds. There's no problem on my end. Father Gu is very heroic. So Gu Chen first took her to the site that he had rented before, which was an extremely large warehouse, just right for a local production warehouse. Great, I can call them over. Father Gu looked around and was extremely satisfied. In order to do something big, he recruited many odd jobs from the surrounding area, all of whom were experienced workers. The number of people was several times more than his previous real estate company in Yong City. Okay, Dad, I'll leave the company to you. You're more familiar with the real estate industry, so I won't get involved. But I'll send a financial officer over. Gu Chen said directly. No problem. But now you have to tell me how much land you have, right? More than 900 acres. What? How much? How much? When Father Gu heard this, he was stunned. Dad, it's more than 900 acres. I didn't tell you before, because I was afraid you would get too excited. Gu Chen said with a smile. Tell me the truth, kid. Where did you get so much money? Father Gu was stunned for more than 10 minutes before he came to his senses and looked at Gu Chen with complicated eyes. He is not a fool. In Huahai, which ranks first in the country for land, even the price in the suburban area is more expensive than that in the general urban area. Of course I'll go get a loan from the bank, Gu Chen said with a smile. Seeing that her father didn't believe her, Gu Chen sighed. She knew that her father was extremely shrewd and couldn't be fooled. I also have a company with a market value of tens of billions, so the banks are eager for me to lend them money. Gu Chen hesitated for a while and then said, Don't worry, it's not all the shares. I only own a portion of it. And don't worry, it's absolutely legal. Seeing his father's expression of doubt about life, Gu Chen quickly added a sentence. So the father and son sat in silence under the sun. At this time, Gu Chen's phone rang directly. Gu Chen took a look and picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Gu. I heard that you were back. What do you think of our cooperation? There was an excited sound from the other end of the line. No problem, Mr. Liu. Tell me a place and I'll be there right away. Okay, then we'll wait for you at Wangjiang Pavilion and chat while we eat. How do you think? Hearing Gu Chen's agreement, Mr. Liu couldn't suppress his joy. Okay, no problem. Then the two of them hung up the phone. Dad, there is no way our newly opened real estate company can develop such a large piece of land, so I plan to sell half of it. Seeing Gu's father nod, Gu Chen continued. The person who just called me is the general manager of the Huahai branch of EUA Group, one of the top 10 real estate groups in the country. I plan to sell the land to him and then cooperate with him. Can. Father Gu understood it immediately. Their Tianqin had no fame, so it was a good opportunity for them to borrow the other party's fame, which would be very important for Tianqin's future development. Then the two of them rushed to Wangjiang Pavilion. Chapter 050 Cooperation with EU Group. Wangjiang Pavilion in an exquisite box. The EU Group represented by General Manager Liu sat on the left, but he was not the protagonist this time. The protagonist was a deputy general manager sent by the headquarters, whose surname was Du. Manager Liu, I heard that you met with Mr. Gu? At this time, Gu Chen had not arrived yet, and President Du asked Manager Liu curiously. Yes, one of our group's office buildings was bought by Mr. Gu, and I have known Mr. Gu since then. Manager Liu said with a smile. I don't know about this either. It seems to be decided by the board of directors. President Du said with a look of surprise. This Mr. Gu is really mysterious. There is a chaebol group behind him, so we must not offend him if we can make friends with him. Another purpose of my visit this time is to establish a cooperative relationship with him. President Du looked at Manager Liu and said seriously. Don't worry, Mr. Du. We have always been on good terms with Mr. Gu. Manager Liu assured. After they waited for a while, there was some noise coming from the box. It was Gu Chen, who had not been seen for a long time, and a strange middle-aged man. Hello, Mr. Gu. Seeing you in person is worse than hearing about you. President Du took a look at him and was very surprised at how young Gu Chen was. Although he had seen the photo many times, he looked younger in person. Hello, who are you? Gu Chen greeted with a smile, but there was confusion in his eyes. Hello, Mr. Gu. This is Mr. Du, who was sent by our group to work with you. At this time, Manager Liu on the side began to introduce. Hello, Mr. Du. I'm so sorry. Gu Chen was slightly surprised, but he quickly reacted and extended his hand to be polite. Hi, you're too polite, Mr. Gu. I wonder who this person is. This is the general manager of my newly established company. Gu Nian is also my father. Oh, it's Mr. Gu. Hello. Mr. Du was stunned when he heard this. What's going on? Your father works for you? But he still said it with a smile. Hello, hello. Mr. Du. Father Gu also greeted him with a smile. He knew that if he wasn't Gu Chen's son, people wouldn't pay attention to him at all. Then take a seat first, and we'll talk while we sit. Okay. So they sat down and started chatting about other things with laughter. The custom in China is to discuss business over a drink. After some toasts, Mr. Du felt that the time was right and decided to get down to business. Mr. Gu, there shouldn't be any problem with the contract we discussed before, right? Of course, no problem, Gu Chen said with a smile. I just wonder how much Mr. Gu is willing to pay. Mr. Du nodded and got to the point. That depends on how much you can afford. Oh, does Mr. Gu intend to use all of them? Hearing Gu Chen's words, President Du's eyes lit up. I have all my money, but I don't know if you can afford so much cash. Gu Chen looked at Mr. Du with a smile. Mr. Du was stunned for a moment, then reacted. I wonder if Mr. Gu accepts installment payment? Haha, Mr. Du's joke is really not funny at all. President Du was not disappointed when he heard this. He knew that Gu Chen would definitely accept this plan. Okay, Mr. Du, I'm willing to give you more than 500 acres. I wonder if you can afford it. Gu Chen then said directly. Of course you can. I have a condition. Mr. Du's eyes flashed when he heard this, and then he said. When he arrived, the think tank at headquarters had already analyzed this result. Oh, Mr. Du, please go on. Gu Chen asked doubtfully. Just want to deepen cooperation with Mr. Gu? How to cooperate? Gu Chen was stunned and asked in confusion. In terms of material cooperation, all construction materials of our group will be provided by Taiyu Group in the future. However, the price needs to be cheaper and the payment method needs to be the same as outside. President Du said with a smile. No problem. Gu Chen agreed directly. This is an opportunity for him to develop. Okay, Mr. Gu, then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Mr. Du was overjoyed when he heard that. She was busy, probably because Gu Chen agreed so readily, and she looked at Gu Chen's performance even more highly. It's a pleasure to work with you. So the two of them stretched out their hands and shook hands for a few seconds. But I have another request that I hope President Du can agree to. Gu Chen then said, Please speak. I have also registered a real estate company and would like to cooperate with you. How about it? Gu Chen said with a smile. No problem. Mr. Du agreed directly. He immediately knew what Gu Chen was thinking. After that, everyone's goal was achieved, and they drank even more happily. The meal lasted more than 3 hours, and we agreed to sign the contract the next day. Walking outside, Wei Fan blew gently, instantly making Gu Chen sober up a little. Due to his extremely strong physique, his body breaks down alcohol very quickly, causing his alcohol tolerance to increase significantly. Dad, can you rest assured now? Gu's father was also a focus of attention, but he had been on the battlefield for decades and could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Good. Father Gu showed a long-lost smile, and the father and son walked around outside, saying many things they had never said before, and gave Gu Chen a lot of business experience. Taiyu Group, meeting room. Witnessed by lawyers from both sides, Gu Chen and the other party signed a land transfer agreement. Afterwards, it signed a strategic cooperation agreement with Taiyu Group and a development cooperation agreement with Tianjin Group. Mr. Gu, happy cooperation. Mr. Du, happy cooperation. The two of them held hands tightly together. This wonderful moment was captured by the reporter's camera. After that, President Du immediately rushed back to the headquarters. Manager Liu, you should contact Manager Gu from now on. Then Gu Chen looked at Manager Liu and said, No problem. Manager Liu wished for it. Then several people left. Congratulations to Director Gu for the huge increase in assets. At this time, Mr. Jiang, the general manager of the group, immediately congratulated. Mr. Jiang, you were too polite. This time, Mr. Jiang will do the same. It's all thanks to the chairman. I didn't expect to be able to cooperate with such a big company. This will greatly increase the reputation of our group. After that, we chatted for a few minutes and left. As for President Chu Sini, she naturally asked for leave. Accompanying my future mother-in-law is much more important than going to work. Dad, you can visit here as you like, Gu Chen said to his father beside him. Okay, I'll go take a look. Father Gu is also very interested in his son's business, just like inspecting your own company. Soon, the inside of the group spread like wildfire. The emperor was coming to inspect. Director Gu's father was going to take over. Gu Chen returned to the office to deal with the matters that he had been dealing with in the past few days. As soon as I sat down, my cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar phone call, and I answered it after thinking about it. Hello, how are you? Who is this? Excuse me, is this Mr. Gu Chen? Yes, I am. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am He Fan, the general manager of Long Distance Transportation Group. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Gu Chen reacted. Hello, Manager He. What can I do for you? Boss Gu, when do you have time to inspect the work? People in the company are in a state of panic right now. After he finished speaking, the other party listened carefully. He only knew the other party's name and contact information and nothing else. He was afraid of offending the new boss, although he didn't understand why he would buy a company that was about to go bankrupt. Well, how many people are there in the company now? Gu Chen thought for a while and asked. There are more than 200 people in the company right now, including 45 drivers. He Fan replied honestly. So little? Gu Chen was stunned. It seemed that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. Yes, wait for me. I'll come over and take a look right away, Gu Chen said directly after hearing this. If all the drivers were gone, the remote group would be ruined. Good. Then Gu Chen got up and rushed to Yuanqing Group. Remote group. General manager's office. One of the short and fat middle-aged men hung up the phone and smiled bitterly. He knew from the voice that the new boss was a young man. It is quite sad to see this transportation group about to exit the stage of history. He is an old man here and has witnessed the glory and demise of Yuantong. Now it is facing bankruptcy, so naturally he is very reluctant to let it go. Unless a miracle happens, the new boss has money and shipping orders. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. He Fan came back to his senses and said in a deep voice, Manager He, There are a few people outside who claim to be from Dongfeng Transportation Company. They said they want to talk to you? A petite woman hurriedly reported. Oh, did they tell me what they were here for? Yifan frowned when he heard this. No. Then let them in. Yifang thought for a moment and said, yes. So the woman walked out. A few minutes later, led by a delicate woman, several men in suits walked in. I wonder what you guys want from me? Hello. Manager He. I am Zhu Changhai, the purchasing director of Dongfeng Transportation Group. A middle-aged man of about his age in the center began to introduce himself. Hello, Minister Zhu. Yifan nodded. It's like this. I heard that your company is involved in a lawsuit and urgently needs compensation. So I came here to give you some money, Zhu Changhai said with a smile. Oh, Yifanka didn't believe what the other party said. I heard that your company has more than a dozen heavy trucks parked on the site, but they are useless. How about selling them to us, Dongfeng? Zhu Changhai then stated the purpose of this trip. Minister Zhu, please forgive me for making a fool of myself. I have no right to sell the company's property. Yifan frowned when he heard that was their last remaining fortune. He didn't expect someone would covet it, so he refused directly. Oh, I heard that manager, he has been the sole leader of the company for a long time. Zhu Changhai shook his head and smiled knowingly. Don't worry, Manager He, you won't be disappointed with the price. Yifang didn't expect that the other party knew so much about him. It was obvious that this had been planned for a long time. Chapter 051, The Dilemma of Remote Group. I didn't expect Minister Zhu to be so well-informed. What does Manager He think? Zhu Changhai smiled confidently and looked at Yifan. Doesn't Minister Zhu know that the company's boss has changed? What? Zhu Changhai was stunned when he heard Yifan's words. Manager He, stop joking. How about this? As long as Manager He agrees, I will give you this amount separately. How about that? Zhu Changhai then reacted and thought that Yifan didn't want to sell it, so he stretched out his hand and tempted him. Not so good. Minister Zhu can leave if there is nothing else. Yifan took a glance at it, didn't take it seriously at all, and sent the guest away directly. Humph! Manager He, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Do you want the career you have worked for your whole life to go bankrupt? Seeing that Yifan refused to listen, Zhu Changhai also became angry. Xiao Fong, show him out. Yifan shouted directly to the assistant outside. Okay, Manager He, prepare to go bankrupt. Upon hearing this, Zhu Changhai laughed angrily, said something harsh, and left the office. Yifan shook his head in disdain. Too many lice won't itch. The company is already like this anyway. Is he afraid of threats? At this time, Gu Chen had just driven to the destination. When I got off the car, I saw that it was a huge parking lot, blocked by a high wall outside, and a building over 10 stories high could be seen inside. After taking just 2 steps, he noticed several people walking towards him. I could vaguely hear a conversation between several people. Minister Zhu, that guy refused to accept our toast. We can buy him again when he goes bankrupt. We can humiliate him then. One of the young men said with an indignant look on his face. That's right. The price will probably be even cheaper by then, several people followed. Gu Chen frowned and moved aside to let them pass. Combined with the previous information, he probably has figured out the cause and effect. It is simply because they know that Yuantong Group is about to go bankrupt, so those transportation companies have set their sights on the group's transportation tools, such as heavy trucks. So he walked straight through the parking lot and came to the building, only to see people working in groups of 3 or 4 with a listless look on their faces. At this time, a woman saw Gu Chen. Hello, sir. What can I do for you? Well, I'm looking for your manager, He Fangha. Okay, I'll let you know right away. After waiting for a few minutes, a delicate woman walked over from the elevator entrance. Assistant Fong, this gentleman wants to see Manager He. The girl at the front desk quickly said to the visitor. Well, let's go. Assistant Fong nodded, then looked at Gu Chen and said, Assistant Fong, I see your company looks so lifeless. Doesn't your manager He care about it? Gu Chen took a look at the girl in front of him and found that she was good-looking, but there was a trace of worry between her brows, so he immediately asked. If it weren't for our manager He, this company would have closed down long ago. Sir, it's not us, but everyone is worried about the future of the company. So naturally, they have no intention of working. Assistant Fong glanced at Gu Chen and explained. It seems that your manager He is also very capable. Of course, if the chairman hadn't listened to his advice before, our company wouldn't have become like this. When Assistant Fong said this, he was quite dissatisfied with the previous chairman. Then he rolled his eyes at Gu Chen and the elevator arrived just in time. Manager this gentleman wants to see you, Assistant Fong said to Manager Yeah. Then Manager stood up from his chair and looked at Gu Chen. Hello, this gentleman is looking for me. Manager looked at Gu Chen puzzledly. Hello, Manager I'm Gu Chen. Manager was stunned for a moment, then reacted. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I didn't recognize you. I'm really sorry. He apologized to Gu Chen. Fine. Assistant Fong, who was standing aside, was stunned. What did she just hear? She heard Manager calling the young man Mr. Gu. Assistant Fong, what are you still standing there for? This is our new boss. Why don't you go and pour some tea? Manager saw Assistant Fong standing there in a daze and immediately shouted. Oh. Sorry, Mr. Gu. Assistant Fong then reacted, apologized quickly, and went to pour tea. Manager when I came here just now, I saw a group of people going out. They came here. They want to come here to buy the company's dozen heavy trucks and trailer trucks. So that's how it is? Gu Chen had an expression that said, as expected. Manager then told him everything about the company. The company's finance department explained the difficulties faced by the company and the outcome of the lawsuit. So, the company no longer has any business now? After hearing this, Gu Chen thought for a while and asked. Yes. Manager nodded, feeling a little embarrassed. In fact, many people still approached us, but in the end, they all changed their minds. After investigation, we found that most of them were destroyed by other transportation companies. Manager face looked very ugly when he said this. Oh. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. Those customers heard that our company was involved in lawsuits and had no security awareness, so, by the way, has the lawsuit not been resolved yet? Hearing this, Gu Chen asked, Boss Gu, as long as we pay the compensation to the other party, it will be fine. But where is the money left as the new chairman? Manager smiled bitterly. I will transfer $100 million to the company's finance department later, and you need to clean up all the bad debts for me. Gu Chen tapped his fingers and looked at Manager As long as Mr. Gu has the funds in place, I can solve it right away. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Manager made a promise happily. Okay. Then Manager will give me a development plan for the future. Okay, take me to visit the company. Gu Chen then stood up and said, No problem. This way, Mr. Gu. Manager nodded and walked outside with Gu Chen. Many employees met along the way and greeted him, and Manager responded with a smile. Boss Gu, the company currently has 48 ordinary large trucks, 14 heavy trucks, 6 trailer trucks, and more than 100 other vehicles. Walking to the equipment department at the back, Manager introduced. Gu Chen nodded. It seemed that this company still had a strong foundation. Even though it had fallen into decline, it still had so many cars left. Why are there so few drivers? Well, it's not the fault of those drivers. After all, the company hasn't had a car run for a long time. Most of them get commissions based on the frequency of driving. That's why there are still so many drivers left, and they are all veterans of the company. Manager sighed. Then start hiring. Start running all the company's operations first. And you also need to solve the company's morale problem as soon as possible. Gu Chen nodded and gave the order. Yeah, don't worry, Mr. Gu. As long as everyone knows that the company will not go bankrupt, everything will recover. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. As for the orders, I'll always have them as long as you recover. Manager was slightly surprised when he heard this and was curious about Gu Chen's identity. But since Gu Chen didn't say anything, he didn't dare to ask. Manager then went downstairs to arrange things, and now he had something to do. But he was very happy. He had never had the chance to be busy before, but now Gu Chen directly gave him the power, which moved him very much. For a moment, the middle-aged man's body burst out with hot energy. In the next few days, remote groups showed work efficiency far beyond the average. All departments were running smoothly within 3 days, which surprised Gu Chen, who came to inspect. It was as if he had not seen the same company before. Hello, Mr. Gu. All the people from Yuanqing Group were standing at the door, speaking respectfully to Gu Chen. Hello, everyone. Gu Chen nodded. Mr. Gu, everything in the company is back on track now, and the HR department is still recruiting people. Mr. Gu is welcome to come and inspect. Manager at the front said with a smile on his face. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Gu Chen nodded, walked in, and began to inspect each floor. He found that everyone's mental outlook had indeed changed dramatically, and he couldn't help but look at Manager with admiration. It seems that what the assistant said that day was right. Okay, let's get back to work. After walking around, Gu Chen said to the large group of management behind him. Yes, Mr. Gu. Then everyone returned to their respective posts. Manager He. Let's start restoring branches across the province tomorrow. I will find someone to connect with you and prepare for transportation. At the same time, speed up the recruitment of drivers, and you can also purchase more transport vehicles. Gu Chen said to Manager He. Yes. Manager He then continued to make arrangements. Back to the office and just sat down. Boss Gu, these are the documents that need your review and decision. At this time, a petite woman in a business suit walked in carrying a pile of documents. It was the same assistant Fong from before. Now he is Gu Chen's secretary and reception director. Okay, Gu Chen nodded, started to handle official business. On the other side is the general manager's office of Dongfeng Transport Company. A man in his 50s was sitting on a chair, and a middle-aged man was standing opposite him. General manager, this is really strange. I clearly saw that day that the people in Yuanqing Group were in a panic, which was clearly a sign of bankruptcy. Why is it that it has come back to life now? The standing man looked strange. He was Zhu Changhai, who had previously gone to Yuanqing Group. Chapter 052. Am I that capable? Humph. How can you be such a minister? The news is so delayed? You didn't even know that they have changed their boss. The general manager looked grim and slammed the documents in his hand heavily on the table, which scared Zhu Changhai. What? Zhang Changhai was stunned when he heard that. You idiot. You are more likely to cause trouble than to help. The general manager got angry when he saw him. General manager, what should we do now? Zhu Changhai shrank his neck and asked in a low voice. Do your best to destroy their shipping orders. As long as no one is willing to hire them to deliver goods, I don't believe that the new boss will continue to be willing to suffer losses. But in that case, our costs will increase greatly, and we may even lose money. Zhu Changhai couldn't help but say when he heard that. Humph. As long as we acquire Yuanqing Group, Dongfeng will become the leader in the transportation industry in Jiang Province. This loss is worth it, said the general manager. He had been coveting long distance for a long time, but he didn't expect that Gu Chen would suddenly appear. Although the current remote group may not seem to have anything noteworthy, the word remote alone is priceless. Although it is in decline now, its influence, reputation, and channels across the country are intangible wealth. He is very clear about all this. Yes, I'll do it right away. Gu Chen didn't know these, and even if he knew, he wouldn't take them seriously. At the moment, he has no intention of looking for orders at all. It is more than enough for him to supply Taiyu Group. There are also new areas that are about to be developed, which will allow Remote Group to take off directly. At this time, his phone rang. When I opened it, it was Gu's father. Hello, Dad. Where are you? I'm at the company. It's just right. I have something to talk to you about. Now, everyone has arrived and can start work at any time. But the things I purchased for the construction site have not arrived yet, so I need them to be delivered to me. Father Gu said directly. Oh, so what about the EU group? Gu Chen asked. He had been remotely working during this period and had not paid attention to other things. They have already started construction, and the heavy machinery I bought has also arrived, but they can't deliver it. I contacted several transportation companies, but they all said they couldn't transport my stuff and needed special vehicles. I'll give you a number. You can contact him. Okay. Father Gu agreed. If he wasn't unfamiliar with the place, he wouldn't have looked for Gu Chen. Then Gu Chen sent He Fan's phone number to him, so that the good things would not be wasted. After finishing his official business, Gu Chen saw that the two companies were gradually getting back on track, and he immediately felt relieved. After thinking about it, he called Gan Yuan. After all, someone helped him. Hey, Mr. Gu, you finally decided to call me? As soon as the phone was connected, a melancholy voice came from the other end. Just like a jealous woman in the deep palace, Gu Chen shuddered instantly. Ahem, Mr. Gan, you must be joking. I just finished my work and called you. I understand. After all, Mr. Gu doesn't want us idlers. Gan Yuan said with a big laugh. If even Mr. Gan is an idler, then there are probably no idlers in this world. Mr. Gu, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to a meal? Gan Yuan asked with a smile. Of course, but it's also my turn to invite. After all, I still have to thank President Gan for what happened last time. Gu Chen thanked him when he heard that. He had heard that the person in charge of Bandai Group in Yong City had violated commercial laws. Although he had Bandai's endorsement, he went straight to jail. The Bandai Group in Yong City had already lost its reputation and had no choice but to give up the market there. For such a small matter, even if I don't help Mr. Gu, I believe Mr. Gu can solve it, so Mr. Gu doesn't need to take it to heart. Gan Yuan said nonchalantly. He had also heard Yu Xingui's report a long time ago. Forehead. Hearing this, Gu Chen was stunned. He really didn't know how to solve it, but in the eyes of the other party, did he have such great ability? He didn't know why the other party respected him so much, which was something he couldn't understand. Okay, Mr. Gu, don't argue with me. I have something to discuss with you tonight. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't say anything, Gan Yuan made the decision directly. Okay then, see you tonight. Good. So the two of them made an agreement. Gu Chen looked at the time on his wrist. I went straight home and found that my mother was not at home. I didn't care, changed into casual clothes, and left. Tying Sinuan, as one of the famous private restaurants in Huahai, is definitely very famous among the upper class. I heard that the chef was a royal chef in the Qing dynasty, and it is always difficult to get a table here. All reservations are required. Gu Chen had heard all of this, and when he heard that Gan Yuan was going to invite him to dinner here, Gu Chen was also somewhat looking forward to it. After all, the hotel chef was also a royal chef. He wanted to see whether the Tiangxinwen, which was famous throughout China, was really that delicious. Following the navigation, he made many turns along the way and finally drove into a quiet road. The lush flowers and plants around make people feel like they are in a sea of flowers. This environment is really worthy of its reputation, Gu Chen exclaimed. Finally, we arrived at the parking lot, but there were luxury cars everywhere, and many things that are rarely seen outside. Of course, the Koenigsegg driven by Gu Chen is still the best here. The waiter outside had seen Gu Chen's car a long time ago. When he saw Gu Chen coming, he immediately asked respectfully, "Hello, sir, do you have an appointment?" Gu Chen nodded when he heard this and said, "Gan Yuan." The waiter was startled when he heard this and became even more enthusiastic. "Sir, please follow me. Mr. Gan has already arrived." So Gu Chen followed the guide and walked inside. At this time, on the other side of Tian Xinhuan, two exquisite women were standing outside a room, and a man was following them opposite them. "Remember, Master Wang and Master Peng are in there. You must accompany them well. Then it will be no problem for you to make your debut," the man immediately warned. "Manager who, didn't you say we were just having a meal?" One of the most beautiful women bit her red lips lightly, looking a little flustered. If Gu Chen saw this, he would definitely recognize this woman. "Yes, just eat." Manager who nodded. "Manager who, I don't want to go anymore. You should find someone else." The woman wanted to leave after saying this. "As long as you leave today, you don't have to show up again, and you will have to pay 10 times the penalty for breach of contract. Think it over carefully." Manager who threatened the woman as he looked at her back. Sure enough, the woman stopped walking after hearing this, turned around with a pale face and asked, "Manager who, I didn't breach the contract. Why should I pay you?" "Humph, I don't care about that. If you don't go in and entertain the two gentlemen today, you'll get a sky-high contract." Manager who said coldly. The woman shuddered when she heard that. She understood that she would never be able to leave today. "What are you afraid of? Let me tell you, the two people inside have strong backgrounds. If you serve them well, you can get whatever you want." When Manager who saw that the woman was not leaving, he smiled and then comforted her. Seeing that the two women didn't say anything, Manager who didn't care anymore. "Okay, get ready to go in." Then he urged the two to go in. The two women smiled sadly upon hearing this and could only follow him in. Just as they entered, Gu Chen came over from the corner. The waiter who led the way stopped opposite the box. "Sir, Mr. Gan is waiting for you inside." "I'll leave first." Then the waiter said respectfully to Gu Chen. "Okay, thanks." Gu Chen thanked him. Then he turned around and opened the box. The interior is truly pleasing to the eye, like a true paradise on earth. "Mr. Gu, long time no see." Gu Chen, who was looking at the others, heard the voice and saw a middle-aged man in casual clothes shouting at him with a smile. "Boss Gan, long time no see." Gu Chen hurried over and smiled at Gan Yuan. "Haha." Gan Yuan stood up and gave Gu Chen a hug. "By the way, let's eat first." Then the two of them sat down. "Mr. Gu, when are you free to visit our Huahai Chamber of Commerce?" "Oh, is there a special location for the Chamber of Commerce?" Gu Chen asked in surprise. "Of course. Our Huahai Chamber of Commerce has its own Chamber of Commerce building. We hold a gathering every month to keep in touch with each other. By the way, I should have had the help of Mr. Gan to join the Huahai Chamber of Commerce, right?" "Haha, Mr. Gu must be famous himself. Otherwise, even the president's recommendation would be useless. I still have to thank Mr. Gan." Gu Chen raised the glass in his hand and toasted Gan Yuan. "I still have to thank Mr. Gu. If it weren't for Mr. Gu's rescue, I would have been bankrupt and imprisoned by now." Gan Yuan sighed. "What?" Gu Chen was puzzled. "It was that time when I was framed by a friend. If it weren't for Mr. Gu buying my hotel directly, I would have been able to turn the funds around. So, Mr. Gu, thank you for your help back then." Gan Yuan raised his glass and thanked him sincerely. After hearing Gan Yuan's words, Gu Chen finally understood why Gan Yuan had helped him so much before. He immediately realized that it must be Taba who did it. Chapter 053, Do you know who my young master is? Gu Chen, who understood, didn't say much. So the two of them began to clink glasses and talk happily for a while. It was not until the end that Gan Yuan said another thing. "Mr. Gu, there will be a charity gala in Huahai in 5 days. People from all walks of life will attend. Do you have time to go and see it?" "Of course." Gu Chen agreed with a smile. "Good. I am very happy to hear this." So they talked about many interesting business stories. Gan Yuan talked, and Gu Chen listened. Just when the atmosphere was getting very tense, the door of the private room outside was suddenly opened. Gan Yuan frowned immediately, thinking that it was done by the ignorant waiter. When he was about to scold him, a girl with a delicate face and a panicked look ran in. After seeing the woman's face, an expression of surprise flashed in his eyes, but his face was full of panic and fear, and he frowned immediately. At this time, 2 more strong men came in and grabbed the woman directly. His face suddenly turned cold. It was obvious that he was not taken seriously. When he was about to scold, Gu Chen next to him made a surprise sound. "Is it you?" Gu Chen was also stunned when he heard the noise. As his back was facing the door, he turned around and saw the woman's face. He was immediately surprised and couldn't help blurting out. The woman was none other than a host he had met several times before. He remembered her name, seemed to be Yen Qing. "Help me! Help me!" Yen Qing was originally an anchor of Who You Live. With her star-like appearance, she quickly attracted the attention of a guild, which invited her to join. She knew the importance of a guild to a newcomer like her, and with the other party's assurance, she agreed. At the beginning, the resources provided by the guild were quite good, and she soon became a well-known anchor. Unexpectedly, the other party began to show his fangs and asked her to attend a dinner party and dine with a few distinguished guests. After hearing the manager's assurance that it was just a meal, she hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived here, she felt something was wrong and wanted to leave. The manager then began to tear off the mask of disguise and threatened her directly. She had no choice but to agree and went in to eat. Unexpectedly, there were only 2 dissolute young men inside. When they saw her coming, they immediately showed lustful eyes, and then they started to touch her and even asked her to sleep with them. How could she be such a person? So she took advantage of their inattention and ran out of the box. But how could the man let the meat that was already in his mouth get away? So he directly ordered his bodyguards to chase her back. There was no way. She was not familiar with the place and the situation was urgent. So she just opened a private room and ran in. Then the previous scene happened. Yen Qing was so flustered that she didn't recognize Gu Chen. When she saw the 2 men following in, she was immediately frightened and turned pale. So she begged directly to Gu Chen. "Why are you here?" Gu Chen frowned. After hearing this, Yen Qing was stunned, then looked at Gu Chen, suddenly realized, and then was overjoyed. "It's you!" Yen Qing didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here and was very happy. Although she didn't know Gu Chen's identity, how could someone who could afford a luxury car be a simple person? So she felt saved. "Excuse me, this is my son's girlfriend. She is drunk." The 2 sturdy men looked at each other when they heard this. They didn't expect that this woman actually knew the owner of this place. They immediately thought it was not good, but they still spoke. "No, I'm not. I don't even know them." Yen Qing retorted immediately after hearing this. She was afraid that Gu Chen would misunderstand. "Ms. Yen, you'd better think it over carefully. If the young master is unhappy later, you will bear the consequences yourself." Hearing Yen Qing's words, the strong man immediately threatened. Sure enough, Yen Qing was stunned when she heard this. She knew the consequences of breach of contract, but she didn't want to go back. After thinking for a while, he said with a firm look in his eyes, "Humph. At worst, I will pay the penalty for breach of contract." When the 2 strong men heard this, they didn't know what to do. They thought that by saying this, Yen Qing would be scared and follow them back obediently, but they didn't expect this result. If the young master knew the result, the 2 of them would be in trouble. It seems they have no choice but to take action. "That's not up to you." After saying that, he planned to capture Yen Qing back directly. "What are you doing?" At this time, Gan Yuan, the owner of the room, could no longer sit still. "Humph, old man, stop meddling in other people's business if you know what's best for you." Do you know who my young master is? When the sturdy man saw Gan Yuan coming out to obstruct him, he immediately spoke viciously. Although he knew that those who came here to eat were either rich or noble, he believed that his son was the young master here and was definitely the best. Oh, I'd like to know who your young master is. How could he be so presumptuous? Hearing this, Gan Yuan laughed in anger. He even pressed the alarm bell directly. This Tianxin pavilion belongs to my master. Who do you think my master is? Said the burly man arrogantly. Unexpectedly, Gan Yuan's mouth twitched suddenly, and anger rose in his eyes. Afterwards, the sturdy man ignored Gan Yuan. He thought Gan Yuan was frightened by his words. He looked at him with disdain and wanted to come over and take Yanqing away. Gu Chen's face suddenly changed, and when he was about to stand up and attack, he heard close footsteps outside. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen security guards rushed in. The leader was a middle-aged man in a suit with an anxious and nervous look on his face. Several people in the box also stopped what they were doing and looked at the person who came. Mr. Gan, what's wrong? What happened? The leading man in a suit came up to Gan Yuan and asked respectfully. Hearing this, Gu Chen looked at Gan Yuan in surprise, and the two sturdy men showed expressions of disbelief. Catch them both. Gan Yuan's face suddenly turned pale. He turned around and apologized to Gu Chen, then pointed at the two strong men. As soon as he finished speaking, the security guards who came from behind rushed forward and directly grabbed the burly man. The sturdy man, who had originally looked ferocious, didn't even say a word. Go, call that rebellious son over to me. Then he said to the manager. The manager was stunned when he heard this. What are you still standing there for? Seeing that the manager didn't move, Gan Yuan slammed the table. Yes. After doing all this, Gan Yuan looked at Gu Chen with apology. I'm so sorry, Mr. Gu. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Apologize directly. I'm fine, it's just that. Gu Chen shook his head, then showed curiosity. Yanqing, who was standing next to him, had twinkling eyes as he secretly guessed Gu Chen's identity. She thought Gan Yuan's status was high enough, but she didn't expect that he was still so respectful to Gu Chen. Well, I'm ashamed to say that this Tianxin pavilion is opened by me, and the young man those two people just mentioned is my unfilial and rebellious son. Gan Yuan smiled bitterly. Forehead. Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this, but he didn't know what to say. He just thought the scene was quite a joke. When the two strong men heard Gan Yuan's words, their legs suddenly went weak. If it weren't for the security guard supporting them, they would have fallen to the ground. But even so, they were so scared that their faces turned pale and they were sweating coldly. I'm sorry, young lady. I frightened you. Don't worry. When that rebellious son comes over later, I will ask him to apologize to you in person. Then Gan Yuan looked at Yanqing and apologized. Based on his understanding of his son, he naturally knew what his son was going to do to the girl. Yanqing nodded without saying anything. She knew that people did this simply because she knew Gu Chen. It's a pity that I don't even know the person's name. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this time, footsteps were heard outside. Everyone looked and saw that the leader was the manager who had left earlier, followed by two unruly but panic-stricken young men. And behind them was a pretty woman who looked pale and frightened. Dad! Once again, when they saw Gan Yuan, the two young men suddenly became nervous and shouted awkwardly. Humph! Rebellious son, what were you doing just now? When Gan Yuan saw the two people coming in, his face immediately became stern. The young man didn't know what to say, so he could only glare at Yanqing fiercely, and the latter's face changed. You bastard! Seeing this scene, Gan Yuan picked up the wine glass on the table and smashed it at the man. Then he stood up and kicked him twice. It seems that I haven't paid enough attention to you. You actually did something so overbearing. Seeing the man, he was so scared that he couldn't speak. He didn't expect his father would be so angry. Dad, The young man didn't know what to say. Hurry up and apologize to the girl. Gan Yuan glared at his son fiercely. The young man pursed his lips, knowing that his father was really angry. He was silent for a moment and then looked at Yanqing. Sorry, I was Menglang before. Just apologize to Yanqing. Seeing this, Yanqing really didn't know what to do and could only look to Gu Chen for help. At this moment, Gan Yuan saw this, looked at Gu Chen with a wry smile, and said, Mr. Gu, don't worry, I will strictly manage my son in the future, and I will double the compensation for the harms suffered by these two young ladies. As soon as these words were spoken, the young man was immediately surprised. He He did not expect that his father would be so polite to a man of the same age as him. It's inconvenient for me to get involved in Mr. Gon's family affairs. Gu Chen shook his head and said calmly, "Don't worry, ladies. I promise you won't be harassed again. I'm deeply sorry for everything that happened today." Then Gan Yuan bowed slightly to the two beauties. Gu Chen didn't expect Gan Yuan to be able to do this. He was slightly surprised, but he soon figured it out. At the same time, he shook his head at Gan Yuanhu, the father and son. Chapter 050, For the Dandy Disciple Turns into a Driver in Seconds. Xiao Luo, go back. I can't control your affairs, but I will tell your father everything about today. Then Gan Yuan looked at another young man named Xiao Luo. Yes. Xiao Luo's face turned pale when he heard that, and he turned and left. Okay, you guys go down too. Then he said to the others. Yes. Then the manager and others left. Everything is embarrassing for Mr. Gu. Seeing everyone leaving, Gan Yuan said to Gu Chen with a depressed look. Gu Chen didn't say anything. I've been busy with work these years and have not disciplined Gan Lu enough, which is why he has become like this. Gan Yuan continued. Gan Lu, the young man, also lowered his head when he heard this. Mr. Gan also wants to give him a share of the family business. Looking at Gan Yuan's expression, Gu Chen advised. Yes, Gan Yuan said with emotion. I wonder if I can ask Mr. Gu for a favor? Gu Chen looked at Gan Yuan's puzzled expression. I just want Gan Lu to follow Mr. Gu for a while and see if he can change anything. Gan Yuan requested. Forehead. Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this. Then he directly refused. Mr. Gan, you are joking. I can't even figure it out myself, let alone Mr. Gan Lu. Dad, why should I follow him? Gan Lu also refused directly. What a joke. If this gets out, won't they laugh at me to death? Do you have the right to speak? I tell you from today on, I will freeze all your bank cards. Go out and make money on your own. Gan Yuan said angrily. Mr. Gu, let me be your driver. I've spoiled him so much. If he continues to be like this, how can I hand over this family business to him in the future? Then Gan Yuan said to Gu Chen with a wry smile. Don't worry. My son has been playing with cars since he was young and has even participated in competitions. He will definitely reassure Mr. Gu. Looking at Gu Chen's surprised expression, Gan Yuan continued. Forehead. Looking at Gan Yuan's originally shrewd face, which was now begging for his son, just like an ordinary father to his son, Gu Chen thought about it and nodded. Sure, but Mr. Gan, let me be frank with you. If you want to be my driver, you have to be on standby 24 hours a day, and whatever I say goes. No problem. I'm your driver now. You can scold me however you want. Gan Yuan was delighted when he heard this and made the promise directly. Dad, what are you doing? Gan Li's face changed drastically. Shut up, from now on you are Mr. Gu's driver, and what he says is what I say. I tell you, if Mr. Gu fires you, then you don't have to come back home in the future. After I die, you won't get a penny of my property. I will make a will and donate all of it. Gan Yuan immediately glared at Gan Lu with an extremely serious expression. When Gan Lu heard this, he took a few steps back in shock. He looked at his father's expression and knew that his father was serious this time. Yes, so he had no choice but to agree. Gu Chen looked at Gan Yuan in surprise and nodded. Why don't you call me Mr. Gu? Hello, Mr. Gu. After hearing his father's words, Gan Lu could only shout out in a depressed tone. Well, hello, my name is Gu Chen. Just call me Brother Chen from now on. Brother Chen. Gan Lu shouted under his father's happy eyes. Yin Qing, who was standing aside, relaxed her brows. So his name is Gu Chen. I thought to myself, thank you, Mr. Gu. If you have anything to ask in the future, just let me know. After Gan Yuan solved his son's problem, he was very happy. Mr. Gan, you're joking. Since it's getting late, I'll take my leave first. Gu Chen stood up and said goodbye. Okay, I'll treat Mr. Gu to dinner next time. Gan Yuan nodded when he heard that. What are you still standing there for? Go and be a driver. Gan Yuan sent Gu Chen out the door, and when he saw his son lying motionless, he cursed. No need. Not today. Come to long-distance transportation group to find me tomorrow. Gu Chen waved his hand and refused. He had already smelled the alcohol on the other person, and he didn't dare to joke with his own life. So Gu Chen and Yin Qing and the other two girls walked forward. Thank you for everything today. Yin Qing looked at Gu Chen in front of her. She gritted her teeth and thanked him softly. Yes, thank you very much, handsome guy. A cute girl next to Yin Qing also thanked him. It's a small matter, but why are you there? Gu Chen waved his hand and then asked. Although he is not a good person, he will still take action when he sees the situation. We came here today because the guild arranged for us to do so. He said we were just going to have a meal, so we came, but we didn't expect. Yan Qing quickly explained. So that's how it is? Gu Chen understood it as soon as he heard it. He had heard of this kind of thing often before. It was a common tactic used by Playboy disciples. At the intersection, Mr. Gu, thank you so much today. We'll be leaving first. At this time, Yan Qing and another woman held hands, stopped, and said to Gu Chen, Huh, you have a car? Gu Chen asked doubtfully. No. Yan Qing shook his head upon hearing this. Originally, they came here in the manager's car, but now, the manager had already left, so they could only walk back. As for taxis, have you ever seen anyone eating here who couldn't afford a car? That's all. Come with me. I'll give you a ride. Gu Chen looked like he didn't want to talk nonsense. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Yan Qing and the other person looked at each other, then showed expressions of gratitude. When we arrived at the parking lot and looked at the rows of luxury cars, the two girls behind us also showed envious expressions. Suddenly, Gu Chen found his car. Yan Qing and the other person looked at the silver car body in front of them, and the light in their eyes was as if they had seen a peerlessly handsome man. Then he watched Gu Chen take out the phone and open the car door. He was surprised for a moment, but also felt it was natural. And Yan Qing didn't expect that Gu Chen actually had a cool sports car. By the way, who among you can drive? Gu Chen originally wanted to go up directly, but suddenly he discovered something. He was drunk. So he stopped. He attaches great importance to his own life safety. Yan Qing and the other person looked at each other, not understanding what he meant, but Yan Qing still raised his hand. I will. Okay, you drive this time. Then he sat directly on the passenger seat. As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, Yan Qing was surprised. Oh, what? Hurry up. I'm drunk. I can't drive. Gu Chen rubbed his eyebrows and said. He was actually also worried about Yan Qing's driving skills. After all, the title of road killer was a respectful title for them. But he doesn't drink and drive, so he is a good citizen. Good. Yan Qing reacted quickly and was overjoyed. It was already very nice to be able to ride in such an expensive sports car, let alone drive it himself. The other girl was also very envious, but unfortunately she didn't know how to drive. At the same time, I made a decision in my heart that I must get a driver's license when I return. However, when she got in a sports car again one day in the future, she thought that the rich second generation who drank alcohol would let her drive, but she didn't expect that the other person was not afraid of drunk driving at all. She was disappointed for a long time and couldn't figure out where the problem lay. So Yan Qing drove on the road with an excited look on his face, which was really hard to describe in words. Huahai is known as the city that never sleeps. It is more popular at night than during the day, and the same is true for the number of cars on the road. However, you may not know the word Koenigsegg, but you still know the sports car. So everyone kept a distance of hundreds of meters for fear of being scratched. However, when everyone saw that the driver was a female, they suddenly became panic-stricken and no longer cared about traffic rules, and they all stayed away from the car. There were even many people who ran red lights, driving to the sidewalk and waiting for Yan Qing to pass before they dared to get off the car. As for the deduction of points, what a joke. Am I the kind of person who is short of those few points? As for Yan Qing, he had no idea about this. He was so excited as if he had taken stimulants. He was quite scared at the beginning, but after driving carefully for a while, he saw that there was no car for hundreds of meters ahead and behind, and the violent feeling in his heart was attracted out. Seeing this, Gu Chen's mouth twitched. As expected, female drivers and supercars are definitely the nemesis on the road. First, he sent the other woman home, and then returned to Thompson One. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for today. Yan Qing expressed his gratitude and happiness from the bottom of his heart. Fine. Gu Chen waved his hand and was about to leave. Mr. Gu, can you add me on WeChat? After saying that, she blushed and lowered her head expectantly, fearing that Gu Chen would refuse. Forehead. Gu Chen thought about it and agreed. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, Yan Qing raised her head in surprise, and that seductive smile made Gu Chen slightly stunned. After that, the two exchanged contact information, and Yan Qing happily jumped away like a little child. Gu Chen sat in the car, watching her leaving without saying a word. When Yan Qing raised her head just now, Gu Chen saw it and his heart was shaken. Then he shook his head and went straight home. At this time, Gu's mother had not gone to bed yet and was watching TV with Shirshir. Brother, you're back, Su Shirshir said with a smile. Yeah, where's my dad? Gu Chen smiled and nodded, then asked. My uncle said he won't come back to live here. He wants to live at the construction site. Gu's mother didn't say anything, so Su sure continued. Oh, has the construction started? Gu Chen asked in surprise. He remembered that he had just given him He-Fan's phone number today and had delivered it directly to him. It seemed that the efficiency of our transportation group was really high. Chapter 055, Discipline the Playboys. After sitting down and chatting for a while, Gu Chen went back to his room to wash up. Sitting on the bed, I turned on my phone, found a message, and clicked it. It was Yin Qing, who had separated not long ago. Thank you, Mr. Gu. The guild just sent me a message saying that they have fired the manager and offered me the best contract. The message displayed is from 5 minutes ago. It's okay. You deserve it. Gu Chen smiled and replied. I didn't expect the other party to reply immediately. I wonder if Mr. Gu has time. I want to have dinner with you. Opposite, in a cozy rental house, a woman in pajamas and casual clothes was lying on the bed, staring at her mobile phone. Suddenly, there was a noise. She quickly picked up her phone, unlocked it, and saw that it was a message from Gu Chen. He stared at it and smiled foolishly for a long time, hesitated for a second, and then sent it directly. Then he rolled aside with a nervous look on his face. Doesn't it look a lot like you in front of the screen? I've been busy lately. Seeing this, the smile on Yin Qing's face gradually faded, and his expression could not be concealed. Although she kept saying in her heart that it was okay. He said he was just busy and did not reject her, but she couldn't help but let the tears fall slowly. At this moment, her cell phone vibrated again. She opened it and immediately burst into laughter. Wait a few days. It turned out that Gu Chen hesitated for a moment and then sent another message. Good. Seeing this, Gu Chen smiled and closed the chat interface. After opening the mutated Taba, the familiar interface slowly emerged. Congratulations to the host for instantly killing a message from the future. Suddenly, a prompt sounded. Gu Chen looked at it, was stunned, and suddenly delighted. The last time he obtained information about the future, it brought him hundreds of billions in rewards. So what about this time? Then another voice sounded. ZTE Chip Manufacturing Group will invent a brand new chip technology in the next month, shocking the world. Seeing this, what does this mean? Then the introduction of the chip followed. Chip technology is a brand new technology. It breaks through the current chips and makes graphene truly applicable to chip manufacturing. It directly breaks through the conventional two-dimensional chip technology to three-dimensional chip technology, which can at least improve the comprehensive capabilities of current chips by more than 1,000 times. Imaginary parallel world. Do not pursue this kind of realistic logic. Seeing this, Gu Chen finally understood. But what does this have to do with me? I can't figure it out. Then Gu Chen searched Baidu for the importance and function of chips. Oh my goodness! Isn't Zhongxin Group going to become famous in one fell swoop? After figuring this out, Gu Chen felt envious and jealous. Should I buy ZTE Group first? Gu Chen murmured. He then looked up information about ZTE and immediately gave up his unrealistic idea. They don't need to and won't hold it against themselves. Gu Chen gave up. Although he didn't know what the use of this information was, it seemed like useless news at the moment. After a while of envy, Gu Chen put his phone to sleep. No words were spoken that night. After breakfast, Gu Chen asked Shir to investigate ZTE Group to see if it could be acquired. After all, he really didn't want to give up, so he might as well give himself a reason. Although Shir didn't know what Gu Chen was thinking, she still agreed. It seems I have to find a secretary, Gu Chen thought to himself. After all, I have too many things to do, and it is impossible to ask others to do them all the time, but it is extremely difficult to find a suitable and loyal person. Let's talk about it later. Abandoning the thoughts in his mind, Gu Chen quickly finished his breakfast. After Gu's mother came over, he no longer had to do anything at home, which made Gu Chen very comfortable, although he was a little embarrassed. After all, he brought his mother over to enjoy her. So how could he be taking care of her instead? Then he went directly to the long-distance transportation group. The journey was smooth and unimpeded to the remote destination. From a distance, Gu Chen saw Gan Lu, who was wearing a suit and tie and looked like an elite. After seeing Gu Chen's car, he was excited, as if he had seen a peerless beauty. Knowing that Gu Chen was coming down, he retracted his gaze and complained, "Why are you here just now? When I come as my own idea." Gu Chen replied indifferently. Then he walked forward. Gan Lu paused, clenched his fists, and then unclenched them. Then he followed Gu Chen without saying a word. Gu Chen smiled. He has a lot of experience in dealing with this kind of playboy. "Hello, Mr. Gu. The employees greeted us respectfully along the way. Hello. Gu Chen also responded with a smile. Many single girls in the group were instantly moved. Boss Gu is so handsome and gentle. He had a look of infatuation on his face, which made Gan Lu behind him look down on him. But deep down, he was very envious of Gu Chen. Go, deliver this document to the general manager of Taiyu Group. Arriving at his office, Gu Chen dealt with some official business, glanced at Gan Lu, who was idly playing with his phone, and the corner of his mouth twitched, but unfortunately Gan Lu didn't see it. Then he said to him, "What?" Gan Lu, who was standing by, was stunned when he heard what Gu Chen said. "I'm just your driver, not your employee, and certainly not your tool." He then refused. But Gu Chen did not listen to Gan Li's explanation, but just kept looking at Gan Lu. This put Gan Lu under a lot of pressure, just like when he met the principal at school. Half a minute later, Gan Lu was defeated and had to accept his fate and take it. But I thought differently in my heart. Don't you want me to deliver it? This document looks urgent. Then I will deliver it slowly. Having made up his mind, Gan Lu took the document without revealing his true feelings and prepared to leave. Half an hour. If you haven't delivered it in half an hour, then you don't have to come. I will call Mr. Gan. Gu Chen knew what he was thinking and said calmly. What? Gan Lu, who was walking to the door, changed his expression when he heard this and cursed inwardly. You old fox. Then he took out his mobile phone and searched for Taiyu Group. He thought Taiyu Group was nearby. But when I took a closer look, I didn't expect it to be more than 10 kilometers away from here. Are you kidding me? This journey should take more than 40 minutes, and you only gave me half an hour? He immediately came in front of Gu Chen and questioned. That's none of my business. Gu Chen said nonchalantly. You. Gan Lu even wanted to use his fist to punch the face that he both envied and hated. Yesterday, Mr. Gan said that your driving skills are very good. I don't believe it and want to test it myself. But I am very afraid of death, so I can only try it this way. If you are really good, then I think this will definitely not be a problem for you. Then Gu Chen continued to speak in a dignified manner. Snort. Gan Lu was still very angry. If I were you, I would go there quickly instead of wasting time here. Seeing Gan Li's look, Gu Chen reminded. Gan Lu wanted to beat him up at this time, then yelled that he would not serve him anymore and left. But he held back, looked at Gu Chen deeply, and ran down quickly. Hearing the loud sound of the door slamming, Gu Chen didn't care. Instead, he laughed. To deal with this kind of dandy boy, you have to temper his proud character. Boss Gu, what happened? At this time, Secretary Fong heard the noise and rushed over, asking worriedly. It's okay. Go and get busy. Okay. Secretary Fong nodded and then closed the door. Then Gu Chen looked at the time and continued to handle his official business. Time also fell silent. Suddenly, the phone on Gu Chen's desk rang. It's General Manager Jiang Dongxiang Jiang calling. Gu Chen looked at the time and calculated 28 minutes. This is a recognition of Gan Li's ability. Hello? Mr. Jiang? Boss Gu, what document did you send me? It's okay. It's just an ordinary document. Just give it back to him. Then he hung up the phone without waiting for Mr. Jiang to explain. The other side. The magnificent office of the general manager of Taiyu Group. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Jiang was stunned for a moment, then returned the document in his hand to Gan Lu. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean? Gan Lu also put away his usual unruly behavior at this time, looking at President Jiang with a puzzled expression. Naturally, he had heard of the recently rising reputation of the Taiyu Group, so he remained humble. His father did not tell him about Gu Chen's identity and let him find out by himself, so he did not know that Taiyu Group also belonged to Gu Chen. I thought it was just business dealings. That is to say, Director Gu asked you to take the documents back. Although Mr. Jiang was puzzled, he still did as he was told. What? Gan Lu raised his voice when he heard this, and even Mr. Gu mentioned by Mr. Jiang was not heard. Gu Chen is playing tricks on me? Gan Li's face suddenly changed, and he took back the documents and walked out angrily. President Jiang was stunned. He thought this person was an employee of Gu Chen, but it seems not. Half an hour later, Gan Lu, feeling angry, returned to the long-distance transport group. Gu Chen, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? He threw the documents in his hand onto the table and questioned Gu Chen. The curse that had been prepared in my heart was suppressed deeply after seeing Gu Chen's eyes. What do you mean? Also, remember to call me by my full name? Gu Chen said indifferently. Why are you playing tricks on me? Gan Lu paused for a moment and continued to ask questions. But it is much smaller than before. First, I'm not kidding you. I'm just testing you. Second, remember your current status. You should do whatever I tell you to do. Don't question me. Got it? Gu Chen continued to look at his documents and said without raising his head, You. Ganlo was stunned when he heard this. He clenched and unclenched his fingers, then clenched and unclenched them again. Finally, he sat back on the sofa next to him without saying a word. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, time to get off work. Gu Chen stretched out his body and finally finished the work. Let's go. It's time to get off work. Gu Chen looked at the silent Ganlu and said calmly. Ganlu stood up upon hearing this and followed Gu Chen. Chapter 056, I don't know how to spend the tens of billions in the card. Walking to the parking lot, Gu Chen threw the keys directly to Ganlu. Seeing Ganlu like a puppet, Gu Chen said directly, Why are you standing there? Drive. When Ganlu heard this, his expression suddenly brightened. Looking at this domineering and majestic supercar, the excitement in Gan Li's eyes was beyond words. Just like touching your wife, caress her gently. Gu Chen's mouth twitched when he saw this. It seemed that this guy really likes supercars. Then Gan Lu started the car skillfully and started on the road. Gu Chen glanced at Gan Lu and found that he was extremely serious when driving, like a devout believer. This was completely different from his previous appearance, which surprised Gu Chen a little. It seemed that this kid was not hopeless. The smooth movements at traffic lights, intersections, and overtaking opened Gu Chen's eyes. We reached Thompson first class very smoothly along the way. Ganlu touched the reverse disc reluctantly and was about to get off the car. What are you doing? Come pick me up tomorrow morning at 9. Then he stood up and closed the car door, leaving Ganlu puzzled. If you think about it carefully, you will understand. Looking at Gu Chen's back, he felt that Gu Chen was also so annoying. Then he started the car with even greater joy. Before, because Gu Chen was there, he drove very steadily. Now, he went directly to the outer ring and drove a few laps before returning to his home. Gan Yuan was already at home. How is it? What do you think today? Seeing his son come back, he immediately smiled and asked. Nothing. Hearing his father's question, he couldn't help but think of Gu Chen's words before, which made him ponder for a long time. After all, no one had ever said these words to him before, but he said it directly with a stubborn mouth. Finally, I returned to the room. And who is Gan Yuan? No one knows his son better than his father. He saw his son change on the first day and was immediately grateful to Gu Chen. It seems that the decision I made yesterday was the right one. Afterwards, he ignored his son and went back to work. The next day, Ganlu went to Thompson early to wait. Looking at the design inside, Ganlu was also moved. He didn't expect Gu Chen to live here. You know, real rich people live here. As I was thinking about it, I saw Gu Chen walking out slowly. Are we going to the same place as yesterday? Ganlu asked after Gu Chen got in the car. No, go to Taiyu Group. Gu Chen shook his head. Ganlu naturally had no objection and drove on the road. An hour later, we arrived at Taiyu Group. Hello, Chairman. Along the way, just like yesterday, the employees passing by greeted Gu Chen respectfully when they saw him, which made Ganlu feel incredible. What did I hear? Chairman? Taiyu Group is his. Many questions flashed through my mind. He didn't expect that the famous Taiyu Group would belong to him. It was not until he arrived at Gu Chen's office and saw Gu Chen sitting skillfully in the seat that belonged to only one person, with people coming to report on matters from time to time, that he believed that Gu Chen was really the chairman of Taiyu Group. Are you still the chairman of Taiyu? Finally, seeing a senior executive leave, Ganlu couldn't help but ask, Do you think I'm the same as you, only good at eating, drinking, and having fun? Gu Chen rolled his eyes at Ganlu. Ganlu blushed and then fell silent. Afterwards, he benefited a lot from listening to Gu Chen's skillful arrangements for various tasks and his unique insights. For a moment, my inner feelings towards Gu Chen were also quietly changing. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, time to get off work. Let's go. Gu Chen's voice rang in his ears, reminding him that he had gotten off work. He felt a little regretful. Why did he leave work so early? He had thought carefully about what Gu Chen had said before, and there were many things he didn't understand. In the car, he finally asked. Gu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to change so quickly, but he still explained it in detail. So the relationship between the two gradually became harmonious. On the third day, Gu Chen went to Huatian Hotel, which surprised Ganlu again. They all guessed how many industries Gu Chen had. Long-distance transport group. In the office, general manager He Fan stood aside and reported on his work. Mr. Gu, I just got the news that Ocean Shipping Company is preparing to sell their company's cargo ships. Manager Han said, Oh, boat. Gu Chen was stunned. Yes. We had our own cargo ships in the past, but we sold them in the end. Cargo ships are the largest mode of transportation today. I think if we can get a few more cargo ships, our transportation capacity will be greatly increased. Manager, he explained. Can. Gu Chen nodded, and he thought more. At that time, it will be more convenient for me to cooperate with those raw material suppliers myself, and I can also go global faster. However, with our company's financial resources, we can only buy one ship at most. Manager, he was very happy to hear that Gu Chen agreed, but he looked embarrassed in the end. No problem. If you're going to do it, make it big. You don't have to be responsible for the funding. Gu Chen said proudly. Since the money from EUA Group arrived, he directly paid off the bank loan. Currently, there is still more than 30 billion in the card. He is worried about how to spend it. Manager, he was overjoyed when he heard this. He already knew that the now prosperous Taiyu Group belonged to the boss, which made him even more enthusiastic. Taiyu Group has taken over all the raw material transportation channels within the province. But unfortunately, its long-distance development is limited at present, and it can only sign to spare for transportation across the country. So now he is seizing any opportunity to develop remotely. One more thing. Thinking of another thing, Manager He's face suddenly darkened. What's up? I just found out that someone has been targeting us remotely recently. Manager He reported. What? Did you find out? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen frowned. According to my investigation, it was the Dongfeng Transportation Group that did it, but there is no evidence. Let's not alert the enemy about this matter. After thinking about it, Gu Chen narrowed his eyes. Yes, let's go. Let's develop ourselves first. Go to Sino-Ocean Group. Afterwards, Gu Chen and his group went straight to the headquarters of Sino-Ocean Group. Today's world situation is gradually easing, and the world economy is also accelerating its integration, which has brought huge impacts to many domestic companies. Some people soar straight up, while others are knocked down by huge waves. One such case is Costco Shipping Group. After experiencing the impact of the world economy, its development gradually slowed down, and it was even on the verge of bankruptcy. It had to sell its cargo ships to recover funds. This time, Gu Chen did not drive his own car, but took the company car. Manager He, which forces will compete with us? Gu Chen asked on the way. The three major transportation groups in Jiang province will all come out, and many large and small companies will also go there. The Dongfeng Transportation Company that has a grudge against us is definitely going to be captured. Manager He showed a serious expression when he heard this. Oh, it looks like a tough battle. Gu Chen also put away his relaxed expression. Yes, if Manager He didn't know that his boss was the chairman of Taiyu Group, he wouldn't have the courage to compete. Then the car fell into silence. Only Gan Le seemed to be hesitant to speak. Forget it. Just buy as many as you can. Gu Chen shrugged in the end. Brother Chen. At this time, Gan Le couldn't help but scream. After a few days, Gan Le had already regarded Gu Chen as the person he admired the most, and he could even say the words Brother Chen fluently and skillfully. Huh? What's wrong? Gu Chen also looked at him with a smile. As the saying goes, a prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. It is no exaggeration to say that Gan Le is now completely transformed compared to before. Those playboys who used to hang out with him probably wouldn't recognize Gan Le if they saw him again. I know the young master of Sino-Ocean Group, Gan Le said after hesitating for a moment. We played together before, and we have a pretty good relationship. Maybe we can ask him for help. Oh, it seems you weren't such a fool before. Hearing this, Gu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Gan Le to have this kind of relationship, and immediately laughed. Ahem. Gan Le blushed and coughed when he heard this. Okay, then you can contact him. Maybe we can buy the boat directly from him. Then Gu Chen said seriously. Manager He also showed an expectant expression. He didn't expect that the person following Gu Chen all day long was actually a rich second generation. Good. Then Gan Le took out his cell phone, flipped to the previous number, and called. Hello? Liangzi. Hello? Lizi. Why did you bother to call me? A young voice came from the other end of the phone. Of course I have something to ask you, the boss. How are you doing recently? What do you want to talk to me about? I'm so worried lately. A company at home is about to go bankrupt. I didn't expect that our great Du family's eldest young master would also care about his own business. How rare. Gan Le immediately joked when he heard this. Fuck you. Come on, what's the matter? I heard that your ocean group is going to sell the ship. Gan Le went straight to the point. Yes, how did you know? How come your famous Gan Le has also turned over a new leaf? After hearing Gan Le's words, The other party admitted it directly. I have a big brother here, and he wants to buy all your boats. How about it? After saying this, he was actually a little nervous. After all, these playboys had the least regard for loyalty. What? You actually have an older brother? Unexpectedly, the focus of both parties was not on the same thing at all. Gan Lu touched his nose, looking a little embarrassed. Nonsense. Can you give me a definite answer? The price will be based on the market price. A cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Of course, but I would like to meet the big brother you mentioned. Okay, we're heading to your dock now. You can come over if you want. Chapter 057, I want to see why I can't set foot there. The two chatted for a few more sentences and then hung up the phone. Brother Chen, fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. He agreed. Ganlu looked at Gu Chen and said happily. Hearing this, the haze in Gu Chen's heart disappeared, and he looked at Ganlu and nodded repeatedly. Not bad. Thank you very much this time. What are you talking about, Brother Chen? Ganlu was delighted for a moment. Then his face turned stern. Thus, the tense atmosphere in the car disappeared, and several people started chatting in a relaxed manner, especially He Fan, who smiled like Methria Buddha. Everyone followed the navigation and soon arrived at the Oceanwide Group's company. However, due to company matters, the company was located near a pier. Boss Gu, we're here. Manager he saw the car stopped, turned his head to look outside, and then looked at Gu Chen and said. Gu Chen nodded and said with a smile, let's go. So he went down first, and manager Gan Li followed him down. Standing here, there is a scent of the sea in the air. Sir, are you here to attend our company's merchant ship sale? As I walked into the hall, a staff member asked kindly with a smile on his face. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't speak, manager he on the side immediately pushed on a smile and replied politely, yes. Please come this way. The sale has not started yet. You can take a seat and wait for a while. Upon hearing this, the staff became even more enthusiastic and started introducing things while leading the way. Well, thank you. Manager he nodded and thanked him. You're welcome. I saw the staff open a door that looked like a conference room and bowed to a few people. Gu Chen walked in directly and found that there were already quite a few people inside, and they all seemed to be competitors. Everyone in the conference room was also looking at the person who came in. When they saw Gu Chen, they were stunned at first and found that it was a stranger. When they were about to inquire secretly, they saw He Fan following behind. Hey, isn't this Mr. He, the manager of Yuanqing Group? Why, you want to join in the fun too? At this time, a group of people who were nearby spoke to He Fan in a sarcastic manner. Gu Chen was stunned and looked at He Fan. Boss Gu and his people are from Hongyan Group, one of the 3 major transportation groups in Jiang Province. They have always been at odds with us. He Fan lowered his head and explained to Gu Chen. Boss Wang doesn't know it now, but Yuanqing Group has a new boss, so manager he is naturally very confident. Seeing that He Fan ignored him, another voice sounded. Gu Chen looked again, and he recognized the person who was speaking this time. It was the person he met when he went to Yuanqing Group, Zhu Changhai from Dongfeng Transport Company. So that's how it is. Hongyan Group was immediately annoyed when they saw He Fan ignored him, but when they heard the other person reply, the two of them immediately started to sing a duet. A bunch of clowns. Gu Chen glanced at him disdainfully and walked directly to the seat next to him. Seeing this, He Fan didn't pay any attention and just followed suit. You. Seeing that the other party ignored him, he immediately felt humiliated and said angrily, I just don't know how many ships you can take down remotely later. I wonder what Mr. He's expression would be if he didn't buy a boat at the sale. Zhu Changhai also followed suit in mocking. He was determined not to let the other party get a boat. He was not sure at first, but when he saw Hongyan also took action, he immediately felt relieved. Don't bother worrying about it. You should just worry about whether you can get it later. He Fan, who was sitting, naturally did not have Gu Chen's concentration. He said with disdain on his face. He was naturally very confident and was already looking forward to being slapped in the face by the other party. Does manager he really think that he can do whatever he wants with a new boss? Zhu Changhai glanced at Gu Chen, who was calm, and said with a sneer. The transportation industry is not something that anyone can enter. Be careful not to fall into the abyss. The people from Hongyan Group looked at him with a warning. The threat is self-evident, and other transportation companies watching found it hilarious. Gu Chen opened his eyes at this time, looked at the other party and said calmly, Oh, I want to see why I can't set foot in this line. Gu Chen's calm eyes made the other person tremble all over, and he felt an overwhelming momentum rushing towards him. Even his boss didn't have this feeling. He was so frightened that he couldn't speak. It wasn't until Gu Chen withdrew his gaze that he breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to speak again. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. What was going on? They were scared away by the other party's eyes. They all looked at the Hongyun group with contempt. They naturally didn't know the feeling because they hadn't been there in person. The people from Hongyun group ignored it and waited quietly for the sale to begin. During this time, Dongfeng Transport Company stopped talking when they saw this. When everyone saw that there was no excitement, they all withdrew their gazes and prepared for the next fierce battle. Time passed slowly, and people came in from time to time. Just as everyone was waiting in a commotion, the small door of the conference room in front opened. A middle-aged man walked out from inside. Everyone became excited when they saw him. They all knew him. He was the general manager of Sino-Ocean Group and the host of this sale. When they saw the real owner appear, everyone looked forward to it, but they didn't notice the middle-aged man's apologetic look. He walked to the front of the stage, paused, and began to speak. "Welcome, everyone, to our Sino-Ocean Group." The bustling hall suddenly became quiet. "Let me first offer you my sincere apology." The middle-aged man looked at the puzzled expressions of the crowd. Although he looked embarrassed, he finally spoke out. "Regarding the sale of our ocean shipping group's merchant ships, the company has decided to suspend the sale. Everyone has made a wasted trip, so I would like to bring you a sincere apology on behalf of Ocean Shipping Group." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge conference room was so crowded that one could see a pin drop. Everyone was surprised by the news. Afterwards, Gu Chen and his group, who were sitting in the back, not only had no experience, but their faces were excited. "Manager Luo, what do you guys at Yuanyang mean? Are you kidding us?" At this time, someone finally couldn't help it and stood up to question. "That's right. We came all this way, and you just send us off with just one sentence. Yes, isn't this a waste of our time and energy?" At once, everyone came up to ask questions. The middle-aged man quickly replied, No, please forgive me. This is a mistake made by our Sino-Ocean Group." He didn't dare to offend the people below. After all, this represented 2/3 of the transportation industry in the entire Jiang province. Especially the people from Dongfeng Transport Company. Their expressions were particularly grim, and they took the lead in demanding an explanation from Costco Group. "Humph, what does your coming here have to do with our Sino-Ocean Group? We only announced the sale to the outside world and didn't ask you to come. Now I declare that the sale is canceled, and please leave immediately." At this time, a young man walked out from behind. When he heard the voices of the crowd, he frowned and replied directly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the other party to be so rude. It turned out to be a young man. "Boss Du," the middle-aged man, Manager Luo, called out respectfully. The young man nodded when he heard this and glanced down until he saw Gu Chen and others behind him, and then he smiled slightly. "Is this how you at Costco Group do things?" Zhu Changhai from Dongfeng Group said unwillingly. "It's not your turn to say how we do things in Yuanyang." The young man glanced at it with disdain. Manager Luo was afraid of offending the other party before, but he is not afraid now. After all, his family does not intend to get involved in the transportation industry, so naturally, he does not need to care about the bigwigs in the transportation industry who are present. Then he walked straight down and went to the back. "Lizzie, long time no see." He immediately hugged Ganlu. "Haven't seen you for a long time." After they separated, Ganlu introduced to Gu Chen. "Brother Chen, this is Du Liang mentioned earlier, my good friend." "Hello." Gu Chen greeted him with a smile. After all, he helped a lot this time. "Liangzi, this is my eldest brother, Gu Chen." Then Ganlu looked at Du Liang and introduced him with a smile. Du Liang looked at Gu Chen after hearing this. Seeing his calm demeanor, he knew that he was not an ordinary person, so he smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Gu." Afterwards, Ganlu introduced He Fan and his group to Du Liang, but they just nodded in response. "I heard from Lizzie before that he had found a big brother. We were all curious about who could conquer Lizzie. After meeting Mr. Gu, I understood." Du Liang said with a smile. "Excuse me, it was Lizzie who was willing to change. I just played a guiding role." Gu Chen shook his head, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. The other people in the conference room showed surprised expressions when they saw the head of Sino-Ocean Group talking and laughing with Gu Chen and others. Thinking of what had happened before, everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts, especially the Dongfeng Transport Company and the Hanyun Group. The faces of the two groups were unusually gloomy. "By the way, Liangzi, how many merchant ships does your family have?" After chatting for a while, under the gaze of manager, Ganla finally remembered the purpose of this trip and asked about it. Du Liang heard this and said directly, "My family has always been engaged in international transportation, so the ships are relatively large, 100,000-ton class. There are two in total, about 7 of 50,000 ton and 10,000 ton, and about a dozen below 10,000 tons." As soon as the words fell, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect there were so many ships. He thought there were only a dozen ships under 10,000 tons at most. Unexpectedly, what a big surprise. "Great. I didn't expect Mr. Du to be such a true man," Gu Chen said lightly with a smile on his face. These words made Du Liang's heart move. He originally thought that Gu Chen would be embarrassed when he said them. "You should know that the price of a cargo ship is 200 to 300 US dollars per ton, and the total value of these ships is nearly 10 billion. How could an average person come up with so much cash at once? Even his family is in considerable difficulty. But I didn't expect that Gu Chen in front of me didn't care at all." Chapter 058 News from ZTE Group. Everyone in the conference room is very concerned about Gu Chen. Before, they all breathed quickly when they heard Du Liang's words. They didn't expect that Sino-Ocean Group was so powerful. Then they all laughed at Gu Chen's joke. After all, not everyone can come up with so much money at once. Assets are nothing. These days, the one who takes out cash is the boss. "Okay, I want them all." Gu Chen just waved his hand and said heroically. Among the crowd, only Gan Le knew how much Gu Chen was worth. What? Not only Du Liang was surprised, but everyone else in the conference room also gasped. I didn't expect that they would buy it directly. It was Du Liang who reacted first, suppressing his inner surprise. "Okay, since Mr. Gu is so supportive, I will make the decision. All the cargo ships of our ocean group will be sold to Yuanshan Group. Happy cooperation." Gu Chen directly stretched out his right hand and smiled slightly. The same went for the measure. Just as he was about to stretch out his right hand, a voice came over. "Wait a minute." When everyone looked over, it was the Hanyuan Group from before. "Mr. Du, why did you sell all the ships to the other party when everyone came here, and even said you were canceling the sale? Please give us a reasonable explanation from Sino-Ocean Group." The man who was the head of Hanyuan Group asked with a straight face. Seeing someone taking the lead, Dongfeng Transport Company also asked. "Yes. Is Sino-Ocean Group making fun of us?" Then others followed suit. Upon hearing this, Du Liang's face darkened. He looked around and said, Explanation? What explanation do you need? I can sell my ship to whoever I want. Can you control me? I'm sorry to make a fool of myself, Mr. Gu. Please come over here, and let's go to the office to talk." Then, regardless of everyone's reactions, he smiled and said to Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded. "Okay." So the group left the meeting room. And only manager, he looked at the people from Dongfeng Transport Company and Hanyuan Group with disdain when he left. The latter felt a stuffy feeling in his chest. Gu Chen directly handed the matter over to manager He, and half an hour later the two sides finalized the details. For so many ships and the 3-year use rights of the dock, Gu Chen paid the other party a total of 800 million yuan. Just wait for Gu Chen to send someone to check the condition of the ship before you can transfer the money. Gu Chen handed all of this over to manager He, which made the latter very happy. "Thank you, Mr. Du, for what happened today. We have offended the transportation industry in Jiang province. But in the future, whenever Mr. Du needs transportation, we will be the one to do it." Gu Chen walked to the door and thanked Du Liang. Du Liang was also very happy to see that the contract was negotiated, and then waved his hands. No, I've been unhappy with him for a long time, and I also want to thank Mr. Gu for giving me this opportunity." Gu Chen shook his head and said nothing more. "Then we'll take our leave." Gu Chen then said goodbye to Du Liang. "Okay, I'll contact you later." Du Liang also happened to have a lot of things to do, so he didn't try to keep him. Originally, they didn't want him to get involved in this matter, but he came over because he was curious about the big brother that Ganla mentioned. However, the trip was worthwhile for him. He felt that Gu Chen must be no ordinary person, and there would be no harm in having a good relationship with him. On the way, Gu Chen looked at Ganla, who was driving at ease, and said with a smile, "Thank you for this, Lizi. Brother Chen, I didn't help much. I just introduced you too." Ganla shook his head upon hearing this and said indifferently, "Okay, I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Gu Chen looked at the other person's raised mouth corners and did not expose him. What happened next had nothing to do with Gu Chen. Manager, he took care of everything, and he was happy with it. To check the safety hazards of the cargo ship, professionals were naturally needed. At Gan Li's suggestion, they went directly to a ship-related school and invited several teachers over. The other party happened to be taking his classmates to practice, and the two sides hit it off. Return home in the evening. Mother Gu went out for a walk, and Father Gu was still working enthusiastically on the construction site, so only Gu Chen and Su Shishir were left at home. By the way, brother, didn't you ask me to investigate ZT group a few days ago? Suddenly, Shishir, who was playing with her phone, remembered something and looked up at Gu Chen. Gu Chen was also stunned when he heard this, and his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly signaled the other party to continue. I actually found out. According to someone I asked, it seems that ZTE Corporation is in financial crisis. Shishir nodded and continued. Gu Chen's face suddenly changed, and he asked anxiously, "Do you know what happened specifically?" I heard that they were researching a technology, but it was very expensive and seriously dragged down the finances of ZTE Group. So I heard that they were planning to sell the experimental laboratory. Su Shishir didn't know why Gu Chen was so anxious, but she still told him the news she had heard. Gu Chen naturally knew about the other party's project, which was probably a chip research project. It's just that the other party didn't seem to have figured it out, and it's still a bottomless pit, so would like to sell it and make some money back. But this is just right for Gu Chen. He knows clearly that the project will have results in another month, and it will be a result that will shock the world. Gu Chen can't help but be excited. Gu Chen asked excitedly, "When did this happen?" "1 day ago." Su Shishir replied honestly. "What?" Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this, and then he became worried. He was afraid that he would be sold out by ZTE today. "It seems that I should find a secretary. Otherwise, many things will be delayed if my efficiency is so slow in the future." Su Shishir looked at Gu Chen, whose face was changing without compensation. She knew what he was thinking and said with a smile, "Brother, don't worry. Although Zhongxing Group has announced that it wants to sell it, not many people are interested." "Oh." Gu Chen looked puzzled. In his opinion, this should be a hot topic, and many companies should come to compete with each other. One of them is that ZTE Group has not yet announced what the research project is. So many companies are hesitant to invest. Another reason is that ZTE Group is asking for too much, trying to make everyone a sucker, and the price is scary. Su Shishir explained with a smile. "Is that so? I wonder how much ZTE Group offered." Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that, and then asked curiously, "At least 5 billion. Su Shishir spoke in a tone of watching the fun. She just didn't believe that there would be anyone stupid enough to buy it directly. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that ZTE Group was asking for too much and was trying to get some money back from the next buyer. I heard that nearly 30 billion yuan has been invested in this project, but nothing has been discovered yet. I don't know how much more will be invested in the future. This is simply a money-eating beast. Even the huge and powerful ZTE Group can't withstand it." There were some groups that were interested, such as Tencent, Yuri, and Zhongkong, but after hearing the news, they all expressed no interest. Gu Chen's eyelids jumped when he heard the price. No wonder no one dared to take it over. He thought the tens of billions in his card were a lot, but when he met a real giant like that, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Scientific and technological research is a well-known money-burning pit. I estimate that the amount of money I invest won't even make a dent. However, everyone is still worried about the subsequent expenses. No one knows whether the research can be completed in the future, but I am not worried at all. After figuring this out, Gu Chen quickly made a decision, which was to get it as soon as possible while everyone was still waiting and watching, so as to avoid any more trouble. "All right, sure. Tomorrow you have to recruit a secretary position for me in the name of the company." After Gu Chen figured it out, he felt relieved, but there was no need to tell Shishir about this. Instead, he talked about another thing. "Yeah, okay." Shishir agreed directly. She knew that Gu Chen had other companies outside, and sometimes delayed information transmission would affect major events. Then Gu Chen thought of something and added, "Female only." Just kidding, how does the saying go? When there is work, the secretary does it. When there is nothing else? Although he didn't have this idea, who doesn't want to find a young, beautiful, and capable female secretary? It's very face-saving to carry it with you. "Ah, bro, what do you want to do?" Hearing this, Su Shishir became alert. In this world, the relationship between bosses and secretaries is mostly unclear, and she is a firm supporter of Chu Sini. Gu Chen felt guilty for a moment, then put on the airs of a brother. "What are you thinking? Female secretaries are more careful in their work." Su Shishir had no choice but to agree, but in her heart she was thinking about telling Chu Sini tomorrow. If she didn't take the initiative, others would take advantage of her. After the interview, I have to meet the employee in person before I can be considered to have officially joined the company. Gu Chen then glanced at Su Shishir, knowing what she was thinking. How could Monkey King possibly defeat Buddha? Looking at Su Shishir's embarrassed expression, Gu Chen laughed and went back to the room. However, he did not notice the flicker in Su Shishir's eyes. Otherwise, he would have been very alert. The night passed in a flash, and the morning sun gradually set along with the busy figures in the city. The workers also started a new day of work. Ganlu parked at the gate of the community, as usual. The security guards had been in close contact with him in the past few days. Mr. Gan is here to pick up Mr. Gu again? The security guard Dashu greeted him kindly. Ganlu naturally responded with a smile. Yes. After that, they chatted for a while, all of which were some gossips that the security guard had heard here, but they also made Ganlu very interested. Until Gu Chen came over. Mr. Gu is here, the security guard said kindly. Then Gu Chen got in the car, and the car quickly merged into the traffic flow. All right. Lizzie, does your dad know any leaders of ZTE Corporation? In the car, Gu Chen asked. After thinking about it, he felt that Ganlu should be able to give him some help. After all, he was a homegrown rich second generation. Chapter 059 Gu Chen inspired by ambition. Ganlu, who was concentrating on driving, was stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled. What a coincidence, a shareholder of ZTE Group had dinner at my house yesterday. Oh. Gu Chen became interested after hearing this. Uncle Zhang and my family are old friends. Is there anything wrong, Brother Chen? No need to use my dad, I know him. Ganlu replied with a smile. Yes, I want to discuss business with ZTE Group. Gu Chen nodded and then expressed his idea of acquiring the research laboratory released by ZTE Group. Brother Chen, you're also paying attention to this, but this is something that costs a lot of money and has no visible results. When Ganlu heard that Gu Chen was interested in that project, he suddenly became anxious. Seeing Gu Chen nod, he quickly told him the news he knew. Brother Chen, don't be impulsive. Yesterday, I heard Uncle Zhang say that the project was a bottomless pit. They invested more than 30 billion yuan in it without any results, so they wanted to throw this hot thing out. He truly admired Gu Chen, so naturally he had to persuade him. Gu Chen was very moved when he heard this. He knew Gan Li's kindness, but he couldn't say that he knew the truth. I know. Thank you for reminding me, but I am still very interested. Brother Chen, seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Ganlu had no other choice. He knew that once Gu Chen made a decision, he would not change it. Okay, Brother Chen, I'll help you contact the other party, but you should think about it carefully. Even ZTE Group can't afford it. Ganlu agreed. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Gu Chen smiled with confidence. Seeing this, Ganlu stopped talking, but the expression on his face revealed his worry. He didn't believe that no matter how rich Gu Chen was, he could be as rich as ZTE Group. Afterwards, Gu Chen went to Taiyu Group to handle affairs. At noon, while eating, Ganlu gave Gu Chen a message. Brother Chen, I contacted my uncle before, and he said he has time in the afternoon and can agree to meet you. Ganlu said to Gu Chen after sitting down. Hearing this, Gu Chen was delighted and said sincerely, Well, thank you for your fun. You can reply and tell him that I can find him in the afternoon. It's okay. Ganlu waved his hands, seeming to want to say something, but stopped talking in the end. ZTE Corporation, one of the top 100 electronics companies in China, is also the largest and most technologically advanced integrated circuit chip manufacturer in the country, a true behemoth. Its headquarters is located in Jiangjiazui, Huahai City, a veritable international enterprise. The headquarters building has more than 100 floors, and its strength is many times stronger than that of Taiyu Group. Looking at the huge building that reached into the sky, Gu Chen sighed repeatedly, saying that it was much more magnificent than his own company. However, he was full of enthusiasm at the moment and was not affected by this at all. Instead, it aroused his inner ambition. In the future, my group will definitely be more impressive and larger than this one. Ganlu on the side naturally felt the changes in Gu Chen and felt that hiring a car at this moment was the real vigor of a young man. Before, he felt that although Gu Chen was extremely steady, he did not look like a young man in his 20s. Brother Chen, let's go. Having come this far, they naturally cannot give up halfway, and Ganlu stopped trying to persuade them. Let's go. Gu Chen, whose fantasy was interrupted by Ganlu, blushed and took the first step. Hello, sir. How can I help you? The professional front desk asked. Gu Chen responded with a smile. Shall we look for Mr. Zhang? Do you have an appointment? Gu Chen nodded. So the front desk checked and let us go directly. And naturally, there was someone to lead the way. By the way, does your uncle have a say in the company? In the elevator, Gu Chen remembered something and asked Ganli Deo, who was familiar with the route. Of course. Ganla had a proud expression. The guide in the elevator looked at Ganlu in surprise. He didn't expect that the general manager of the group was his uncle. Then he became more respectful and enthusiastic. The elevator arrived with a ding, and Gu Chen looked and saw that it stopped on the 88th floor. Gentlemen, Mr. Zhang is inside. I will go down first. The staff took the two people to a door and spoke respectfully. Thank you. Gu Chen nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Unexpectedly, Ganlu walked straight in without even knocking. Uncle Zhang, gagne le chuté d'enthousiastically. Gu Chen looked over and saw a solemn-looking middle-aged man sitting there handling official business. When he heard Ganli's voice, his frown instantly melted away. The aura on his body dissipated. You kid, why didn't you knock when you came in? The authentic Hua Haiyan voice came over. Gu Chen, who had lived here for nearly 5 years, naturally had no pressure to listen to it. Then the middle-aged man looked at Gu Chen with a scrutinizing look. However, Gu Chen was not at all inferior to the other party's momentum, but was even more coercive. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. What a joke. Gu Chen is now a fully grown boss of several companies, and his aura is even greater than before. Then Gu Chen gathered his momentum and took 2 steps forward. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Gu Chen, the chairman of Taiyu Group. It's an honor to meet you. He introduced himself to the other party with a smile. Ganlu on the side naturally wanted to help his eldest brother. Yes, Uncle Zhang, this is my eldest brother, Gu Chen. Hello, Mr. Gu. The middle-aged man also smiled. He had known about Gu Chen's identity before, and also about what Gan Yuan said to him last night, so he was naturally extremely curious about Gu Chen. Not bad. However, the more he looked at Gu Chen, the more extraordinary he felt, and his aura overwhelmed him. Mr. Zhang should know why I'm here, right? Sitting in the reception area, Gu Chen got straight to the point. The middle-aged man nodded when he heard this. Yeah, Shala told me about it on the phone before. At this point, he looked at Gu Chen with some surprise. You know, this is not a small project, but a large project worth tens of billions. Those giants dare not take it over. Unexpectedly, an outsider would have the courage to come. If things go wrong, the result will be bankruptcy and liquidation. He didn't know where this young man got his confidence from. So I'll get straight to the point with Mr. Zhang. I wonder if your company is really interested in selling that laboratory? Gu Chen said with a smile. Of course, the middle-aged man nodded. And the price your company offered is 5 billion? That's right. Okay then, I'll take it right away. Hearing this, Gu Chen didn't waste any words and made a decision directly. Forehead. After hearing what Gu Chen said, not only the middle-aged man was stunned, but Gan Lu who followed him was also the same, and he was completely petrified. Is this how you negotiate business? Mr. Gu, are you kidding? The middle-aged man came back to his senses and looked at Gu Chen in disbelief. Gu Chen said seriously, Of course. If Mr. Zhang can make the decision, we can sign the contract now. Are you kidding? Gu Chen doesn't have so much time to talk. It's better to cut the Gordian knot and get it sooner and feel at ease sooner. Brother Chen, don't be impulsive. Ganlu also advised. Don't worry, I know my limits. Gu Chen spoke calmly and gave Ganlu a reassuring look. Ahem, please wait a moment, Mr. Gu. I can't make such a big decision alone. The middle-aged man looked a little unnatural, then smiled bitterly. Gu Chen said calmly, as if he understood. It's okay, Mr. Zhang can give me the answer as soon as possible. I am very sincere. Then the middle-aged man went to report, and Gu Chen was the only one who was happy in the huge office. Brother Chen, there's no need to be so anxious. If we continue the negotiation, they will probably lower the price. Ganlu couldn't wait to persuade him. I know, but it's better to do it as quickly as possible. Even if I continue to negotiate, the price won't be reduced. I might as well just order directly. This way, I can leave a good impression in their eyes. Gu Chen said with confidence in his eyes. After hearing this, what else could Ganlu say? He didn't even care about hundreds of millions. He was now a little curious about where Gu Chen could get so much cash. Although Taiyu's market value was hundreds of billions, it didn't have much cash. He knew this. Not to mention that he took out 800 million in cash in one go yesterday. Half an hour later, the middle-aged man walked in with a happy look on his face. Haha, Mr. Gu, let's have a pleasant cooperation. He came directly in front of Gu Chen and said generously, "You have to know that he was the one who negotiated this deal, so the benefits to him are self-evident." Happy cooperation. Gu Chen was overjoyed when he heard this, but he suppressed it. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and reminded, "Would you like to go and see the research laboratory, Mr. Gu? After all, this was brought by my nephew." "Oh, is it okay?" Gu Chen was stunned. "I can still make the decision on this," the middle-aged man said generously. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen was overjoyed. So they went directly to the research laboratory. The laboratory is naturally not here, but in the high-tech park not far away. In the car, "Mr. Gu, I won't hide it from you. We didn't plan to start this project at the beginning, but the director who led the experiment was an international master who was nominated for the Nobel Prize. So we just started the project. But we didn't expect this to be such a money-spending place. We spent nearly 40 billion in total, but didn't even find a penny. So everyone was getting impatient and wanted to give up the project, but we didn't expect that Director Lin, the person in charge of the experiment, would never agree." Speaking of this, the middle-aged man also sighed. "So we can only sell it. But don't worry, Mr. Gu. We signed a 20-year contract with him. With his ability, as long as he gives up this project and studies other projects, you will not suffer any loss." In the end, feeling that he had let Gu Chen down, the middle-aged man gratefully made amends. Then why doesn't Mr. Zhang keep it for himself? If Gu Chen hadn't known the truth a month later, he would have been really shocked by this news. Alas, these scientists are all a bunch of stubborn lunatics. He said that if he doesn't research this project, he is not good at researching ahem. Hearing Gu Chen's words, he complained bitterly and finally remembered something and suddenly felt embarrassed. Chapter 060 Research Laboratory. Director Lin. Time passed slowly as the few people talked, and soon the car stopped safely in an open space. "Mr. Gu, we're here," said the middle-aged man with a smile. Then a few people walked down directly. Gu Chen looked around and found that the place was basically blocked by various high walls. He could only see the building in front of him, which was a protruding, semicircular building. "Mr. Gu, don't be fooled by the fact that this is all made of glass. It is actually very hard, no worse than concrete buildings. In addition, most Chinese medicine laboratories are basically underground, so it goes without saying that they are safe." Seeing that Gu Chen didn't speak, the middle-aged man explained with a smile. "Oh, are the laboratories here our own or official?" Gu Chen asked curiously. The middle-aged man knew what Gu Chen was worried about, and he did not hide it. "The land belongs to the government, but these buildings were built by ourselves, so this laboratory is also ours. No, it will soon belong to Mr. Gu." Gu Chen nodded when he heard this and followed the middle-aged man in. First, there were several security guards standing outside. All of them were strong and muscular men. "Mr. Zhang, they are." The leader was obviously a familiar middle-aged man. "They will be the new owners of this institute. I'll bring them over to have a look." After the middle-aged man explained, the security guard was obviously relieved, but he was still very vigilant. After checking under the instrument and placing the phone there, the security guard opened the door of the laboratory. "Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, but we have to do this every time we come here. After all, safety comes first," the middle-aged man explained. Gu Chen knew it, of course. "Mr. Zhang is too serious. I understand." Then we walked to the circular building, where there was an elevator leading to the underground, but the elevator could only be opened after fingerprints, pupils, and password unlocking. Gu Chen nodded repeatedly. Although this was extremely troublesome, it was very safe. After getting off the elevator, there is a protective door that you need to communicate with the person inside to confirm your identity before it can be opened. So Gu Chen went through all these things before finally arriving at the laboratory. Gu Chen was dazzled by the various sophisticated instruments, and the researchers did not show any curiosity about the visitors. "Mr. Zhang, Director Lin is still in the materials laboratory. Please go to the office and wait for a while." A young man wearing glasses said this when he saw the middle-aged man and his group. The middle-aged man nodded when he heard this. "Okay." Then he walked through a series of laboratories and came to a remote corner. The office was not big, and it could only accommodate a desk and a sofa and nothing else. It was a bit messy inside, with all kinds of books and materials scattered everywhere, and the various papers looked like Taoist talismans. Gu Chen didn't understand anything at all. Director Lin and his colleagues are too busy with work and have no time to clean the house. The middle-aged man explained to Gu Chen awkwardly. Gu Chen nodded to show his understanding. Not long after, the office door was hurriedly opened, and a middle-aged man in a lab coat walked in. He He was wearing a pair of glasses, and his hair was messy like a chicken coop. Director Lin? Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man called out respectfully. There's nothing he can do. Although he's the general manager of the group, no one respects him at all. Even when the chairman of the group comes, he still acts like this. Director Lin's heavy voice came out, and then he looked at Gu Chen and others. He already knew that a new boss would come before he came. Gu Chen was also sizing up this great scientist. He knew that in a month, the other party would become famous throughout the world. But now, he is just a sloppy man. His eyes are extremely pure. The middle-aged man quickly introduced. Come on, Mr. Gu, Director Lin. Let me introduce you. This is the new boss of this research institute, Gu Chen, pointing to Gu Chen beside him. He pointed to Director Lin opposite him, looked at Gu Chen, and said, This is Director Lin Yanglin, who is also the project leader of the laboratory. Gu Chen was the first to come out and say hello. Hello, Director Lin. Happy cooperation in the future. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, especially since he is his next boss. Director Lin also smiled. Hello, Mr. Gu. Although he doesn't like the ways of the world, he is not without emotional intelligence. He just hopes that the new boss can support him to continue the experiment. Alas, it's his fault that he hasn't produced any results yet. Otherwise, ZTE Group would not have cut off this project. Looking at Gu Chen's young face, he was full of anxiety about the future. After that, they talked for a few more words, and Director Lin left them and returned to the laboratory. Mr. Gu, don't be surprised. Director Lin has always been like this. The middle-aged man quickly explained to Lin Yang. Gu Chen smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. What a joke. This will be his cash cow. He can't wait to curry favor with her. Then Director Lin's assistant, a postdoctoral fellow who followed him, took everyone on a detailed tour of the laboratory. All the test personnel knew that this person would be their future boss, and they were all worried about their future. It was not until Director Lin got angry that everyone gradually put their thoughts to rest. After going out, Gu Chen didn't waste any time and directly called Lawyer Lin to come over, and the two parties quickly signed the contract. If I tell you, no one would believe it, but a multi-billion-dollar negotiation was finalized in less than a day. It was simply the fastest signing in history. Afterwards, Gu Chen directly transferred 5 billion yuan, causing the middle-aged man to exclaim that Mr. Gu was a young and promising man. Finally, the chairman of ZTE Corporation came out in person, and everyone had a meal and then left. Brother Chen, are you dreaming? You just bought it in one day? On the way, Ganla hadn't reacted yet, and asked Gu Chen in disbelief. Gu Chen smiled. Nonsense. In the next few days, the middle-aged man took Gu Chen to take over the entire laboratory, running around various official departments nonstop every day. After all, a research laboratory is not something you can just buy casually. ZTE Group also leaked the news that the chip research laboratory had officially changed hands. As soon as the news came out, it instantly attracted most of the internet companies. They were extremely curious that they dared to act so quickly at this time, and many groups secretly felt regretful. I am extremely curious about the mysterious person who took over this project. Several major leading groups even secretly speculated that it was their rivals who secretly bought it, until ZTE Group revealed the news, which surprised them greatly. For a moment, the name Gu Chen instantly came into everyone's sight. Everyone was wondering who this Gu Chen was, and why they had never heard of him before. There are no secrets in the information age, not to mention that it would be very easy for the big bosses in the information age to know. What surprised them even more was what happened next. It turned out that this Gu Chen was not even in their field. All we know is that he is the chairman of Taiyu Group, chairman of Remote Transportation Group, owner of a 5-star hotel, and chairman of the newly emerging Tianjin real estate in Huahai City. There is almost no other private information about him. Of course, this information has already made them extremely curious and amazed. At such a young age, he is actually in charge of several groups, and his personal assets are estimated to have reached hundreds of billions. This is what shocked them. However, they couldn't find out anything about other aspects, which shocked them greatly. They realized that Gu Chen must have an extraordinary identity, and it was not something they could find out. Gu Chen didn't know all this. At this time, he had just finished all the formalities, so he directly founded a loan-ting company and transferred the laboratory to the company. Before he had time to rest, he received a call from Director Lin, asking him to report to him. Without working, Gu Chen had to return to the laboratory again. This time, the security guards let him in directly. Nonsense. Have you ever seen the boss of a company trying to harm his own company? Mr. Gu, Most of the research in the laboratory has been stopped. These are all the data for this project. Director Lin directly handed a large piece of information in his hand to Gu Chen and said. Gu Chen took it and read it carefully. After Director Lin's explanation, he knew why ZTE Group still wanted to sell the laboratory after investing so much money. This is not only a gold-burning cave, but also a gold-burning cave with no future to be seen. The losses are millions every day. Even if you have a mine at home, you can't afford such a toss. Gu Chen frowned repeatedly when he saw this. If he didn't know the result, he would have started cursing. After Director Lin finished speaking, he saw that Gu Chen did not speak but frowned. He was not surprised at all and smiled self-deprecatingly. Mr. Gu, this is the current situation. Just tell me whether to continue. Okay, all experiments cannot be stopped for a moment. Keep researching. Gu Chen reacted, saw Director Lin's expression, and said firmly, Are you kidding? If we don't continue, won't the billions we just spent be wasted? Huh. Now it was Director Lin's turn to question. He thought that Gu Chen would definitely stop the project after knowing the situation. Director Lin, don't worry about your research. I will inject another 10 billion into the Longting Group's account, so don't worry. Gu Chen waved his hand and said heroically. Director Lin already knew that this laboratory now belonged to Gu Chen, and he also knew that Gu Chen had put it in the hands of his company. Hearing this, Director Lin didn't react at first, but when he saw that Gu Chen didn't seem to be joking, he was moved. People are like this. They will take it for granted that someone is helping you when you don't need it. But when you are in a desperate situation, even a small amount of help will make you deeply touched. Director Lin is in this situation now. After he was nominated for the Nobel Prize, his fame rose instantly. He knew how many big companies and groups wanted him. So he joined a big group with full confidence and was warmly received by them at first. But after so long without any results, he was naturally abandoned. This is the nature of capital. How could he, a pure academic, know this? Chapter 061, Aren't You the Anchor? But this did not prevent him from being greatly disappointed. And now, in his disappointed heart, Gu Chen suddenly understood him and believed in him very much, which made him feel like finally finding sweet rain after a long drought and meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Boss Gu, don't worry, I will never let you down. Director Lin decided on the spot. This kind of determination is what Gu Chen wants. Okay, I believe Director Lin will figure it out. So Director Lin, who was full of energy, continued to work hard with full enthusiasm, and Gu Chen was completely relieved. Everything is ready, just 1 month to wait. So Gu Chen spent the next few days relaxing, and his daily workload was naturally pitifully small. He had just finished inspecting the construction site in the new district and was chatting with his father in the dust. Dad, if you don't go back, Mom will really kill you, Gu Chen said with a wry smile. But Father Gu didn't care at all and just waved his hand. Don't worry, she's just talking. I'll be back after I finish this period. The company is new, and there are still many problems to solve. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Gu Chen had no choice but to do it. At this time, his cell phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was Sher calling. Hello? Hello? Chairman, the secretary you asked me to interview has already been interviewed these days. I have 3 in total, and you are just waiting for your choice. Sher's voice rang out. Huh? So soon? Gu Chen was stunned. If Sher hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten it. After hearing this, Sher no longer wanted to complain about Gu Chen and said unhappily, Of course. There are so many people who want to work at Taiyu now. As soon as I sent out this message, I received dozens of job applications that day. Okay, I'll be there right away. After hearing this, Gu Chen didn't want to stay here any longer. After saying goodbye to Laozi, he headed straight for Taiyu Group. A few hours later, the car was parked safely in the underground parking lot. Gu Chen didn't have time to wipe off the dust on his body. When he returned to the office and was about to call Su Sher over, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Chu Sini walked in with her long legs. Huh? Gu Chen was surprised when he saw who it was. Because he had to carry out comprehensive cooperation with international suppliers. He hadn't seen Chu Sini for a long time. Why? You don't welcome me? Chu Sini saw Gu Chen's expression and immediately pretended to be sad. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen quickly apologized with a smile. Ahem, no. Have you finished discussing things with Mr. Chu? Of course. Chu Sini looked proud. Thanks to the communication during this period, she has signed cooperation agreements with 2/3 of the suppliers. Congratulations. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Chu. Gu Chen was also very happy. He didn't expect that she would really take him down. That's right. But I heard that Mr. Gu seems to be recruiting a secretary. When Chu Sini heard Gu Chen's praise, the corners of her mouth rose consciously, and then her face changed, and she asked casually, "Yeah, not bad." Gu Chen was stunned, but still admitted it. Mr. Gu should have found a secretary a long time ago. Now it happens that I also want to hire a secretary. Why don't we do it together? How about it? Chu Sini said to Gu Chen with a smile. If Shir hadn't told her about this, she would have never known that after what happened before, she became more proactive. Ahem, Mr. Chu should naturally have a secretary. I have no problem with that. After hearing what Chu Sini said, he had no objection at all, but rather felt guilty. So Chu Sini arranged the interview directly. Gu Chen glanced at Su Shir and instantly understood. It was obvious that this was the report written by this girl. In a bright meeting room, Gu Chen and Chu Sini were sitting on one side when 3 job-seeking women walked in from outside the door. For a secretary, the first impression is naturally the most important. So the looks of the 3 are all within the good-looking range, except that one is more handsome than the 2 of them put together. Hello, everyone. Please take a seat first. Chu Sini looked at the 3 people who came in, glanced at them casually, and her gaze stayed on the third person for a long time. There was also great amazement in her eyes. He was not much different from herself. At this time, Gu Chen also raised his head and looked over, and was stunned for a moment. It's you, they both said in surprise. Chu Sini and the other 2 women were stunned. Did they know each other? The 2 job-seeking women had lost hope at this point. They couldn't compete with the other party in terms of looks, nor in terms of academic qualifications. In addition, the other party knew the interviewer, so they all wanted to leave. Chu Sini's heart was filled with alarm. They knew each other before? How come I didn't know? What is their relationship like now? Do you know each other? Chu Sini asked, suppressing the doubts in her heart. Yeah, Gu Chen nodded. Are you an anchor? Why are you here for a secretary interview? Gu Chen turned and looked at Yin Qing, who was also surprised. That's right, this woman is Yin Qing, who had met Gu Chen several times before. The story goes back a few days ago. After Yin Qing separated from Gu Chen, she thought about the danger of today and decided to leave the live broadcast industry. So she planned to resign the next day. Since Mr. Gan had spoken, her guild naturally did not dare to use the contract as an excuse and simply let her leave. But after leaving, she didn't know what kind of job to do. She majored in language and literature in college, which is not easy to find a job in today's society. Only high-level secretarial talents who work in state-owned enterprises or social institutions and assist leaders in their work and organizations are referred to as secretaries. At the beginning, she naturally submitted her resume to the campus recruitment. With her status as a graduate of a prestigious university and her good looks that were good enough to make her debut, she had no shortage of companies recruiting her. But when she first joined the company, the boss was very kind to her. But after a while, disgusting thoughts emerged, hinting at what she was going to do. So she simply resigned. But I didn't expect that I would still have to find a secretarial job in the end. But this time, she was extremely cautious. After many days of review, Taiyu Group came into her sight. In addition, Chu Sini was the idol of all the women in their Huahai city. So she submitted her resume, and without a doubt, she passed all the hurdles and reached the final stage, but she did not expect that the interviewer was someone she knew. My university major match secretary, so I came here. I don't want to be a host anymore. Yin Qing explained. Gu Chen nodded after hearing this. After that, the 2 of them stopped talking and went straight into the normal interview process. Chu Sini naturally targeted Yin Qing and asked many sharp questions. However, Yin Qing himself was very strong, and he responded to all the problems in an organized and calm manner. Even Chu Sini, who likes to find fault, thinks Yin Qing is a rare talent. The balance in his heart naturally tilted towards her, but he was very hesitant in his heart whether he should recruit this underestimator and spend time with her day and night. Okay, today's interview ends here. Thank you all for your cooperation. If anyone is selected, we will call you to inform you. Chu Sini looked at Gu Chen, who nodded, and she ended the interview. The 3 women quickly stood up to thank him and left. However, Yin Qing's face was full of confusion and inexplicable disappointment. She was sensitive in her heart and knew that Gu Chen and her idol had a special relationship. And after knowing that Gu Chen knew her, she felt hostile. This made her very disappointed. Tell me about it, Mr. Gu. I didn't realize you knew such a pretty girl. After they left, Chu Sini looked at Gu Chen with a half-smile. We met a few times, right? You know Ganlo, right? Seeing Chu Sini nod, he continued, I was having dinner with his father at the time, and suddenly she ran in and said that someone was trying to force her, so I rescued her. So simple? A hero saving a beauty? Chu Sini said sourly at this time. What's even more coincidental is that the one who forced her was that kid Ganla. At this point, Gu Chen just laughed. It was such a coincidence that night. Then Gu Chen told Chu Sini what happened that night. Chu Sini smiled, and then lost her good impression of Ganla. He sympathized with Yen Qing's situation and admired her talent, but she was also very worried. With a woman's sixth sense, she would know that Yen Qing must have a good impression of Gu Chen. Thinking of this, she felt very hesitant. How is it, Mr. Chu? Do you want to find that secretary? Gu Chen didn't think so much and asked with a smile. Of course I'm going to find Miss Yen Qing Yen. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Chu Sini's eyes turned, and she said with a smile. Gu Chen had good vision. When he saw Yen Qing's ability, he knew that she was also a good secretary. Coupled with her good looks, it was a definite plus. Naturally, he was moved. He also understood Chu Sini's thoughts and concerns, so he was naturally very hesitant. Otherwise he, as the chairman, would have just given an order. So for a moment, both of them were worried about something and didn't notice until Su Shirsher came in. Seeing Su Shirsher was like seeing a life-saving straw for Chu Sini. She quickly pulled her aside and told her everything. Su Shirsher exclaimed that she had missed a big show, and she was very embarrassed in the end. She naturally supported Chu Sini to be her sister, and even her aunt agreed. Sister Sini, we can't let her stay with my brother. Otherwise, I'm afraid my brother will make mistakes. Su Shirsher thought for a while and said. Chu Sini naturally knew this truth. Su Shirsher looked at Gu Chen next to her and continued, Sister Sini, I think you might as well accept her as your secretary. There will be no problem between the two of them under your nose. Besides, she is out in the open, so it is even more impossible for her to have any intersection with my brother. Hearing this, Chu Sini was stunned. Yes, if it weren't for this time, she wouldn't have known that there was a woman out there who was no worse than her and liked Gu Chen. If there really was something going on, it would be too late for her by then. After figuring it out, Chu Sini's eyes gradually regained their former luster. She was just worried out of her mind. Chapter 062, What Bad Intentions Could I Have? Boss Gu, since you don't have any ideas, then Miss Yin is my secretary. Is there anything wrong with that? Chu Sini blinked her big, watery eyes and looked at Gu Chen with a pitiful expression. Su Shirsher also stared at Gu Chen, trying to put pressure on him. Gu Chen sighed and could only agree. Okay then. Chu Sini felt relieved, but Gu Chen didn't want to. So Chu Sini went to handle the affairs. Brother, I think you should confess your feelings to Sini as soon as possible. She is almost like a frightened bird now. Look at her smart mind in the past. Why did she still need me to remind her? It's because she cares about you too much. Su Shirsher looked at Gu Chen and whispered. I know. Gu Chen nodded. How come I ended up looking like a heartless man? I just wanted to find a secretary. What bad intentions could I have? Gu Chen was very depressed, but he also felt that what Su Shirsher said made sense. He and Chu Sini both had feelings for each other, but neither of them had broken that last bit of membrane. Finally, he returned to the office and saw the man sitting on the sofa playing with his mobile phone before he realized what was going on. How could I have forgotten him? He naturally knew about the conflict between Gan Lu and Yen Qing. Lizzie, can I tell you something? What's up, Brother Chen? Gan Lu raised his head and asked in confusion. Gu Chen smiled bitterly. The girl you wanted to force yourself on that night is about to become an employee of our group. Gan Lu looked a little embarrassed when he heard that. Don't worry, you won't see her often. She is now Mr. Chu's secretary. Gu Chen comforted. Unexpectedly, Gan Lu looked at Gu Chen for a few seconds and then showed a playful smile. He naturally knew the relationship between Gu Chen and Chu Sini, and Yen Qing was not bad either. He looked like he was enjoying the show, which caused Gu Chen to punch him a few times. How can he explain that he and Yen Qing have no relationship so that everyone will believe him? In the next few days, apart from signing work documents, Gu Chen basically did not come to Taiyu and stayed remotely. Since no one believes it, he will try to avoid it. On this day, Gu Chen was in the remote group office again. Suddenly his phone rang. Hello? Mr. Chu, what's wrong? Something happened. Chu Sini stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the office, her pretty face showing a hint of worry. What's wrong? Gu Chen was stunned. Haven't we negotiated a cooperation agreement with international suppliers before? They have already prepared the raw materials and are waiting for us to ship them. But how could the previous transportation company transport so much? So I quickly contacted several other transportation companies, and they all clearly rejected us. Chu Sini spoke incoherently. She had been in charge of this matter all along. Now that such a big thing had happened, she panicked instantly when she found no way to solve it. Oh, haven't you already negotiated with a few of them? Gu Chen asked with a frown. Perhaps after hearing Gu Chen's voice, Chu Sini's nervous expression eased. Not bad, but they all said that something happened suddenly. Either the crew asked for leave, or the cargo ship was under maintenance. Looks like someone is secretly messing with me. Gu Chen understood after hearing this. Yes, there are shadows of the Bai group and the Zhou group. Hearing this, news about the two families appeared in Gu Chen's mind. The Bai group and the Zhou group are both well-known companies in the manufacturing industry. Taiyu Group was originally just a material supplier and had a cooperative relationship with them. But this year, Taiyu officially entered the manufacturing industry and formed a competitive relationship with them. In addition, the market has already formed a stable situation. Once Taiyu arrives, it will impact their industry and seize their market share. How can they tolerate this? But they were holding someone's weak spot, so they dared not act openly and could only do it secretly. The most urgent task now is to find a cargo ship to transport the cargo materials back. Chu Sini didn't hear Gu Chen's words and continued to speak anxiously. Although she knew that Gu Chen had a transportation group, it only had land transportation and no sea transportation. Haha, don't worry, Gu Chen then said with a smile. After that, Gu Chen comforted her for a long time before hanging up the phone. Humph, you're really looking for death. Gu Chen's face was gloomy. Manager please come to my office. He said this on the phone on the desk and then said no more. A few minutes later, Manager was already standing in front of Gu Chen. Is the cargo ship I bought some time ago ready to go out to sea? Yes, sure. Upon hearing this, Manager nodded in confirmation. Gu Chen was relieved. Okay, you go to Taiyu later and contact President Chu. She will explain it to you. Yes, I'll be there right away. Manager didn't dare to hesitate and rushed to Taiyu without stopping. The president's office of Taiyu Group is next to the chairman's office. At this time, Chu Sini still looked very worried, although Gu Chen said he had a way. Next to her, there was also a desk, which was the desk of the secretary who had been recruited before. Yin Qing had given up hope, but not long after she returned, she received a call from Taiyu Group's Human Resources Department, telling her that she could start working. This surprised her for a moment, but she hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Unexpectedly, it was Chu Sini's secretary. She had known for some time that Gu Chen was the chairman of Taiyu. He was shocked but also took it for granted. However, she soon devoted all her energy to her work, and Chu Sini did the same, so their work efficiency increased several times. We did develop a bit of tacit understanding. Yanqing admires his idol very much, and Chu Sini is also very satisfied with Yanqing. However, a phone call she received that morning had left her stunned for a moment. After learning the whole story, she couldn't help but worry. I looked at Chu Sini and really didn't know how to comfort her. At this time, a call from the front desk came directly to her. Hello? Hello? Assistant Yin, it's like this. The general manager of Yuanqing Group said he wants to meet with President Chu. I wonder if President Chu has time? The voice from the front desk rang out. Yin Qing hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Originally, Yin Qing's position was secretary, but Chu Sini felt that it was a waste of her talent, so she changed it to assistant. Mr. Chu, the general manager of Yuanqing Group wants to see you for something important and will be there soon. Yin Qing reminded in a soft voice. Sure enough, Chu Sini recovered quickly and waited for the other party to arrive. Manager I don't know why you were here this time. Mr. Chu, I was sent by Mr. Gu. He said you need my help. Manager didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. Forehead. Chu Sini was stunned. He did need the help of the transportation group, but he only needed sea transportation. Does Manager have a cargo ship? Chu Sini thought for a moment and asked. She believed that Gu Chen would know it. After hearing what Manager said, Chu Sini instantly rose from Silicon Valley to the top of the mountain. Chu Sini, who had regained her spirits, immediately negotiated cooperation with Manager I remember there were no cargo ships before the long-distance ones. After signing the contract, Chu Sini asked curiously. That's right, Mr. Chu, but you also said it was before. Manager also replied with a smile. Then he told Gu Chen about purchasing the cargo ship. So that's how it is? Chu Sini suddenly realized. No wonder Gu Chen was so calm before. Okay, I'll go back and make the arrangements first. Mr. Chu, please arrange for someone to come over as soon as possible. We can go out to sea soon. Upon seeing this, manager he said goodbye. Good. Chu Sini was very happy at this moment, as she had resolved the problem. Boss Chu, Mr. Gu, does the chairman have other companies? Yin Qing, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but ask. That's right. Manager he's remote group also belongs to Gu Chen. Hearing Chu Sini's words, Yin Qing opened his mouth wide, and his face became even more bitter. At this time, it is the office of the chairman of Bai Group. Two radiant middle-aged men sat opposite each other. Looks very excited. Old White, you did a great job of cutting off the source of the trouble, the other person said with a laugh. Ah, this time they're going to suffer a huge loss. Lao Bai was extremely happy when he heard this, as this trick was his idea. They suffered heavy losses this time, but it won't happen again in the future. After the two laughed for a while, the other one said worriedly. That's right. The damn Tiana group is so useless that it can't even protect its suppliers. Old White is also powerless. After all, as the boss of a big company, he has a good vision. This time, Taiyu can only suffer heavy losses, but he is far from being seriously injured and will be able to react soon. It seems we should have made plans early. Otherwise, once Taiyu finds out, our two families will face a raw material crisis. Another person said worriedly. Lao Bai smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, Lao Zhou. I've already contacted the supplier, but the shipping fee is a bit more expensive. It's a bit expensive, all right, Lao Zhou said with a little relief. But what can they probably deliver? About half a month. But our reserves can only last for 3 days. Old Zhou became anxious when he heard this. It's okay. Aren't we still together with Taiyu? They definitely can't take care of us during this period. Lao Bai looked as if he had everything under control. Only these words made Lao Zhou feel relieved. For a moment, the two of them were even happier. The two people are the chairman of Bai Group and Zhou Group. At this time, Lao Bai's cell phone rang. Hello. Oh no. Chairman, Taiyu Group has found Yuanqing Group, and now they have gone out to sea. At this time, an anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. What? Hearing this, the smile on Lao Bai's face froze, and he asked in disbelief. Chapter 063 The Chip is born. Gu Chen is excited. There was so much space in the office that you could see a pin drop. The two of them were silent for a long time. What should Old White do now? Finally, Lao Zhou couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Lao Bai also laughed bitterly. How would I know that this remote group actually has cargo ships? A lean camel is bigger than a horse? Then Taiyu Group shouldn't know that we were the ones who did this in secret, right? Old Zhou looked pale and said bitterly. Lao Bai shook his head and said he didn't know either. For a moment, both of them could see panic in each other's eyes. In the meeting room of Taiyu Group, Gu Chen directly convened a high-level meeting. Gu Chen sat in the first seat without any doubt. Everyone, I believe everyone has heard about what happened yesterday. After taking a look around, he asked everyone in a deep voice. For a while, all the executives were whispering to each other, and they all knew that someone had dealt with the group yesterday. After checking, we found out that it was the Bai Group and Zhou Group that were dissatisfied with our Taiyu entering the manufacturing field. Chu Sini, who was the first on the left, spoke slowly at this time. Jiang Dongxiang, the general manager on the right, also said, Yes, we must go back and let them know that we, Taiyu, cannot be bullied. Then other senior executives also spoke. After careful discussion, everyone decided to cancel the cooperation with Bai Group and Zhou Group and to do everything possible to prevent raw materials from entering Huahai. While the executives were discussing the detailed plan, Yanqing couldn't help but secretly look at Gu Chen, who was talking eloquently, with a strange look in his eyes. As the assistant to the group president, she could naturally attend the meeting. This was the first time she had seen Gu Chen after the interview. She didn't expect that Gu Chen at work was so charming. After the meeting, the group's operating machines started to move at once, and various orders targeting the two major groups were passed down one after another. The most direct consequence is that the two companies will not receive any raw materials. At the beginning, the two companies could still survive by relying on their existing stock. But as time went by, and Gu Chen had asked Gan Le to place a large number of orders with both companies from the beginning. So the two groups' board of directors held 3 or 4 meetings a day. They're losing money every day. There is no material, workers are off work, machines are out of production, and the losses are huge every day, but they have no solution. Everyone, hold on for another week, and the raw materials will come in. At the Bai Group's board meeting, Old Bai said comfortingly with a tired look on his face. He is under the greatest pressure these days. At the same time, I feel very regretful in my heart. Chairman Bai, don't forget that our group has received many orders, and these must be completed on time. Otherwise, you will have to pay the huge compensation, and our group's reputation will be ruined. Are you here to take this responsibility? One of the middle-aged men, who was about his age, questioned. As soon as these words came out, the faces of several shareholders on the board of directors suddenly changed, and they all looked at Chairman Bai. Lao Bai's face also changed. He forgot the consequence. Humph! I remember that it was Chairman Bai who provoked Taiyu Group first. Now, they're fighting back. Chairman Bai, please give us shareholders an explanation. The middle-aged man continued to press the issue without giving in. He sneered in his heart at this moment and waited to see how Lao Bai would deal with it. He is the second largest shareholder of the group and had failed in his previous bid for the chairmanship, so this incident gave him a glimmer of opportunity. It's his own fault. Now the other directors probably don't believe him anymore. This is an opportunity for him. Well, as long as we hold on for a few more days, we won't be threatened by Taiyu. I believe that if we work overtime in the next few days, we should have no problem with the order. Lao Bai explained with a pale face. He had indeed forgotten this question before. Humph! Our group has always been known for its quality and punctuality. If we lose all of these because of a few orders, our group will suffer a huge loss. The chairman must be aware of this, right? The middle-aged man responded. The other directors also nodded repeatedly. Since the incident has happened, we must naturally solve it from the source. I believe that as long as we give Taiyu an explanation, the problem will naturally be solved. The middle-aged man struck while the iron was hot. Several shareholders thought it made sense. They didn't care about face. As long as they could make money, it was no problem for them. Old Bai's face was gloomy. He also felt the middle-aged man's ill intentions. When he was about to say something, several shareholders nodded. Yes, what Mr. Ho said makes sense, so we will now vote to reconcile with the Thai group and revoke Bai Yuanhua's position as chairman, and replace him with Ho Mingho. One of the older men stood up and spoke without paying attention to Chairman Bai's expression. Reconsideration! Reconsideration! It was passed unanimously at once, and the middle-aged man looked at Chairman Dian Bai with great pride. In Gu Chen's office, Mr. Jiang reported to Gu Chen. So, the Bai group wants to reconcile with us now? After listening, Gu Chen asked in surprise. President Jiang nodded. That's right. Their board of directors has removed the chairman who was dealing with us. Gu Chen tapped the table with his fingers without saying a word, and President Jiang also looked at Gu Chen without saying anything. This matter cannot be resolved by simply changing the chairman. Tell them that the price of raw materials will increase by 10% in the future. Gu Chen thought about it, looked at Mr. Jiang, and gave the order. Yes. President Jiang agreed immediately and went downstairs to talk to the other party. The next 2 weeks passed uneventfully. Gu Chen's several major companies are developing in an orderly manner, especially Taiyu Group, which is developing rapidly. It is nationwide and has established branches in major provincial capitals. According to the channels left by Yuanqing Group, the two helped each other and made Taiyu Group famous in one fell swoop. It's November now, and the weather has turned cooler. On this day, Gu Chen came to the company early and held a meeting. Suddenly, I received a call from Director Lin. Hello, Director Lin? Gu Chen was quite curious at first sight. He hadn't looked for him since he had transferred 10 billion to him last time. Boss Gu, we figured it out? There was an enthusiastic and excited voice on the other end of the phone. What? Hearing this, Gu Chen stood up directly. This scene attracted several executives nearby, all of whom were curious about what their boss had heard that made him so shocked. Boss Gu, chips. We have finally developed the chips. Director Lin's hoarse voice came again. Okay. I'll be there right away. Gu Chen suppressed the doubts and excitement in his heart and said into the phone. He hung up the phone, and only then did Gu Chen realize that he was still in a meeting. Everyone, this meeting will be chaired by President Chu. I have something to take care of. After saying that, he nodded to Chu Sini and quickly left the meeting room. Let's go fun. Let's go to the research lab. He said something to Gan Lu outside and walked towards the parking lot. The two of them finally rushed to the laboratory. After walking in, I saw that everyone had very happy faces. Hello, Mr. Gu. The researchers shouted excitedly after seeing Gu Chen. Okay, thank you all for your hard work. Gu Chen also looked happy. Then we found Director Lin, who was organizing the information. Director Lin, Gu Chen shouted. Director Lin quickly stood up and was also very excited. Boss Gu, thank you for fulfilling your mission. We have figured it out. Congratulations to Director Lin for becoming world famous. Gu Chen congratulated. He knew that these researchers cared nothing about anything else but reputation. Like the scholars in ancient times, they all hoped to be remembered for generations. Then Gu Chen asked out of his inner curiosity why he had figured it out now when he had found nothing before. You have to know that the mutated Taba was said to be released in a month, and now it has been at most half a month. I really appreciate Mr. Gu's full support. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to come up with this research so quickly. Director Lin looked at Gu Chen and was very grateful. Then the two of them talked a lot and came to the hall. Everyone has worked hard during this period. Go and have a night's rest. I will celebrate your success tomorrow. Gu Chen looked at everyone and said cheerfully, Great! Everyone was excited when they heard this. They really hadn't had a good rest in the past 6 months, and now they can finally rest. Just in case, Gu Chen took Director Lin to register a patent for the research results. On the way, Gan Lu was so shocked that he was conscious. He never expected that the project had been developed in less than a month in Gu Chen's hands. This was truly a fortune dropped from the sky. He naturally understood that once this news spread, it would really shock the whole world. He knew that China did not have its own chips. Once the news gets out, it is estimated that Gu Chen may be given special attention by the country, and then Gu Chen will really become famous. But he also felt sorry for ZTE Group. If they had persisted for another month, the achievement would probably have been theirs. Unfortunately, all I can say is that Gu Chen's luck is really terrifying, and Gan Lu admires his vision very much. At that time, he didn't understand why Gu Chen took over the laboratory so quickly, but now he really understood. He is now looking forward to whether ZTE Corporation will vomit blood after knowing this news. Director Lin, don't worry. We will hold a press conference in 3 days. You will become famous instantly. This is a groundbreaking technology. In the car, Gu Chen said to Director Lin, I saw that we don't have our own chips in China, and foreign chip companies have monopolized us many times, so I have always vowed to research our own chips and break the foreign monopoly. Director Lin's eyes were determined when he heard this, but the smile on his face never stopped. Gu Chen nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and couldn't help but admire Director Lin. He was deeply moved by his patriotism. Then Gu Chen sent Director Lin to his home and left. Chapter 064, Celebration Banquet. Reporter Fan Yushi. The next day, Huatian Hotel closed for 3 days. Gu Chen directly invited those researchers here, including their families, for a 3-day crazy journey. Let's raise a glass together to celebrate the successful development of our own chips. Gu Chen spoke first. After drinking a glass of wine, Gu Chen looked at everyone's expectant eyes and said proudly, Regarding everyone's bonus this time, I promise that everyone will not be less than 10 million. Maybe Director Lin doesn't care. But of course we have to pay attention to the team following him. Hearing Gu Chen say what they were most looking forward to, they were instantly excited. 10 million. I didn't expect the new boss to be so generous, although the chip was developed by them. But without Gu Chen's support, how could they have figured it out on their own? So they were naturally very excited about Gu Chen's 10 million bonus. Even Director Lin had a faint smile on his face, and he was very moved by Gu Chen's willingness to give. You have to know that their team has 60 or 70 people, and the total bonus is several hundred million. Gu Chen is spending a fortune to buy people's hearts. Once the news gets out, there will probably be a lot of people trying to poach the researchers, and then the scientific researchers who participated in the project will become popular. Although it is impossible to leak the technology, Director Lin cannot do the subsequent research alone. In addition, it is no exaggeration to say that this technology can enable it to become one of the top 10 electronic groups, which is not comparable to just a few hundred million. Maybe everyone was just too pent up, so everyone had a crazy time at the celebration party, as if they wanted to release all the stress from the past 6 months. Manager Lu, who was watching from the side, was extremely curious. Boss Gu and the others. Seeing Gu Chen on the side, he couldn't help but ask, don't worry about them. They have been suppressed for too long. Just relax. By the way, the day after tomorrow, please help me invite all the reporters from Huahai City to the hotel. I want to hold a press conference. Gu Chen seemed to remember something and said to Manager Lu next to him, Mr. Gu, can you tell us some information? Manager Lu was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Gu Chen smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, just promise that you won't let them down. He knew that with the reputation of the Huatian Hotel, as long as the news was sent out, Many reporters would naturally come to show their respect. Yes, seeing that Gu Chen didn't say anything, Manager Lu could only agree. At the same time, she was also aroused by Gu Chen's curiosity. She heard Gu Chen talking before, and it was probably about some project. Huahai TV station, in the office of an editor-in-chief. Xiaofan, the spotlight has been stolen by other news outlets recently. You must seize the opportunity and quickly cover some hot news. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing for the station. A middle-aged, plump man with white hair looked at the woman standing in front of him earnestly and spoke. Editor-in-chief, you know that their funding is several times ours. They will know about hot news before us. The woman said aggrievedly after hearing this. Yes, I know your job is not easy, but you have to pay attention. An ace position has been vacated in the station recently. As long as there is a big news in the future, I can help you get it. The editor nodded after hearing this and seduced the woman. Sure enough, after hearing this, the woman's face showed an excited look. Don't worry, I'll ask the finance department to increase your funding. How do you think? Seeing that the woman was moved, the editor made another suggestion, which made the woman agree directly. Okay, editor-in-chief, don't worry, I will definitely find some big news next. The woman promised firmly after hearing this. Then, under the expectant gaze of the editor-in-chief, he left the office and returned to his desk. His name is Fan Yushi, and he is a reporter for the Huahai channel. He has been working there for 4 or 5 years, and is still an ordinary reporter. She was transferred to a frontline position a few months ago, but due to limited funding, she is always the last to know about every hot news. So the station couldn't afford to lose face. So the editor-in-chief who was in charge of him gave her a warning. At this moment, her cell phone rang, and she raised her head from the table. I found out that it was a phone number with the note, Manager Lu. Pick up the phone quickly. She couldn't afford to offend Manager Lu. This was the phone number she had to beg and plead for when she went to Huatian Hotel for an interview. After all, in the journalist industry, one has to have extensive network resources to be popular. Hey, Manager Lu, why did you feel like calling me today? Is there something important? The call was connected instantly, and Fan Yushi said with a smile. Is Mr. Fan's nose so sharp? Manager Lu was stunned, then joked. Hearing this, Fan Yushi instantly perked up. She heard from the tone that it was really a big deal. Manager Lu, do you really have some big news? Great. My boss will hold a press conference the day after tomorrow. I wonder if Mr. Fan, the reporter, is interested? Manager Lu said with a smile. Fan Yushi was stunned when she heard this. She thought something big happened. It turned out that the owner of Huatian Hotel was going to hold a press conference. Just as I was about to refuse, I suddenly thought, what if I can get an exclusive interview with the owner of Huatian Hotel? Wouldn't that be big news? Thinking of this, she nodded happily and said, of course I'm interested, but I wonder if Manager Lu can recommend someone for me so that I can meet your boss. Manager Lu was in a better mood when he heard the other party agreed. No problem. Then the two chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Manager Lu contacted several other large computer stations, and they all said they would send people over when the time came. Naturally, other small reporters don't need her to contact them. Time passed quickly, and it was the third day. Since Gu Chen attached great importance to it, Manager Lu directly prepared a large conference room, and everything inside was arranged. Time slowly came to 8 o'clock, and at this time most of the journalists in Huahai had sent people over. The conference room was packed with all kinds of cameras, and it was extremely lively. Among them, Fan Yushi was there. She looked at the reporters next to her and found that none of her previous competitors were there, and only newcomers were sent. She didn't care. After all, it wasn't big news. If she hadn't wanted to see if there was a chance to get an exclusive interview, she wouldn't have replied. At this moment, her cell phone rang. She looked and saw that it was her immediate superior, the editor-in-chief. Hello, Fan Yushi. What are you doing? Where are you? As soon as she answered the phone, she heard an angry voice, which puzzled her. I'm out here at a press conference, she said, but she answered truthfully. What press conference? What are you doing? Do you know that today is a new song release conference for a certain star? If you are not interviewing there, where are you interviewing? The editor-in-chief's roaring voice suddenly rang out. What? Fan Yushi was stunned. She really hadn't received this message. Otherwise, why would she come back here? You won't tell me you don't know? The editor-in-chief said coldly. Fan Yushi remained silent. Okay, I'll send someone else to do this. The editor then said something and hung up the phone. Fan Yushi smiled bitterly without saying anything. It seemed that she was really unlucky. Sister Fan, how about we rush over now? Her partner behind her, a man carrying a machine, asked in a low voice. At this time, Gu Chen and others also began to enter the venue, instantly attracting her attention. Forget it. Since we're here, let's finish the interview first, Fan Yushi said, shaking her head. First of all, welcome everyone to my press conference. Gu Chen looked at the reporters below without any stage fright and greeted them with a smile. For a moment, the sounds of various flashes and cameras taking pictures were endless. Believe me, today's press conference will definitely satisfy you all. Hearing this, Fan Yushi instantly became interested. This is my first time appearing in front of the public. I guess no one knows me, so let me introduce myself first. Gu Chen had a smile on his face, and he was naturally wearing formal clothes for this occasion. Hearing that this was Gu Chen's first appearance, all the reporters were very curious about Gu Chen's identity. My name is Gu Chen, and I'm the owner of this hotel. But my topic today is not this hotel. As Gu Chen finished speaking, a whisper suddenly broke out from below. After all, he is so young and is already the owner of a five-star hotel. This news can be considered quite popular. The man next to me, Lin Yang, probably isn't known to anyone, but after today, he will be world famous. Hearing Gu Chen's big talk, Director Lin couldn't help blushing. The reporters below became even more curious. Lin Yang, a famous scientist in our country, was nominated for last year's Nobel Prize. As Gu Chen introduced, the reporters below pressed the shutter buttons more enthusiastically. Fan Yushi was also excited. This was big news. What I said before is just an appetizer. Next is the main point of the press conference I'm going to hold. Everyone, don't be distracted, okay? Gu Chen still said with a smile. The reporters below laughed and thought Mr. Gu was very interesting. After 6 months of research and experimentation, Director Lin successfully developed a new generation of chips, breaking the monopoly of imported chips in my country. The performance of this chip is 1,000 times that of foreign chips. I can proudly say that in the future, my country will no longer need to import chips. This is an epic-making change, and it is also a day worth remembering. Today's honor belongs to Director Lin. Gu Chen said it in one breath. The first one applauded, and then warm applause broke out from below. The reporters below seemed to have heard a myth. They were all in disbelief, and their faces turned red. What did they hear? Chapter 065, the whole network is boiling. For a moment, everyone was stunned on the spot, and only Fan Yushi reacted first. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind, that is, I'm going to get rich. Excuse me, Mr. Gu, Director Lin, are you telling the truth? She asked first. Of course. This is the purpose of my holding the press conference today. Gu Chen replied with a smile. At this time, Fan Yushi's question instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm, and they asked questions one after another, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. If this was news that shocked the world, how could they miss this question? At the same time, Naishin was extremely excited. They wanted to thank the seniors for not wanting to come. So it was their turn. So Gu Chen answered many questions and ended the press conference. All the reporters rushed outside at once. They wanted to publish the news as soon as possible, which would instantly make them famous. The same goes for Fan Yushi. She had long forgotten about asking Gu Chen any questions. Is there anything more important now than editing the interviews you have and releasing them into news? Director Lin, you may receive a lot of attention after today. Gu Chen looked at Director Lin and joked. Boss Gu, the same goes for you. After today, you will enter the world of the big guys. The two of them burst into laughter when they heard this and praised each other. Editor-in-Chief, I have a huge piece of news. After Fan Yushi returned to the station, she quickly edited the film, then took the finished film to the editor-in-chief's office. Xiao Fan, how long have you been here? Why are you so impatient? The editor-in-chief glanced at Fan Yushi indifferently and criticized her. Editor-in-chief, please take a look. This is the interview I went to today. This will be a news that will shock the world. Fan Yushi then handed the manuscript to the editor-in-chief and explained. The editor-in-chief glanced at it calmly at first. Then his face changed drastically, and he stood up from his chair in shock. Seeing the editor-in-chief lose his composure, Fan Yushi felt very relieved. This Xiao Fan, is this true? The editor-in-chief asked quickly. Upon hearing this, Fan Yushi said with certainty, It's true. I even looked up Director Lin. He was the Nobel Prize nominee who caused a sensation last year. Okay. Hurry up and send it out. This is news that will shock the world. You have done a great job this time. Xiao Fan, you did a great job this time. The editor-in-chief praised with a smile on his face. Yes, Fan Yushi nodded and went to announce it. She knew the impact of this news. In the outside world, all of Huahai's channel websites had a pinned news item at the top of their head. Congratulations to our scientist Lin Yang for overcoming the chip challenge and resolving the problem of my country having no more chips. A peerless talent. It's him. He actually developed a groundbreaking chip. Congratulations to our country for breaking the foreign chip blockade and finally having our own chips. The titles are all very catchy, but the content is all pretty much the same. It instantly attracted many netizens. What the hell? Is this true? Awesome. Boss, you're awesome. A true peerless warrior. Many netizens were also shocked, followed by a stream of praise. Soon, all major electronics groups were shocked and held important meetings. This is a game changer. ZTE Group naturally also knew the news and was holding a high-level meeting at this time. There was silence, and everyone had different expressions. As Director Lin's former boss, he naturally did not hide the fact that he had indeed developed the chip. Tell me, what do you want to say? At this time, the chairman of ZTE Group was very depressed. Chairman, I told you not to sell it. What happened? The head of one of the departments spoke first. That is, as soon as these words were spoken, several people echoed them. Manager Liu, I didn't see you insist at that time. One of the executives who advocated selling retorted with embarrassment. So for a moment, the conference room was like a large choral scene. That's enough. Now that it's all sold, there's no point in saying anything more. The chairman's face became even uglier. He left the meeting room directly. His heart was bleeding. It's not like he hadn't thought about getting the chip technology back through some means, but he didn't expect that the young man was so cunning that he actually held a press conference before announcing it, causing many domestic forces that were ready to make moves to stop their efforts. The matter became more and more serious online, with the top 10 hot searches all about chips. Many netizens do not know the impact of this incident on the country, and some scientific experts have explained it. Chips have always been a weak link in our country, and we can only rely on imports. Now, our chips have stood up, which is of great significance. Many authoritative officials of the country also forwarded the message and expressed praise for this national treasure. The role of chips is undoubtedly very important, especially in the military, where they are widely used. For a time, the whole network knew about this matter. In general, the Longting Group founded by Gu Chen became famous instantly. Gu Chen's phone was also bombarded with calls. Mr. Zhang, that's right. Great. We'll have a chance to cooperate in the future. This happened even though Gu Chen had just hung up a phone call. Before he put it down, the phone rang again, giving him a headache. These bosses were really powerful. He had no idea where they got his phone number. Hello? Who is that? Excuse me, are you Mr. Gu Chen? Yes, I am. Gu Chen admitted it directly. Hello, I'm from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Hearing this, Gu Chen was stunned. Excuse me, what do you want to talk to me about? He didn't expect that this great god would look for him. It's like this. We have also paid attention to Mr. Gu's press conference and would like to invite Mr. Gu and Director Lin to meet. Just get straight to the point there. Gu Chen had long known that he would have dealings with the country, but he had not expected it to happen so soon. He thought about it and agreed. Okay, what is this person's name? Okay, my name is Deng Xianming. A happy voice came from the other end. After chatting for a few words, he hung up the phone. Gu Chen smiled bitterly and told Director Lin about it. He didn't expect that the other party knew him. Back in the office, Gu Chen thought about the future development direction. There is no doubt that now that we have chip technology, we will naturally have the door to the electronic products industry. I believe that no electronic product company will reject itself. But now he has to recruit people. But unfortunately, he hasn't drawn a company related to electronic products in all these days. Lizzie, do you know of any electronics factories that want to be sold? Gu Chen looked at Gan Lu and asked. Gan Lu knew Gu Chen's plan as soon as he heard it. He thought about it and shook his head. Brother Chen, my family has never been involved in this industry, so I don't know. Hearing this, Gu Chen was very disappointed. It seemed that he had to find a way himself. Don't worry, Brother Chen will tell you if I have any news. Gan Lu thought for a moment and said to Gu Chen. Good. Then Gu Chen saw another call coming in, so he turned off his phone. He never thought that one day he would have the troubles of a star. In the evening, return home. As expected, Chu Sini also followed. Gu Chen, when did you have another research laboratory under you? As soon as Chu Sini came in, she stared at Gu Chen. I know. Su Shirshir, who was standing by, spoke first after hearing this. Apparently, she had seen the news too. Just half a month ago, my brother asked me about ZTE Group. Seeing Zhongren looking at her, she smiled and told him everything she knew. That's right. When I heard about the project from Ganlu, I had a plan. Gu Chen could only use Ganlu as an excuse. After all, he had no connection with this industry before, so he had to be careful. So, you want to go into electronics? Chu Sini nodded after hearing this, and saw through Gu Chen's plan. That's right, but I don't have an electronics factory right now. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out for you. Chu Sini explained spontaneously without being asked. Brother, you are very famous on the internet now. Everyone is praising your handsomeness. If you debut, you will probably be very famous. Su Shirshir teased Gu Chen with a smile. That's right. Gu Chen was unceremoniously polite. Chu Sini couldn't help but roll her eyes at Gu Chen. After chatting for a few minutes, they went their separate ways. The next day, the sky cleared up and we had a day off on Sunday. Gu Chen planned to go out for a walk. Driving his own supercar, Gan Lu has been driving for some time. He hasn't touched the steering wheel for a long time. I drove on the outer ring for half an hour and had a great time. It's almost noon, and I'm going to a restaurant for lunch. Suddenly, I saw a familiar figure. Teacher Qin? To Gu Chen's great surprise, he actually ran into Qin Xianxian, his neighbor whom he met when he returned to his hometown. When the woman heard this, a look of surprise flashed across her face. Mr. Gu? What a coincidence. Why did you come back? He heard from his mother that she was from Huahai. I was transferred back a few days ago, Qin Xianxian explained with a smile. Xianxian, who is he? Seeing Gu Chen and Qin Xianxian talking, the man next to them frowned and spoke in an unfriendly tone. Huh. Only then did Gu Chen realize that there was another person on the opposite side. What does it matter to you who he is? And please call me by my name. Qin Xianxian looked disgusted when she heard that. Sorry to interrupt your meal. Gu Chen shrugged and sat at the table next to them. When the man opposite heard Qin Xuanxuan's words, his face instantly darkened and he glared at Gu Chen fiercely, but Gu Chen ignored him. Xianxian, don't worry, I will definitely help your uncle's factory. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't come up, he snorted and then smiled brightly at Qin Xianxian again. Well, thank you very much. Qin Xianxian frowned when she heard this, and then slowly relaxed after hearing this. No need. After all, our two families are old friends. I will help you just for your sake. The man was not affected at all, but became even more enthusiastic. Gu Chen laughed a lot when he saw this. He is such an affectionate person. Chapter 066, Who do you think you are? After that, Gu Chen didn't pay any more attention to it. After all, it had nothing to do with him. But he saw that it was the bootlicker the whole time. After eating for a while, Gu Chen suddenly saw a figure in front of him. He looked up and saw that it was Qin Xianxian. Mr. Gu, I'm leaving now. Enjoy your meal. Qin Xianxian smiled, said hello, and then left. Okay, goodbye. Gu Chen nodded. Then he continued to finish the food in his hand. But perhaps he was not suitable to be a foodie today. Boy, I'm warning you. Stay away from Xianxian from now on. The dog-licking man came to Gu Chen and warned him with gritted teeth. Gu Chen didn't even raise his head and said calmly, Only the most useless people will get angry out of shame. Sure enough, after hearing Gu Chen's words, the dog-licking man instantly became angry and put his hands on the dining table. What did you say? Only then did Gu Chen slowly look up at the man. I say, who do you think you are? How dare you yell at me? At this time, the dog-licking man's face turned the color of liver, and the anger in his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He raised his arm and swung his fist to hit Gu Chen. However, how could Gu Chen's physical fitness like a soldier king be compared to this kind of waste? He took immediate action, grabbed the outstretched hand, twisted it with force, and heard a sound like slaughtering a pig. Ah! The dog-licking man's gloomy face turned pale in an instant. Waste! Gu Chen shook his head in disdain and pushed him to the ground. Okay. Just wait for me, kid. The dog-licking man stared at Gu Chen viciously, but he didn't dare to attack him again, so he could only threaten him. He just took out his cell phone and started making calls. Hello, brother who? I'm Huang Yun, yes. I've encountered some problems here, yes. More people. Right here on North Street. Then the dog-licking man sneered. Boy, you have the guts to wait for me. Gu Chen was stunned when he heard this and called him an idiot. He never thought that one day he would actually meet such a piece of trash. What did you say? Seeing the man trying to come over again, Gu Chen glared at him fiercely scaring him so much that he took several steps back. Seeing that Gu Chen did not leave, the dog-licking man was extremely angry. He wanted to wait for the people to come down and then teach Gu Chen a lesson. Until Gu Chen finished eating, the person the other party called had not arrived yet. I say, where's the person you called? If he doesn't come, I'm leaving. After eating and drinking, Gu Chen saw the dog-licking man sitting in his previous position and said lazily, "Humph." As expected, the man snorted coldly when he saw Gu Chen was about to leave. He was also extremely nervous inside. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Afterwards, Gu Chen was too lazy to play with this kind of person, so he wanted to pay the bill and leave. You can't leave. Seeing Gu Chen was about to leave, the dog-licking man quickly stopped Gu Chen. After coming out, Gu Chen saw that the man was still following him, but he was too lazy to pay attention to him. He drove away in the sports car in the shocked eyes of the licking dog man. He was very clear about this kind of spoiled, rich second generation. The dog licker didn't expect that the person he threatened was actually driving a supercar, and he was stunned. No matter how stupid he is, he knows that Gu Chen is not simple. How can he afford to offend someone who drives a car that even he can't afford? He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the person he called hadn't arrived, otherwise he would have made a fool of himself again. At the same time, I felt extremely melancholy. What should I do if he wants to pursue Xianxian? Thinking of this, his heart became sinister again. You can't get what I can't get. He took out his cell phone and showed that he had called Brother Hu and told him that he didn't need to come. Then he called a man with a note, Long Xiao. Hello? Young Master Long, it's me, Huang Yun. I have a very pretty girl here. Yes, I will definitely not let you down. What, let's chat in the evening? Okay, I will definitely be there. Huang Yun's flattering tone disappeared as the phone beeped. Humph, Qin Xianxian, since I can't get you, I will destroy you. Looking at the direction where Gu Chen left, the dog-licking man said viciously. Gu Chen had no idea what was happening, and he didn't take this little episode to heart at all. At this time, he was driving and received a call from Gan Le. Hey, Brother Chen, where are you? Drive. Do you have anything to do tonight? Let's go out and have some fun tonight? The voice that Gan Le was expecting came out. Hearing this, Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. Where are we going to play? Hey, bar? Gan Le suddenly smiled. Gu Chen thought about it and agreed. After all, he hadn't been there for a long time. Okay, pick me up in the evening. No problem. Gan Le was instantly excited when he heard it and quickly assured him. Then Gu Chen hung up the phone. He drove towards home and stayed at home without moving the whole afternoon. It was not until the evening when Gan Le came to pick him up that he changed into casual clothes and went out. Mom, I have something to do tonight, so I may not be back. He said something to Gu's mother, who was watching TV in the living room, then turned and left. The colorful neon lights of the city at night illuminate the land eroded by darkness. The streets are busy with cars and people. At the crossroads, inside a flamboyant and handsome sports car. Brother Chen, this time I called all my good friends and I hear. Most of their families are from all walks of life, so maybe they can find what you need, and they are curious about you. In the car, Gan Le and Gu Chen explained. Gu Chen looked at the traffic light in front of him, heard the words, and said with a smile, Thank you for the fun. It's okay. It's a good opportunity for me to have some fun. I haven't been there for a long time. If I hadn't used you as an excuse this time, the old man wouldn't have let me go out and fool around. Gan Le smiled, quite proud. Gu Chen shook his head and said nothing. All right. My dad praised you highly this time and asked when you were free. He wanted to have dinner with you. The light turned green. Gan Le released the clutch, switched cars, and started directly. On the way, he asked without looking back. Gu Chen thought for a moment and said, It's okay, I have time. Then tomorrow night. Not tomorrow night. Upon hearing this, Gan Le's eyes darkened. Gu Chen didn't expect that the other party would directly mention the only time when he didn't have time, and said embarrassedly, I have a distinguished guest to meet tomorrow. Then let's do it the day after tomorrow night. Gan Le didn't hesitate and changed the time. Okay, this time, Gu Chen agreed without even thinking about it. Then the car fell into silence again, but fortunately we arrived not long after. Gu Chen looked over and saw that the bar covered a large area and the decoration outside was also very luxurious. This is the largest bar in Huahai. I heard that the boss behind it is very powerful, but we have never seen him. Seeing Gu Chen stop moving, Gan Le, who had parked the car, came to his side to explain. Gu Chen looked around and saw all kinds of sports cars and luxury cars everywhere. It was really a gathering place for rich people. Huh? No way. Even a playboy like you doesn't know the owner of this bar. Gu Chen was slightly surprised after hearing Gan Li's words. Brother Chen, our group is not the top circle of rich second generations in Huahai City. Gan Li said with a wry smile. This was the first time that Gu Chen heard Gan Li say this. He immediately became interested, but he was not in a hurry to go in. Oh, then what level are you at? How do you divide the circles? I'm at the second level at best. The rules of each circle are different. The only difference is the influence of the family business. I don't know much about the circles above. After all, I rarely come into contact with them. But in my circle, you can't get in without a family worth hundreds of billions, and it's mainly based on industry. Gan Lu explained honestly. Oh, then can I enter the first step? Gu Chen said jokingly after hearing this. Unexpectedly, Gan Lu nodded and shook his head. Brother Chin, based on wealth, you can squeeze into the first tier, but it's not just about having money that will get you in. It also depends on influence and status. Is that so? Gu Chen suddenly realized. Isn't it just the difference between aristocrats and nouveau riche? Then Gu Chen didn't care and followed Gan Lu in. When you first enter, there is a long, dark corridor, followed by a large door, and you can faintly hear the sound of a lively DJ. Pushing open the door, Gu Chen vaguely saw that this was a huge dance hall with an exciting DJ, a dark scene, and a lively atmosphere. All of a sudden, Gu Chen's blood began to beat faster. Then he felt Gan Lu pat him on the shoulder and pointed in a direction. Then he realized that he was to follow him. Gu Chen understood and nodded, then walked through the crowd at the bar and went up to the private room on the second floor. It's not as noisy here as down there, and it's more comfortable, but you can see the best results. When I walked in, I saw about 7 or 8 young men of similar age. All of them were unruly and dissolute. Lizzie, is it really you? We all thought you had turned over a new leaf. Seeing Gan Lu, several people started to joke. Ah, that's right. Although I've changed my ways, once in a while is still okay. Gan Lu said with a smile. Gu Chen looked around, and except for Du Liang, whom he had met once before coming out, he didn't recognize the others. He saw Du Liang smiling and nodding at him, so he nodded back. By the way, let me introduce you to my eldest brother, Gu Chen. Then he pointed at Gu Chen and introduced him. Then everyone looked at Gu Chen, and they were all extremely curious. Which kind of immortal could make Gan Lu submit so directly and acknowledge him as his elder brother? No one knows except Du Liang. Hello, Brother Gu. But everyone also gave him face and shouted in unison. Hello. Gu Chen nodded with a smile. There is no such thing as looking down on others and being slapped in the face as in novels. None of the rich second generations who can become this group are fools. Maybe they are arrogant and domineering, but they will never beat people without thinking. Then a group of girls came over. They all stood in front of each other, and several of them skillfully pulled a girl each and played with their own. Gu Chen was also one of them, but this time she took a look and really couldn't muster up any interest. After all, I see Chu Cinny's level of beauty every day. Looking at these now is like looking at fluorescent lights and the bright moon.